Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 208, A Slime Experiment and Ryuma's Conjecture. Chapter 208, A Slime Experiment and Ryuma's Conjecture. That evening, upon completing the cleanup job, the feudal lord paid us 10 small gold coins as promised along with a mouthful of praise, and then we went back home. We split the reward between the wharf of Shikumu and I-5:5. I'd intended to distribute the earnings equally, but all the knowledge and tools from the chemicals to the cloths to the slimes were all from me, so the members of the wharf of Shikumu refused to be paid. It didn't sit right with me not compensating them when they did their share of the work, so in the end, we decided on that ratio. After receiving their compensation, the wharf of Shikumu quickly purchased expensive liquor, food, and other daily necessities before going back. Because of that, we had to rent another small boat to get back to the village. When the villagers saw the souvenirs the wharf of Shikumu brought and found out that they'd made a killing, the whole place lit up. It was a little troublesome, but all in all, it was fun. As I thought back on the things that happened today, I stretched myself across the futon inside the room I was borrowing. Phew. We managed to clean the bath successfully, get a hint on what dish to make, and even found a new use for the acidic sticky liquid. Today was a really productive day. Right, before I go to sleep, Ryuma, I opened my dimension home and took out the acidic sticky liquid in its container. I also took out the pearl slime and some snails that I need to feed it to get it to evolve. I was reminded of the mayonnaise pearl on the day the acid slime evolved into a pearl slime, but thanks to the cleaning job today, another possibility came to mind. In order to test that possibility, I first had to confirm that the shells were indeed the feed for pearl slimes, and then I used the excess acidic sticky liquid to soak the shells. Bubbles began to form on the surface of the shell soaked in the strongest acid. After putting a stop to that, I washed the shell in the container and had the cleaner slime clean it. The surface had melted a little, but there were still some fine sand sediments on the shell. I sank the shell once more into the acidic sticky liquid and repeated the same process several times until the liquid was gone. After that, I put it aside to let it rest through the night, and then put away the slimes and the tools in the dimension home too. With that, I retired for the day. The next day, I woke up a little earlier than usual. It's probably because I have an experiment today. After readying myself, I checked the results of my experiment. The shell that had been marinated overnight in acidic sticky liquid was. I knew it. Ryuma, the surface of the shell had melted and beautiful white spots could be seen here and there. When I polished the shell, it turned into a beautiful mother of pearl. Mother of pearl, just like with pearls, the main ingredient behind its luster is the calcium carbonate that's secreted from the mantle of the shell. Mother of pearls aren't just found inside shells that make pearls, but also in those that don't make pearls. A popular example would be the marbled turban that can be found in places like Okinawa. The inner part of this shell can also be eaten. But of course, that's a shellfish that lives in seawater. Identify, Ryuma, Sunagakure, lit. Hidden in sand, a type of shell that secretes liquid to stick the surrounding fine sand and stones onto its husk to deceive external threats. Lives in fresh water and can be eaten. It is generally cooked in its own shell, though it should be noted that when exposed to heat, the mother of pearl loses its luster. There are similar shellfish living in the lake here, so the pearl slime probably evolved after eating the mother of pearl inside those shells. Ryuma, that's a much more believable theory than the mayonnaise pearl theory stemming from the acid slime's acid and the mayonnaise made from egg. I feel a lot better now that the questions surrounding the evolution of the pearl slime have been cleared up. What should I do with this result? Ryuma, a few days ago, the god called Sararipita told me that the value of the pearl was far beyond my imagination, so I figure if I could create a husk with the same luster as the pearl, I could sell it for a good price. Yesterday before going back, I saw the stalls selling accessories made out of shells, but I didn't see anything that used a mother of pearl. Besides, the villagers here also just treat these things like garbage and throw them out, so I doubt they know that they're good for anything other than food. It's a bit wasteful, but I can't tell Nikikuin and the villagers about this. Just as Sararipita said, it's simply too dangerous. I was able to be acquainted with the lord ruling over this region, Porco-sama, but I'm hesitant to tell him about it too. Ryuma, he doesn't strike me as a bad person. The time we've spent together doesn't even add up to a day, but we've eaten together, talked. And so far he strikes me as an easygoing guy who's admired by the people. I don't think the people are just acting when they behave amiably in front of him either. But I suppose that's exactly why I'm hesitant to tell him about it. Speaking of which, there's something bothering me. I think the feudal lord might be lacking in war potential. He might also be on the weaker side when it comes to the power balance of the nobles. Ryuma, when Nikikuin ran away and we went out to look for him, we happened across some goblins. Word has it that those goblins were released here by some nobles to harass the feudal lord. I don't know how accurate those rumors are, but I did see those goblins with my own eyes, and what's more is that there are cages that have clearly been tampered with by human hands. To make things even worse, these things supposedly happen a lot, isn't it strange? Even if it's just harassment and even if it's just a few goblins, some of the weakest monsters out there, they're still monsters. One step wrong and someone could get hurt. Just look at Nikikuin. If not for that secret base of his, he would have been in danger. So why isn't the feudal lord doing anything about it? If the feudal lord didn't care about his people, then it would still somewhat make sense, but then the locals wouldn't admire him so much. And personally I don't think he's that kind of person either. So I'm thinking that maybe it's not that he doesn't want to do anything about it, but rather that he can't do anything about it. Fatma is a pretty big place, after all. On top of having difficulties dealing with the sporadic harassment, before the roads were constructed, Fatma was supposedly so poor that people actually starved to death. In order to hunt monsters or to protect one's people from those with ill intent, the first thing one needs is someone who can fight. In other words, soldiers. But raising soldiers require food. And that's not something that can be solved just by putting in effort or being motivated. How is a land so destitute that it can't even provide enough to keep its people from starving to death supposed to raise an army? Even if the feudal lord can maintain some degree of military to defend his territory, the fact that there were people starving is all the proof one needs to prove that they don't have enough food. If the feudal lord intends to raise an army despite that, then the people will suffer. Hence, it only stands to reason that the feudal lord likely has the smallest army he can get away with. And that would also explain why he can't deal with the goblins, because he doesn't have enough hands. Still, if it were only an issue of having not enough soldiers, then he should still be able to ask for help from his neighbors. Of course, he would have to pay them compensation, and since it's considered the duty of a feudal lord to be able to defend his territory and people, he will also incur some shame. But as far as shame goes, I don't think there's a big difference between asking for help from other people because you're too weak to defend your territory and not asking for help and just accepting that you're not strong enough. If so, then the reason he can't ask for help must be because of his poor relationship with his neighbors. Word has it that the neighboring nobles are the culprits behind the harassment. Of course, I don't just plan on believing those rumors without proof. As the saying goes, a man's mouth cannot be kept shut. But regardless, it is possible that these rumors are going around because the people can feel the strain in the relationship between their lord and the surrounding nobles. Finally, supposing that the feudal lord does in fact have a poor relationship with his neighbors and is weak, then, Ryuma, after reaching this point, I recalled a story from my school days. There's no basis for it or anything. It's just that the situation is similar. That was a story from when I just entered middle school. A story where I happened upon a kid being bullied. That in itself wasn't noteworthy. If there were 100 schools, then even 1,000 such incidents would be too few. As the story goes, I saved the male student being bullied and asked him about his situation. It turns out that he and the bully were from the same school and that he was always being bullied. Now that he was a middle school student, he also wanted to graduate from being bullied. A month ago he started training at a karate dojo, so when he saw his bully that day, he told him that and was beaten harsher than usual. At that, all I could really think of was that he was the very picture of an honest fool who ended up digging a deeper hole for himself. I understand wanting to graduate from being bullied, and going to a karate dojo is fine too, but there was really no need for him to tell all that to his bully. It's true that you can't solve all your problems just by calling the teacher, but if you're going to try and solve your problem with strength, then at the very least, you should first gain enough strength or there's no point. I also believe it's best not to say anything to until after you've gotten strong enough. Trying to show off your strength or training when you've only just started is just going to get you beat up, since it's no different from telling your opponent, "I'm training so I can beat you up." You're only making your opponent wary of you and adding fuel to the flames. If the weaker one announces that he's going to fight back, the stronger one isn't going to just say, okay, and then wait for the weaker one to get stronger. The moment the weaker one shows signs of resisting, the stronger one will beat him up harder than before. The feudal lord might be in a similar situation. Ryuma, him looking for rice that could be cultivated in Fatma, inviting specialists, studying sumo personally, and showing interest in martial arts that suits the pig tribe could be him trying to improve his situation. Perhaps the issue isn't just that the feudal lord can't respond to the harassment but that he has no way to solve it at all, and he's just accumulating strength for the time being. If so, then stories of pearls or anything with similar value would only be a problem for him. In fact, it would be akin to gifting him a bomb. Just as Sararipita said, the pearl is too dangerous without enough strength. It would be best not to bring it up, but what's there is there, so someone might still notice it. Ryuma, but then again, Sararipita did say. Especially, in the Rafora kingdom where you reside. After all, it is a jewel that can't be harvested yet. For better or for worse, Sararipita is the kind of person to just say what he wants, so he's probably not lying. Moreover, he used the word yet. If I look at it from another perspective, oh. Ryuma, I heard footsteps. It's almost time for me to go, so let's wrap up my thoughts here for now. It's going to get busy again starting today. Chapter 209, The Village Festival and the Proposal for the Local Specialty, 1/3, Chapter 209, The Village Festival and the Proposal for the Local Specialty, 1/3, 3 days later. Evening. Most of the villagers had gathered at the village square. Bonfires, large pots, and tables could be found everywhere. On the tables were all sorts of dishes. Just as I heard on the boat yesterday, the Mousin blocked the river connecting downstream, and the numbers of the mud salamander greatly dwindled. Moreover, word from the fishing association came, informing Shikuma village and the other villages and fishermen that the fishing season was finally coming to a close. Presently, preparations are underway at the village square to celebrate the end of the fishing season. The ingredients to be used are either purchased from the town or from the last haul this year. It's already mostly done though, and it won't be long before the party starts. And, speak of the devil. The feudal lord is here. Villager, a male villager ran into the square to announce the arrival of the feudal lord. At that, the village headman and the rest of the village authorities gathered to welcome him. I mixed in with the crowd at the rearmost and headed to the beach. We got to the beach at roughly the same time as the feudal lord made land. Welcome. Village headman Dano, thank you for giving us such a warm welcome. Porco, after the feudal lord greeted the village headman, he greeted me next. And Ryuma-kun. Thank you for the invitation. I'm looking forward to tonight's festivities. Porco, thank you too for going out of your way to visit. Ryuma, a few days ago after cleaning the hot springs. When the feudal lord had given the task to clean the hot spring, he mentioned that he was also hoping to find a local specialty for his territory, but this request was only said in passing, as his main concern was the hot spring. After I cleaned the hot springs, I was reminded of the feudal lord's request, so I invited him to the end of fishing season festival, so I could give him a taste of my cooking. Of course, the feudal lord could have refused, but fortunately, he did not. Thanks to that, he can be with us tonight. Accompanying the feudal lord were the two dragon newts and Pigasan. There was also another male from the pig tribe with him. Along the way I found out that he was none other than the head chef of the count. The end of fishing season festival immediately started as soon as we got back to the square. There was no fixed time for when the festival would begin. It could start whenever everything was ready and everyone was present. This time the village headman and the feudal lord gave some opening remarks, but they were just perfunctory, and they didn't take much time. After that, at a corner of the village square, the feudal lord and his escorts were led to the special seat placed beside the idol I prayed to before. I had my special-made magic cooking tool set placed on the side. The head chef of the feudal lord was the first one to react. Oh! A sophisticated and portable magic cooking tool set. There are 4 large pots and a large stove that can be placed on an iron plate. Amazing. Head chef, I'm acquainted with a skilled craftsman, so I was able to get this custom made. I'm an adventurer, so there are times when I have to stay out in the wilds, but as much as possible I want to eat delicious food. Fortunately, I can use dimension magic, so carrying stuff that's a little bigger isn't a problem for me. Ryuma, Bufu, I see you're quite the gourmand too. I've seen many adventurers, but it's my first time seeing an adventurer walk around with something custom ordered like this. And that inscription. Is this from the recently renowned Dinome's Magic Tool Workshop? Porco, looks like the feudal lord also knows about Dinome's workshop. Eagle Eyes, Porco-sama. As you've said, this is indeed a product of Dinome's workshop. Ryuma, as a noble, it is only natural that I be aware of what's in vogue. Otherwise I won't be able to converse with other nobles. Porco, he sent me a wry smile that seemed to say, you understand, right? As I thought, being a noble must be tough. Now then, I shall be making the dish I wish to propose. Personally, I think it's delicious, but I shall leave you gentlemen to be the judge of that. I've already completed my preparations, so this won't take long. That being said, I also have other dishes prepared here for the festival's sake, so feel free to eat while waiting. Ryuma, I'm looking forward to it. What kind of dishes have you prepared? Porco, I would recommend the Odin over here. The villagers who tasted it say that it's like the common soup made extravagant. It has fish and tofu for its ingredients, as well as processed vegetables and root crops. If you eat it with grated horas, it has a taste akin to that of the soup common around these parts, giving it a familiar taste that's easy to like. Other than the Odin, there's also the ajidashi tofu, fried tofu, the hamburger tofu, and the inari sushi. I was only able to make these thanks to the cooperation of the tofu makers, Ryuma, Inari Sushi. Did you say Inari Sushi? Kikamaru, yes. Inari Sushi. Ryuma. One of the dragon newts looked like he couldn't wait anymore. If I recall correctly, he should be Kikamaru Dano. Just as I was wondering if he was fond of Inari Sushi, the feudal lord spoke. Kikamaru Dano can only eat certain food as part of his training. Porco, I see. Ryuma, well, it can't be helped if that's his belief. Would it have been better if I asked beforehand what they could and couldn't eat? Just as I was thinking that to myself. But there's an exception to everything. And one exception should be the Inari Sushi. Porco, yes. Inari Sushi, tempura, and sukiyaki, de gozaru. Kikamaru, that explanation shocked me. The exempted food were akin to a foreigner's image of Japan. It was then that I remembered about something I heard from a Seijai-san back when I'd just gotten out of Jimuru. The Dragon Newt village was founded by an otherworlder. And it was founded by a foreigner who had the wrong idea about Japan and samurai culture. Is that the reason why? That's good to hear then. At least you have something you can eat. By the way, there's sukiyaki too, and there's oil too, so we can prepare tempura too if you want. The end product might not be exactly the same as you remember them, though. Ryuma, oh my. In that case, could I have some inari sushi? And some sukiyaku and tempura too? Kikamaru, of course. Also, there are still other dishes like the ones that use rice, chimaki, cake wrapped in bamboo leaves, and takikomi gohan, rice seasoned and cooked with various ingredients. And there's also kinpira gobu, chopped burdock root cooked in sugar and soy sauce, deep-fried stuffed lotus root, and mustard-filled lotus root. Ryuma, we'll have one of everything. Then. Porco, all right then. Ryuma, I passed the feudal lord's order to the village headman and had him prepare it. Meanwhile, those that were already prepared beforehand were either added into the soup or steamed or fried or deep-fried. I see you added the minced fish and crushed tofu as is and just mixed everything along with the vegetables before frying. With so many ingredients, one can never have enough. This lightly deep-fried tofu's coating is full of flavor. It has a gentle taste to it. Pigu, this deep-fried stuffed lotus root is great. I've always been a sucker for lotus roots. Porco, I've always found inari sushi mysterious since I never saw it back at my hometown, but I have to say, it's pretty good. Kikamaru, the takikomi gohan and the kinpura can be found at the village too. This taste. It's so nostalgic, Dagawasu, Teriyuzan, as the feudal lord and the rest of his entourage gave their praise for the food, I prepared the sauce for the finishing touch. It's ready. Sorry to keep you waiting. This here is the dish I wish to propose. It's called gyoza. Ryuma, Chapter 209.2, The Village Festival and the Proposal for the Local Specialty, 2/3, Chapter 209, The Village Festival and the Proposal for the Local Specialty, 2/3. I glanced at the table before me. Just a while ago, there were all sorts of food on top, but now, they were all mostly finished. I put away the empty plates and lined up new ones. The wrappers seem to be made from kneading wheat and then frying them. I see there are multiple variants too. Some have been added into soup, while others were deep-fried or steamed. Regardless, they're all basically the same thing. Head chef, indeed, but depending on the method used, the resulting product could be called boiled gyoza, pan-fried gyoza, deep-fried gyoza, or steamed gyoza. I have a pair of father and daughter from Zilmer working at one of my stores, and apparently, they have food like this there too. Ryomua, oh. So this is Zilmer cuisine. Let me have a bite. Porco, I've prepared 8 types of sauce, so please use whichever you like. Ryoma, the feudal lord and his entourage simultaneously ate the different gyozas. Ofu, umo. It's hot. And delicious. Porco, indeed. When I bite into this pan-fried gyoza, the fat of the meat steadily seeps out. Head chef, this boiled gyoza pairs well with soup and has a mellow taste. Kakamaru, I like the texture of the deep-fried gyoza, Dagawasu. Teriyuzan, everyone compared the various types of gyoza and gave their impression of them. But the feudal lord wore a disappointed look on his face, but that was only a given. After all, the gyozas that I made were really simple. These certainly taste good, but, porco, these can't become a local specialty like this. Pigu, indeed. This gyoza is made by wrapping meat and vegetables with a wrapper made from wheat. The steamed gyoza's wrapper appears to be made from rice, but most of the ingredients aren't local to this region. They must have been purchased from the stores in town, who likely sourced it from other places. Goods from other places are already being traded around these parts to some extent, but regardless, food that was made using ingredients sourced from elsewhere can't become a local specialty. But I'm sure you understand that, Ryoma. If so, then. Are you saying that we should make these gyoza using ingredients local to our region? Porco, I was just about to say that, but Porco-sama was a step ahead. As eagle-eyed as ever, Porco-sama. Just as you've said, tonight I merely intend to propose, and these gyozas are but examples to that end. Examples of a simple but diverse dish. Ryoma, diverse. Porco, as you've mentioned, these are made by kneading wheat flour and then filling them with bean paste. This time around I used pork and vegetables, but the ratio I followed isn't set in stone. What's more is that even the ingredients themselves can be changed. So long as the wrapper is made from grain flour, there won't be a problem. In fact, the wrappers of the steamed gyoza and the boiled gyoza were made using rice. Although I chose these wrappers purely out of personal preference, this does show that there are at least 2 options for the wrappers. Moreover, the wrapper can be made in 4 different ways. You can boil them, fry them, steam them, or even deep fry them. And even the sauce can be prepared in so many ways that tonight I was able to produce 8 variants. There's no end to the combinations one could come up with regarding the filling, so we'll skip that part, but even then, with just the wrappers, the cooking method, and the sauce, you can already come up with as much as 64 different combinations. Of course, you can also choose not to eat the gyoza with sauce. And then the combination of the filling can still be changed. When you consider all of that, the possibility is simply endless. Ryomua, that certainly rouses the interest. A dish whose taste can be changed infinitely. Porco, I think so too. That's why I had everyone in the village make their own gyoza. Ryoma, what? Porco, I turned to the village headman, and from the looks of things they're finished preparing, as he walked up to me. My lord, the villagers have prepared their own gyoza after hearing from him. We don't know if it'll be to your liking, but won't you have some? Village headman, by all means, please allow me to taste the gyozas the villagers have come up with. Porco, and so, the original gyozas and the villagers who made them appeared before the feudal lord one after another. The first to present her dish was a grandmother. She appeared before the feudal lord while supported by her grandchild. So this is gyoza boiled in Hora's soup. It's warm and soft. Porco, thank you, my lord. My husband and I are already at this age. Hard food isn't something we can easily afford to eat anymore because of our teeth, and because we've already gotten used to the taste of soup, I decided to make it like this. Grandma, the second to appear, was a male fisherman. He had a good constitution, but he looked really nervous. My lord, I normally don't cook well, so I don't know if why you'll like it, but, fisherman, ha ha ha. This pan-fried gyoza is indeed misshapen, but it doesn't taste bad. Porco, thank you very much. My wife is pregnant, so I wanted to make a dish that was as nourishing as possible. Fisherman, the third one, was a woman with a great body. She was overflowing with confidence and was the most unreserved of the bunch. Oh! This is great. The elastic freshwater shrimp. The finely chopped locust root. The firm texture. It's perfect. Porco, after that the 4 or 5 more people came and offered their gyoza to the feudal lord. By the end of it, the feudal lord didn't know which dish to pick. They all taste good. I also understand now why you call this dish diverse, but now I'm at a loss. Porco, my lord, I don't think there's any need to narrow the dishes down to just one. Ryuma, and why is that? Porco, wouldn't it be fine if the various villages of Fatma territory just made their own version of gyoza according to the ingredients local to them? After all, even if this whole territory is known as Fatma territory, it's not as if all the villages are blessed in the same way. In this village, for example, although there's a lot of freshwater fish here, there's not much meat to go around. But in the outer parts of Fatma territory or those near the neighboring territories, aren't there places where it's easier to source meat, vegetables, and wheat flour? Ryuma, yes. There are certainly areas like those. And as you've said, there are certainly differences in food. Now that I think about it, there are probably places within the territory that could produce the meat gyoza you made earlier. I see. If each place comes up with its own version, then a taste local to each place will naturally appear. And if that could rouse the interest of the merchants and nobles passing by, it might just be enough to reinvigorate the region. Porco, the famed Utsunomiya and Hanamatsu cities are a thing in Japan, after all, and I've never heard of anyone hating gyoza either. If the feudal lord could get the people within his territory competing with each other, he might just be able to bring life to the whole Fatma territory. I think there's plenty of potential here. Chapter 209.3, The Village Festival and the Proposal for the Local Specialty, 3/4, Chapter 209, The Village Festival and the Proposal for the Local Specialty, 3/4. Another thing worth mentioning is that I've noticed abandoned buildings here and there along the road. They seem to have been developed to accommodate travelers. I asked the feudal lord about those. Those were built by my dad when the roads were being built. Their lodging meant for the workers. They served their purpose when the roads were completed, so we could demolish them now, but it would take us considerable effort. In the end, we decided to just leave them alone. Besides, it rains frequently in this region, so we figured leaving them be would do the travelers some good. Do you have something in mind? Porco, personally, I think it's a waste to just leave all those structures like that. Porco-sama will have to deal with various problems like hiring personnel, but I think he could turn those places into something akin to the parking areas or drive-through from my previous life. In order to spread word of a local specialty, a lot of people need to taste it. People have to eat even if they're in a hurry, and even if they're going to be eating inside their carriage, I'm sure there's a big difference between eating dried meat and freshly made gyoza. Boiled gyoza might be tricky, but if it's fried, deep-fried, or steamed gyoza, then depending on how they're prepared, I think it can work out. Actually, I've also been worrying about those abandoned structures along the highway. We can't let bandits or other ruffians take root in them, so we've been sending people to patrol the roads irregularly, but perhaps it would be best to station someone soon. Porco, the feudal lord's reaction was surprisingly good when I told him about my idea about turning those abandoned structures into places akin to parking areas or drive-thrus. Also, listening to the feudal lord reminded me of the police boxes back in my previous life. You could station 1 or 2 guards in them. In my opinion, just having a few guards around to consult when needed is a lot more reassuring than having none. Ryuma, I think so too. And gyoza isn't that hard to cook in the first place. Among the people who submitted their own take on the gyoza, there was even a guy who rarely cooked. If a guy like that could cook gyoza after being taught a little, then spreading the method to cook gyoza to the rest of the villages shouldn't be difficult. Porco, yes. Moreover, there seem to be a lot of ingredients in Fatma territory that's not being used. Ryuma, like crabs or octopuses or creatures resembling squids and sea cucumbers. Even back at Earth, octopuses were known as devilfish, and there were even foreign countries that at one point never considered eating them. Of course, there's no harm in refusing to eat squid or other similar creatures. That's the food culture in those places, after all. Not wanting to eat something because of its appearance is in itself a part of the development of a food culture. Sometimes people don't want to eat something because of how an ingredient looks. But if you look at it another way, if they just can't see how the ingredient looks, maybe they'll be more inclined to eat it. Ryuma, now that you mention it, when making gyoza you have to crush the meat first and then wrap it with gyoza wrapper. What's more is that gyozas are small enough to be eaten whole, so the ingredients looking weird will never be an issue. Foo ha 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 ha. Fugo. Porco, the feudal lord suddenly started laughing, and then just as abruptly snorted. Because of that the villagers all turned to us. The feudal lord didn't seem to mind that one bit and continued. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm impressed you were able to think this far. Countless chefs and proud housewives have sent me their recipes, but you're the first one to go as far as to think of how to sell the product. But then again, I'd only asked for recipes, so I guess that shouldn't come as a surprise. I know I was the one who asked you to come up with a local specialty, but I never expected that you'd be able to come up with an answer like this at your age. As expected of the barley tea sage, I suppose. I know you don't like to be called as such, but the situation just begs for it. Hang on. I suppose given the situation we're in, it would be more apt to refer to you as the barley tea and gyoza sage. Porco, why was my title turned into something I would want to eat during summertime? Porco-sama doesn't look like he's joking, though. There'll be a lot of preparations and circumstances to consider on my end, so I can't decide right away, but I'll consider your proposition. It was truly a convincing proposition. Thank you. Porco, I'm unworthy of your word, my lord. Besides, the only reason I was able to propose this idea was because of the hot spring job you gave me. If not for that, I would have at most proposed a hot pot that made use of the ingredients that could be found around here, such as fish and tofu. Oh. I'm curious how that will taste all the same, but I'm even more curious how the hot springs could have given you the idea. If I recall correctly, we talked about all sorts of things that day. Porco, if a reason had to be given, it would have to be the graffiti map in that hot spring shed that was outfitted with nothing but the bare necessities. If you've ever tried to draw a map yourself, you'll find that it's surprisingly hard to draw one. Of course, it's not as difficult if you're just going to be drawing the area around your house or a place that you frequent, but drawing a map of the entire region plus its main roads and geographical features. Unless you know the whole region like the back of your hand, that's not something that one should easily be able to do. At the very least, I can't do it. And while it's true that a feudal lord should know his territory in and out, why would he hang a map of his territory at the top of a mountain in what is otherwise a private space? Is it that important? Is there a special reason behind it? The map was detailed, so I was able to find out that the mountain was not just one of the few mountains in Fatma territory, but also the tallest. In other words, the peak of that mountain provided the highest and most extensive view of the region. Just how much did the late feudal lord love his people and region for him to have his grave built on the peak of such a mountain? According to the map, the road I passed through made up only a tiny portion of the region. There should be no mistaking that. After all, I went straight to Shikumu in order to participate in the mud salamander job. I didn't take any detours. When I saw that map and spoke to Piga-san, I found out for the first time that there were hot springs other than the one on that mountain. I've been having a great time at Shikumu village, but this region still has plenty of charm I've yet to see. When I thought about it like that, my perspective gradually changed. Ryuma. Chapter 209.4, The Village Festival and the Proposal for the Local Specialty, April 5, Chapter 209, The Village Festival and the Proposal for the Local Specialty, April 5. Before long, I figured that since I didn't know enough to come up with a local specialty for Fatma, I should just get the people who did know enough to come up with one instead. After that I considered many things, such as the reason behind coming up with a local specialty and the objectives one wished to accomplish with it. While thinking about those things, in the end, the answer I came to was the gyoza. As a result, I ended up troubling you, Porco-sama, and even the villagers. Ryuma. What do you mean? Porco, do you remember what I asked you before going back from the hot springs? Ryuma, yes, you had me promise to visit Shikumu today. You don't mean, Porco, yes, the village didn't even know about my plan when I invited you. It was only after that I got their permission. Ryuma, I feel really bad about that. After all, an outsider like me just went and invited the feudal lord to participate in their festival without consulting anyone. The invitation had already been given, so the villagers couldn't say no anymore. After all, it wasn't like they could actually tell the feudal lord not to come. To make things worse, I even had the gall to get them to make gyoza for the sake of my presentation. Seriously. Even shamelessness should have its limits. Overcome with guilt, I implored them to let me help me out in various things. They were taken aback by that, but... You're the type who completely loses sight of his surroundings when focused, huh? Porco, yes. Fortunately, the villagers were kind enough to be so accepting of me despite that. Ryuma, as my eyes naturally drifted toward the village headman, my head also naturally found itself bowing. I was shocked at first, but it was an honor for the feudal lord to partake in our festivities. Moreover, we're deeply indebted to the previous lord, that's especially true for the older generation like me, so if anything, we're glad to make ourselves useful. And besides, you donated high-quality beef for our festival and even erected a barrier to keep the village square warm. No one's angry with you at all. In fact, everyone's thankful for your help. So instead of worrying about something like that, you should just enjoy the festival. My lord and good sirs as well. There are plenty of food to go around, so please enjoy yourselves. Village headman, I really can't thank these people enough. Anyhow, it's good that everything ended well. By the way, there's a kid who's been looking at us since a while ago. Does he have business with you, Ryuma? Porco, huh? Ryuma, when I followed the feudal lord's eyes, I spotted Nikki. It wasn't just me who looked at him, so poor Nikki couldn't help but panic. He looked like he didn't know what to do, so I called him over. My lord. I've been getting along with this child lately, and he's been helping me all this time. Ryuma, oh, really? What's his name? Porco, it's Nikki. Ryuma, I see. Nikki, huh? Thank you for your help. Thanks to you I was able to eat a lot of delicious food. Porco, really? Hee hee. Nikki was unusually nervous, but he seems happy. Just as I was thinking that to myself, suddenly. There's still more delicious stuff to come, right? Onii-chan. Nikki, huh? Ryuma, oh, is there still something else? Porco, what is Nikki-kun talking about? I've already presented all the food I made. I'm talking about that. That. Didn't you make a lot preparations for an experiment? You even used the slime that evolved. Nikki, are you referring to ash drying? Ryuma, actually, another slime evolved these past 3 days. It was the ash-eating slime that I found inside my charcoal pot. It's been quietly eating ash all this time, but we were recently able to acquire a huge amount of ash from the hearth thrown away by the families. After eating all of that, it successfully evolved into a slime of ash. Its name and skills are as follows. Ash slime, skills, scatter LV3 clump LV3 absorb moisture LV5 dry LV5 sterilize LV3 digest LV1 absorb LV2 split LV2 Unlike all the slimes until now, the ash slime doesn't appear to have a drop of moisture in it and looks just like a slime made out of smooth and dry ash. The skills scatter, clump, absorb moisture, dry, and sterilize are probably because of its body's characteristics. Its body flutters about every time it moves or the wind blows, but the ash immediately gathers afterwards. Also, unlike other slimes, it doesn't drink water. Strictly speaking, it can drink if it wants, but the amount of fluid it needs is so little that the moisture in the air and the ground is more than enough. On the other hand, it can't handle that much water. Fortunately, it does have the dry skill, so it can still deal with excess moisture. As long as I don't throw it into a tub of water or keep spraying it, it should be fine. It has the absorb moisture skill, so I think it might be able to serve as a dehumidifier. But other than the dehumidifier, there was another way I thought it could be used. That method is none other than the ash drying that Nikki-kun mentioned. I can't remember exactly when it was in my past life, but once upon a time, a colleague of mine came back from a business trip with a souvenir. It was an ash-dried product made using volcanic ash. When I remembered that, I decided to give it a try myself. The ash slime feeds on firewood and charcoal, and not on volcanic ash. I just tried it out as an experiment, so I can't guarantee the taste. Unfortunately, the feudal lord is already too interested and is giving me that interested look of his. It can't be helped. I can't guarantee the taste, but if you insist. Ryuma, huh? I know there's the ash-dried products too, but weren't you also talking about how delicious eel, scorpion fish, and pufferfish are? Nikki. Ryuma, I saw you, you know. When you got the slime feed from the processing plant, you took out some of the small fishes and used the bloody slime to check which ones didn't have parasites, and then stealthily cut them. Didn't you cut those for tonight? Nikki, you were watching. Ryuma, Chapter 209.5, The Village Festival and the Proposal for the Local Specialty, 5/5, Chapter 209, The Village Festival and the Proposal for the Local Specialty, 5/5, those 3 fishes were supposedly inedible because they're poisonous. It was really bugging me, so I wanted to know if I could sort them out by relying on identify and the poison slime. Of course, there was no guaranteeing the taste after rendering them safe for consumption, so I stealthily tasted them. I'd intended on being discreet about it, but who would have thought Nikki-kun was watching me the whole time? Heh. It seems you were hoping not to get caught, but you forget that I'm a prankster expert. Nikki, I can't believe I'm being put in the same group as a prankster now, Ryuma, and so, I had to explain the situation to the feudal lord and the others who had no idea what was going on. And I'm sure you're dying to taste it now, aren't you? Ryuma, but of course. Poisonous food aren't eaten and are thrown away precisely because they're poisonous. If there's actually a way to eat them and they turn out to be really delicious, then our food supply will increase and my people's lives will improve. Hence, as a feudal lord, I am very interested in your findings. If it's possible at all, I would love to try eating these poisonous fish. Porco, I'm also curious, village headman, even the village headman was interested. What's more is that we have plenty of the necessary ingredients and seasonings since we purchased them recently from town. It might be because they got the help of a dragon newt specialist, but they had a lot of Japanese seasoning stocked up like miso and soy sauce. Anyway, with all that, there was just no way for me to refuse. All right then. I'll use identify and make sure that the food isn't poisonous. Ryuma, yes. I'm aware this is still an experimental dish. Be at ease and just throw me what you've got. Porco, I took out the ingredient from my dimension home. If you don't mind, I'd love to help out too. Head chef, I took the head chef on his offer and we started working on the food. Before long we served heated ash-dried red mullet, scorpion fish tempura, unseasoned grilled eel and eel broiled in soy sauce, pufferfish sashimi, boiled pufferfish dish, and hot sake with grilled pufferfish fins. As a result. And here I was wondering what would happen to the fish after you buried it in ash. Can I have another? Village head, this is delicious, Dagawasu. Teriyuzan, indeed. This has been skillfully cut and the meat inside so fluffy. It's really delicious, Dagozaru. It would be a waste not to eat something so delicious. Please give me another fish, some vegetable tempuras and other side dishes too. Kikamaru, delicious. There are no bones to worry about and it doesn't stink of mud at all. Just how did you prepare this? Pigu, it'll taste even better if you cover it in sauce. This boiled puffer fish dish is really sophisticated, and this sake with heated puffer fish fin has really good umami. I can't believe we've left such good food to waste just because we were scared of the poison. Porco, everyone happily ate the properly prepared and seasoned eel, scorpion fish, and pufferfish. That's good and all, but we don't have any ash-dried fish left. I've fried the assortment of tempuras. The eel was prepared by letting it rest for 3 days in fresh water and removed the mud from inside it. Its bones are hard, so when handling it, you need to finely cut up. Ryuma-kun. I'll explain everything later, so just focus on the food for now. Head chef, all right. But just remember that as delicious as pufferfish are, you have to be careful with the poison. Ryuma, don't worry. I won't forget. Porco, after hearing the feudal lord's reply, I went back to cooking. As for why Hey, can we taste those ash-dried fish of yours too? Villager 1, 1 puffer fish sashimi please. Villager 2, tempura for me. Villager 3, do you still have any grilled or broiled eel left? Villager 4, that's because the smell coming from all the food, especially the smell coming from the broiled eel, had attracted all the villagers. The feudal lord did announce prior to just relax and have fun, so before anyone knew it, the crowd around us was already just like the crowds around popular food carts. Ooh ha 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 ha. This is awesome. Villager 5, these bastards are always eating through our nets, but starting next year, we're going to be eating you. Villager 6, we need more sake. Villager 7, anything's fine, so just keep them dishes coming. Villager 8, ugh, we're out of ingredients. Ah, we're out of pufferfish. The next batch of scorpion fish is also the last. Head chef, how about some eel instead? Ryuma, we still have some eel, but at this rate. Ah, but if I turn it into hitsumabushi, chopped kabayaki eel on rice, I just might be able to serve it to more people. Right. There are still some meat gyoza left, so I should serve those. It's a rare opportunity, so I might as well use the extra rice to make fried rice. We should also have some shapaya among the preserved food we bought at town. If I let it rest in the deodorizing liquid of the deodorant slime, wash it, and then fry it in sesame oil, I should be able to turn it into a snack. There's not enough sake. The fruit wine I made by soaking fruits in the drunk slime's alcohol should do. Maybe I can make a cocktail too. Hey, we have some excess ingredients. If you want, you can use them. May, thank you. Ryuma, May-san brought some of her excess food ingredients over. What a huge help. With this we can still fight. I don't know if it's because of the atmosphere brought about by the festival, but the villagers that kept on coming started to have a strange tension about them. Still, it's unexpectedly fun. I make what I can with the ingredients at hand and offer them to the guests. Like this the night gradually grew late. Chapter 210.1, Wish and Warning After the Festival, 1/3, Chapter 210, Wish and Warning After the Festival, January 3rd, late at night, when an exhausted child and a drunk adult went home, the festival too came to an end. The village headman went to the beach to see the feudal lord and his group off. We'll be fine here. I had a lot of fun today. Thank you. Feudal lord, likewise. Thank you for enjoying the village festivities, my lord. Village headman, I see. Ryuma, the feudal lord smiled, but for a moment he tottered. Whoops, looks like I drank a little too much today. Ryuma-kun. Feudal lord, yes. Ryuma, I want to sober up before getting on the boat, can you accompany me for a bit? Feudal lord, of course. Ryuma, thank you. Village headman. Feudal lord, my lord, please allow me to excuse myself here. At my age, the chill of the night wind is simply too harsh. Village headman, I see. My apologies. Pigu, it shouldn't take long for me to sober up, so can you get the boat ready with everyone? Yes, my lord. Pigu, the village headman went back to the village, while Pigu-san and the others left to prepare the boat. Only the feudal lord and I were left at the beach. With only the sound of the wind and the waves audible, the feudal lord took a large breath. Phew. What a nice night breeze. Ryuma-kun, aren't you cold? As you can see, I'm pretty fat, so this level of cold is just at the right level for me. Porco, I'm fine, my lord. If it were really cold, I could just use barrier magic to stave it off. Ryuma, oh, I see. Feudal lord, the feudal lord rubbed his stomach and laughed. As I've mentioned earlier, I really had fun today. Thank you for allowing me to eat so many delicious food. Porco, it's my pleasure, my lord. Ryuma, I was completely absorbed in gorging myself, so I'd forgotten about it, but I just realized that I never really spoke to you about the reward of the request concerning food. Is there anything you want? Porco, if I had to say, then. Oh, but wasn't this matter spread throughout the region? If so, then shouldn't a reward have already been decided for completing it? The ash-dried cooking method and the method of preparing 3 kinds of fishes that couldn't be eaten because they were poisonous and did not taste good. The same could be said for the gyoza, but in any case, there's no way I could just give you the reward for one recipe when you've given me so much information that could start new industries. If the other nobles were to get wind of this, they'll laugh at me, saying that I couldn't even give you an honest evaluation and properly compensate you. To be honest, it requires a considerable amount of investment to start something new. Of course, I don't mind paying with cash, but you don't seem like you care much for it, so if there's some way I can make things more convenient for you and pay you through that, I would be most grateful. Porco, now that he mentions it. Reinhardt-san and Puro-san previously mentioned that technology is a treasure. But, frankly speaking, the feudal lord is something I want. The things that come to mind now are: in that case, please make sure to get word around of those things I warned regarding the preparation of poisonous fishes. Ryuma, thanks to my enormous mana pool, I was able to rely on my identify spell and my poison slime to distinguish which was safe to eat, but after all, they really are poisoned. Ryuma, the villagers should also be aware of the poison. After all, even the children are being strictly warned by their parents about it. So if anything, I think people accepting these poisonous fishes as edible will be the harder part. Porco, well, I guess that's true. Although, thanks to the festivities tonight, there were a lot of people who ate them. Of the 3 poisonous fishes, the most famous of them was the eel. The aroma of the kabayaki was strong, and they were probably also less reluctant to eat it since according to Nikki-kun, when there's nothing to eat, we just endure the taste and make do with it. The second most popular was the scorpion fish, while the fish with the strongest poison, the pufferfish, was the least popular. As expected, most people kept their distance from it. Just like how it's common sense in regions other than Fatma territory not to eat okuta, octopus, and water spiders, crabs, it's common sense in Fatma territory not to eat eel, scorpion fish, and pufferfish. Older people were especially averse to them. Of course, now that the villagers know how tasty they are, they need to be careful, but you did warn the mayor during the festival. With new knowledge and technology comes the danger of misusing it, being reckless with it, and a lack of understanding. But if all we do is fear, then we won't be able to grow or develop. The knowledge you gave us have the possibility to improve these villagers' lives. As such, it is only right that we put it to good use by sharing it with others and monitoring its use. Coming up and implementing laws to ensure that is another job for politicians such as myself. As the feudal lord of this region, I'll make sure that people are properly warned and taught the correct methods to prepare the fishes. Porco, seeing the feudal lord speak so seriously, reassured me. In that case, please take a look at this. Ryuma, I took out a bundle of documents from my item box and passed it to him. Is this the preparation method of the poisonous fishes? Porco, it's a record of my findings when I was experimenting. For example, about the fish I called eel. From its sharp teeth and when I handled its bone, I noticed that it resembled another kind of fish called garden eel. It still stinks of mud even after leaving it out for just a day, so it can't be eaten yet. On the second day, most of the stench has left, etc. Anyway, this bundle of documents contains my findings. I explained and demonstrated the preparation methods to the head chef, but I've also written everything in there. They may not be needed immediately, but there are also things I haven't told the head chef about there. Ryuma, this is a huge help, and I'd love to accept this, but then the scales will tip toward my side again. With this I won't have compensated you at all. Porco, Ryuma, Chapter 210.2, Wish and Warning After the Festival, February 2nd, Chapter 210, Wish and Warning After the Festival, February 2nd, WL, this is kind of like an omake for the cooking methods. Anne. Oh, right. My lord. Can I have some of the bamboos growing beside the hot springs? Ryuma, if I recall correctly, I spoke to the feudal lord about bamboo shoots a few days ago. Bamboos can be used to make charcoal or to craft things with. They're very convenient grasses. I should be able to create a place just for them somewhere in the mines. When I said that, the feudal lord stared at me, then heaved a breath. So you don't want anything. As you've seen before, bamboos grow everywhere. We're not using them for anything, so feel free to take as many as you want with you. Is there nothing else you want? Porco, in that case, how about I just ask for money? When I think of something that might have value. I heard that on top of fishes, Fatma also had pottery for its local specialties. Ryuma, yes. We do have plenty of clay here, after all. Do you want some pottery? When I cooked at the village, the earthenware pots looked really easy to use. I want to purchase a couple and take them back with me. Also, wood and metal are more popular back at Jimuru, so earthenwares might actually be rare goods there. I could buy a few and bring some to Surge-san's store. And if there are some good ones, I could decorate the reception office of my store with them. Unfortunately, I don't really have any sense for aesthetics, so I don't really know. In that case, I can gift you one of the jars I have back at my mansion. It's worth quite a bit, so you should be able to decorate your store with it. I can also introduce you to a potter I'm friendly with, so you can buy as much as you want from him. He's an honest potter, he should be more than willing to accommodate you if you wish to consult with him. Potter, when I told the feudal lord what I had in mind, he immediately arranged everything for me. Thank you very much. Ryuma, don't worry about it. I'm just compensating you for everything you've done. And Reinhardt did ask me to help you too. Porco, yes. Ryuma, foo. Oh, right. You remember what I said when I talked about my relationship with Reinhardt? Porco, yes. You're Reinhardt-san's senpai, right? And since Reinhardt-san was Reinbach-sama's son, the people around him all looked at him with biased eyes, which inconvenienced him greatly. Ryuma, exactly. My dad also achieved greatness by building the roads in these lands, but Reinbach-sama's achievements went beyond that. The weight Reinhardt inherited must have been equally great. What's more is that the Duke's family has a lot of enemies. Porco, I suppose that's to be expected. Ryuma, the nobles are always fighting among themselves, and there's plenty to be envious about too. Porco, it's a common story. Especially the pedigree of the Duke's family and the history and authority that comes with it. Not to mention, Reinbach-sama's personal achievements in the matter of forming a contract with the divine beast. So long as he's alive, no one will probably come to pick a fight with them, but recently, there's been a lot of rumors of Reinhardt's territory being turbulent. Porco. Ryuma, he's a brilliant man. When we were still students, he was always within the top 5 regardless what field it was. But what allowed him to accomplish that was the great effort of many people. Reinhardt wasn't a genius. Of course, he wasn't incompetent either, so it's not as if he didn't have any talent, but... No. This isn't really what I wanted to talk about. Porco, the feudal lord gazed at the night sky for a few seconds, then started talking again. I'm not asking this as a lord. This is a personal request. As much as possible, please help Reinhardt. He's a brilliant man, but he can't handle the administration of his fief alone. What's more is that he's the sort to carry all of his worries alone. Porco, really? Ryuma. Does he not appear that way? Porco, a little, actually. I mean, if anything, the one who doesn't rely enough on others is me. In fact, I've caused him a lot of worries because of that. When I told Porco-sama that. Pooh. Puhaha. Puga. Porco, it's the usual pattern where he snorts from laughing too much. Sorry. But, still. Coo. I see, so he told you to rely on others, did he? I guess it's only natural that he would no longer be the same as back then. Was he able to fix that bad habit of not relying on others then? Even though he almost got crushed because of that. Or maybe it's precisely because he's experienced it for himself that he advised you that. Fuha. Porco, the feudal lord, became a lot more cheerful after I told him that. He happily nodded. Fu. If there are people around him that he can rely on, then I can be at ease. And if you can also be there for him, then all the more so. After working with you, I've come to realize that the way you see things is different from us. Also, that you know many things. It's only natural that Reinhardt wants you. If not for that letter of introduction from him, I would love to employ you myself. Porco, it's an honor, I was about to tell him, but then. But that's all the more reason you should be careful. Porco, the feudal lord, stopped smiling and looked me in the eye with a grave atmosphere. I gave you 2 jobs. I'd mentioned that it was because I heard about the rumors of the barley tea sage, remember? In other words, even if one didn't know about the adventurer from Jimuru named Ryuma-kun, word of you has traveled far enough that if someone wanted to investigate you, they could summon the Semeroid troop like I did or send their subordinate to investigate you in Jimuru. Reinhardt warned me, so I won't ask about your accomplishments, but there are many people in this world who would stain their hands if it meant fattening their purse. That's true even for nobles. After all, not everyone is like me or Reinhardt. Porco, what have you done so far? He says, but I feel like he knows more than he's letting on. This is a warning. Thank you for your warning. I'll be careful. Ryuma, yes. Since you've managed to form a relationship with Reinhardt, you should use his authority well. Porco, the feudal lord, stretched his body. Now then, I should be mostly sober now. It's not good to stay out for too long. Porco, as though he's done saying his piece, the feudal lord started preparing to go home. Perhaps, sobering himself was just an excuse and what he really wanted to do was to warn me. If so, then he has my gratitude. Oh, right. Ryuma-kun. When are you going back to Jimuru? Porco, I have to prepare first and I have to buy some souvenirs. I also still have to catch myself a mud slime, so I should still be here for a few days. I'm concerned about the bad rumors surrounding Reinhardt-san's fief, though. A trustworthy man like Karm-san is taking care of my store and Fei-san and the others are there too, so it's probably fine, but I should push forward my schedule. I'm going to be preparing as much as I can tomorrow, so the earliest I can leave would be the day after tomorrow. Ryuma, I see. In that case, I'll talk to the pottery store first thing in the morning tomorrow. I'll leave our houses jar with them too, so you should pick it up from there. The end of the year is a time for socializing, so we have a lot of preparations to do too. Porco, I understand. Thank you for helping me despite your busy schedule. Ryuma, likewise. It was fun, Ryuma-kun. Well then. Porco, the feudal lord, left me the name of the store, then got on his boat and left through the lake. Chapter 211.1, A Hurried Departure, 1/2, Chapter 211, A Hurried Departure, 1/2, It's been 2 days since the end of fishing season festival. I finished my shopping needs yesterday, so my goal for today is to catch the mud slimes. Sararipita said that I could find them if I used mud magic, but to be honest, I've never used it. But I have seen it before, and I know that it's just a fusion of water magic and earth magic. I've used fusion spells before too, so I should be able to make it work if I give it a try. Oni-chan. Over here. Nikki, early in the morning, Nikki and I entered the forest and went to a place where the ground was especially muddy. All right. Let's get to it then. Ryuma, mud magic. Mud is basically a combination of water and earth. Water magic uses water-type mana, while earth magic uses earth-type mana. I mix the two types of mana and let it soak into the mud. For the spell I'm using, I imagine waves forming on the mud just like with the water spell wave. If I were to give a name to this spell, it would be Mud Wave. Ryuma, the moment I casted the spell, a small ripple formed on the surface of the mud that then turned into a wave of mud. The mud wave pushed into the surrounding trees and engulfed them. It was then that they appeared. Yua. Oni-chan, they're here. Nikki, yeah. I didn't expect there to be so many. Ryuma, just as I thought that the choppy mud was moving strange, one mud dumpling after another started appearing. With just a cursory glance, I'd say there's about 30 of them. They looked like they were about to fall apart due to too much water, but they still hurriedly wriggled away from us. Let's catch them. Do it just like we planned. Ryuma, all right. Nikki, on land, the mud slimes were as slow as the other slimes. On second thought, they're even slower than them. Nikki-kun scooped them up one after and threw them into the jars I took out from my item box. There were a lot more of them than expected, so some were able to assimilate the mud again, but we still managed to catch 27. Using Monster Identify, Mud Slime, Skills, Scatter LV3 Clump LV3 Moisturize LV5 Digest LV1 Absorb LV2 Split LV2 Assimilate, Mud, LV5 Wow, Ryuma, Oni-chan, did you learn anything? Nikki, yeah, its skill set is similar to the ash slimes. Ryuma, Scatter and Clump haven't changed, but it has Moisturize in place of Dry. Of special note is the Assimilate, Mud. It's my first time seeing a skill with parentheses. These are probably meant to indicate that it can only assimilate mud. Anyhow, with this I've managed to acquire another slime. And since I was able to catch nearly 30 in just one go, we might be able to catch enough to form a big or huge mud slime. I want to gather some more. I told Nikki-kun that, and, in that case, let's keep looking. Nikki, he happily agreed. And so we ran around the forest for a few hours. It was easy finding the mud slimes with mud magic. They pretty much bit at every cast, although we weren't exactly fishing. We took a break from time to time, but while I was only intending to change locations and catch as many as we could without pushing ourselves too much, we were able to catch over 600 slimes and successfully form a contract with them. Regardless where I casted the spell, at least 4 to 5 mud slimes would come out every time. There were so many of them it made me wonder if most of the mud around here were just mud slimes. Ah. Nikki, what's the matter? Ryuma, look, over there. Nikki, it's your secret base tree. Ryuma, I turned to the direction Nikki-kun pointed at, and there I saw the tree he hid in when he ran away from home. Wait here for a bit. I'll be right back. Nikki-kun entered the roots of the tree where his secret base was. Meanwhile, I sat on the thick roots while wondering to myself what he was doing. 2 minutes later, Nikki-kun came out with something in his arms. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oni-chan, I'll give these to you. Nikki, these are. Ryuma, from a glance, they looked like a handful of different-sized rocks. These are humid light stones. They can be found inside mud, but if you wet them, they'll glow in dark places. These are some super rare stones, you know. Nikki, wow. Ryuma, come to think of it, during that incident, there was a light source inside his secret base. I wasn't looking carefully back then, but it seems the light back then was due to these. But why would he give these to me? Oni-chan, you're going back today, right? You taught me all sorts of stuff, so I'm giving these to you to celebrate. Besides, I don't need them anymore. Nikki, you don't need them anymore. Ryuma, to be honest, these stones really give me that fantasy stone feeling, so I'm very interested in them, and having them would indeed make me happy. But why does he not need them anymore? Doesn't he need them to light his secret base? Children are still allowed in this part of the forest, but it's still a considerable distance away from the village, right? Nikki, that's true. Ryuma, it would be dangerous if something like before were to happen again. My parents talked to me, and while I'm reluctant since I went through all the effort to build my secret base here, I decided to rebuild it somewhere closer to the village. I'll make it more visible too to keep my mom and dad from worrying. I've already decided on the location, so I don't need these stones anymore. Nikki, you're amazing, Nikki-kun. Ryuma, heh. I've grown big enough to help with the adults now after all. Nikki the prankster is no more. I've graduated from that already. Nikki, Chapter 211.2, A Hurried Departure, 2 halves, Chapter 211, A Hurried Departure, 2 halves, looks like he's talking about the time when he helped out with the processing plant. Now that I think about it, he does seem to have enjoyed his time there, and it seems to have done him a lot of good, but seeing how lively he is, I think it may be a while before we can really say that he's graduated from the prankster life. Should we go back and build your base then? Ryuma, have you caught enough slimes already? Nikki, yep. I already have about 600 of them, so let me help build your base as thanks for those stones you gave me. I can use a lot of convenient spells, so feel free to ask whatever you have in mind. Ryuma, alright. In that case, can you build it on top of the tree? Nikki, a tree house, huh? I should be able to manage if it's just something simple. Let's take a look at the location you picked first. Ryuma, we went back to the village and Nikki-kun showed me the location he picked out. The location was between the border of the village and the forest. I've passed it many times before since it's one of the corners in the forest I got firewood and lumber from. It seems Nikki-kun's eyes were drawn by the big tree that was left alone since it was hard to cut. They said I could use the area around this tree. Dad, the village headman. Everyone gave me their permission. They even said they would help me build it. Nikki, wow, good going, Nikki-kun. The trunk and branches are thick, so it should be able to support some weight. Ryuma, the problem would be the size of his secret base. When I asked him what kind of base he wanted to build, he said he wanted something along the lines of a shed. Just leave it to me. Dimension home. Ryuma, I called out the wire slime that evolved in this village. Oni-chan. Are you going to cut the tree? Nikki-kun looked anxious, but the wire slime isn't here today to cut things. I reassured him that I wasn't planning on cutting the tree, then gave the command to the wire slime. These mangrove-like trees have many branches. So I had the wire slime place itself over those branches, then pulled it to bend the branches and create a space at the fork of the tree. And then, while it was bent like that, grow. Ryuma, I used the spell from wood magic that grew things. The branches I casted a spell on grew a little and ate into the wires. As the branches were forcefully grown while in this bent state, I casted spells while imagining them in the right direction. Amazing. You changed the shape of the tree. Nikki, there is an art known as bonsai that expresses nature by artificially changing the shape of a tree like this. Although, normally it's done over a period of many years. Ryuma, I pulled out the good and thin branches, then entangled them with the branches of the nearby trees and affixed them. After entangling the two thick branches to support each other, it was sturdy enough that it didn't budge even when I dangled from it. Let's set up a swing here. I mean, when you talk about tree houses, there's got to be a swing, right? Let me help too. Nikki, alright, in that case, you can help with pulling the wire once I've set it. Ryuma, like this we arranged the branches of the large tree for an hour. We spread out the branches diverging from the trunk, then after they grew horizontally, we made the ends face up. The shape of the large tree has changed a lot, and now it looks like a giant table. With this and by passing the planks through the gaps between the branches, there should enough space to build a shed now. Next up is the installation of the swing and a rope ladder to make it easier to climb up, and then we're done. Ryuma, what about the shed? Nikki, that you should ask your dad. He promised to help you, remember? Ryuma, oh yeah. I'll build a great base with my dad. I'll show it to you when you drop by next time. Nikki, after getting permission, I prepared some suitable lumber. Then we built the rope ladder and swing, and then we installed them. Done. Ryuma and Nikki, it's just the foundation, but I think we managed to build something great. It's almost time. Are you going back now, Oni-chan? Nikki, after I bid everyone in the village goodbye. Ryuma, I did inform them that I'll be leaving today, but leaving without saying anything is just poor manners. We cleaned up after ourselves, then went back to the village. There I dropped by Hoi-san's place, who served as my host. Oh. He's back. Villager, a large number of villagers were gathered in front. The members of the wharf of Shikumu were with them too. Before I could start wondering what was going on, they called out to me. Boy. So you're going back now, are you? Villager 1, why yes. Thank you for taking care of em. Ryuma, what are you saying? You helped us fish and prepare our festival. Villager 2, you should have relaxed more. Villager 3, even though the fishing period has finally ended and things have finally started to settle down. Villager 4, wait. Ryuma, a crowd of men and women of all ages surrounded me and started talking to me. I have no idea what's going on. Wait. Kai, you're troubling Ryuma. Kei, please calm down. Shin, Kai-san, Kei-san, and Shin-san interjected, then Sane-san and Piran-san came in and pulled me out of the crowd. Are you okay? Sane, thank you very much. That was a big help. Ryuma, sorry about that. Everyone just came to see you off. They don't mean ill. Sane, everyone's really free when there's no fishing to be done, so it turned out like this. Good grief. Piran, while we were talking like that among ourselves, the crowd seemed to have grown bigger. Ryuma, take this with you. May, have it for your supper or something. Mother, May-san and her mother came out of the house and gave me something that was wrapped in big leaves. It's probably a box lunch. A fragrant aroma wafted from it. The dad came from behind them and left me a few words. Take care. On the way. Dad, thank you very much. And thank you so much for taking care of me all this time. I really enjoyed my time with you. Ryuma, I spoke in a loud voice for everyone to hear and bowed my head. It's good if you had fun. Villager 5, hey, take this with you too. Villager 6, need some dried mud salamander meat. Villager 7, drop by again. Villager 8, This was from last year, but it can still be eaten. If it goes bad, just give it to your slimes. Villager 9, everyone started talking again and they even started gifting me souvenirs and food. I was really confused, but being surrounded by all these people this made me feel really warm. To be honest, I never thought they would send me off with these many people. I know the fishing period has already ended, but still. There was no end to the voices that called out to me. I was a little reluctant to part, but I can just come again next time. Everyone told me that I could drop by whenever I felt like it. That's why there was no need to be sad. Thank you so much. I'll be sure to visit again. Ryuma, be well. Villager 10, come again. Make sure of it. Villager 11, we'll wait for your letters. Villager 12, the villagers noisily saw me off right until the very end. I promised to visit again one day before finally leaving the village that took care of me for a while. Chapter 211.3, Volume 3 Extra Chapter 1 Volume 3 Extra Chapter 1, Trial of the Gods and Sararipita's True Intentions, 1/5. Meanwhile, after Ryuma left Shikuma village, 9 gods gathered together in a building within the divine realm. 8 of them sat in a circle, and the remaining god, Sararipita, was sat on a stone seat at the center. A faint light emanated from the chains that bound him. Hey, mind removing this? With so many of you surrounding me, there's no way I'm going to try and run. Come on, now. Also, this chair is really hard and uncomfy. Sararipita, at least endure that much. Do you realize what you've done? Willie Eris, I know I broke the rules, but these things are useless. It would be one thing if there were just 2 gods here, but there are 8 gods here. Even if I were to try to do something, you can easily put me down. Sararipita, well that's true. Kirilel, that's no reason to loosen those chains. Fernobaria, the goddess of war, Kirilel, found herself agreeing with Sararipita's unhappy remark, but the god of magic and knowledge, Fernobaria, shot the idea down. That aside, are Meltrise and Manoeroa not coming yet? Fernobaria, I did call out to them but I guess they're not coming after all. Gain, Manoeroa is a moody person, Kirilel, and Meltrise is always asleep. Rurusha, there's no point in waiting anymore. Let's get this started already. Tikan, Gain the god of creation looked at everyone's faces. It would have been best if everyone were gathered, but I suppose we'll just have to start like this. I trust you are all aware why we are here today. Sararipita, one of our own, has laid a hand on Ryumakuin's soul, hence, our purpose here today is, none other than, to decide how he shall be dealt with. Let it be known that Willie Eris and Grimp witnessed the crime in the act, and Sararipita himself has admitted to it. Anything amiss? Gain, none at all. Willie Eris, everything is in order. Grimp, I did admit to it. Sararipita, well then. Dearly beloved, as I'm sure you're all aware, manipulating the soul of a living creature is something that is very close to a taboo for us gods. One cannot simply be acquitted for transgressing it, though there is room to discuss how one should be punished. Does anyone wish to say anything? Is there anyone among us who would like to defend Sararipita? Gain, the first to speak in response to that call was Kirilel. I do have something to say. First, I want to hear from the person himself why he did what he did. Sararipita appearing on his own volition and being involved with a person is by itself an anomaly. Kirilel, you heard her. Gain, all eyes gathered on Sararipita, but it was Kirilel's unhappy gaze that made him talk. A reason, huh? Well, you guys have met Ryuma too, right? I just happened to have some interest in the guy. That's all. I just fiddled with his soul because I wanted to investigate him. I mean, there was talk going around that there were some abnormalities. Besides, while I may not have much interest in otherworlders, isn't Fernobaria the same? I don't think it's really all that strange. Sararipita. Indeed. But isn't fiddling with the soul too much? Fernobaria, hey, I was also just planning on reading the kid's mind, but I miscalculated a bit. To be honest, I think I'm in the wrong too, that's why I'm actually reflecting on my actions. Sararipita, you don't look like you're reflecting one bit. And what exactly did you miscalculate? Willie Eris, haven't I been telling you all this time? In various meanings, that is. As I said, I was just planning on asking the kid some questions and read his mind. So I made it easier for him to show his emotions, but he actually resisted, and in the end, he even neutralized my sleight of hand. Because of that, he found out that I was manipulating his mind, and he became alert. He himself didn't seem to be aware of what he did, so I had no choice but to investigate his soul directly. Sararipida, the gods were all greatly troubled upon hearing that. Wry smiles appeared on their faces, and though they showed different reactions, there was one thing they had in common: they were all flabbergasted. Sararipida's way of doing things really couldn't be praised. Still, he resisted the power of a god and even neutralized it. Are you telling me you wouldn't have investigated a human soul after seeing one accomplish a feat like that? Sararipida, the gods hesitated a little. After all, a human soul resisting the power of a god and even neutralizing it was unheard of. The souls that have come from Earth have all had some manner of abnormality to them. Ryuma's abnormalities, however, are remarkably conspicuous. If his soul really can neutralize our powers, then leaving his soul without investigating it would in fact prove dangerous. Don't you think? Sararipida, So you're saying his soul might be capable of threatening us, hence, you took it upon yourself to forcefully investigate it. Gain, I didn't think it would be good to leave it alone. Besides, once a living creature dies, the soul it contains will, in time, be reborn as a new life form. And the reason why manipulating souls is a taboo to us is because the souls we've fiddled with can no longer reincarnate correctly, correct? Ryuma is an otherworlder. His soul has already been fiddled with the moment he came to this world, so his treatment after death has already been decided to be different. Although he may have suffered a lot because I handled him forcefully, I was still considerate enough to ensure that there would be no bad effects on him. In fact, if Willie Eris over there hadn't jumped in like that, everything would have ended a lot safer. Sararipida, what was that? Willie Eris, relax. Let's all get along. Grimp, a few unnecessary remarks caused Willie Eris, the goddess of the land, to react, but before anything could start, Grimp, the god of farming, interjected. Ahem. Anyway, so you're saying that you did what you did out of necessity and you've taken the necessary precautions? Gain, yeah. I acknowledge that I'm wrong for taking action on my own without contacting anyone, but at the same time, my relationship with you guys was really bad at the time and it wasn't really the time to be asking others for permission either. Sararipida, after fiddling with someone's soul without permission, it's only natural that you'd be treated that way when found out. Gain, well, yeah. But it couldn't be helped, Sararipida, enough. What are you hiding? Gain, huh? Sararipida, Chapter 211.4, Volume 3 Extra Chapter 1 Volume 3 Extra Chapter 1, Trial of the Gods and Sararipida's True Intentions, February 5th, Gain was fed up with Sararipida, his gaze boring into him. That was true for the other gods too. How long do you think we've known each other? Grimp, as much as I hate it, the truth is we've spent more time with each other than I could count. Willie Eris, and you've been nothing but docile today. Kirilel, just hearing the slightest bit of sorry from your mouth gives me the creeps. Fernobaria, you're not someone who would say something so admirable, after all. Rurusha, a sourpuss-like. You has never been one to apologize. Tikan, if anything, you'd act defiant and try to push the blame onto someone else. Kufo, Grimp, Willie Eris, Kirilel, Fernobaria, Rurusha, Tikan, and Kufo. Before the merciless remarks of 7 different gods, Sararipida's face could only cramp. You're going that far? Sararipida, it's the truth. Grimp, hurry up and spill the beans. What are you hiding? Kirilel, I haven't been lying, though. Sararipida, we'll decide that after you spill everything. Fernobaria, hopefully, it's not for something stupid. Or else, Willie Eris, all right already. Sheesh. I'll talk, Sararipida sighed, then started talking in a complaining manner. But I don't think there'd be any point even if I told you, though. Sararipida, will be the ones to decide that. Just answer what you've been asked. Fernobaria. I know it's you we're talking about, but don't you think you're being too rude? We may be equals, but I'm still much older than you. For someone who fancies himself to be an intellectual, I see you don't know your manners. Sararipida, those aren't the words of someone who broke the rules and is now awaiting his punishment. This is precisely why old people who've nothing going for them but their age are a problem. Furnoberia, enough. Gain, as the two gods started glaring at each other, Gain's loud voice resounded. Furnoberia, please calm yourself. And Sararipida, don't try to change the topic. Otherwise, this will never end. Gain, tch, Sararipida, excuse me. Furnoberia, sigh. I need to watch some idols live to heal my soul. Gain was the one burdened with the task of ensuring this gathering went smoothly, so no one bothered to say anything to those few words that leaked out. Sararipida spoke once more. So I left out some things about Ryuma, or more specifically about the god of earth who sent Ryuma here. You see, after fiddling with Ryuma's soul, I found out something about the earth god. I found out that the guy has some really twisted hobbies. Sararipida, twisted hobbies. Gain, from what I've heard from Gain's group, he seems to be trying out all sorts of things. Kirillel, yeah, I think it's related to those, but... Are you guys familiar with life simulation games? It's a game from Ryuma-kun's world. Putting it briefly, information is inputted into a special machine to make it possible for humans to play with fake non-living humans and animals. Sararipida, sounds like a game made after us. At least the part where we're watching over humans, animals, and nature. Willie Eris, oh, hey. We agree on something. You don't see that often, but you're exactly right. Just that in these life simulation games, the target doesn't have a life or a soul. The only thing being reared in these games are lumps of information. No matter how closely they resemble the real things, they aren't alive. And that's exactly why you can do anything with them. A lifeless lump of data can be toyed with however one wishes, and in the end, everything could be reset back to square one. No matter what you've done, you can make everything seem as if they didn't happen. That's the difference between games and reality, but to the god of earth, that difference may as well not exist. Sararipida. The rest of the gods, are you saying that the god of earth used real living people to enact a life simulation game in real life? Rurusha, there was a quiet anger exuding from Rurusha's voice, but Sararipida just matter-of-factly answered her. At the very least, that seems to be the case with Ryuma. You were in charge of his transmigration in this world, so you know that he's always had certain talents, right? Sararipida, yes, he's been given several talents, but most of them appear to have gone to waste in his previous life. Rurusha, you see those talents are just one part of what he's been given. In fact, Ryuma has been given other talents, only they've been hidden so deep inside his soul that unless you directly peered into it, you would never be able to find them. In other words, the talents you noticed were nothing but a diversion meant to draw our eyes away. Sararipida, what? Willie Eris, hey, I'm being honest, none of these is a lie. Sararipida, there's no reason to tell a lie like that anyway, since it'll easily be revealed if we just investigated Ryuma-kun's soul. Moreover, we don't directly investigate souls without a reason, so the depth of one's soul indeed makes for a great hiding place. Kyufo, but what talent could possibly necessitate being hidden that deeply? Furnoberia, murder, Sararipida. The rest of the gods, that's not all. There's also burglary and larceny. In fact, pretty much anything you could think of when the word crime pops up, he has a talent for. Oh, but he doesn't have any talent in sexual crimes. That's probably because it wouldn't help further that god's objective. There seemed to especially be a lot of that murder from earlier, though. There was even butchery and indiscriminate killing. Lots of killing-related specializations. Sararipida, wait just one moment. So what are you saying? Are you saying that the god of earth tried to raise Ryuma to become a bloodthirsty killer? Gain, you know, I'm explaining here, so I'd appreciate if you could let me finish first, but... Fine, whatever. My personal take is that Ryuma becoming the worst criminal possible was convenient for the earth god's goal. He wanted to make him as unhappy as he could, keep all that pressure building up, until one day he goes, boom. Blood spurt, heads start rolling. You know. The works. He wanted to push him to a point of no return. And seeing how Ryuma specializes in old weapons like katanas and bows, but with no talent whatsoever for guns, though it seems the earth god did make him have some interest for them. I think Ryuma was basically an experiment of, how far could an expert warrior from the olden times go against modern weapons? After all, if he were to become a criminal, the cops would have given him chase, and if he kept resisting, the special unit with gun training would have eventually been dispatched. Of course, none of that ended up happening, though. Sararipita, Chapter 211.5, Volume 3 Extra Chapter 1 Volume 3 Extra Chapter 1, Trial of the Gods and Sararipita's True Intentions, March 5. Sararipita has been speaking nonchalantly without any emotions until now, but suddenly, his face became serious. I've been talking about my conjectures until now, but I want to make one thing clear. Ryuma-kun isn't a bad person. Sararipita, we know that perfectly well without you having to point it out. Kirillel, in the first place, we wouldn't have taken him to this world if he were a bad person. Rurusha, indeed. But in that regard, the Earth God seems to have done a poor job. What do you think, Fernoberia? Gain, I agree. If he really wanted to, he could have created a human that could do exactly what he wanted. He could have even decided his fate for him. Fernoberia, but if he did it that way it wouldn't be as interesting. After all, if a god were to empower someone without reserve, the answer would be obvious. So what the Earth God did instead was to give only the talents needed and prepare a suitable environment. By doing things in such a roundabout way, an element of randomness could be introduced, and not even the Earth God himself would know what the end result would be. And I'm sure he must have also tuned things to make sure that things didn't escalate too much past human limits. Sararipita, I see. So you could also look at it that way. Fernoberia, this whole thing is making me sick. Damn it, Kyufo, but it was precisely because Ryuma was toyed with like that he lived his whole life practicing self-restraint. It was by exhibiting self-restraint beyond that of the Earth God's expectations and resisting the temptations that ever whispered by his ears that he was able to increase his resistance against mind control abilities to such high levels. So much so in fact that the simulation broke. Thanks to that there are many traces of the Earth God's attempt at bestowing him talents and trying to lead him astray. The Earth God was being really hard-handed with manipulating Ryuma's fate. It wasn't just once or twice that Ryuma's soul was fiddled with. Sararipita, so that's the reason behind his ability to resist. Willieris, well, the person himself knew absolutely nothing about the god's situation and just lived his life without knowing anything, though. Sararipita said in response to Willieris' mutterings. And then Grimp, who was sitting beside her, spoke in agreement. So that's why you said something like that. Grimp, ah. Are you really going to mention that here, Grimp? Sararipita has been aloof all this time, but upon hearing Grimp say that, his expression suddenly twisted. It was as if Grimp knew something he didn't want him to say, rousing the interest of the other gods. I pray that you are able to become truly happy. It'll get noisy around you in the near future, so do your best. Enjoy your peaceful life at the village until then. If you ever find it too hard to live, you can come to my place. I think I got it right. It was so unlike you to say something like that, so it stayed on my mind. Grimp, sigh. I'm sure he must have really wanted to take his anger out on someone in his past life. There was probably a lot of times he thought just that. After all, there were so many reasons he could have killed someone. But despite that he never killed anyone and never committed a crime. Even if his actions were really nothing more than hypocrisy, even if he knew nothing about the Earth God's doings, he stuck to his principles until the very end. It would have been one thing had he lived a normal human's life, but to resist the temptations of a god while being a mere human. That's more than enough to earn my respect. Sararipita, when you put it that way, it is pretty amazing. Grimp, even if the Earth God was just playing around, a weak will couldn't have possibly endured his toying. Kyufo, it's frustrating, but the Earth God is also higher ranked than us. Tikan, well, fortunately his soul ended up here. The Earth God shouldn't be able to mess with him anymore. But his personality, which is a product of all those decades of abuse, has remained, so I'm still worried. Sararipita's expression twisted. Just like how children who are told by their parents and those around them that they're bad children end up really thinking they're bad children, the Earth God's gameshave drastically affected Ryuma's personality, causing it to become twisted. Of course, there are children who are able to have a firm grasp of their identity and live with confidence despite being told by their parents and those around them that they're bad, and Ryuma has indeed managed to pick himself up despite the Earth God's abuse. However, the self-restraint that he gained in order to resist the temptation to commit crime is too strong. Sararipita, Wait a minute. Was Ryuma that kind of guy? Hasn't he taken up bandit subjugation jobs? Taken, yes. That part actually makes it a bit more complicated, but basically, his attitude concerning the bandits is just him adapting to the laws of the country. He's just properly adhering to the laws. He won't kill needlessly, but he doesn't have much reluctance when it comes to killing as long as it's out of necessity, and that could be either for self-defense or to feed himself. But that part about not having much reluctance to kill, and you know how he also has a tendency to go too far. He himself isn't aware of it, but he can already instinctively feel the danger of the talent sleeping inside him. And he blames it on himself under the guise of his immaturity. Sararipita, ah. Kufo, what's the matter, Kufo? Gain, no, I just remembered. Didn't Ryoma leave the Duke's family and suddenly started training himself because he beat up some ruffians at the mines? Kufo, oh, my. Now that you mention it, that is the case. Rurusha, I remember too. But weren't those bandits in the wrong? If I recall correctly, they were a group of no-good adventurers and were threatening some kids so they could keep their profits for themselves. They also tried to threaten Ryoma. Tekken, Chapter 211.6, Volume 3 Extra Chapter 1, Volume 3 Extra Chapter 1, Trial of the Gods and Sararipita's True Intentions, April 4th, that's true, but he became younger since coming to this world, right? His mentality has also grown younger, so apparently, his force of will has also grown looser. And for a moment, he was swept away by his emotions. Because of that he panicked and wanted to fix himself. He's also been living in the forest and was hunting animals and fighting bandits, so for the longest time he was in an environment where the act of killing was normal. That might have also helped loosen his will. Personally, I think it's normal for people to think of killing others when they're angry or have a grudge. In a sense, it's a given. Of course, it's another story altogether to be able to pull it off or not, but in my opinion, having no such thoughts whatsoever is stranger. Sararipita, in other words, Ryoma accepts killing as necessary in order to live, but at the same time, he thinks it's abnormal and considers himself dangerous. That sounds like a contradiction to me, but that's about it, right? Fernobaria, yeah. I think Fernobaria put it the best. Ryoma recognizes he's a dangerous person. That's why although he wants to be with other people, he feels a sense of discomfort. This is not a place where I belong. This is not a place where something like me should be. I should be gentle to others but harsh to myself. I have to be good, I have to be unselfish, I have to be useful to others, or else I'll have no worth. Something like that. From a human's perspective, that might be a virtue, but Ryoma-kun takes it too far. His evaluation of himself is too low. It's because of that no matter how poorly people treats him, he just accepts it. It's also the reason why he so recklessly tries to repay people who are kind to him. Unfortunately, he's not aware of any of this at all. Sararipita heaved a deep sigh, then he spoke once again to wrap everything said so far. Free love might sound nice, but if you do this and that for others, the greedy society of humans will just take you for a sucker. Depending on the perspective, they could also take such actions as contempt for those who work to be compensated. When such actions cause frictions with your surroundings, then what? It would still be fine if Ryoma became defiant or abandoned his responsibility and left, but unfortunately, his personality won't permit that. In all likelihood he'll either take on someone's anger or slander head-on, and then he might even accommodate demands made from him. Unless the fundamentally distorted unconscious part of him is fixed, his actions can never truly be corrected. It seems like it's going to get noisy around him from now on, so when push comes to shove and he still doesn't reflect over his actions. If he keeps that up, one day, his body or soul, or maybe both will break. When that time comes, I can bring him to an uninhabited island or give him a powerful divine protection like the ancestor of the mermaid tribe and make it possible for him to live underwater. It would be best for him to completely leave human society. Even if something happens to him outside of it, the damage will be minimal at most. The human world is something that will naturally change over time. The same is true for Ryoma-kun. That's why there's no need to hurry. It would be best if he could spend time in a place he could calm down and stabilize himself. Sararipita, I see. So you've thought it through that much. Gain, the other gods agreed with Gain and silence filled the room. And then. That's unexpected. You kept talking about how boring Ryoma was, and yet, Willie Eris, I may have said that observing his current life isn't any fun, but I don't recall ever saying that I had no interest in him personally or that I hated him. Besides, I do my best to treat all lives equally. Even if I'm not interested, I'll still accommodate them accordingly. Sararipita, Willie Eris said unapologetically, though she wasn't able to finish her piece. Even if she had a relationship akin to cats and dogs with Sararipita, she still felt she said too much. Well, to be honest though, I actually love kids like him who are able to struggle despite suffering and squirming so much. Sararipita, the rest of the gods, the moment he said that, the rest of the gods went blank. Sararipita didn't notice anything amiss and continued to run his mouth. He sounded really excited for some reason, and his voice grew louder and louder. How do I put it? I guess you could say he's akin to a baby fish that had most of its body eaten but is still alive. Or maybe like an ant thrown into antlion pit but somehow managed to survive. Either way, he's someone who desperately struggled from the claws of death. Don't you think it's amazing how there could be such a brilliant life force? Sararipita, it was here that Sararipita finally realized it. The surrounding gods either had their eyes turned white or were so fed up they could only look at themselves. Sararipita. A guy like you is really, Kirillel, aren't you more twisted than Ryoma? Kyufo, I don't really want to find fault with other people's preferences, but, Gain, couldn't you have worded it better? Something like, I can feel the value of life, or, his effort to stay alive is amazing, or, I'm going to support him. Fernobaria, and here I was admiring you for a moment. How blind could I have been? Tikan, I don't ever want to be liked by you. Rurusha, there you go running your mouth again. I don't even. Grimp, huh? Wait a moment. What's with this atmosphere? Sararipita, Sararipita. Willie Eris called out his name. But the way she looked at him was completely different from before. Yua. What's with that face? You're scary. Weren't you looking all glum just a while ago? Sararipita, oh, yes. I was wondering just why it was that I had to reflect over what I'd done. Foo. Willie Eris, weren't you guys going to forgive me? Sararipita, it did seem like that for a moment, didn't it? Unfortunately, it was only for a moment. Anyway, your plan was to make us feel sentimental by talking about Ryoma and then run away from your crimes, right? Willie Eris, huh? That's a false accusation. And at the very least, you guys should reduce my punishment because of my achievements from determining the plans of the Earth God or because of how I dealt with Ryoma. Sararipita, so you did have an agenda. Willie Eris, Yua, you're such a pain. Wait a minute, you guys. This is supposed to be a court of some sort, right? You can't just let this woman do whatever she wants. Sararipita, that's right. We'll change locations and discuss the matter again, and then make a decision. Willie Eris, we'll leave you behind to keep watch, so accompany him for a while. Now then, let us be off. Gain, Hey. Gain. Guys. Sararipita, none of the gods responded as they left one after another. The only ones left behind was a Sararipita bound to a chair and a Willie Eris who stood up and approached him. Everyone is gone now. Willie Eris, yeah. Sararipita, I'm sure they'll be able to think of a fitting punishment. Until then I have a lot to say. So make sure you listen until the end, okay? Willie Eris, Yua. I might actually pass on before Ryoma does. Sararipita, after this Willie Eris gave Sararipita a sermon he would never forget. By the time the rest of the gods came back, Sararipita looked like a dried-up corpse. TL note, we're caught up. Again, but there are usually 2 releases per month, so maybe there'll be a new Raw chapter by next week. Chapter 212.1, Volume 3 Extra Chapter 2 Volume 3 Extra Chapter 2, Ilialia introducing her friends. 1/4, some time passed since Ryoma's departure, and just as in the last days of the year at Japan, the people of this world also busied themselves to greet the end of the year. At a certain mansion in the imperial capital, within one of its rooms, were tea and sweets being distributed to 5 girls. But only one of them touched those teas and sweets. That girl was the daughter of the mansion's master, Ilialia. Girls, you don't really have to worry so much. Especially you, Canon. Elia, telling me that only makes it worse. Canon, can't you just do it like you normally do? I'm sorry, but now I'm nervous too. Michelle, I beg your pardon. Michelle, aren't you the daughter of a count? At the very least, you should show us how it's done. Canon, haha, unfortunately, our family's peerage was something we acquired by chasing after our scholastic pursuits for generations. It was something we just happened to pick up. This isn't really something that could be said openly, but frankly, whether it's me or my parents, we would much rather prioritize our scholastic pursuits rather than manners and etiquettes. I have been instructed on it, yes, but only the barest minimum required. If you're looking for a demonstration, you should ask Rira instead. Michelle, you sure don't hesitate to say something so unadmirable so brazenly. Unfortunately, I don't really have the right to speak for others about being a proper lady. At most, I suppose I could teach about the proper ways to put on a dress. Rira, but didn't she say to just do it, as you normally do? Besides, if anyone here is going to be seen through for doing it poorly, it would be me. Miyabi, I see. Still, you sure are calm despite that. Rira, surely you don't believe that. I have simply, how would you put it? Accepted my own fate. Something similar has happened before too anyway, Miyabi, honestly, girls. This is just an introduction of my friends to my family, Elia. Michelle, Canon, Miyabi, Rira, and that in itself is an important event, they tacitly told her with their eyes. It was at a time like that someone knocked on the luxuriously decorated door. Sorry to keep you waiting. The masters have come. Maid. Michelle, Canon, Miyabi, Rira. The moment the maid announced that, the four girls simultaneously stood up with a jolt, while Elia elegantly stood up a little slower. And then a young couple and an elderly man entered. Sorry to keep you waiting. I am the current head of the Jamil family, Reinhardt. Thank you for always taking care of my daughter. Reinhardt, father. And grandfather and mother too, you're late. Elia, sorry about that. An unexpected guest came, you see. Lies, but enough of that. You seem to be doing well, Elia. Reinbach, I see you're doing well too, grandfather, mother, father. Elia, after the family exchanged a few words, the topic moved on to the four girls visiting them. By the way, Elia. Won't you introduce us to your friends? A simple introduction will do. Lies, right. From the left, the most nervous of them, Canon. Elia, greetings. My name is Canon Shuza. I'm aiming to become a magic tool craftsman. Canon, so you're Canon-chan. I've heard about you from Elia's letters. You're from the Shuza family, yes. Elias, oh, speaking of the Shuza family, is Di Feldano doing well? He helped me a lot in the past, but when I dropped by his store recently, I was informed that he'd retired already. Reinbach, Gramps, I mean, my grandfather is doing well. And he didn't retire because of illness but because of his age. He complained, saying that he couldn't move his fingers well, and couldn't do a good enough job anymore, then suddenly retired. But he still fiddles with magic tools every day as a hobby, and his works are still better than actual active craftsmen and is even always scolding the young craftsmen. Canon, that's good to hear. If there's an opportunity, please send him my regards. Reinbach, no probs, Canon, darn it. Canon seemed to say as her countenance went grim. The three adults were all smiles. In the first place, although she hasn't noticed it, her dog ears and tails have always been fidgeting the whole time, so it was evident to everyone here how nervous and unfamiliar she was with the situation. Elia paid her faux pas no heed and proceeded to introduce Miyabi. My name is Miyabi Sionji. I think you might know already, but I am the daughter of the president of the Sionji company. It's a pleasure to make everyone's acquaintance. Miyabi, so you're Puro-san's daughter. Reinhardt, your dad's been a great help to us too. Elias, I heard you'd be here, but this is our first time meeting each other. It's a pleasure to meet you. Reinbach, thank you very much. Miyabi, next is Rira. Elia, greetings, Your Grace. I am Rira Clifford, Baron Clifford's youngest daughter. It brings me great joy to be able to meet you. Rira, a serious child, I see. This isn't a public place, so feel free to be at ease. Reinhardt, it is reassuring though that there's at least one girl like her. Reinbach, personally, I'd much rather hear all the stories. Elise, understood. I'll do my best. Rira, her salute was wonderful, but the words that followed afterwards were weak. The adults couldn't help but smile at her diligence. Lastly, Michelle. She's wearing male clothes, but she's definitely a woman, so please don't misunderstand. Especially you, father. Elia, of course. Michelle-san, right. I heard you're Count Wilden's oldest daughter. Reinhardt, it's an honor to learn that you know me, Your Grace. But may I know what exactly Elia meant by misunderstanding? Michelle, I'm really sorry about that, but... Elia had sent me a letter prior, wherein she mentioned that Michelle-san was popular among female students. Well, how do I put it, Reinhardt, let me guess, you thought that the Michelle-san spoken of was a male student, and in your jealousy, sent back a letter demanding to know who he was. Elise, good grief, you should know full well that going to school means that your daughter will have to interact with boys as well. And yet just because you heard your daughter was getting along well with some guy, you lost your cool. And we're not even talking about a romantic relationship here. You may be my son, but that is truly pathetic behavior. Reinbach, ugh, Reinhardt, Canon, Miyabi, Rira, Michelle, Chapter 212.2, Volume 3 Extra Chapter 2 Volume 3 Extra Chapter 2, Elia introducing her friends, February 4th, with his daughter, his wife, and even his own father telling him off. Poor Reinhardt felt like he'd just been given a verbal beating. He looked much smaller than when he'd entered the room, making him appear less dignified, but to these young girls, that was a boon that allowed them to finally loosen their nerves. With the atmosphere less tense than it was earlier, everyone's countenance became gentler. Anyhow, we shouldn't be standing here the whole time. Everyone, please. Let us all sit. Reinhardt, do serve us more tea and sweets please. Elise, Reinhardt urged everyone to take their seat, while Elise asked the maid to serve more sweets and teas. I've heard many things from Elia's letters, and as I understand it, you are all members of the same group, yes. Reinhardt, indeed, Your Grace. Rira, this sure brings back memories. I too went through dungeons back when I was a student. Well, how is it? Is our Elia causing you trouble? Elise, surely not, Your Grace. We have our respective strengths and weaknesses, but as a group we are doing quite well. Elia doesn't have any issues with academics or with the basic subjects. After all, she's excellent when it comes to magic prowess and rate of fire, and is even at the top of the class. In practice, she can deliver a powerful offense. Canon, she's not very good at swords, but she's more than capable enough to be able to keep up with the lessons. She's a top scorer as far as the girls are concerned. In training, it's usually me or Canon who's in charge of the vanguard, but when there's trouble, she is able to aid us as well. Rira, she helps out with the chores too. The other noble students often left such chores, for example, setting up tents or cooking, to the commoner students or their retainers, and there's also quite a lot of them who would complain while others worked, so at first, I too was at a loss whether it was really okay to let Elia help out with the chores, but it all turned out well. Canon, after hearing Michelle, Rira, and Canon say that, the three adults nodded in relief. Top of the class at magic and academics, while being fairly decent at the sword. You trained quite a bit before enrolling, but you must have worked hard, Elia. Reinhardt, such results are a proof that Elia has worked hard. And there's no reason to worry about the chores. At the academy, all students are equal regardless of status. Or at least that's the official stance of the school and has been since my time, but nobles are just too helpless during emergencies without their servants. Reinbach, regardless of what happens after graduation, it's a part of your curriculum now, so I'm glad that things are going well for you, Elia. And from the looks of things, you've found some really good friends. Elise, mother. Elia, although it wasn't as much as your father, I was actually also worried. I raised you up properly and with discipline, a daughter I could be proud of, but when it comes to interacting with nobles, well, you know, Elise, Michelle, Canon, Miyabi, Rira, mother. And you girls too. Elia, it's not in a bad sense. Michelle, you're a good girl and easy to get along with, though you do approach commoners without discrimination. Canon, I don't know if it's because you're honest or pure, but you're not very good at cheating others like the other noble children do. Miyabi, it's true that there are places I can't match up to, but don't those people just dominate others by talking loudly? They look down on others with a lower social standing than theirs and then prattle about how they're rude or how they should know their place. To families of equal standing, they boast to no end, while to those above them, they try to approach with flattery. They make mountains out of molehills and find fault with the things people say. Aren't such people just a bunch of shem imitating adults and playing nobles? Elia, those are some really scathing words you're spitting there, Elia. Be careful not to say that to the people you're talking about. Miyabi, I know. I would only say something like this here. Elia, well, none of us here would deny it. Canon, I don't want to speak ill of others too much, and it's common for such talk to spread, so please don't drag me in by looking for my approval. Rira, children like that are the same regardless of the times. There were a lot of those back during our time too. They would try to outboast each other or look down on each other, and in the end, their arguments would devolve into a spitting contest between two kids hurling abuse at each other. Well, they'll change when they grow up. Reinhardt, oh. But there are so many adults who haven't grown up, people who can only reject or criticize other people's actions and works. Elias, I see your grace is also fairly bitter, Miyabi, they are mother and daughter, after all, Canon, as Elias' grandpa, I'm happy that she didn't become friends with such children. Reinbach, but of course. It would be shameful even if I were merely watching such things from the side, and they're not as mature as they think they are. In that regard, Ryuma-san is more noble and more adult-like even though he's neither. Elia said nonchalantly to her grandpa. But Michelle picked up on that and reacted. I've noticed that name comes up from time to time, but just who is Ryuma-san? He's a guy, right? Michelle, Chapter 212.3, Volume 3 Extra Chapter 2 Volume 3 Extra Chapter 2, Elia introducing her friends, March 3rd, come to think of it, we never really got to ask about him properly, did we? All we know is that he's supposed to be Elias' friend. Canon, yeah, I'm a little curious too actually. Elia sometimes talks about him with Miyabi, but it always sounded like it wasn't something she could easily talk about with us, so I never brought it up, but, Rira, oh. You never told them about Ryuma-kun, Elia. Elias, yes, I'm quite sure I haven't talked about him properly, but it's not as if I was intentionally trying to avoid bringing him up. It's just that whenever I thought of explaining, I couldn't really find the words to. Elia, the three adults and Miyabi, who knew Ryuma, nodded. I didn't have anyone I could call a friend before enrolling, so I never really thought anything was amiss, but after meeting classmates of my own age and the senpais here, I finally realized that whether it's ability-wise or mentality-wise, Ryuma-san is very different. Oh, but he's not a bad person. If anything, I suppose you could say he's a very good person. Father, mother, grandfather. Elia, that's right. I was the first to be acquainted with him. At that time, one of my subordinates was wounded, and just as it seemed all hope was lost, he was the one who saved us. Reinhardt, apparently, he was raised by his grandparents. He's a year younger than Elia, but he knows many things and is also a skilled hunter. Elias, he's also a brilliant mage, though his spells are mostly geared towards improving his daily life. Reinbach, since everyone's all praises for him, he must be a remarkable child. And if he's 1 year younger than Elia, then that means he's 1 year younger than us too. Michelle, brilliant. Yes, he is brilliant indeed. Elias, he has some quirks, though. Reinhardt, quirks. Michelle, Ryuma-san is a slime researcher, you see. So when the topic turns to slimes, he becomes just like how Michelle is when she's talking about magic formations. Elia, Rira and Canon, that was enough to get Rira and Canon a general understanding of Ryuma's personality. Please don't just drop a person's name and start comprehending things on your own. Michelle, well, it's the easiest way to get the point across, so it can't be helped. Canon, yeah, I immediately understood that he's the kind of person to lose track of his surroundings when there's something interesting in front of him. Rira, Michelle, accordingly, the both of you are experts in your respective fields. He also has a wealth of knowledge in other things and is very reliable. He taught me about monster taming too when I was going to catch my first monster, just like how you taught me about magic formations, Michelle. Elia, I'm not wholly convinced, but let's just leave it at that. I take it he's the reason why you have those 3 slimes with you. Michelle, cleaner slime, heel slime, and scavenger slime, right? They're really convenient to have around. especially during camping training at the school dungeon. The other groups were so envious. Canon, it's only a given, though, considering that we were able to make a simple toilet and bath thanks to Elia's slimes and Michelle's earth magic. Even the teachers already used to camping didn't have such a great setup. Rira, because of that the noble groups demanded that we lend or make it for them too. I was the one who had to talk to them, so it was really troublesome. Miyabi, indeed, that was really a pain. Elia, every year, especially during the first practical training, those bunch tend to lose their temper. Anyhow, although you've already learned the gist before enrolling, you have to keep practicing and reviewing or you won't be able to master the techniques you've learned. Reinhardt, just. As Miyabi-san said a while ago, it's good to have friends who can compensate for the parts where you're lacking, but people like those who live proudly as nobles or are simply selfish are present even among adults. Reinbach, come to think of it, something like this happened before, didn't it? Elia, like that Elia spoke about the events that happened at the academy and the tension of her four friends gradually loosened. When the sun had started to set. Excuse me. My lord, it's almost time for your appointment. Maid, oh. It's that time already. Reinhardt, father. I went out of my way to bring my friends here, and yet you're leaving already. Elia, sorry, Elia. But I'm to have supper with a senpai from my school days that I haven't met in a while. Reinhardt, huh? Elia, What's the matter? Is it really so surprising? Reinhardt, you had friends during your school days. Elia, in that moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze and a strange tension could be felt. Elia's excessive words left Reinhardt's face cramping. He spoke. What do you mean by that? Reinhardt, Well, you never had a friend visit, and I've never heard you say that you're going out to meet a friend. And whenever the topic turned to your time at the academy, you'd always make a difficult face. Elia, Yeah, well, Reinhardt, speechless, Reinhardt turned to his wife and father. But the two of them were already doing all that they could just to keep themselves from laughing. The way they quietly looked at him tacitly implied that he should do something about this on his own. Sigh. Right. It's not really a subject I wish to broach much, but my time at the academy was indeed not something I wish to look back on. Still, I did have one or two people I could trust. For example, Elise, who is laughing over there. She's my wife now, but in the past, she was a friend of mine. Reinhardt, ufufu. This sure brings back memories. Elise, really? I'm sorry, father. Elia, please don't apologize. I'll feel sorry for myself if you do. Anyhow, it's not something you need to worry yourself over. It is a fact that I rarely visit my friends, and the person I'm about to meet now is someone I haven't contacted since graduation. Reinhardt, why all of the sudden then? Elia, actually, Ryuma-kun visited his territory just recently and received his help. Apparently, despite our respective positions, he's still worrying over me as a kohai of his. Ryuma-kun secretly informed me that through his letter, so I figured I could use his recent visit to drop by. Reinhardt, really? Elia, the person himself, was fairly surprised. And I'm happy to be able to have a friend who could support me regardless the passage of time. I hope you too could find such a friend, Elia. It doesn't have to be a crowd, if you can just find one such friend, it'll mean the world. Reinhardt, yes, father. But you don't have to worry about that. Elia, as she said that, she looked at her four friends. After all, I already have 4 such friends. If you include Ryuma-san, then that makes 5. 5 friends I wish to be with for a long time. Elia, Rira, oh, my. Well, I guess you sure showed me. Reinhardt, she doesn't hold back, does she? Miyabi, it's kind of embarrassing. Canon, oh, did you girls not want to be that kind of friends? Elia, when Elia asked that to the 4 girls, they shook their heads with a smile. Seeing the 5 like that, the adults gently smiled. Thank goodness. It seems Elia managed to meet some great friends at the academy. I'd love to hear more, but unfortunately, we really ought to go. Still, please do take your time here. Reinhardt, right. I'd love to talk more too, so how about you all stay the night here? I want to help Elia pick a dress for the coming parties. Ryuma-kun had also sent us a beauty product prototype. He said he wanted to get as many opinions as possible, so why don't you girls give it a try too? Alize, Ryumahan made a beauty product. Miyabi, yes, our conversation turned to that direction before. He says it's to deepen his understanding of medicine, though I think it's also partly because I showed an interest in the idea. Apparently, he studied under his grandmother. He's a really studious child, and just between you and me, I think his beauty products are easy to use and effective. Alize, consider my interest piqued. My mom is researching medicine too, so, Canon, like this the conversation within the room became lively again, and Elia and the others spoke until it was late in the night. Chapter 213.1, Volume 3 Extra Chapter 3 Volume 3 Extra Chapter 3, Reinhardt and Porco, 1/3, on one cold night, in the Nobles District, where the dazzling buildings were neatly arranged, was a manor that was a little smaller and slightly inferior to the rest. It was the owner of this manor whom the Duke, Reinhardt Jamil, was visiting. Welcome, Your Grace. We've met every year in social situations, but we've never really met in private like this. Porco, indeed, but we've spoken a lot during our time at the academy, and today I'd like to call you Porco-senpai once again, just like I did in the past. Reinhardt, yes, I see. Porco, the two spoke formally for a while at the reception office. Come to think of it, when we met for the first time too, it was kind of like this, wasn't it? Reinhardt, yes, at the time, I was so surprised that a person would go to a place like that. What's more is that it was the rumored son of the Duke who came. Porco, I can't maintain relationships with people I'm not good with, as it'll only cause problems for my father. Reinhardt, but of course, after all, the influence of your father, the contractor of the divine beast, is not something even His Majesty could ignore. I'm sure there were a lot of people who approached you because their parents told them to. It was probably out of their hands too. Porco, but even then. Please do hear me out, senpai. Actually, before coming here today, I met my daughter after a long while. I was curious how she's been doing, and she brought 4 friends with her. They were all good kids. Reinhardt, isn't that a good thing? Why do you sound so unhappy? Porco, when we ran out of time, and I told her that I would be coming here, she said this. You had friends during your school days. Reinhardt, oof, what a tragedy. Didn't you tell her about your situation? Porco, I did warn her a little, but I also didn't want her to think like I did, so. And besides, she had little interactions with nobles of her own age, so she was able to grow up with an innocent outlook, and that makes me really happy. Reinhardt, I know it's strange coming from me, but just make sure you don't regret anything. Porco, of course, if necessary I won't just stand idly, but I believe it's important that she experience things herself. Besides, my daughter managed to find 5 friends in just 1 year when it took me 6 to find one. I pray that they and he will be able to support her. Reinhardt, they and he. Are you talking about, Porco? Yes, Ryuma-kun. I heard he visited you a few days ago. Another reason for my visit today is to thank you for taking care of him. Reinhardt, I didn't really do anything noteworthy, though. If anything, he was the one who took care of me. Hence, I would actually like to thank Porco. I've heard about that too. He said you gave him plenty as thanks. Reinhardt's anticipatory words made Porco brace himself. Are you unhappy about something? I'm truly sorry that I'm unable to give any more compensation than that. Porco, oh, no. We're perfectly happy with the compensation you gave, and neither I nor the person himself have any problems. In fact, he thinks you gave him too much. Do you find it difficult to relax? Reinhardt asked, having sensed Porco's thoughts. In response, Porco spoke slowly but honestly. To be honest, I'm glad that you're willing to put aside your status and treat me with respect as my kohai, but I think I might be a tad too old to still be called by that term. Porco, I understand. We also have our duties and position as feudal lords and as nobles. And while I wasn't lying when I said I wanted to talk with you like I did in the past, that's not all there is to it either. If we keep trying to feel each other out like this, we'll never get anywhere, so may I propose that we get the noble talk out of the way first. Reinhardt, I would be most grateful. Porco, then if I may be frank, Porco-senpai, please allow me to participate in the assembly that you are organizing. Reinhardt, assembly, that's a bit of an exaggeration. What I'm organizing is merely a dinner party, which I do as a pastime. How did you find out about that anyway? Porco, I heard from Ryomakuen. Apparently, you've gotten word that my territory is currently in turmoil. Reinhardt, yes. Are you saying? Porco, unfortunately, several houses have joined together and are pulling strings behind the scenes. Reinhardt, Porco softly covered his eyes with his hands. What fools would? But from the way you're acting, I'm guessing you already have an idea who these fools are. If so, then your objective mustn't be to look for a way to solve it but in consideration of what's to come. Porco, as usual, the conversation progresses quickly with you, senpai. Personally, I'm not fond of these power struggles, but since there are people who think they can just lay a hand on my territory, I've decided to use this opportunity to hold a lesson. And to prevent something similar from happening again later, I wish to expand my personal connections. Reinhardt, but you don't really have to ask me, do you? I'm sure there are plenty of houses who wish to form a relationship with the Duke and his house. Porco, true, but not just any noble will do. It would be most reassuring if someone like you who is both shrewd and who's continued to establish useful contacts through your dinner parties would work with me. Reinhardt, Porco, of course, I'll compensate accordingly. I've left my luggage with your subordinates. Reinhardt, I'll have them bring it in then. Porco rang the bell on the table, and the butler, Pigu, entered. After hearing what he needed, he left and immediately came back with 3 boxes in various sizes. Please take a look at this. Reinhardt, the first box that Reinhardt showed was the rectangular one. This seems to be a necklace of some sort. Porco guessed what was inside the box. His guess was by no means wrong, but the actual product inside the box was beyond anything he'd expected. Pearl. And so big and so many too. Porco, for their country which did not possess its own sea, every bead of pearl was a great luxury. And yet here was an accessory that strung together a series of such pearls to form a necklace. Porco thought of procuring it, but he couldn't even imagine just how much it would cost. Chapter 213.2, Extra Chapter 3, Reinhardt and Porco, 2 of 2, now that is a sight to behold. That is all I can say. Porco gently closed the box and asked. What are your intentions for showing this to me? This item is too much for me. Surely, you're not saying that you're planning to use this as compensation. Porco, I could prepare another of the same kind if you want, but this particular necklace I intend to give to an acquaintance at a later date. He's a newlywed man, you see, just last year, in fact, and I just couldn't figure out what to gift him. Reinhardt, you would gift something so luxurious. Of the people you know who married last year. I see, it must be to His Majesty whom this gift is addressed then. In so doing, you will also gain the right to sell the pearls. There are many nobles looking for pearls. I don't know how you manage to procure these pearls, but you must have a remarkable source if you're saying that you can procure another of such quality if I so wish. Moreover, if you can gain the endorsement of His Majesty, then not only will your assets, but also your influence over the other houses will increase. And if I were to be one of those who are able to form a connection with the Jamil house, then I too will gain some influence, though at the same time, just as was the case with the Dragon's Might, this too will antagonize quite a few people. Porco, I've already resolved myself. The Jamil family shall face the hostilities of the other houses. And I do not wish to merely have your support for the sake of having cushion, rather I am hoping that we will truly be able to become friends. And regarding the route of the pearl I showed you just now, you are actually not all that unrelated to it, senpai. Reinhardt, what? Porco, please take a look. Reinhardt opened a box, and inside could be seen a seashell. Its surface was polished, and the hidden mother of pearl was both dazzling and beautiful. This brilliance, and this shape. Could this possibly be? Porco, Ryomakuen found it at your territory. Apparently, it's a shellfish that's often eaten over there. Reinhardt, so this is really that Sunagakure. Porco, he said you had him clean your hot spring. Apparently, it was then that he used a chemical to polish the shell. Reinhardt, oh, that thing. I see. So this shell was hiding such brilliance within it. Porco, according to him, the shellfish and the pearl are made of the same thing, so I would like you to supply these shells to me as a food commodity. Reinhardt, since you're going out of your way to ask for them, I take it these shells are the source of your pearls. Porco, to be more precise, it's something else. For example, the lump of filth from the hot springs that Ryumakuen cleaned. If he were to perform some process, he should be able to use that as a substitute, but when it comes to a stable supply, these shells are the best. Reinhardt, haven't you thought of hiding it a little? Porco, I did say that I wanted us to be open to each other. There's no point in doing something meaningless. So will you cooperate, senpai? Reinhardt, when Reinhardt said that so matter-of-factly, Porco was shocked. He rested his whole body's weight onto his chair and looked up the ceiling. It would be my good fortune to be able to aid you, but in the first place, would you even allow me to reject? Porco, if you really wish to reject, I don't mind. In the first place, Ryumakuen was the one who asked me to pass this message to you. Reinhardt, what? Porco, he got the shellfish from your territory, so he thought it would be best to inform you, but he figured you might become wary of him and cause problems if he didn't say it properly. He doesn't know about your situation that much, but he vaguely sensed that you had a delicate problem, so he asked me to pass you the message instead. And just so you know, he wanted me to let you know purely out of the goodness of his heart. There's no ill will in it. That's why I'm also not trying to use this information to try and force you to do anything. It would be terribly painful if I were to do something like that and be hated by him. Reinhardt, I see. I didn't think he was a normal child, but I didn't expect he would be able to see through me. Porco, honestly, at the start, both me and my wife also thought he was a kid who knew nothing about the world and would easily be swindled, and were really anxious, but he's surprisingly sharp. Reinhardt, the ill feeling in his chest was also undone. Seeing Reinhardt talk like that, Porco remarked. Reinhardt. Could it be? Is he your illegitimate child? Porco. Asterisk cough, cough. Reinhardt, it just so happened that it was while Reinhardt was taking a sip of his black tea that Porco blurted out that remark, causing poor Reinhardt to choke. I'm sorry, but why would you ask something like that? Reinhardt, because you were making that face that's somewhat happy and yet sad. The kind of face a father would make seeing his child grow. Porco, really? I was making a face like that. Reinhardt, so you weren't aware? Porco, to clarify, I don't have any illegitimate children either. Reinhardt, it's true that you don't look alike, but your personalities are a little. Porco, that's enough for the jokes, let's get back to the topic. Reinhardt, but you said you wanted to go back to how we were before. All right, I got it already. Don't glare at me like that. Where were we again? Porco, we were talking about how Ryumakuen asked me to talk to you about the shellfishes, and how he's surprisingly sharp. If word of this shellfish were to become public, the territorial dispute occurring behind closed door for Ratoin Lake would intensify. Reinhardt, it would no doubt. If the others see this as an opportunity, many of them will come in and try to get an advantage for themselves. Porco, your father also worked on the roads of your fief. Other than the areas around the lakes, your territory was difficult for humans to settle in, but that's different now. In other words, it's become that much more appealing. Reinhardt, to be honest, having the Duke's house as my backing would really be a huge help. So by all means, please do join the dinner party. I'll also introduce you to the influential nobles I know and promise you my full support. Porco, it was in this way that these two men promised to work together. By the way, what's in the last box? Porco, something different from the pearls but still related. It will be profitable to us both, so how about it? Will you cooperate with this one too? Reinhardt, the last two shocked me plenty, and yet you're saying you still have more. There's no point in doing needless things, right? Just get to the point. Porco, I'll be frank then. Are you interested in a new technology that could allow food to retain its freshness and taste for a longer period of time? Reinhardt, of course I would be. My fief's local specialty is fish, and that's a commodity that's all about freshness. Porco, the technology is currently under research, and the prototype freezing magic tool apparatus is inside this box. Reinhardt, but if you freeze it, the taste will get worse. Are you saying it can be done now without losing the taste? Porco, the difference is like night and day. If you ask me, it's already good enough. Reinhardt, just how did you accomplish it? Porco, this magic tool can produce a temperature far lower than a normal magic tool. Apparently, the key point is to freeze the food commodity quickly. To that end, a powerful liquor known as industrial alcohol is being used. And supposedly the raw materials for that liquor is the white sake of Fatma territory that even amateurs could make. Reinhardt, we certainly do have something like that. It takes quite a bit of skill and effort to make something that could be drank properly, but of course, it's a different story altogether if only a strong liquor is demanded. The ingredients also grow in those parts, so cultivating them if necessary won't be difficult either. I suppose in that sense it's really suitable for my territory. Porco, after coming to an understanding, Porco asked another question. Reinhardt. I feel like I'm having déjà vu, but the face of a certain boy just keeps popping up. Porco, as you've surmised, this too is indeed Ryumakuin's research. Reinhardt, just who is that child? One thing after another, Porco, since we will be cooperating, I suppose it would be best to tell you. He is the forgotten orphan of the famed Melia the sage and Teagle the martial god. However, it seems they aren't related by blood and was merely adopted by them. Reinhardt, so the troubadours weren't wrong to call him the barley tea sage, then. Porco smiled in understanding, but in the next moment, his expression became serious. We have the opportunity, so I might as well tell you, but I think that boy is a bit unsteady. Porco, you think so too, senpai? Reinhardt's expression also became taut when Porco pointed that out. I've noticed it since a while ago, but with the recent events, I've confirmed it. He's too devoted. Reinhardt, you've probably heard of it, but actually, I asked him to do a job too. His performance was far beyond what I'd expected, but he didn't really seem to care about the compensation. Porco, that's just one part of it. Reinhardt, what? Porco, his problem is much more fundamental to humans. At least, that's what I think. Reinhardt, did something happen? Porco, yes. But our family would like to continue supporting him, both as nobles and as individuals. Reinhardt, seeing Reinhardt's eyes that were full of resolve caused him to once again break into a smile. That part of you hasn't changed one bit. Porco, really? Reinhardt, yeah. All right. We'll talk lots today, we'll eat delicious food, drink liquor, and hear each other's grumbles and worries over our work and our family. That is my duty as both your friend and your senpai. Porco, thank you, senpai. Reinhardt, we'll be supporting each other from now on, so there's no need to be reserved. Just like old times, right? Porco rang the bell again and ordered Pigu to hurry the preparations for supper. After that the two men spoke and rekindled their friendship. Chapter 213.3, Consultation with Surge-san and a Flash of Insight, 3/4, Chapter 213, Consultation with Surge-san and a Flash of Insight, 3/4, what a wonderful product. This luster, this texture. When I look at it closely, I can see that it's a little different from silk, but it looks really similar, doesn't it? If we wove something with this, I'm sure a beautiful cloth would be produced. Moreover, not only is the quality great, procuring it is also easy. Serge, normal silk relied on silkworm cocoons, so only a limited amount could be produced at a given time. They couldn't be mass-produced. But the slime rayon could be produced as long as the fiber slime was given enough ingredients. Moreover, the production rate could be further bolstered once the fiber slime started multiplying. As for the ingredients, as I've said earlier, I could produce as much as necessary as long as I have enough fertilizers. Until now the silk products could only be marketed toward nobles as luxury products. But by using this slime rayon as a substitute for silk, it will finally be possible to market those products even toward commoners, making it possible to distinguish oneself. Surge, entering an already established competitive market is really hard, after all. Ryuma, indeed. Moreover, in the end this silk rayon is no more than a substitute. So long as silk is recognized as the real thing, and the noble customers look for that real thing instead, then the merchants and manufacturers dealing with silk won't become hostile. Some degree of mass production will be needed to target the commoner market, but that too seems to be but a matter of time. Could I keep this spool of slime rayon? Surge, of course, as long as you examine it. Ryuma, all right then. I'll use it as reference for later. Surge, looks like the slime rayon will turn into a big thing. But I still have one more thing to show Surge-san, the last product I brought. Surge-san. Ryuma, so you've even brought something that I must prepare myself for, I see. Surge, yes. This too is a product brought about through the evolution of slimes, and I myself was shocked by it. Of the things I've showed you so far, this one is the most valuable. Ryuma, it is rare to see you praise something so much. Ryuma-sama, fret not, I've prepared myself. Do your worst. Surge-san made a serious expression just like that time when I spoke about the blood serum of the bloody slime. At that, I brought him the greatest boon of my recent trip, a small box with the pearl of the pearl slime. In the next moment. Ah, Surge-san. Ryuma, Surge-san collapsed limply into the back of his chair as if he'd just suffered anemia. He extended his hand and said that he was fine, but he seemed to be muttering something. Surge-san seemed to be calculating something, and it took a few minutes before he finally returned to normal. Excuse me. Surge, it's all right, I was shocked myself, after all. Ryuma, right. It gave me a shock, quite a shock indeed. Surge-san nodded as though to say being shocked was a given. This is clearly pearl. Just you having one of these would have been enough to surprise me, but you said you could make this. Surge, precisely. Recently, a slime that evolved came to possess the body of a pearl as well as the skill to make pearls. Of course, you're the first one I'm talking to about this as I know the importance of discretion in such matters. Ryuma, that's good to hear, really. Surge, by the way, how much is the market price for pearls? All I know is that they're really expensive since you can't get them from this country. Ryuma, you'd need at least a small platinum coin to acquire one of these. Surge, a small platinum coin. If I recall correctly, that should be an unbelievably large sum of money. That's about 1,000,000 suits worth. Is it that expensive? Ryuma, there's plenty of reason why it's so expensive. For starters, you need to search the seas to acquire shells, but there are monsters there too, so it's really dangerous. And then of the shells gathered, only 1 out of 10,000 would have a pearl in them. What's more is that there's no end to the differences in color and shape of the pearls. The ones that could pass for jewels are even rarer, making their price go up even more. But of course, purchasing them from the country where they are procured would make the price much lower. But since you can't get the pearls from here locally, merchants who want to sell them have to go to other countries to stock up and then go back here to sell them. By then the price jumps up even more due to all sorts of fees being added from taxes, transport, guards, etc. Naturally, they can't sell them at their original price without also charging for their expenses in acquiring them, otherwise, they'll incur a loss. The annual yields of the fishery also affect the market price, so if anything, consider the small platinum coin as the lowest possible price. Surge-san sure is talkative today. There's also a strange pressure about him. I suppose that just goes to show how profitable and precious this topic is. Chapter 213.4, Consultation with Surge-san and a Flash of Insight, 4/4, Chapter 213, Consultation with Surge-san and a Flash of Insight, 4/4, if it's worth that much, then, Ryuma-sama. Ryuma, suddenly, it occurred to me, perhaps one could even call it a flash of insight, as the things scattered in my mind and even those with no relation suddenly connected. Ryuma-sama, what's the matter, Surge-san? Ryuma, yes. Surge, do you remembering the garbage processing plant I told you about previously? Ryuma, the garbage processing plant. Ah, that conversation about using the scavenger slimes to deal with the town's garbage. I do remember it, but what about it? Surge, actually, when I was staying at Fatma Territory for my work, the families there gave me their garbage every day. The scavenger slimes gets to eat their fill too, but on top of that, because of the differences in garbage thrown out due to their different lifestyle compared to Jimuru, I was able to discover a new slime. Yes, just like the fiber slime I talked about earlier. The garbage thrown out by a single household may not be much, but when you're talking about an entire village, the amount really adds up, so the slimes evolve even faster. That's why collecting garbage is really important to me. Ryuma, alright. Indeed, as you say, perhaps that might just be the case. Surge, that's right. That's why I want to make a garbage processing plant for my hobbies. But to that end, just leaving the scavenger slimes to deal with the garbage won't be enough. I'll need people to collect the garbage, people to filter out the things useful for evolving slimes or experimenting, people to manage those people, and so on and so forth. In other words, I'll be needing a lot of people. Most of it is dirty work, so at first I thought it would be really hard finding enough hands, but now. Ryuma, the town is overflowing with people looking for work. I see. Surge, exactly. You could even say that the current situation allows me to have my pick of laborers. I don't know what the nobles were thinking pulling strings behind to send them here, but I'm sure there are those among the laborers who genuinely just want to find work. If I look, I'm sure I'll find skilled people too. And for people who want to find work even a moment sooner, I'm sure they won't demand too much either. I don't know about hiring them for cheap and making them work in poor conditions, but at the very least, if they're demanding less, then that should make it easier for me, right? Ryuma, there are those who rate themselves needlessly high from time to time too, after all. I get what you're trying to say. Surge, what's more is this? Ryuma, I pointed at the small box containing the pearl on the table again. A considerable amount of investment is necessary whether it is to hire people or start a new enterprise. Though of course, ideally one would get the necessary expenses from said enterprise itself. Ryuma, and even if your business isn't able to profit, you'll be able to stay afloat for the time being with this. Surge, yes. And there are still plenty of things I want to do and have to do. Ryuma, given the current state of the town, I want to strengthen my store's security. I also need to prepare for my trip to the Great Shurus Forest. To be more precise, I need time to train myself and I want to study up on medicine too just in case. I also want to perform research on tools to make my life easier, as well as preserved foods. Of course, slime research too. In order to feed the slimes that will continue to increase from here on out, I learned about the monsters that the Duke's family used to feed their monsters, but in order to raise some myself, I'll need to get a license from the Tamer Guild. To that end, I'll have to study for their exam. Presently, the number of things I want to do and have to do are too many. I also haven't been researching the slimes as much as I did before. If I add all the new stuff too, I really will be done for. If I wait until everything is done, who knows when I'll be able to go to the Great Shurus Forest. Should I go while making my preparations? No, going without sufficient preparations is out of the question. Everyone's been telling me that I don't have to do everything by myself. Ryuma, that's right. Surge, I now see the error in my ways. I want to do the slime research myself, but preserved food research or the tool production research can be taken over by other people. No, I need to find people to take over them. Am I wrong? Ryuma-sama. I don't think what you're saying is wrong, but basically, you're saying you want to give the laborers work, right? Surge. Surely not. That's something for the authorities or the nobles or the bigwigs to think about. It's not my place as a mere individual. All I want is to use the money at my disposal to help me find a solution to my problems. Everything is for my own sake. Of course, in the process, I do believe the laborers will end up finding work, however. Ryuma, truly. Surge-san said as he stared at my face. What is it all of a sudden? What is he looking at me like that for? Just as I thought he was doubting me, he suddenly heaved a sigh and looked like he understood something. I see. But starting a new enterprise requires groundwork. Especially, building a new garbage processing plant. How about talking to the guild master of the Merchant Guild first to figure out the details? Surge, thank you very much. Yes, I do think that's a good idea. Ryuma, to turn misfortune into a fortune. Is this a good time to say that? By changing my way of thinking and looking at things, I just might be able to make a chance out of this grim situation. Chapter 214.1, Karm's Worries I, 1/4, Chapter 214, Karm's Worries I, 1/4, sighed Karm Norad as a fragrant aroma wafted up my face. I opened my eyes. That should be Shelma-san preparing today's breakfast. I've never smelled this aroma before. It smells great, but I wonder what she's cooking. It's already been over half a year, and I've already gotten used to this peaceful time in the morning. As I anticipated what today's menu might be, I readied myself, and then headed to the cafeteria of the dormitory. Ah, good morning. Ryuma, for some reason, the boss was helping out with today's breakfast. Good morning, boss. You sure are early today. Karm, the boss, is also managing the northern mines, so he usually comes to the store from there. That's why he's usually not here at this time. When I asked him why he was here so early. Actually, I dropped by Surge-san's store before going home yesterday, and we talked for quite a while. Because of our conversation, I ended up going to the Merchants Guild too, where I spoke to the guild master and again talked for a long time. Before we knew it, it was already late into the night, so the guild master let me sleep in the guild's nap room. Ryuma, so that's why you're here so early. Karm, of course, he's early. He didn't go back home. If he was able to get a good night's rest despite that, then it's fine, but there's something bothering me. What did you talk about that you even had to involve the guild master on top of Surge-sama? Karm, oh, right. I don't think it'll have any effect on the laundromat, but I might as well ask you. Actually, Ryuma, good morning. Jane, oh. Jane-san and the others have come too. Huh. Boss. Fina, oh my. You really are here, boss. Maria, good morning, boss. Jane, good morning. Sorry to intrude. Ah, Karm-san. We can continue our conversation over breakfast. Ryuma, very well. Karm, the boss, seems occupied at the moment with helping Shelma-san. He went back to prepare breakfast. He talked late into the night as soon as he came back, and then he's even helping out with breakfast early in the morning. I wonder if he really managed to rest. While I was thinking that, the employees entered the cafeteria one after another. Before long, it was already time for breakfast. And that's the gist of it. Ryuma, the boss, is acting casually, but he just said something really crazy just now. In other words, you're planning to enter multiple industries. Karm, it's necessary in order to prepare for my objective of going back to the Great Shura's Forest, and necessary in order to deepen my knowledge and research new technologies. You could say it's an investment toward myself, but yes, in the end, I will be dipping my toe in multiple industries. Ryuma, I understand what the boss is getting at. Even if it is to prepare for a journey. Unlike other people, the boss can use dimension magic, so he can carry more things than other people and is also able to sleep at ease in the night. But I hear there are many situations during adventurer work where he's not able to resupply and has to rely on his own abilities. And the boss is also planning on going to one of the top 5 most dangerous regions in the country. It wouldn't be surprising if he found himself in a situation where he had to conserve mana or couldn't use magic. If he finds himself in such a situation, then it wouldn't do if he couldn't do anything without magic. I'm sure he also wants to be able to rest his mind and body as much as possible during his journey. If so, then he'll likely want to be able to take better camping tools and preserved food with him. I myself have experienced having to camp outside and eat stale food when I traveled here for the first time. I recall being really tired when I finally arrived. It's not just adventurers. When people who aren't used to traveling travel, they have a hard time even when escorted by guards. I know that by experience. I think any adventurer who travels and camps out regularly would want better accommodations if they had the coin to spare. But while that might be true, would any adventurer go so far as to start researching into making preserved foods? Other than this person in front of me, is there really anyone who would go so far? Moreover, what the boss wants to do isn't just limited to preserved food. The scope of his plans, the people to talk to and the groundwork necessary, as well as the investment needed. It seems he discussed all of those last night. What's more is that the guild master apparently wrote to the guild masters of the other guilds too, and that the boss would also be participating in the guild master meeting 3 days later. As usual, the boss says some crazy things so casually. Pest, assistant manager. Just how much of that was true? It sounded a little too unbelievable for me. Yurdam, all of it. The boss meant everything he said. Karm, the others were a little shocked too, but it was the boss after all, so they came to terms with it very quickly. Only Yurdam-san, who's new, found the boss's story unbelievable, and had to confirm with me, but that's only natural. It's only natural to be in disbelief. In the first place, it's not normally so easy to meet the guild master just by barging into the guild. Not to mention talking late into the night. It's a really busy job, so sparing so much time for a person is normally impossible. If it were a big-time merchant like Surge-sama, then perhaps the guild might still accommodate him. Or in the case of an emergency, perhaps even other merchants would be accommodated. But in most cases, someone lower in the hierarchy would hear the merchant out, get confirmation, and then get the more specific details on another day. Getting an audience immediately is normally impossible. But considering the influx of laborers, and the number of problems pestering the town, perhaps it's not so strange after all. Are you doing this to provide work for the laborers? Karm, Chapter 214.2, Karm's Worries I, 2/4, Chapter 214, Karm's Worries I, 2/4, U2. Surge-san and Graziera-san told me the same thing, but that's not really a matter for an individual like me to think about. This is an investment toward myself and my future, no more no less. Of course, the laborers will get to work too as a result. I won't deny that. Ryuma, that's what he says, but his "for my own sake" isn't really that believable. He said the same thing when he opened this laundromat. He said that it was to serve as an insurance in case his adventure work went awry, but in the end, he's more concerned with his employees and Slime's well-being and work environment than he is with the store's profits. Because of that, all the employees here including me are very satisfied with our job and morale is also very high, but even after us the ones he's most concerned with next are the customers. As for himself, there's probably 2 or 3 more after the customers before he even has a thought to spare. Surge-sama told me to be careful about that part regarding him when I was introduced to this store for the first time, but I'm sure even if Surge-sama didn't say anything that I would have still become concerned. The boss is too good of a person. As a person, that's a virtue, but as a merchant, it's a cause for anxiety. I believe it was because of that me and my older sister were dispatched here in the first place, to compensate for his kindness and support him. That's just how kind the boss is. It is true that there are a lot of things I have to prepare. Ryuma, that's right. You're going to a dangerous place, so you need to prepare properly. Fina, he's not wrong, but to me it sounds like he's just looking for an excuse to provide work to the laborers. In fact, the other employees seem to think so too. No one's saying anything, but I'm sure no one believes the boss when he says that he's doing this just for himself. At most, the newest employee, Yurdam-san, is unsure if the boss is really serious, but that can't be helped. The investment needed to enter a new industry is no laughing matter, but if the risk was too high, then I'm sure Surge-sama and the guild master would have stopped him. If they decided that it's something they could keep talking about, then the boss idea must have that much value behind it, and is not just a mad gamble at the market. I'll just do what I can and do my best managing the store here. And then in the future, by the way, boss. You asked me before to investigate the laundromats that tried to imitate us. I would like to give my report on that assignment. Karm, come to think of it, I did ask you to look into that before leaving. Well, all right. Let's hear it. Ryuma, yes. 90% of the stores have already been closed. They didn't have any cleaner slimes, so they had to rely on people to do the laundry. Moreover, they also couldn't keep up with us in terms of speed and quality, but I think the biggest culprit why they had to close down was because they couldn't compete with us in price. That being said, there is still a store that's continuing to operate. Karm, oh. What kind of store is it? Ryuma, in the western part of Jimuru, in the Craftsman district, there is a former workshop that is also a house that now serves as a store. It's run by a family of 3, a mother, a young son, and a young daughter. Karm, are they making money? Ryuma, not at all. But the husband who passed away last year was really popular, so their neighbors are supporting them, and they're somehow able to get by. Karm, I see. This is the eastern part of the town, so it'll probably be much easier on the customers from the western side if we were to put up a branch store there. If my memory serves me right, there are many braggarts among the customers from there. It's not a bad location, but it would be reassuring if we could cooperate with someone trustworthy to the locals. But I'm sure they too have their circumstances. Just talking among ourselves won't do. It looks like we'll have to meet them to discuss the takeover and the consolidation of the management. Ryuma, yes. This task is too heavy for a representative to handle. Moreover, there are also people who find such actions rude, so I suggest you do this yourself, boss. Of course, I'll help out with the preparations too. I could also accompany you and help with the details of the contract. Karm, I see. Can you tell me about the process and etiquettes of a takeover? I don't have any experience with such matters. Ryuma, please don't worry, I understand that very well. But for the meantime, let's finish our meal first. Calm, like that we finished our breakfast, and then moved to the office at the store. Explaining the process of the takeover, preparing the necessary documents, contacting the other party, and finishing the stockpiled paperwork. It took us an entire day to finish all of that. To be honest, this issue isn't so important that we had to finish everything in one day, but the boss looked like he was about to do everything on his own again. You can always count on the boss to surpass expectations. There's that conversation of his with Serge-sama too. Sigh, he really is just that sort of person. The sort who racks his head, trying to bring everything toward a good direction, only to end up making more work for himself. Chapter 214.3, Karm's Worries I, 3/3, Chapter 214, Karm's Worries I, 3/3, Assistant Manager. Yurdam, huh? Ah, Yurdam-san. You startled me. Karm, I knocked. Something on your mind? Did the boss go back already? Shelma-san asked me to bring some sweets and tea for you too. Yurdam, he left already since the work was done. He said he'd go back home properly this time. Karm, I see. Can I have the leftover tea and sweets then? Yurdam, go ahead. It would be a waste to just throw them away, after all. Thanks. Yurdam, as he said that he started digging in. His actions could be regarded as frivolous, but it wasn't offensive. By the way, did he really finish the job? Yurdam, yes. Is something the matter? Karm, normally, a child wouldn't be able to handle that kind of paperwork. At the very least, it would have been impossible for me when I was at his age. Sitting down somewhere and studying was a big enough pain as is. Yurdam, that's what you meant. Karm, come to think of it, where did the boss learn how to do paperwork? He has asked me to teach him how to do paperwork before, but it was regarding the official documents to be submitted to the guild, so it felt more like he was simply not used to the style here, and in truth was very used to doing paperwork. In fact, he seemed to be a veteran at it. Read more chapter on novel full. I was also just starting to study how to do paperwork when I was the boss's age. Perhaps it's possible depending on the person. Karm, in my case, it was more like I was just helping out, and the work I was doing was less than half a person's share, but considering the things that the boss has done until now, I feel like it only makes sense that he can do this much. I know there are children with talents beyond their age in a certain field, but the boss is different. How do I put it? He doesn't feel like a child at all. Yurdam, he suddenly made his face look serious as he asked me for my thoughts. I couldn't help but slip a chuckle at that. Well, that's true. Karm, right. Well, that's fine and all, but there's something bothering me. Yurdam, something bothering you. What is it? Karm, it would be great if it's just my imagination, but don't you think that boss is really tense? Yurdam, tense. Karm, yes. Especially, when we met for the first time. He was really tense. I'd heard that he was a gentle person, so I couldn't believe it was the same person. Today it feels like he's hiding that tenseness and is forcing himself to act cheerful. Yurdam, I see. Do you have an idea why he might be feeling like that? I didn't think he was being overly tense or forcing himself to be cheerful, but he did seem more focused in his work than usual. Or rather it felt like he was trying to get it done quickly. Though that could also partly be because it's going to get even more busy from here on. Karm, I don't really get it myself, but didn't he go to meet the president of the Morgan Company? It seems he mainly wanted to confirm his safety, so why did it end up with him starting a new business? Yurdam, right, if you're not used to his antics, no, even if you're used to his antics, you might still find it weird, but sometimes, the boss suddenly takes a huge leap in thinking like that or outright skips a process. Karm, is that the so-called temperament of a genius? But in that case, won't it be difficult talking to him? Yurdam, at first, a little, and there have been times when I've been overwhelmed by him too, but if you ask him one at a time how he arrived to that conclusion, he'll answer properly, so it's not that troublesome. Besides, it's a common peculiarity as far as researchers go. I can't talk about this so loudly, but the boss is a lot easier to talk to than the researchers I had to deal with in my previous workplace. At least, he answers properly when you ask him. Karm, those kind of people are a thing, aren't they? They rattle on, and then wonder why you can't understand them. When you take that into consideration, I guess the boss really is generous. Yurdam, oh. He seems rather familiar with those people. Yurdam-san, do you know someone like that? Karm, huh? Haha, I've gone to all sorts of places in my quest to test my strength, so I've gotten to meet all sorts of people. People like that aren't bad per se, but they sure are a pain. Yurdam, we both shared a laugh at that. But speaking of which, Karm, what is it? Yurdam, you were talking about how the boss was tense and about how he doesn't act like a child, right? I don't know if it's related, but the boss has a habit of immediately looking for an answer whenever there's a problem. Karm, what do you mean? Yurdam, how to put it? He doesn't cry like a kid, or he's quick to adapt. Explaining it is a bit difficult. Karm, while I was racking my head how to explain, Yurdam-san patiently waited. He's really diligent when it comes to things like this, despite seeming so flippant all the time. Let's see. For example, earlier, you were asking about how he ended up wanting to start a new business when he just wanted to make sure that his friend was safe, right? But if you consider it from the perspective of a merchant and think about the profits, don't you think his actions make perfect sense? Karm, why is that? Yurdam, bluntly put, no matter how much you tell someone how worried you were about them, it won't amount to a single copper. Karm, that really is blunt. Yurdam, of course, having someone so concerned about your well-being is something to be grateful about, regardless if you look at it from the perspective of a normal person or a merchant. But the damages incurred from the fire, ranging from the goods to the structures, the sales lost due to the store needing to be closed to deal with the aftermath, the increased security to prevent another arson, etc. All of that costs money. Because of that, there's no point in prattling on endlessly about the safety of the personnel or the security. All the more so when the company has already dealt with the problem. Hence, it wouldn't be wrong to say that the only remaining problem is the financial burden. If you look at just that one practical aspect, then talking about something that could turn over a profit is far more valuable than 10,000 words of concern. As a manager myself, I would be grateful. Karm, according to the boss, his source of funds would be the large sum he inherited from his grandfather and grandmother. And the plan for his new business would involve a slime goods factory to be built in collaboration with the Morgan Company. So wouldn't that mean that he would also be supplying funds to the Morgan Company? Serge Sama isn't the kind of manager to lurch just because of one arson, but that's another story. Having extra funds to cover his unexpected loss should still be a huge help to him. Moreover, even if this investment were to be considered a loan, the boss isn't someone who would force a takeover. Seriously, you couldn't ask for a better lender. What's more is, if a factory to produce popular goods could be successfully put up, then that should also open up another source of income in the future. I see. A child would cry when given a problem, but crying alone won't change anything, so instead he thinks up a solution immediately. In that sense, the boss is a very practical and rational person. Is that what you're saying? Yurdam, looks like he understands. He's a strange person who always gets involved with slimes and who possesses mysterious knowledge, but the way he immediately sets off to look for an answer when presented with a problem, as well as his diligence in his work, is very reassuring. Even if he does look like a child. As for the parts he lacks, that's for me and the others to compensate. Karm, you really trust him? Yurdam, he does have a habit of becoming absorbed with something and burying himself in work, though. That's definitely something to worry about. Karm, that's something I'll probably never understand. After all, I'm someone who wants to do his job with the least effort needed. Oh, right. Thanks for telling me something so interesting. I'll go back to my post now. Yurdam, yes, please take care. Karm, but before I could even say that, he'd already taken the teacups and the plates of sweets and left the room. He sure licked those plates clean. Karm, Yurdam thinks the boss is tense, huh? That's worrying. That man surprisingly has a habit of watching people, so he's rather sensitive to them. There's also something I'm worried about a little. I better pay more attention to the boss. Chapter 215, Karm's Worries 2, 1/5. Chapter 215, Karm's Worries 2, 1/5, sighed Karm Norad the next day. Good morning. Ryuma, the boss arrived at his usual time today. He doesn't seem tense to me, but he's so cheerful it's concerning. Good morning, boss. Did you go home properly yesterday and get a good night's rest? Carm, huh? Ah, yeah. More or less. Ryuma, he paused for a moment there, didn't he? Boss. Did you rest properly? Carm, I went back home properly and got some sleep. But the slimes evolved as soon as I came back, so I stayed up late. Ryuma, again. Please keep your all-nighters in moderation. Carm, I'm fine. It won't get in the way of my work, and all these evolutions should end soon. I got a lot of garbage from the villagers of Fatma territory, so the slimes were able to get a lot of nutrients and evolve. Ah, by the way, 2 types evolved last night. Both were sticky slimes who evolved after eating water spiders. One of them became a spider slime with the skills build, nest, and capture, so I guess the water spiders really are spiders. I thought they were crabs, but I guess it's a trivial matter. The other slime evolved into a crust slime with the skill mold shell. Their abilities and appearance aren't any different from the normal sticky slimes, but, Ryuma, by the way, boss. The laundromat we were talking about before replied. Carm, already. Didn't we just contact them yesterday? I thought they'd take more time to respond. Ryuma, I feel bad cutting him when he's so happily talking, but there's no telling when the conversation will end when the topic is about slimes, so I distracted him by showing him the letter that arrived first thing this morning. I don't really mind talking to the boss about slimes during break time, but we're in the middle of opening the store right now. It won't look good to the rest of the employees if both the boss and the assistant manager are slacking. Of course, the boss himself understands that, and he's also generally a diligent person, so that's not really a problem. Oh. This letter says I can visit their store anytime. Should I take that at face value and drop by today? Ryuma, can I see that letter? Carm, I got the letter from the boss and looked through it. I see. It does say that you can visit them, so I think it should be fine to drop by as long as it's not at a busy time. Carm, I see. In that case, I'll drop by around noon after lunch. I want to wear something proper, and I don't want to intrude on them during their break time. Ryuma, all right. In that case, I'll go get ready too. Carm, while I was saying that, my eyes happened to fall onto the boss's arms. It's rare to see you wearing something like that. Is that a bracelet? Carm, the boss normally isn't one to wear accessories. In fact, I've never really seen him wearing one. Depending on one's customs, a person might wear certain things regardless of age or gender, but I've never heard anything of the sort from him. But today the boss had a metallic rope wrapped around his left arm that's connected at both ends with a clasp decorated with embellished stones. In other words, a bracelet-like object was wrapped around his left arm. You mean this? Foo, does it look like that to you? Ryuma, am I wrong? Carm, no, I made it look like that, so you're not wrong, but this is actually a slime. The wire slime that evolved at Fatma territory could turn itself into a thread-like object by stretching its body. I figured it might be possible to combine it with some stones to make it look like an accessory, so I gave it a shot. Ryuma, I see. Carm, is there any point in turning a slime into an accessory? That simple question popped up in my mind, but I hesitated to voice it out seeing how happy the boss was. In the end, I didn't say anything, and just looked for a good timing to end our conversation and went back to work. After lunch and after having readied myself to go with the boss. I'll be counting on you, Yurdam-san. Ryuma, leave it to me. Yurdam-san ended up going with us too. I was internally surprised when I found out that the boss had asked him to escort us himself. As for why I found that surprising, that's because the boss normally doesn't bring any guards with him. I know now that the boss is an adventurer and is quite powerful himself, but when I first met the boss, he really struck me as a mature child, so when people were starting to get jealous of our store and started to cause disturbances, I repeatedly advised him to have some guards with him. The boss normally listens to me and my older sister, but I can protect myself, I'll protect my own body, it's fine, is what he'd gently tell us while firmly rejecting the notion of having any guards. The one exception was when he went to visit the Duke and he needed Fei-san to accompany him out of formalities sake. That was really the one exception. Even though the store is armed to the teeth with Fei-san, Leland-san, Dolce-kun, and Oxen to prevent anything from happening to the employees. He's completely unconcerned when it comes to himself. Though perhaps that's also because a half-baked guard would only hinder him. Karm-san, is something the matter? I feel like you've been staring at me since a while ago. Ryuma, it seems I've been staring at him unconsciously. I was just thinking how strange it was for you to ask for an escort. Karm, come to think of it, you and Carla-san did advise me many times to have some with me. Ryuma, so he does remember our advice. It looks like he's also a little embarrassed for not listening to us, since he awkwardly averted his eyes when he said that. I'm not mad about that, boss. After all, I understand now just how strong you are. I'm just curious why you suddenly decided to have Yurdam-san accompany you today. Karm, Chapter 215.2, Karm's Worries 2, 2/3, Chapter 215, Karm's Worries 2, 2/3. I hear it's been dangerous lately, and something also seems to have happened this morning, as I saw some suspects being taken in, and these clothes, suit, also aren't really fit for moving around in, so. But I guess I could make a suit out of beast hide or some other material that's easy to move in for later. Ryuma, a formal wear you can move around in easily. I don't know about a formal wear meant for combat, but just something that's easy to move around in should have plenty of demand. After all, even normal clothes are best when they're easy to move around in. Karm, come to think of it, when the boss goes to town from the northern mines, he has to pass through the northern gates. If I recall correctly, there should be a guardroom and a jail in that area. If so, then it makes perfect sense that he'd end up spotting some people being taken in, so he should have already seen something similar happening before. And besides, is having clothes difficult to move in really enough to get him to bring an escort? For example, even just the joints, Ryuma, there's this place I went to before, Yurdam, there's a beast hide and a plant like that. There really are all sorts of monsters, aren't there? In that case, Ryuma, boss, could you not suddenly start talking about clothes that are easy to move in with Yurdam-san? As expected of you, boss, coming up with an idea just like that from a casual conversation. I'm impressed by your imagination, but you don't need to spill all of your ideas, you know. Karm, sorry. Let's talk again later, Yurdam-san. Ryuma, okay. Yurdam, good grief, sometimes I don't know if the boss has the spirit of an artisan or a researcher. It might just be an idea now, but it might turn into a huge profit later. And as a merchant, I couldn't just watch the boss spill his ideas for everyone to hear while he walked through town. I've always thought that Surge-sama and the guild master were overprotective of the boss, but when he does things like this I can't help but worry too. While I was thinking that, I followed after the two, who spoke about idle topics like the surrounding stores or the buildings in the city. And then, Karm-san. Ryuma, yes. Karm, that's the store we're supposed to be visiting, right? Ryuma, should be. Karm, when we entered the street where the store was supposed to be, we stopped walking. There was a crowd of people gathered just a few steps away from the store. What's more was that this crowd was made up of well-statured young men carrying squared timbers and hammers. There was a dangerous atmosphere about them that suggested they weren't customers. No matter how you look at it, they don't look peaceful. What now, boss? Yurdam, well, they've already noticed us, and even if we change the date, unless we talk to them, we won't know when it's convenient or not. If things turn for the worse, I'll be counting on you, Yurdam-san. Ryuma, the boss said with a firm voice, then he brazenly approached the crowd. As we approached the crowd, ascertaining gazes fell upon us. Good day. If you don't mind my asking, did something happen here? Ryuma, when we were about a horse's distance away, the boss spoke. The crowd became a little noisy at that, and one of the men replied. Nothing you'd need to be concerned about. Man, there's no way that's true. I see. In that case, can you let us pass? We have business with that store over there. Ryuma, the moment the boss said that, the countenance of the man changed from displeasure to anger. You have business with this store? What business? Men, are you related to the store? Ryuma, who gives a damn if I'm related or not? Men, it actually matters, though. Ryuma, the boss's attitude finally got to the men, and he approached the boss while glaring at him. But we've come here to talk with the owner of that store. We have no obligation to reveal the details to outsiders. Such actions would only hurt our reputation as merchants, hence, it's only natural to first confirm whether you're related or not. In the first place, we've already sent a letter to the owner of that store and have contacted them prior. If you aren't related, then I will have to ask you to stand back. Ryuma. The men couldn't find the words to refute with and stood there silent for a while, but after a few seconds. TCH. I knew it. You're land sharks who want to use some weird contract to get the store. Ryuma, just what is this guy saying all of the sudden? I didn't think you'd bring a kid with you, but if you're land sharks, then it makes perfect sense why this brat is so gutsy. No, that's just the boss. Carm, don't try to give me your lip service. We know a letter was sent to this store wanting to purchase it. That's. Carm, it's true that we sent a letter yesterday to buy the store, but we're not land sharks. The main point of that letter was to make our services more convenient for customers. It would also be possible to reduce the burden on each branch by distributing the customers to multiple branches. The condition we gave was the purchase of the owner's current store and workshop. Just the workshop alone was fine too. Everything was negotiable, and after the purchase, if the other party was interested, we could hire them and they could keep working. We didn't ask them to leave their current address. The main difference before and after the acquisition would only be the work, as there would be a need to consolidate with the bamboo forest's way of doing things. Despite that, we intended to minimize the change in the chain of command. We wrote all of this in the letter. We're not trying to drive away the family from their home. In fact, we even think it would be best if they could continue working, so there's no reason for them to treat us like this. Chapter 215.3, Carm's Worries 2, 3/3, Chapter 215, Carm's Worries 2, 3/3, please wait a moment. Let's talk calmly. Carm, like hell we will. That's exactly how you people swindle others out of their money and house. Yeah. Crowd 1, it's because of you people that people have been driven out of their houses. And you've been pestering this store to sell its land for a while now too. The angry bellows of the first man was the impetus that drove the other men to also bellow angrily. People driven away from their houses. Pestering the store to sell its land. Carm-san. Ryuma, boss. I'm probably thinking the same thing as you. Carm, they've obviously mistaken us for someone else. Yurdam, various problems have been occurring in town recently, and it seems this part of town is no exception. But while the criminals they're talking about might be active around here, we have nothing to do with them. I more or less understand what you're saying, but we're not responsible for those crimes. We are from the laundromat at the eastern part of Jimuru, Bamboo Forest. Ryuma, the owner of that store, has also replied to our letter, saying that we could drop by any time. Carm, we firmly denied their previous accusations, and after the boss gave the name of our store, I explained to them that the store owner here has also replied to our letter. Bamboo Forest. Isn't that store? Crowd 1, yeah, our workshop enlists their services too. Crowd 2, the madam replied. Crowd 3, come to think of it, there's a rumor going around that the owner of that store is a kid. Seriously? Crowd 4, looks like there are people who know about our store. As voices raised from the crowd, the hostility toward us lessened, but don't let them fool you. That man from before yelled again. Some land sharks misrepresent themselves to be from a real store, wanting to discuss a deal, when in fact they're just greedy to grab some land. Why yeah. Crowd 1, but that store seems to be making a killing, though. Crowd 2, right. You could at least let them talk. Crowd 3, fool. Remember just how many people have been swindled because they were willing to lend an ear. Even the guild refused to do anything when a contract was involved. At this rate, the madam and her children will be left out in the cold without any way to feed themselves. Can you guys still face the boss with that? The faces of the people gathered grew darker with every word the man spoke. Perhaps, some of these people have also been swindled before. The guild not intervening is a bit concerning, though. You might be a child, but if you're going to lay your hand on this store, I'm not going to show you any mercy. I'll beat you up so you never feel like starting anything here again. This is bad. They're not listening to us at all. Even though, Ryuma, boss. Carm, I couldn't quick pick up what the boss was muttering, but when I turned to him, I was shocked by his eyes. From time to time, the boss would become depressed because he remembered something, but I've never felt anything this dark and heavy before. Boss. Is something the matter? Calm, not at all. It's just that when I see this situation like this, I can't help but feel disappointed. Of course, I'm sure everyone has their fair share of troubles, but like this, what's the difference between the townspeople and thugs? Ryuma, there was a deep dejection and disappointment mixed in with those words. Well, I do understand why he feels that way. In fact, I agree with him, but what was that, you little brat? Man, saying that here is like pouring oil into the flames. Yurdam immediately rushed forward. Are you sure? Yurdam, but the boss stopped him. This is merely the result of me giving voice to my own thoughts, so it's only right that the one to deal with this also be me. You just protect Karm-san, Yurdam-san. Ryuma, understood. Yurdam, you've got guts, kid. Man, because I haven't said anything wrong, so there's nothing to correct either. There's no need for it. Ryuma, the atmosphere grew even worse because of that, but the boss didn't stop. A group of adults gathered together, then started showing off their weapons and even threatened people with their loud voices. They refuse to talk properly, and they won't even try. So I wondered to myself, just how are these people different from the thugs that cause trouble throughout town? The thought came up, so I said it. Is there something wrong with what I said? Ryuma, this little brat, man, boss, I agree with you, but you don't have to say it over and over. He might be talking politely, he even appears uninterested, but his words are sharp. Yurdam, I think I get it now. That tension you were talking about yesterday. Karm, great, so how do you deal with it? Yurdam, I don't know. He usually just brushes off anything you tell him with a smile. This is my first time seeing him like this. Karm, we should probably pull him out of this situation by force if we have to. By the way, is the person by that door the owner of the store? Ryuma. Crowd, ah. Karm, I was so preoccupied with the boss and the men that I didn't notice her at all. The door to the store the men were crowding had opened a little, and a young woman could be seen peeking. She's probably the owner of the store. What are you doing, madam? Please. Go back inside. Men, owner, can we Ryuma, don't butt in when people are talking. Men, do you mind if we talked? Ryuma, don't worry. I'll protect you and your children. Men, owner, the owner of the store glanced alternatingly between us and the crowd of men. All the while, the noisy man desperately called out to the perplexed owner. Sorry. Owner, in the end, the owner went back inside her store. At that, the boss looked at us. Let's go back. Ryuma, what happened to the earlier exchange? Suddenly, the boss wanted to go back as if he had lost all interest all of the sudden. Even the man picking a fight with him was confused by his sudden change. Hey. Man, my apologies for intruding. We've already ascertained the intentions of the owner, so we will be taking our leave now. We probably won't be coming back here again, but if you still have any complaints, then please schedule an appointment through one of my employees. Ryuma, what? Excuse me, it means to promise a meeting. I won't run away or hide. You can even bring that thing in your hands with you, I don't mind. But if you try to scare my employees or my customers, if you try to hurt them, know that I will be dealing with you and thoroughly. Ryuma, there was a quiet but overbearing power hidden behind those words. Yurdam-san, let's go. Ryuma, yeah. Yurdam, fortunately, the boss was just walking leisurely, so it was easy to catch up to him. Boss. What happened all of a sudden? Karm-san. I'm sorry, but you'll have to give up on acquiring that store. It's already lost its appeal. We'll have to search for another store or simply put up another branch. Ryuma, I agree, but there's also no need to rush it. Let's think this through again from the start. Karm, yes. Ryuma, with that the boss went completely silent. One of the boss's bad habits is that he tends to think too much, but considering how sharply he dealt with that situation earlier, it might be worse this time around. I can understand why the boss is angry, but normally, the boss just lets those things pass. He's not ignoring the things he normally ignores. Is that proof that he's been driven into a corner? Boss. You seem really tense. Is everything all right? Calm, the boss wordlessly denied being tense, then after reflecting on it a bit, sighed and then spoke. I see. It seems I have been a bit too tense. Ryuma, he acknowledged it. If there's something on your mind, I can lend you an ear. Calm, it's not a problem right now. I just wanted to be careful. And this might sound like I'm talking badly about someone behind their back, but if, for example, the store didn't have Calm-san but that woman instead, I wouldn't feel safe leaving the store to her. Ryuma, I completely agree with you. Putting it mildly, just as the information we've gathered says, her store is only able to continue to exist because of the support of the people around her. Calm, the boss nodded. It seems we share the same opinion here. It's true that I'm rarely in the store, but as the owner of my store and the person above my employees, I believe it is my duty to ensure the stability of the store's operation as well as the safety of the employees. Ryuma, it seems the boss believes that I'm capable of making that happen whereas that woman can't. This is probably what he means by being able to entrust the store to me. But unforeseen and unreasonable things happen when they're least expected. Regardless how careful one might be, as long as we're humans, the word absolute doesn't exist. It takes only a moment for us to lose something. A moment of thoughtlessness, a moment of carelessness, just one moment to lose something important forever. That's not an uncommon story either. Ryuma, Calm, words that sound like they belong to an old man with a wealth of experience. The boss naturally said such words and then wryly smiled. In order to avoid the unexpected as much as possible, we need to take extra care, or at least that's what I was thinking, and before I knew it I'd ended up more tense than usual. Ryuma, so you really can't calm down with the town like this? Calm, I can't refute that, but this is an issue with my personality. You, me, the townspeople. We can all feel the worsening public order and we're all trying to deal with it in our own way. I'm not doubting the effort made by the authorities or by other people, but no matter how many measures are taken, there are still people who think it's not enough, right? Ryuma, that's true. Calm, I want to be careful too, or rather, thinking like that is simply a part of my personality, so I'll have to rely on your continued support from here on out too. Ryuma, the boss said with the smile of someone who's just pranked someone. There was no point in telling me that after all this time. But of course. That's why I'm here. Calm, when I said that, the boss smiled again and said, I see, then continued walking back to the store. That heavy atmosphere from before was gone from his back, and his stride seemed a little lighter. Chapter 216.1, Reflection and Invitation, 1/2. Chapter 216, Reflection and Invitation, 1/2. Ryuma, although there was nothing waking me up, I opened my eyes as usual, and just as usual, I prepared food for the slimes and myself. After that I readied myself and left for work. Or at least, I was about to when I realized that there was still some time left, so as usual, I made an idol for the gods until then. This has been my morning routine recently. Ryuma, I've been depressed ever since that day I screwed up at the craftsman district. Perhaps one saving grace is that I at least realized that I was being tense. When I think back to it, Sararipita's words come to mind. It'll get noisy around you in the near future, so do your best. When he mentioned, in the near future, perhaps he was referring to my return to Jimuru from Fatma territory. He said it would get noisy around me, and Jimuru's public order has indeed worsened. He is a god of this world, after all, so he might have already known then what was happening to this town. I do wish he'd been clearer, but he doesn't really strike me as the type to provide information for no reason. Just the fact that he gave me a tip could be considered kindness on his part. But still, why is my heart so rattled? When I thought about it calmly, I realized what the reason behind that was. The current atmosphere of Jimuru is just like the atmosphere back at my previous world and the company I worked at there. Nothing about this world is similar, but somehow someway it reminds me of my previous world. It's almost as if everything until now has been nothing but a happy dream, and now I'm finally waking up from it. As if all that good luck is finally swinging back. I can't really explain it well, but it's a kind of vague anxiety that feels like something like that. I trust my employees, but it's precisely because they're so helpful and so kind to me that I want to protect them. No matter how unlikely it is, the chance of losing them scares me. If this were just some groundless fear, then it wouldn't really matter, but even these kind of thoughts have already become routine for me. And yet despite that I still can't find an answer. Sigh. Ah, it's almost time. Before long it was time for me to leave, so I picked myself and left. When I got to the store. A letter. Ryuma, it's from that laundromat from before. Carm, from that laundromat. Ryuma, when I arrived at the store, something to sour my mood was already waiting for me. Apparently that showed on my face, as Carm-san wore an apologetic face as he handed me the letter. I reflected over my actions as I opened the letter. I see. Ryuma, boss, if it's okay with you, can I also see that letter? Carm, sure. It's basically a letter of apology. Ryuma, the owner, mother, of the store wrote in the letter an apology for the events that transpired recently, as well as her thoughts regarding the matter and the men in front of the store. She also gave her reasons why she acted the way she did. What should we do? Carm, nothing. It's not like she's asking us to come again, nor has she expressed her will to talk. We can just take her apology as is. More importantly, let's deal with the other issues we have. Ryuma, I see. Carm, is there a problem? Ryuma, no, I agree with you. It's just that normally you'd probably just laugh the matter off and suggest to visit her again to talk. I just thought you weren't acting like yourself. Carm, It is true that I don't mind petty things, and I do in fact not think anything of that matter anymore, but I still don't feel like entrusting the store to her. Still, I understand your feelings. Thank you for your concern. Ryuma, he's worried about my mental state. Are there any other letters or documents that have been delivered? Ryuma, these are the ones that have been delivered just now. This one was delivered by the Guild Master of the Merchant Guild, Griziera-sama. This one from the Guild Master of the Tamer Guild, Taylor-sama. But as for this envelope, no name has been given. A young boy adventurer did come to deliver it, though. I believe his name was Bert Cohen. Carm, in that case, it must have been sent by Rebel-san, the person responsible for the slums. Let's see. Ah, that's good to hear. Ryuma, you seem happy. Carm, yes, there were some things we talked about, and it seems that they're heading in a good direction. Remember that slime garbage processing plant or that slime goods factory of the Morgan Company that I talked to you about before? This is a continuation of that. The processing plant, of course, but even other related facilities require land, so we needed to figure out where to build them, and in the end, it was decided that we would be demolishing a portion of the slums. Ryuma, is that all right? What about the people living there? Carm, an obvious question, the answer to which is this letter. According to this letter, most of the structures in the slums are one-story houses. With only one floor and few rooms, they're no different from tightly packed sheds. Ryuma, what's more is that they're miserable shacks with cracked crumbling walls and rotten wood. They're barely able to keep standing thanks to the slum people repeatedly fixing them. If we were to build a two-story structure like this store there, we'd easily be able to provide space for at least twice the amount of people that the current structures there can provide shelter for. And if we can't expand the store horizontally, we can just expand it vertically. Ryuma, I suppose. Carm, I only needed about an hour to build this store with my magic and my slimes. I told them that and called out to the slum people with houses or lots. Is there anyone among you who would let me rebuild their house into a two-story house? I told them. Naturally, the people who would be living in it would be the owner. So I asked them, would you be willing to let someone else use the free rooms? Of course, under the premise of a lease. Ryuma, in this way, the owner would not only have a new house, but he'd also have a source of income. To be honest, I thought it would be difficult too at first, but when I asked the guild master, she told me that so long as I properly compensated the people I was trying to evict, then the rest depended on negotiations. And when I actually discussed the topic with Rebel-san, the slum people were much more favorable to the idea than expected. They said stuff like, we're poor, so we don't have a lot of belongings, we can move anytime. When do you plan to start, etc. Based on the documents they've sent, it seems there are a lot of proactive people among them. It's actually really surprising. Ryuma, naturally, it won't do to evict them unless they agree to our conditions and the whole matter is consensual. After all, if we end up being thought of as those illegal land grubbers, it would only end in tragedy for both parties. Anyhow, that's what we've agreed upon. And Arnold-san, one of the bigwigs of the government office, did also ask me if I could readjust the slums, so, Ryuma, at this rate, I might as well suggest that we build a housing complex. Besides, I was always planning on building a dormitory for the employees of the factory and the garbage processing plant. I can also dismantle all of the buildings in one go with my magic and my slimes. As for the simple physical labor stuff like cleaning up the rubble, I could hire people to make the work more efficient, but at this point, isn't this already on the scale of a land readjustment project? What's more is that I will be putting up a lot of slime industrial facilities in the slums. In that case, it might just be fitting to call the slum district the slime district. Yeah, that doesn't sound so bad. Chapter 216.2, Reflection and Invitation, 2 halves, Chapter 216, Reflection and Invitation, 2 halves, something like that, I guess. Ryuma, I don't really get that last part, but either way, it's good that everything's going well, and you also seem to be having fun. Calm, now that he mentions it. There are some problems and things I'm worried about, but yeah, it doesn't feel bad. When I think that, I feel like doing it all the more. Just make sure not to push yourself too much. Calm-san smiled and went back to his own work. After seeing him off, I went through the remaining letters and documents, and wrote my replies. Recently I've started to think about how convenient emails are. The fastest way to discuss something is for everyone to meet up and talk, but everyone is so busy that the schedules just can't match. In that regard, letters that can be read at any time is the most logical way to communicate. An evolution of that is email, which allows people to send and receive mails instantly. It's been a while since I've longed for a modern convenience. As I continued my work, before I knew it, a lot of time had passed, and the setting sun was already upon me. Normally, I would take a break here until it was time to end the work day, but boss, you have a guest, Maria, please let them in. Ryuma, the people visiting me were the florist, Pauline-san, and the butcher, Zeke-san. Their daughter, Lenny, and their mischievous son, Rick, were with them. Hello, Ryuma-kun, Zeke-san, is something the matter? You seem even more exhausted and thinner than usual. Ryuma, haha. It's true that I've been really busy lately, but it's calmed down a little now, so I'm fine. Once the winter gets into full swing, the number of spoils will go down too, and I have Pauline to help me. Zeke, it is winter, after all. I suppose there's not much to sell. Ryuma, flowers can be made to bloom by force through magic, and there are those that bloom even in the winter, but those are a bit expensive. Customers don't really drop by the store even if I open. But enough of that, thank you once again for agreeing to look after our children. Pauline, don't sweat it. I'll be going with you, so my employees will be the ones taking care of them. Ryuma, as I said that, I glanced at Maria-san, who brought them here. Just leave it to us, boss. Back at the village, we were always the ones taking care of the small children. Maria, thank you. You've really helped us. Normally, it would have been fine if it were just me or my husband, but, Pauline, they said that there had to be a representative for each store. Zeke, 3 days ago we had a conversation. It was the day after my blunder at the craftsman district, and a letter was delivered through the merchant guild. With the worsening of the public order of Jimuru, the stores have also been negatively affected. As such, let us, store owners, gather together, so that we can exchange information and work together to come up with a plan, or so it says. The sender is the Association of Mid-Sized Stores of Jimuru. Was this association put together just recently? Ryuma, probably. We've never heard of them until now. Pauline, but it is true that a lot of problematic things have been happening recently. I'm sure there are people who felt threatened by that and started raising their voices. Zeke, it's not unusual for managers to gather and hold an assembly. Of course, not just anyone can participate. There are conditions, but since they've sent us a letter, I suppose that means we qualify. But when I inquired about them at the guild and found out that they didn't have any known history, I became wary. Still, just as these two say, it is true that the town hasn't been in good condition, and that it's possible that there are those who felt threatened by that, and as such have decided to call out to others. The person in charge at the guild also told me that during my inquiry. And so I figured that this too was me being needlessly apprehensive, and in fact, this was truly just a newly found association. Or so I thought. Ryuma, there were about 50 people. And as one might expect from store owners, it was a gathering of well-dressed people. The moment I entered the large meeting room at the Merchant Guild, I immediately thought to myself, this is bad. I did have an interest in the contents of the meeting, and I did come, thinking that it would be a good idea to meet with other store owners from the same region, but the moment I entered the room, I felt like taking a U-turn and going home. In fact, I think I should go home right this instant. But while I was thinking that, Ryuma, you came too. Darson-san. Ryuma, the person who called out to me was none other than Darson Tigger from the Tigger's Arms store, who has always helped me out in my adventure work. Darson-san, you came too. Ryuma, well, I am making quite a killing myself. These are. Darson, oh, please do excuse me, this young man here is my assistant manager and assistant, Karm-san. And this lovely married couple are my friendly store neighbors, Zeke-san and Pauline-san. Ryuma, I also introduced Darson-san to the three of them. There were many people who saw our introductions, and there was someone among those who's worked with Pauline-san before, and then there was another that the three of them were acquainted with, and before I knew it. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about your store. Merchant 1, to be at such a young age and yet possess such an amazing store, you have my admiration. I've always wanted to meet you. Merchant 2, I hear you're acquainted with the Duke's family too. Merchant 3, what good luck to be able to meet you here. Merchant 4, we too would like to be acquainted. Merchant 5, I was at the center of the store owners. And then as I cheerfully dealt with them. My apologies for having kept everyone. It is already time, so if it's all right, I would like to start this meeting. A man entered the room and announced that. Looks like it's time for the meeting to start. Chapter 217, The Rich Quibble. Chapter 217, The Rich Quibble. There was a platform and a blackboard at the front of the assembly, and then some tables and chairs in front of that. It's probably because there were so many attendees that the meeting room was arranged just like a school classroom. When everyone was seated, the men who called out to everyone stood at the platform and spoke. Honorable friends, thank you for taking the time to come out here today. My name is Wands, and I am the promoter of this event. I may be inexperienced, but I shall do my best to serve as the facilitator for today's meeting. Wands, the man who named himself Wands, bowed and a round of applause welcomed him. Thank you. If I may cut to the chase, my friends, what do you think of the current state of the town's public order? Wands, the reason he asked that question was to emphasize that the current Jimuru was in a dangerous situation, so there was a need to work together. Jimuru's guards aren't incompetent. I hear they've hired more people and have even strengthened their security policies. Merchant 1, from time to time, there were people who would retort, but I have heard that as well, and I don't believe Jimuru's guards to be incompetent either. However, it was precisely because they believed that they couldn't handle all the crimes that they had to hire more people and put into place even tighter policies. They knew they couldn't handle it, that's why they had to get more help. Wands, well, that's Merchant 1, they were forced to increase their hands and tighten security, forced to take desperate measures, and because they had to employ so many on such short notice, the new guards are poorly trained. Because of that, more guards are dying and more criminals are escaping pursuit. Of course, they're doing their best. We acknowledge their efforts. But there is no denying that the very guards meant to protect this city have themselves become victims. My friends, this is the reality. Can any among you really say with certainty that if we simply left everything to the guards, everything will turn out well? That we will without question be safe? Do you trust the guards that much? But, Merchant 1, my friends, when the trust you've given is betrayed, the one who will be hurt will be none other than you. No. It will be the people precious to you. Wands, like that the people who argued were spoken down. And each time a seed of doubt would be planted into those who observed the exchange. I too am thinking about that 1 in a million, what if? Maybe that's the reason why I can understand what he's saying, but at the same time it feels like something is off. As for what that something that feels off is, I thought about it for a while, and I realized there was a big difference between me and Wands. I have prepared myself and my surroundings, so that if this 1 in a million what-if were to occur, I would come out unscathed. But I have no intentions of pushing my methods onto someone else. Wands, however, appears to be compelling others to think the problem through, and then stir doubts within them by telling them about the worst possible situation. Anne. This year, the store I've been studying under for many years has finally permitted me to go independent. Yes, I am an inexperienced man who is finally leaving his nest for the first time, a newcomer to Jimuru. Unfortunately, I am not so brave a man as to leave the situation to Jimuru's guards. I was able to open a store, but everyone in town is just like the people gathered here today, always uncertain. Wands, the town is in a bad situation, after all. Merchant 2, I was thinking we needed to do something about all these crimes. Merchant 3, Wands stirred doubt in the people by mixing in words such as US or phrases like, I'm just like you. And every time people agreed with him, more and more people accepted him. Stirring doubts. Is he related to those frauds? The more I watch, the more I wonder if that's the case, then as the retorts against him grew less, I remembered something. The air in this place. It's an air I'm familiar with. Those meetings that have already been decided by the upper brass. Meetings that are there only for the sake of it. They may be called meetings, but they're not looking for a new opinion, and neither are they looking for an argument. Any arguments are either shot down or ignored, but then they never mattered in the first place anyway. Frankly, in those cases, calling for a report would have more than sufficed. They say preparations are important when starting something, but in this case, the script has already been prepared, and the actors are merely playing their roles. To that end, there should already be people here who advocate for Wands. By stirring doubts and taking the initiative, Wands and his cronies are able to stir the situation wherever they please. Already, the air is pointing toward cooperation. He hasn't said anything bad just yet, but at this rate, things could turn for the worst. The more I think about it, the louder the warning bells peal. Perhaps there really are nobles pulling the strings behind Jimuru. And if Wands and his cronies are responsible for the worsening public order, then this meeting could very well be a trap. Just what do they want people to do under the pretense of cooperating? As fellow store owners of the same city, let's work together to overcome this tribulation. A round of applause erupted even louder than at the start. I called out to the person beside me. Karm-san. Ryuma, yes. Karm, excuse me. Ryuma, huh. Karm, can I have a moment? Ryuma, I left the confused Karm and raised my hand. All eyes gathered on me, but I was sitting furthest to the back, so it took a while before Wands found me. I'm sorry, I don't recognize your face, may I know who you are? Wands, I am Ryuma Takebayashi. I own the laundromat known as Bamboo Forest at the western side of Jimuru near the residential district. Ryuma Takebayashi-kun. What a great pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. I have heard much about you despite my terse history with Jimuru. I'd heard you were a young but brilliant manager. My apologies for not recognizing you immediately. Wands, an apology with a cheerful smile. Faint laughter could be heard from the crowd. I am the only child here, and I'm also sitting furthest back. I suppose it can't be helped. Ryuma, thank you for your understanding. So, how may I be of service? Wands, yes. Your speech was of great interest to me personally. I myself have also just opened my store at Jimuru this spring. As a newcomer, I don't know that many people, hence, I believe this would be a good opportunity to meet with the store owners of Jimuru. Of course, I too hold my fears regarding the worsening public order, and so do hope to form good relationship with everyone here and if possible cooperate. Ryuma, that was indeed my purpose for coming here. I didn't know many store owners in Jimuru, so I figured I should take any opportunity to form a good relationship with the locals. And if we can work together, then why not? You could say that I put a lot value to the word peace. I'm not sure if that's because I used to be Japanese, but no matter how much I value it, that only applies to people I can work with. Oh. So you, Wands, and that's exactly why. Ryuma. Wands, I wish to know. What plans do you actually have in regards to the worsening public order that you seek cooperation? Exactly what is it that you want us to do? Ryuma, the moment I said that, Wands' mouth froze for a moment. But it was only for a moment. Had I not been paying attention, I wouldn't have noticed it. At most, I would have thought it to be my imagination. Of course. An obvious question. Please do excuse me. Juan started talking again, but his words weren't for me, but for the other attendees, too. Coax them. Information exchange, secret communication, night watch, self-defense classes, seminars to raise employee awareness on anti-crime measures, etc. He kept on saying stuff like, we can't rely on the guards, and kept trying to get people to join his cause by stimulating their sense of duty and self-importance. Also, there seemed to be about 4 or 5 people working with Juan's. They would take turns agreeing with him, enlivening the place and giving their opinions. And that concludes my proposal. What do you think? Juan's, Amaz, Merchant 2, that will not do. Ryuma, immediately, I spoke over the men about to praise him, and bluntly rejected Juan's proposal. Silence froze the room, and there was even faint hostility coming from a part of it. It will not do. What do you mean, take Bayashi-kun? Juan's, exactly as the words mean. Such measures are long-term. There's no point in panicking and implementing them in haste. Ryuma, it's true that they don't have immediate effect. However, if we don't start them, we'll never get anywhere. Merchant 2, exactly. Merchant 3, nothing is going to happen if we give up before we even try. Merchant 4, seriously, this is why today's youth are. Merchant 5, as expected, they've already started to shoot down my arguments. I'll need to brace myself. Idiots. Every single one of you. Ryuma, what? Merchant 5, neither the people who tried to provoke me nor the people who tried to strike me down expected that I'd insult them so bluntly. They were all tongue-tied when I said that. Boss. Karm, shut up, Karm. Ryuma, Karm, I feel bad for Karm, but he needs to shut up right now. Fortunately, he's quick on the uptake. I intentionally used a different tone, and it looks like he got the message. It doesn't seem like he agrees, but at least he's agreed to keep quiet and believe in me. The public order has been worsening all this time, and the situation is only getting worse, and yet you're saying that we don't need a plan that can make a difference right now. Ryuma, well, it beats doing nothing. Merchant 2, it doesn't hurt to learn self-defense either, does it? Merchant 3, don't we need patrols? Merchant 4, there were faint voices of agreement too, but others spoke loudly over them, and then everyone started giving their own opinion, turning the whole place into a mess. Everyone, please calm down. Thank you for your proactive participation in this meeting. Thanks to that, various opinions have been brought forward. Personally, I believe that the patrols could still have immediate effect, and just as someone said, the self-defense lessons indeed don't hurt. What do you think? Wands, if you want to do patrols, then patrol. If you want to study self-defense, then study. You can learn whatever you want. But when it comes to self-defense, Wan-san, didn't you just say earlier that some of the newly employed guards were themselves killed and turned into victims because of poor training? Ryuma, that's, Wands, it is a fact that some of the guards have died to armed thugs and thieves due to insufficient training. Even the guards who devote themselves to fighting crooks have suffered casualties. And yet you're telling me and all the merchants gathered here that we should learn self-defense in our spare time so we can save ourselves. You think that's feasible? I don't think so. Oh, right, didn't you say, the guards work hard, but if they can't get results, it's meaningless. I fully agree with you. It is indeed meaningless. Ryuma, Wands, the same was true for the patrols. The patrols can certainly act as a deterrence. But if you find a suspicious person or a crime in the act, there's a high probability hostilities will break out. Armed burglars with the intention of killing will also flare up when spotted, and there will probably be those who will silence eyewitnesses as well. It's the same issue with the self-defense lessons. Can you really deal with those people? Please look around you. Ryuma, the difference between men and women aside, the people gathered here were either plump, thin, or old. They're merchants. Most of them don't regularly train their bodies. To make things worse, it's hard to find one's way during a night patrol. There likely won't be much people other than the people patrolling, so you won't have eyewitness. I don't know how many people are gathered here today, but I am also an adventurer, so let me tell you what I think as someone who works in a combat profession. Don't underestimate real combat. Ryuma, though they lived in a world where weapons and magic were always at hand, they usually lived in town, where the guards would come to save them when they're in trouble, and any threat to their lives is a distant story. Do you really understand? Do you want to die? Do you want your families and servants to die? I looked at the people in the room with those kind of thoughts. When I did, they all averted their eyes from me. Only one man from 2 rows ahead met my eyes and stood up. It was Darson-san. Ryuma, I understand how you feel, but calm down. Withdraw your killing intent. If you pressure them like this, they won't be able to talk either. Darson, on the contrary, Darson-san. If a child like me could silence them with a little pressure like this, then that's all the more reason they shouldn't be suggesting to learn self-defense and take the crime issue into their own hands. If the people quietly listening were to accept this proposal, they would have to take up arms, and in the worst case, they, their families, or their servants could die. Alternatively, they might end up killing someone. Are you people prepared for that? Ryuma, that pressure isn't something a child could muster. But now that you mention it, Darson, for a moment, Darson looked like he'd eaten a bug, but then he turned to the facilitator. Wan-san. I am a former adventurer, and I believe Ryuma has a point. Regardless of the reasons, fighting with a criminal is a kill-or-be-killed situation. I'm not against learning self-defense, but I think it's overly optimistic to think we'd be safe with just that. Darson, in the first place, what exactly does self-defense mean here anyway? We do everything we can to prevent crime regularly, but when all of that proves insufficient, and we end up in a dangerous situation where we have to do something or be killed, in that sink-or-swim situation, when we defend ourselves, that's what we refer to as self-defense. And the first step that one should take then is to flee from the threat and not let it approach oneself. That's self-defense. If you're approaching someone with the intention of fighting, that is no longer self-defense. That's just martial arts. Don't misunderstand the two. Ryuma, I see. So the two of you are current and former adventurers. Your opinions are very important for everyone here. Wands, I added a few words to what Darson-san said, but Wands just nodded. I'm finally starting to get this guy. He never breaks his easygoing attitude and positively accepts anything he is told, then he rejects it. He's used to this. At least, it feels like that. In that case, what do you think we should do? Please give us your opinion as specialists. Wands, that's a good idea. Merchant 1, surely, you have a good answer prepared. Merchant 2, hire some adventurers or merchants. Even retired ones will do. Get some people who can actually fight and establish a system that will allow them to regularly patrol the streets and respond in case of emergency. We can source the funds from everyone here. If we all chip in a little, then the expenses should be considerably cheaper than just one person paying for it. You're all merchants, right? Let's solve this like merchants do. There's no need to play adventurer or mercenary. Ryuma, oddly, we were discussing something similar a few days ago, so I was able to reply immediately. Some of the merchants voiced their agreement, while some begun talking among themselves. Sigh. And here I was wondering what you had to say, but it seems my expectations were too high. Wands, is there a problem? Ryuma, hire adventurers and use everyone's money to pay for it. It does sound like a good idea, after all it solves both the financial and security issue. But there is a big hole with your proposal. Wands, since he's emphasizing big hole. Stop being cheeky. Say it. What's the problem? Ryuma, in that case, I'll get straight to the point. Your method will get the attention of the nobles. Wands, those words were enough to send the meeting into a clamor. Do you know why the guild exists? To the nobles, that is. Wands, to manage the authority and strength of the commoners, yes. Ryuma, this too I heard recently. By the way he's putting on so much air, he probably wanted to say it himself. True enough, when I got it right, his mask showed signs of breaking. You knew. You knew and yet you proposed a plan like that. Wands, is there something strange about knowing? Ryuma, hey. Don't just talk by yourselves. Explain it to us too. Merchant 7, oh, excuse us. Wands, as expected, the other side has the initiative. I'm sure you are all aware that the nobles are always wary of a certain thing. That certain thing being none other than the rebellion of the masses. Of course, nobles use their wealth and authority to protect themselves with powerful weapons and a private army. However, in terms of numbers, the nobles amount to no more than a tenth of the population. If you look at history, there are many precedents where the masses have united and overturned them. To the nobles, it's a terrifying thing that could happen any time. So what should they do to prevent that? Well, they decided that it would be best if commoners could be unified. Wands, like an actor performing on stage, Wands spoke to the merchants. All the guilds are approved by the king and function under the management of the country. The nobles can't meddle at a moment's notice, but the nobles are the ones that manage the country. In other words, the guilds are under the management of the nobles. Through the merchant guild, they can understand our wealth. Through the adventurers guild and mercenary guild, they can understand our strength. We gain various benefits through the guild, but at the same time, we are being monitored by the nobles. Should our authorities and strengths be gathered too much into one point? You understand what I'm getting at, yes. A unified force, so long as it's still small, can still be easily dealt with by the nobles. Wands, but Wands-san, calling this a rebellion is too much. No one here is thinking something like that. That Ryuma is also but a child. Merchant 8, oh, no doubt. Neither me nor you nor anyone for that matter here is thinking about staging a rebellion. But the nobles can't be at ease if more strength than necessary is gathered. Even if the objective is self-defense, to us, to the nobles all they see is the possibility of us preparing for a rebellion. That's just how the human mind works. It's how the nobles think. Our objective is irrelevant. The problem is how the nobles see it. The odds are very high that if we gather soldiers, we will alert the nobles, and every one of us who provided money will be considered as one group, and be treated as colluders. Wands was saying some really exaggerated things, so the merchants couldn't immediately wrap their heads around it. Really? That's too much. Surely not. Maybe, such words could be heard in the meeting room. But I hate to rain on your parade, especially seeing how much effort you put into your speech, but your worries are needless. Ryuma, what was that? Wands, as long as they're sensible people, they'll understand if we just properly tell them that we just need some people to protect the city and the stores. Ryuma, as expected, Wands's information led everyone to a dangerous direction. It's true that there's a precedent for nobles suspecting a rebellion when too much power is gathered, but people coming together to hire adventurers and mercenaries is a fairly common thing. That's especially true for small villages and settlements. If they didn't do something like that, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves against monsters and bandits, after all. In other words, there's no problem as long as it's kept in moderation. Some of you might be aware, but I'm also a friend of the feudal lord of this region. I can contact the Jamil household beforehand, and explain to them that we mean no ill. Ryuma, I said that with confidence, but won't that mean that you'll be the only one who'll get off scot-free? Merchant 8, no, in the first place, is that even possible? Merchant 9, I did hear you were connected to the Duke's family, but, Merchant 10, you seem to be full of confidence, but I wonder if a child like you is really capable of negotiating something like that. Merchant 11, everyone that responded were skeptical. It can't be helped. Ha ha. Oh, excuse me. But Ryuma-kun, it would appear that you don't understand the feelings of normal merchants like us. Wands, it must be nice to be protected by a noble. You have nothing to fear. Merchant 12, even a kid can have a store and make money. Merchant 14, you people may envious of his security, but you should still watch your mouth. Merchant 15, I see. Now I get it. Although they're all store owners too, they're different from Surge-san, Puro-san, and the Molten Slave Company's Orest-san. Those three had the mettle to stand up to anyone, even a noble, as long as it was related to business. They maintain their stores and they can even expand, but these guys don't have that. They have one store, they work a considerable amount, and do have stable income, so they can afford to live a life of moderate luxury, but that's it. They're satisfied with that. They don't want to be involved with nobles since it's an unnecessary risk. They're fairly successful, I'll give them that, but they're not a part of the elite that try to aim for the top. And I doubt I'm capable enough to convince them to put aside their fear of the nobles. It would appear that any further talk is meaningless. Ryuma, as I said that, I stood up. Oh. Will you be going back? Wands, yes, any further talk is a waste of time. It doesn't seem like cooperating would be possible either. Ryuma, I doubt he was ever planning on cooperating with anyone in the first place, though. Merchant 2, the way he's acting didn't seem at all like he was planning on cooperating at all. Merchant 3, Wands and his likely cronies intentionally talked among themselves loudly, so I added one more thing before leaving. Before I go, I'll tell you this. I won't give names, but the moment I entered, didn't you judge me and look down on me? Ryuma, when I glanced at them, I saw many people looking down. Ever since I entered this meeting room today, I've been feeling those gazes. They laugh, show respect, treat me as equals, but they don't think that at all. In that regard, they're also different from Surge-san and Puro-san. That was the reason why I knew it was hopeless the moment I entered the meeting room. It's true that I'm a child and that I rely a lot on Karm-san. My managerial skills really isn't anything to speak of, so if it were just that, then I still wouldn't have minded. This was our first meeting too, so it would have been fine if they understood while we continued our relationship. Or at least, that's what I thought, but in the end, it turned out like this. It's a rare opportunity, so I might as well say it. It's true that I am a child, and that I rely on Karm's knowledge and ability to manage my store. It's also true that I have been blessed with my connections to the Duke, but the fact that I was invited to this association of mid-sized stores of Jimuru, aptly named, means that my store is equal yours, and that I possess equal wealth and income. You think it's because of my connection to the nobles? Because I'm a lucky brat? I don't know how each one of you thinks of me, but don't look down on me. Even if fate did have a hand in it, just how strong are people with connections and wealth? And just how important are those for business anyway? If you don't understand, and if you still think I'm a coward for possessing those, then I suggest you give up on your business. Ryuma, I dropped those words, but no one had anything to say. I thought at least one would retort, but whatever. Let's go, Karm. Ryuma, why yes. Karm-san was also petrified, so I had to shake him awake. After that we left the Merchant Guild. Chapter 218, on the way back from the meeting. Chapter 218, on the way back from the meeting we left the Merchants Guild, but neither Karm-san nor I said anything even after walking for a while. I should apologize first. Karm-san. I'm sorry for talking rudely to you earlier. Ryuma, I know you didn't mean anything bad by it, but why did you act like that back there? Karm, he was calm, but it was evident from his voice that he was holding back his emotions. I guess anyone would be angry after that, but because I didn't want you to say anything there. I didn't want you or the other employees to be ostracized. I don't know what that guy called Wands is going to tell the people there in that meeting he organized, but it wouldn't be surprising if the uncooperative people end up getting labeled. It's normal to refuse a deal when you don't like the conditions or don't agree with the reasons given, but emotion is a pesky thing. Once the idea called cooperation has infected everyone, and it ceases to be a conclusion and becomes a premise, then those that refuse will be treated as villains. Not wanting to give in to peer pressure might sound nice, but it's no different from disrupting peace. The one who disrupted Wands's meeting was none other than me. That's why I'm the bad guy. Of course, I played the villain because I believed there was a need for it, but either way, just one villain was enough. Ryuma, I figured that might have been the case. Karm-san sighed and then confirmed one thing after another with me. I too realized over the course of the meeting that something was off. That Wands was just too suspicious. Perhaps he has an agenda of his own behind his suggestions of working together and preventing crime. Ostracism is a bit much, I think, but refusing would definitely give the other participants a bad impression. There wouldn't be any gain to it. It would be slinging mud onto one's reputation. That's why. You told me to keep quiet. And by keeping quiet, your actions became yours alone. That's what you wanted to show them, right, boss? And to make sure of that, you acted the way you did. It's said that people have an easier time seeing the bad in other people. Regardless of what you said, I'm sure a lot of the adults back there weren't happy with you since you're a child and yet you acted so arrogantly. It's also their first time meeting you, so that makes it even worse. When I first met you, I thought you were the son of some noble playing store for fun. I'm sure there were many people back there who thought the same. By taking on such an arrogant attitude and telling me to keep quiet, you made it look like I had no authority and couldn't disobey your order, making it even more likely that they see you to be merely acting on your own. Am I right, boss? Ryuma, I'm happy to have a subordinate who can understand things without needing me to explain everything. Ryuma, don't mock me. Carm-sen yelled in a rare display of anger. This might be a first. I know he's worried about me, and it hurts to know that he's making a face like that because of me, but I'm not mocking you, Carm-san. I trust you. That's why I want to be able to entrust everything to you if the worst were to happen. As long as you're there and everyone else is also there, then I'm not needed. The bamboo forest laundromat will be able to operate without problem. Ryuma, that's why it's okay to throw yourself away. Why do you keep trying to sacrifice yourself alone? Carm, because sometimes it's necessary. A person responsible for something, someone, anything must take responsibility when the time calls for it. A boss is someone who protects his workers. At least, that's what I believe. But of course, resignation is always a last resort. Ryuma, but still, Last resort? Carm, yes. What are you making such a weird face for? I said I'm preparing for the worst, but it's not as if I'm about to abandon everything already. Ryuma, that place was like a trap. Once you're caught in it, you can't free yourself without getting hurt. We managed to notice the trap and free ourselves, but in the end, we didn't cooperate with the others and gave a bad impression to the people who agreed with Wands. There is a fear and a reluctance to disrupting peace, and I know all too well the risk that comes with it and the acts of vengeance that could result from it. That's why I wanted to ensure that I would be able to protect my store and my employees even in the worst-case scenario. That was his duty as their boss. But being ostracized is just a what-if. We don't actually know what's going to happen, so if nothing happens, there's no need for me to sacrifice myself. And even in the worst-case scenario, as long as I haven't committed a crime, I could make you the manager while I remain an investor who only deals with financial-related matters, and the situation would pretty much be the same as what we have now. Ryuma, also, even if I end up unable to do my business at Jimuru, I could just take it to a different city. For example, I could move to Gonego, where the feudal lord's manor is. Reinhardt-san did personally ask me to start a branch there as soon as I can, and most of the people working at the main store except Dolce-san are working away from home. It's been nearly 1 year since I started my store and have gotten used to it, but it's not as if it has to be at this town. Jimuru and Gonego are also both within the Jamil Duchy, and they're close enough that Dolce-san can go home regularly if he wants to. Of course, I need to get everyone's opinion first. There should still be something we can do. I understand you're worried about me, but please don't make a face like that. Instead, let's look forward and do what we can to avoid the worst-case scenario. It's precisely during times when we've failed that we need to take a good look at the situation and try to fix the situation. So, can you lend me your mind and strength, Carm-san? Ryuma, when I said that, Carm-san tried to say something but failed. He tried again, but again he failed. Each time he tried, his expression would change a little. Apparently, he himself didn't know whether he should be angry or sad. In the end, he just sighed deeply. Boss. Carm, yes. Ryuma, it was me who asked why first, and you have been talking hypothetically for a while now. Carm, right. Ryuma, I know I jumped to conclusions, but still. Your actions are just too confusing, boss. Carm, I'm sorry. Ryuma, that was all I could say in response, and Carm-san sighed again. I'm frustrated, boss. Just a few days ago, I said that I'm here to support you. Carm, yeah. Ryuma, but today that Wands confused me and I even misunderstood and thought that you were making a scapegoat out of yourself. To make things worse, you even had to tell me to keep my head up and look toward the future. I know we don't have time to waste on the past right now, but is this really all right? What am I doing? Carm-san laughed weakly. But I know it's strange coming from me, but Carm-san, you're still young, and yet you didn't look any worse compared to the adults back there. Or could it be that deep inside you already see yourself as Serge-san's equal? Ryuma, of course not. Serge-sama is a much more experienced merchant than me. There's no way I would see myself as his equal. Carm, I'm sure, but I believe Serge-san too has gone through a lot of success and failures. Compared to him, we're just a bunch of kids with barely any. But that just means to say that we need to accumulate experience from here on out. If there's something we don't know, then we just need to study it. We've been given the time and opportunity just for that. Ryuma, right. You're absolutely right. Carm-sen nodded. You know, boss. For some reason, sometimes when I talk to you, I feel like you're the older one. Ha ha ha. Ryuma, I just laughed his words away, but he didn't seem to mind. I know I still have a lot to learn, but I wasn't lying when I said that I'm here to support you, boss. Let's continue working together, and I'd love to hear more about that stuff you were talking about regarding the duties of a boss. Yes, let's do our best. Ryuma, we bowed our heads at roughly the same time, but... That being said, I do still have a thing or two I'd like to say, especially about you acting on your own to prepare yourself as a scapegoat, so let's have a nice long chat about that later, okay? Ryuma, Surge-sama and the Duke's family also asked me to contact them if anything were to happen, so I'll be reporting today's matter. Report. But I'm your boss. Ryuma, that's true, but I also have my personal relationships. I'm just getting help from some people I know. That's all. It's not really strange to see people go to a bar and complain to a friend about one's troublesome boss, right? That's true. And it's not like any confidential information would be leaked, but... Wait a second. He really is mad after all, isn't he? But he has his poker face back on, so I can't tell whether he's serious or not. I was just preparing for the worst, you know. Preparing for the worst. That's not report-worthy, right? Ryuma, in that case, it shouldn't trouble you if I made the report. Wait, hang on, let's not rush, let's talk. Ryuma, about what to do from here on. Well, at the very least, I don't think we should be participating in any more of those meetings. I know it's my fault, but Carm-sen was really mean to me the whole walk back to the store. Like I was saying. Were we meant to have guests today? Ryuma, guests. That's a rather abrupt topic change. Look. Ryuma, there were 3 carriages parked at the empty lot beside the store. I'm not sensing anything strange from them, and the wheat slimes I had hiding in the grasses just in case also hasn't senses anything amiss. That is strange. That's a lot of carriages too to park illegally. For the meantime, let's enter the store. Ryuma, when we entered the store. Welcome back, Ryuma-sama. Rurunez, sup, Ryuma. You're looking a lot livelier than I thought you'd look. Yuzu, why? Ryuma, when we entered the store, Rurunez-san the maid of the Duke's family and Hayuzu the guard of the Duke's family was there along with several people I was acquainted with. Chapter 219, Reinforcements have arrived. Chapter 219, Reinforcements have arrived. Let's calm down and confirm the situation first. Inside the office was Carm-san and me. The guards of the Duke's family, Hayuzu-san, Jill-san, Zeph-san, and Camille-san were also here along with the maids of the Duke's family, Rurunez-san, Lillian-san, and Raviola-san, and for some reason even the guild master of the merchant guild, Graziera-san, was here as well. With 10 people gathered in the office, it couldn't be helped that it felt cramped. For the meantime, I offered Graziera-san a seat. I have a lot of things I want to ask, but the first thing I should ask is definitely this. So, what brings everyone here? Ryuma, when I asked that, Hayuzu-san answered honestly. I'm here under the orders of the Duke. You wanted his permission to start a store that dispatched guards plus some other things, right? Hayuzu, yes. Ryuma, it was discussed in the earlier meeting too, but the current public order of Jamura was indeed bad. One method I thought of to deal with that was the establishment of a security company. I spoke with the guild master and the others on how to solve the issues surrounding that, then summarized the conditions and submitted a proposal to the Duke. But all I did really was to ask them if the idea was possible. There wasn't any need to send so many people just to deliver me their reply. The Duke's decision was to support you thoroughly. I mean, your plan was all benefits for the Duke and the town, so there was no way you'd be refused in the first place. Hayuzu, that's because if the plan succeeds, I will be making a considerable amount of money even if it's just a portion of the whole thing. There are also other benefits. By not being overly greedy and making it so that the Duke and the laborers will benefit a lot, I figured I'd surely be able to get the Duke to accept my proposal. Ryuma, and that's exactly why they sent us. Hayuzu, what do you mean? Ryuma, the Duke agreed to your proposal, but your conditions benefit their side too much. If he were to accept it just like that, it would look like he's fleecing to you, and that would be terrible for his reputation. So that's why. What was it again? Hayuzu, are you serious? That's the most important part. An equally dumbfounded Jill-san explained in his place. Reinhardt-sama added another condition wherein you have to let Hayuzu-san be in charge of bringing together the security personnel and educating them. Hayuzu might not seem very reliable, but he's been properly promoted and will be in a position where he has to lead other people. So the Duke wants him to gain experience at your security company. I will also be working in the security company as the aide of this forgetful officer. It's also better for you to have someone experienced educate those laborers you plan to hire, right? And while I don't really think anyone would, in case someone tries to interfere, since we're direct subordinates of the Duke, we'll be able to deal with such situations quite effectively. Jill, that's great news for me indeed. Much obliged in fact, but in that case, are the others also? Ryuma, it is as you've surmised, Ryuma-sama. Rurunez, Hayuzu-san's wife, a maid of the Duke's family, and member of the cat tribe, Rurunez-san, stepped forward. I'm sure you're acquainted with the head maid, Aaron, but she's already put on the years, and there's no telling when she'll have to retire. As such, it's necessary to start training those with potential to be the next head maid. The job of the head maid is no different from the head guard, hence, she is expected to have the ability to educate her subordinates and lead them, the insight to delegate work properly, and the ability to perform other clerical functions. In other words, Lillian, Raviola, and I have been chosen to be candidates, and we've also been ordered to aid you, Ryuma-sama. Our ability will be measured by our work. Please use us as however you please until the household orders our return. Rurunez, however I please. Whoa, wait a sec, we were also told to help out with the security company, but really, we can work on anything if you need help. Use us well, alright, young man. Zeph, I'm not that good with physical labor, so if possible, I'd prefer to work behind the scenes. Camille, Zeph-san and Camille-san too. Ryuma, a new commanding officer, candidates of the next head maid. Although all of that is true, it's obvious Reinhardt-san is just looking for an excuse to send them here. The main point is that he wanted to send these people here to help me. These people have helped me out before, and I know that they're all brilliant people. Considering how busy it's going to be in the coming days, I'm really grateful that they're here. That's also probably the reason why they came here without telling me anything. I have no intentions of refusing them, though they probably wouldn't accept it even if I did. Thank you, everyone. I'll be in your care. Let's talk again later for the more specific details. So, Guild Master, how about you? What brings you here? Ryuma, I had a bit of a jump start, actually. After all, I knew they were coming here today. Griziera, you knew. Ryuma, you're not the only one who communicates with the Duke, I'll have you know. I'm sure you understand just what kind of situation the town is in right now. Griziera, so the Guild Master is also doing what she can for the town. But of course, that should be a given. Besides, you've been strange lately. Griziera, you. That's, Ryuma, what? You think I wouldn't notice even though we've been talking for the past few days? Griziera, no, that's not it. Ryuma, when I thought back to what happened earlier, I couldn't help but glance at Karm-san for a moment. Naturally, that didn't escape the Guild Master. Come to think of it, the two of you went somewhere, didn't you? You joined the meeting at the Guild. It was organized by the Association of Mid-Sized Stores of Jimuru, right? I think it sounds suspicious, but from the way you're behaving, I'm guessing something must have happened. Tell us. Griziera, that one glance was enough for her to figure out that something must have happened, so I had no choice but to explain. Realizing that it would have been pointless to hide things, I told them everything even up to the part when we walked back home. After finishing my explanation, Griziera-san looked at me. Good grief, I really can't tell if you're brilliant or stupid. I've already been keeping tabs on that Wands. Griziera, really? Ryuma, I'm doing my own investigations at the Merchant Guild, you see. I noticed him then, but he hasn't done anything to stand out and his history is also clean. Naturally, I can't just forcefully have him searched or dealt with just because I think he's suspicious. Graziera, if she could do something like that without any basis, that in itself would be a problem. That's why I left him alone. But human emotions really are troublesome. It's common to be unable to reason with someone once their blood gets to their head. Deals that have been going smoothly could also break down at a moment's notice. But that doesn't mean you have to play the role of the villain. Although I will commend you for wanting to protect your store and employees at all costs. Graziera, isn't it fine? Ryuma's still young, so it's great that he's so spirited, right? Hayuzu, ah. Ryuma, Hayuzu-san placed his arm around my shoulders, but it was quite heavy, probably because of the difference in height. Personally, I think it's a lot better than not saying anything. It's not like he gave up, and everyone has one or two things they won't budge on. It's not uncommon for people to have conflicts from time to time too. Hayuzu, well, you have become honest enough to be able to accept other people's help, so I guess you've grown a little. Graziera, thank you very much. Ryuma, was I forgiven? Although if this were a test, it feels like I've just barely made the passing mark. While I was thinking that, someone knocked on the door. What is it? Carm-san immediately checked on it, and then came back with a troubled face. Boss, Zeke-san and Pauline-san from the neighboring stores came back. They must have come to pick up their kids. After what happened earlier, it must be awkward. Darson-san from the Tigger's Arms store is also with them, and apparently, they want to talk with you. Darson-san. All right. Where are they? Ryuma, they're waiting at the reception. And so, I excused myself and left the room. When I went to the reception, they immediately noticed me. Welcome back. Did the meeting end? Ryuma, don't know. We left early too. Darson, they left early too. Why? Ryuma, everyone's eyes were opened because of you, Ryuma-kun. Zeke, the one who said that was Zeke-san. We were overwhelmed by the air in that place and just vaguely accepted the words of the host. But after you spoke out, we were able to calm down. After you came back, the people who've been keeping quiet started talking. Zeke, there were people other than us who left midway too. Among them were people who knew you, Ryuma-kun. Pauline-san started listing names. The names she gave were people related to the stores I used when I went out to buy stuff in town. It's this late already, so we're the only ones who came here, but they all wanted to apologize. Because we adults were too timid, you ended up getting the short end of the stick. Pauline-san and the two men bowed their heads. As I panicked and asked them to raise their heads, Darson-san continued. Most of the people who didn't leave early like us should also be thinking. The place was already a mess before we left, after all. I don't know how to put this, but you speaking out like that wasn't a waste. Darson, thank you. Ryuma, just a little, I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Looks like everything worked out in the end. Graziera, Guildmaster. Ryuma, the Guildmaster came out of the earlier room with Hayuzu and the others. I know they were worried about me and were keeping an eye out for me, but when they all come out one after another like that, it's only natural that these three would be shocked. I had to calm them down and explain to them why all these people were here. So in other words, that plan you were proposing about hiring people who can fight was actually already in the works. And you've even gotten permission from the Duke already. Darson, that would be the case. Ryuma, then you could have just said that back there. Though I suppose you did say something close. Darson, I actually wasn't aware that the plan has progressed this far already. Besides, even if I was expecting a good result, without any evidence at hand, it wouldn't have been possible for me to get anyone's trust. Ryuma, if I'd known it would turn out like this, I would have ridden that horse quicker to get here a moment sooner even if I had to do so alone. Hayuzu, it can't be helped. The timing was just poor. Besides, since you're all here, this means that we can start working out the details, right? Ryuma, when I asked that, everyone that came from the Duke's family bowed deeply. Zeke-san and Pauline-san also bowed. Ryuma-kun. If it's all right with you, can you call out to us if there's anything we can help with? Zeke, really? Ryuma, obviously. Don't hold back at all, okay? If you want, we could even call those people who left the meeting. At the very least, you're a lot more trustworthy than that Wands. Pauline, that's actually a good idea. We could have a meeting of our own. Darson, when Darson-san said that, everyone laughed. After confirming a couple of things, we decided to conclude the day and dispersed. Ryuma, come here for a sec. Graziera, when I saw them off, Graziera-san called me to her carriage. As I approached the entrance of the carriage, she pulled me with her cane. Listen, Ryuma. Listen well. You can't do business without looking at reality. If idealism is all you have, you will lose your store. That's the undeniable truth. But a person who's only harsh can't attract people. That's true too. The gentleness to talk about ideals and value other people. The cruelty to cast away your emotion, consider the benefits, and sacrifice what must be. If you want to become a first-rate merchant, then you need both. And actually, you already have both, you just don't know how to use them. I don't know if you're just unskilled. But regardless, you should remember what happened today. Take a good look at the people around you. And believe in the things you've built up, and above all else, yourself. Graziera, she looked at me gently as she said those words earnestly, then without waiting for a reply, she released me from her cane and bid me farewell in her usual tone. Next time, you be the one to pay me a visit at the guild, all right? As she said that, the doors to her carriage closed, and she went back to the merchant guild. Chapter 220, Day 1 of a 3-day rest. Chapter 220, Day 1 of a 3-day rest. The next day, Hayuzu and the others came to Jimuru last night and will be helping me for a while, so I really got fired up to do some work, but today's a rest day, saying it didn't change anything. It's a rest day, guys. I haven't rested for even a day since I came back from Fatma territory. And the guild master went out of her way to inform Hayuzu-san and the others that I started talking to her and Serge-san as soon as I came back, so now I have to rest for the next 3 days. During this time the skilled maids and the men will be taking over my work, and I won't be allowed to go outside or drop by the store. They even offered to help take care of my meals and other daily necessities, but of course, I refused them. Anyway, because of that I will be taking a break for the next 3 days. I have plans for the last day of my break, that is the day after tomorrow, but from today and tomorrow I am completely free. Which is why I will be researching slimes the whole day. For the longest time I couldn't find the time to organize the slimes, and I just kept on feeding them and they kept on evolving, but now we have the time, so let's do that. Also, I have something I want to try out after I made that acid back there at Fatma territory. Let's use this opportunity to do what we can. Alright. And so, time passed, and before I knew it, it was night time. After experimenting and observing since morning, I organized the notes I took down. I decided to make a list of what the slimes ate and what they evolved into. Variant feed and expectation evolution. Sticky slime equals NGT, crab slime equals NGT, spider slime equals NGT, shell slime equals NGT, crust slime equals NGT, net slime equals NGT, fiber slime acid slime equals NGT, shell slime equals NGT, shell slime equals NGT, shellfish and egg slime equals NGT, pearl slime poison slime equals NGT, charcoal and sand slime equals NGT, filter slime equals NGT, poison needle slime equals NGT, sting slime metal slime equals NGT, net slime equals NGT, wire slime bloody slime equals NGT, parasite slime equals NGT, evolution pending. Stone slime equals NGT, sand slime equals NGT, sand slime equals NGT, porcelain slime equals NGT, evolution pending. Weed slime equals NGT, water plant slime equals NGT, aquatic weed slime equals NGT, algae slime equals NGT, alga slime. After that I summarized my observation records and inquiry. First, let's talk about the 3 slime variants that evolved from the sticky slime. Spider slime appearance, slightly smaller than the sticky slime. Skill, it didn't lose any skill, and it learned 2 new skills, build nest and trap mastery. Note, the spider slime has woven a nest at the tunnel walls. Lately, it could frequently be seen crawling along the threads like a spider. The thread it produces has also changed a little. To test it, I had a sticky slime and a spider slime produce the strongest thread they could, and then I asked them to bind my arms with it. I compared the two threads by trying to break free from them. From that I found out that the spider slime's threads were more elastic and harder to tear. Overall, they felt stronger. Note, this is merely based on my personal impressions and as such is completely subjective. Spider threads were seen as well-structured fibers with good qualities even back at Earth and was a topic for research. The sticky slime threads were also fairly durable, but the spider slime's threads have probably undergone some sort of structural change. I don't know how good a material it is right now, but I'll find out once I talk to a specialist when the opportunity presents itself. Also, I mentioned that the spider slime had become smaller, but the change was within the margin of individual specimen differences. I'll find out their average size once there's more of them. Crust slime appearance, no particular changes. Skill, no skills lost from evolution. Learned a new skill, form carapace. Note, the form carapace skill works by covering itself with its liquid and letting it harden. Hardening the surface of its body does not impede its movement, and can be considered as a pure increase to its defense. I used Identify on the carapace and was able to discover that it's almost of the same nature as the hardening liquid plate, which are made with the liquid of the sticky slimes. The hardening liquid plates were originally made from the liquid of the sticky slimes, so it should possible, but just in case, I had the crust slime spread the liquid it used for its form carapace skill on a surface, and when that liquid hardened it indeed successfully produced a hardening liquid sheet. With the crust slimes, I can make hardening liquid sheets without having to rely on alchemy, but other than that, it's not really that different from a slime. The spider slime was like that too. It feels as if they're just taking the special characteristics of other species and evolving while keeping their intrinsic nature as slimes. And LT, H3 fiber slime, and LT, equals B equals and GT, appearance, no notable change. Skill, no skills lost from the evolution. Learned a new skill, fibrification. Note, in the same way the fluff slimes could make fluff, this one could make slime rayon. If I change the material, I wonder if it would be possible to make fiber out of those too. For example, I could give it metal or glass to produce wire or glass fiber. I should give it a try sometime. Next are the two acid slime variants. Shell slime appearance, it carries a turban shell-like spiral shell on its back and hides in it like a hermit crab. Skill, no skills forgotten, but its produce strong acid has become produce weak acid, and it learned the create shell skill. Note, this might be the most surprising evolution yet. It doesn't look much different from the slimes until now, but when I investigated the acid from its produce weak acid skill, I found out that it was actually highly concentrated succinic acid. I discovered that there were a lot of umami ingredients mixed in with the shellfish. Although it can't be eaten straight, by adjusting it with alchemy, the succinic acid can be used as a seasoning. Thanks to that I was able to make a delicious oyster sauce-like ingredient in the afternoon. Pearl slime appearance, milky white with a peculiar luster. A big pearl. Skill, its body has transformed from the acid slime's gel-like body to a solid body like that of the metal slimes. Because of that it looked completely different from its previous evolutions. Its special traits include refined protective body liquid, coating, and crystallization. Note, it can use its skill to create pearls, which are highly sought after in this world. As such, its value is limitless. Making pearls won't endanger the pearl slime itself, but I do have to exercise caution when using it. There are also two evolutions from the poison slimes. Filter slime appearance, its body is black all over with little water content. It sparkles here and there and reflects light, so it looks like hardened black sand. Skill, it transformed from a gel-like body to a body with little water content, so it lost most of the skills it had when it was a poison slime. But the remaining poison resist skill has been strengthened, and it learned the filtration skill. Note, the results of my experiments show that, just as the name implies, the filtration skill can filter liquid and gas that pass through its body. It seems to be a slime that feeds off the deposits and poisonous substances caught in its filter. I've already confirmed in today's experiments that the filtration skill can help in the production of medicine and can be used in place of a water filter. Perhaps it can even help in treatment when coupled with a gas mask or a bloody slime. Perhaps even an artificial dialysis would be possible. The list goes on. Sting slime appearance, the purple color of the poison slime has gotten deeper and the nucleus can't be seen anymore. Skill, it didn't lose any skills. It learned the poison needle skill. Note, just as the name implies, the poison needle skill produces a poisonous needle from its body. Upon testing, the sting slime shot out countless needles from its body like a sea urchin. It looked exactly like a sea urchin too. Even the color matched. To be more precise, it looked like a black long spine urchin. Also, since it knew the spear mastery skill, I asked it if it could produce a thick, long, poison needle and use it as a spear, and it turned out to be a success. Moreover, the spear it made possessed the same structure as the smaller poison needles and could release poison at the end like a syringe. Here I was thinking the poison needles looked like those of a creature used as feed, but they turned out to be a rather gruesome spear. Anyhow, injecting poison into your foe during a battle should be quite effective. For example, just imagining it seems too dangerous, let's not follow through with that thought. The evolution from the metal slime's wire slime appearance, it doesn't look much different from your usual metal slime, but it did become one size smaller. Skill, it didn't lose any skills and learned a new skill, expansion and contraction. Note, it can stretch its body into a thin thread and even turn itself into a coping saw or a barbed wire. The maximum distance it can stretch is proportional to its maximum volume, but it's not possible to stretch the nucleus and change its shape. The evolution of the stone slime, sand slime appearance, a mountain or lump of sand. Skill, because its body has transformed into sand, it has lost its skills when it was a stone slime, and learned the same skills as the ash slime. These are, scatter, clump, absorb moisture, and dry. Moreover, it also learned the assimilate skill of the mud slime. Note, during experimentation a new possibility occurred to me. As such, I will be continuing the experiments in the following days. The evolutions under the weed slime. Aquatic weed slime appearance, it looks like there's a water weed floating in it. It kind of looks like a glassless aquarium. Skill, no change from the weed slime. Note, no change in abilities, but it's become able to live underwater. It can leave for a while outside water, but it doesn't like land. I wasn't prepared for it, so I had to build a water tank using the hardening liquid sheets for it. Next time I'll make a bigger water tank for it, or if the climate permits it, I can make a pond for it too. Its diet is similar to the weed slime, so it can either grow more water weed inside it and eat those, or it can make do with photosynthesis. It's not hard to feed. As mentioned, it looks like an aquarium, so once I start proselytizing people about the goodness of slimes, it might be a good idea to recommend this one. First, alga slime appearance, a clump of green algae. Skills, no change from the weed slime. Note, a slime that lives underwater just like the aquatic weed slime. Not only can it grow algae underwater and eat that, it can also nourish itself like the plant-type slimes via photosynthesis. I took some of the algae covering its nucleus and used Identify on it, and I found out that it contained an abundance of nutrients. One of the types of algae on Earth, the euglena, has been researched and used for diet supplements because of its abundance of nutrients, so perhaps the moss of the alga slime can also be used for something like that. I'll have to prepare a special water tank or pond for it later, so it can provide more algae to me for research. Well, that about wraps it up. To be honest, there are still a lot of other stuff I want to do, but if I don't get any sleep because of my research, the maids will really start keeping a close eye on me, so I better stop here. I guess being able to control myself is proof that I've grown a little. Just kidding. Now then, it's a bit early to sleep, so I better prepare a little for the day after tomorrow. Like this, the night gradually grew deeper, and LT/H3 Fiber and GT, Chapter 221, Day 2 of a 3-day rest. Chapter 221, Day 2 of a 3-day rest. The next day. Today, I will once again be researching slimes from morning till dusk. Well, okay. Actually, today's theme isn't all slimes. I want to run some experiments about spells and mana attributes. The sand slimes and the mud slimes were the ones who got me to build my hypothesis for my experiment today, so I got one of each to help me. Well, I only have one sand slime right now, though. I needed to prepare sand and mud in order to get these slimes to use their assimilate skill. Both could change the ground with their magic, though, so preparing the sand and mud wasn't hard. After everything was ready, I had them use their assimilate skill. After they did. So that really was the case. The mud slime and the sand slime seemed to melt when they approached the mud and the sand. After a while, they couldn't be seen anymore, but they were still there. They had completely assimilated with the mud and the sand, becoming completely one with them. If I were to completely eliminate the target they've assimilated themselves with, they wouldn't be able to endure it, of course, but physical attacks like poking, cutting, and hitting are completely ineffective. Even more surprising is that the weakness of the slimes, the nucleus, is gone. They've become just like the mud and sand they've assimilated themselves with. But despite that, they appear to retain their consciousness, and if I were to order them to go back to being a slime, they can. They can also crawl and move around while in that nucleus-less state. It's a bit unbelievable, but they're doing it right in front of me, so I have no choice but to acknowledge it. Besides, I've already concluded that this was possible yesterday. What I really want to know is how and why they can do this. To that end, what got my attention was mana. As for why, well, for one, normal-looking slimes, normal variants, leave behind only their nucleus when they die, while the rest of their body vanishes. The second reason is because based on my previous observations and experiments with the magic slimes, the slimes absorb mana and have individual preferences regarding the type of mana they absorb. The third reason is because in a previous experiment a poison slime was able to successfully use a magic tool spear, but at the cost of debility due to the loss of mana and a reduction in volume. Given the three reasons above, I am led to believe that the body of the slimes is made out of mana. Mana, uncontrolled, will disperse. That is the fundamental concept of magic. It is common sense. And it also gives a perfectly understandable reason as to why the body of the slimes vanish upon death. If their body is in fact made out of mana, then perhaps the reason why they are able to assimilate themselves with an object is because of magic. I don't know how to feel about magic solving everything, but this world does have that magic that can make the impossible possible. Besides, 100 slimes can combine to form a big slime, and 500 slimes can combine to form a huge slime. Perhaps it's not that the slimes themselves are magic, but that the mana they possess has a characteristic and power that makes it possible for them to fuse with each other and assimilate with other things. At least, that's what I think. I want to try out an experiment to confirm something about the second reason I gave. Slimes absorb mana and have individual preferences for the attribute. But first I need to double-check some things. Let's find out what type of mana the slimes with assimilate like to absorb. Upon checking, I found out that the mud slime likes earth and water, while the sand slime likes earth and wind. I checked this yesterday too, actually, as part of my observation process, and the results were the same. The mud slime that assimilates with mud likes earth and water. And mud magic is a fusion of the earth and water attribute. I don't think that's just a coincidence. I also have an inkling as to why the sand slime likes earth and wind. Polish wheel, Ryuma, earth magically transformed into sand is swept by a whirlwind and then together they spin quickly like a tire. Polish wheel is an original spell I came up with that grinds objects through the momentum of the sand grains. I made it when I needed it, so I just took the word polish from the English word for migaku. Moreover, I visualize it using the image of a tire, so wheel. When put together you get Polish wheel. A simple name, nothing too deep, but now that I think about it, maybe grinder or sandblaster would have been easier to understand. But perhaps this sloppily named and sloppily made spell is a sand-type magic just like mud magic. And perhaps there's a relationship and a rule behind why slimes like the mana attributes they like. It's too early to make any conclusions, though, what with only 2 samples. Alright. Let's test it with the other slimes too. The other slimes with 2 elements I have are. There's the ash slime. The attributes the ash slime likes are water and wood. If you think about how charcoal can be made by burning trees, it's easy to visualize too. What kind of magic should I test? Ash, keeping things simple, I invoked a spell while imagining ash appearing just like I would with the water-type spell, water. When I tried it out, fire and water attribute mana combined and turned into ash by my feet. This is a success too. It's starting to get fun. Next is. If I recall correctly, the acid slime likes poison and water, and then it hit me. Acid slime is acid. Acid is symmetrical to alkali, and the word, alkali, comes from ash. If you mix water with ash, the aqueous solution will show alkalinity. If so, then wouldn't ash, fire plus wood, and water be able to create alkali? I'll have to be careful when handling an alkali solution. Of course, acids require caution too. I made some preparations and tested my hypothesis with another experiment. 20 minutes later. The experiment was a success. It was difficult to mix 3 different elements, but fire plus wood plus water successfully produced an aqueous solution. But in order to neutralize the alkali, I had to produce acid by combining acid and water. Unfortunately, producing the acid ended in failure. Just what went wrong? I have the poison slimes and medicine slimes for when I need poison, so I've never really used poison magic much. And now that I think about, I never used it for any of my chores either. It might be a good idea to study poison magic right from the basics. I'll think about the reason for the failure afterwards. After that, I reviewed the attributes of the other slimes too, and anything that could be turned into magic, I tested, resulting into a series of failures and success, and every time I tried something out, I would make a record of it. And because I kept using magic I wasn't used to, by the time it was past noon, I'd expended most of my mana. With that I had to put an end to today's research. Because of that I don't have anything to do anymore. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to make lunch and eat. Afterwards I spent the rest of the day in leisure, playing with the slimes and preparing for tomorrow. When I went to prepare supper for the slimes, I applied what I learned about the ash slimes liking fire and wood by trying to feed the weed slimes ash. When I did, 53 weed slimes showed a strong reaction. As I thought, the relationship between mana and slimes is intriguing. Chapter 222, Day 3 of a 3-day rest, 1/2. Chapter 222, Day 3 of a 3-day rest, 1/2. On the morning of the last day of my 3-day break, I readied myself and then I waited by the entrance of the abandoned mine. It's here. Ryuma, a carriage passing through the Jimuru Road was headed in my direction. It was driven by the maid, Lillian-san. Beside her was Yurdam-san, so it's definitely the carriage I'm waiting for. I waved at them to get their attention, then I led them to an acceptable parking area. After that the 3 working girls, Maria, Fina, and Jane-san, alighted from the carriage. Good morning. We exchanged greetings, and then the 3 girls from the farming village spoke. This carriage is really good. Jane, it's really comfortable. Maria, back in our village, we'd either walk or use a carriage that swayed a lot. Fina, so it really is a good carriage. Ryuma, this carriage is one of the 3 carriages that parked at the empty lot of the store last night. It's one of the carriages used by the members of the Duke's family. That's why I thought for sure it would be an excellent performer. It's good, all right. Yurdam, I thought it might be. Ryuma, it's an old carriage scheduled for disposable, so please feel free to tell us if you need it. Lillian, thank you very much. Ryuma, they've already lent me a carriage, so if you include this, that makes 2. Reinhardt-san had them pass a message, saying, it's going to be busy from here on out, so please feel free to use these carriages to help you get around. That's why they're lending them to me like this. Of course, it's not only the members of the Duke's family and the carriages that I'm grateful for. Although the married couple had to leave that night after picking up their children, until then, the employees were the ones taking care of their children. Hence, in our absence, it was the employees who accompanied the guildmaster and the members of the Duke's family. They probably became curious as to why everyone was at my store, and in the course of asking questions and getting an explanation, they ended up asking me if there was something they could help with. I was more than willing to accept their help since they were offering it, so today, the 3 girls from the farming village will be teaching me the basics of farming. Thank you for coming here despite your day off. I'll be in your care today. Ryuma, ha ha ha. What are you being so stiff for, boss? Jane, you're always taking care of us, it's the least we could do. Maria, if anything we're just happy to be able to help you, boss. But why do you want to farm so suddenly? Fina, right. I haven't explained that part, have I? Actually, Ryuma, I didn't tell them the parts about the god of farming, but I did tell them that I've been basically brute forcing my wood magic, so if I could learn how to farm properly, I should be able to produce better results. So that's actually a thing, Maria. We don't know anything about magic, though. Will this really be all right? Fina, don't worry, Fina-chan. It's more important to know about the subject of a spell. Yurdam, exactly. Ryuma, just as Yurdam-san says, wait. Yurdam-san, can you use magic? Ryuma, I don't specialize in it, but I can use wood magic. I can also use some water magic though, just enough to sprinkle a bit of water. Yurdam, you'll be a lot of help then. Ryuma, if he knows about magic too, then I'll be able to rely on him a lot. Looks like I still have a lot to know about Yurdam-san. I should use this opportunity to get to know him. Oh, right. Let's not just stand here, please, come in. I've prepared a place for us to talk. Ryuma, like that I led the 5 of them inside. I brought them to a vast and level area in the western part of the abandoned mine. It was overrun with weeds just recently, so I'd clean things up in a hurry, but it seems I made a mistake somewhere. Everyone else, after all, the 5 people I brought, especially the girls from the farming village, were all shocked. Is something the matter? Ryuma, well, I mean, boss, Fina, is that a greenhouse over there? Jane, although some parts were normal terrain, it was already almost winter, so I thought it would be better if I built a greenhouse. I built it with a plastic greenhouse in mind, but I used the sticky slime and the crust slime's hardening liquid sheet, so it looks like a glass greenhouse. Oh, right. Glass is supposed to be really expensive in this country. If I use that much glass to construct something, it's no wonder that they're surprised. Also, it's not glass then, Maria, I was so shocked. Jane, come to think of it, the same material is used for the store windows. I should have known. Fina, personally, I think it's surprising even then. It's not common even for nobles to have a greenhouse. Yurdam, oh, really? That's a surprise. For the meantime, please come inside. It's cold outside, so I led them inside. The greenhouse was surrounded with hardening liquid sheet, so the wind couldn't get in, but the sunlight could still enter, so it was plenty warm. It's hard for the air to circulate here, so it's quite humid. There are windows for ventilation above the 2 entrances and the sides of the greenhouse, so I could open them if needed, but I should probably start thinking about a way to regulate the temperature here. Alright, where should we start? Ryuma, how about you show us how you do it first, boss? I want to see how magic farming works too. Fina, I understand. Ryuma, Chapter 222.1, Day 3 of a 3-day rest, 2 halves, Chapter 222, Day 3 of a 3-day rest, 2 halves. I did as Fina-san suggested and showed them how I normally farmed. First, I softened the ground with earth magic, then I had the scavenger slimes build ridges on the soil while mixing in the fertilizer. After that I had the slimes scatter the seeds, while I watered the ground with water magic, and then facilitated the growth with wood magic. And done. Ryuma, just like that a field of dandelion flowers was completed in the blink of an eye. I chose dandelion flowers since the seeds could be turned into cooking oil, while the roots could be used for dandelion coffee, and the stem could be fed to the sticky slime and the latex slimes. Everyone else, huh? Ryuma, everyone was quiet again. Ryuma, I don't know what to say. Fina, magic sure is amazing. Maria, Fina-san and the other 2 girls from the farming village were like, I don't really get it, but it's amazing. Or at least their reaction felt like that. Lillian-san has seen me farm before at the residence of the Duke's family, so she wasn't surprised, but she was wryly smiling. As for the only guy in the group, Yurdam-san. Haha, what is this? Huh? Illusion magic. Yurdam, he seems quite shocked. Yurdam-san. Are you okay? Is there anything strange about my farming? Ryuma, strange? You've got to be kidding me. You made the flowers bloom in one go from a seed. Of course it's strange. What's more, you flowered an entire field. Yurdam, please calm down. Ryuma, it was hard to understand what he was saying because he was so excited, so I first calmed him down. Yeah, sorry. It was just too shocking. You must have a lot of mana, huh, boss? Yurdam, there's that too, but the fertilizer of the scavenger slimes plays a huge part. Ryuma, in that case, that fertilizer and those slimes must be amazing. I've dabbled a bit myself with normal fertilizers like compost and mulch, and magic medicine to speed up the growth of plants, but a person's worth of mana couldn't possibly make an entire field bloom like this. Some medicine might be able to pull it off, but the strong ones also have worse side effects. Compared to that, this field looks really normal. You could even say it's overflowing with life. A normal mage's amount of mana shouldn't be enough to make something like this happen. Yurdam, when I heard that, I turned to Fina-san and the others for confirmation. We don't use magic medicine at the village. Fina, those medicine are too expensive, so we can't use them. Maria, after all, you'd need a lot of them if you're going to use them for an entire field. Jane, but they just said that they didn't know anything about it. Yurdam-san, you really know a lot. Ryuma, my family has been serving as imperial court gardeners for generations, so I studied the subject a lot when I was young. Yurdam, no wonder he knows so much. But, imperial court gardener. Based on the words alone, that sounds like a gardener who works at the castle, and if he's from a family like that, then… Yurdam-san, you're a noble. I never knew. Ryuma, yeah. I come from a baron's household, but I ran away from home. I don't have the right to use my last name anyway, and even if tell people I'm a noble, they just end up shying away from me. Sometimes I end up being unable to join a tournament and girls get scared too. So it's already become a habit not to talk about it. Yurdam, there are certainly people who shrink back as soon as they find out you're a noble. That probably made it really hard to find people to test his skills against. As for me, I don't really mind, and I'm not the sort to try and expose a person's history either. My dad was the one with the court rank, and he was a noble of the robe without any territory, so we weren't really that much different from commoners. Yurdam-san wryly smiled. So just treat me as usual. Yurdam, and then he turned to Fina-san and the others and said that. He sure switches gears quick. He's so quick. Fina-san and the others were still shocked. Are you sure? Fina, it's totally fine. My dad just happens to work at the castle, really. He's no different from your usual gardener, and I ran away from home anyway, so I don't have any privileges or authority. If anything, the boss is the dangerous one with all the authority. After all, he's connected to the Duke and he even gets to work together with his people. Yurdam, now that you mention it. Fina, Jane, Maria, that's how you come to terms with his history. Really? Ryuma, when realization dawned upon them, the three girls became shocked, and then they found themselves agreeing with Yurdam-san. Even Lillian-san was quietly nodding. What in the world? I mean, it's true that the Duke helps me out a lot all the time, but… Of course, not in a bad sense. Yurdam, anyway, I pulled myself together and brought the topic back to farming. I noticed that when you were farming, you never touched the crops again while they were growing. Fina, normally, you have to remove the weeds and prune bad sprouts. Maria, I see. I knew about pruning, but I didn't know which sprout to prune. I mean, in the first place, I don't know what counts as a bad sprout. Since even the poorer ones I could just forcefully grow by pouring mana. Ryuma, it's true that wood magic can make a plant grow, but it requires a lot of mana and the rapid growth also puts a lot of burden on the plant. That's why it's usually done gradually and in stages across several days. That way the amount of mana consumed per plant and per day can be reduced along with the burden on the plants. Those with poor growth or those that fallen ill can grow on their own or resist the disease, so it's better if you don't force them to bloom and instead skillfully assist them. Yurdam, they told me the problems in my self-taught farming magic. Let's try growing a crop for real next. I brought a potato that's already started to germinate from Shelma-san. If we plant this potato like this, it will turn into a seed potato too, so I'm sure it should be easy to grow. Jane, you too, Jane. I brought a soybean that can be grow with magic. Fina, I brought some barley too. Maria, because of that I used the seeds the girls brought with them. Stop. Jane, this is when you should prune. Maria, as for how to distinguish between which to prune and which to leave. Fina, let's replant the ones that grew poorly here. That should serve as practice for wood magic. Yurdam, I practiced how to farm with everyone's help. When growing barley, this is the part where we step on them. Fina, we need to give enough time for this soybean to grow. Jane, they taught me how to grow crops I haven't grown yet too. While the crops grew quickly, I studied about the important parts and the various process I needed to do to take care of them properly. As I came to learn one thing after another, I found out just how forceful my method of farming was. But that just meant I had more to study, and because of that it was a really fruitful day. Chapter 223.1, The Result of Playing Around, 1/2, Chapter 223, The Result of Playing Around, 1/2, the next day. After my long 3-day vacation ended, it was finally time to start working. And so, I happily went down the mountain and headed to Jimuru. Good morning. Ryuma, I greeted the men guarding the northern gate, and then I headed to a corner of the slums. Upon arriving in front of the large old building, I noticed that a crowd had gathered. Excuse me. Excuse me. Ah. Ryuma, I pushed my way through the crowd, and when I finally reached the front, I saw the 7 people dispatched by the Duke. The president of the Morgan Company, Serge-san, was also with them, and even the head of the government office, Arnold-san, and the manager of the slums, Revel-san, were there too. Men who appeared to be their guards and their carriages could also be seen. As a group, they were clearly different from the rest of the crowd. When I walked up to them to greet them, Ryuma-sama. Oh, please don't worry, it's still some time earlier our promised time. Serge, we were just early. The kids haven't finished their preparations yet either. Revel, everyone greeted me, and Serge-san and Revel-san gave me a brief explanation of the situation. Also, the kids Revel-san was referring to were none other than the children living in the large old building. There were several buildings like this in the slums. They're meant for children with nowhere to go and are known as a children's home. But this isn't my first time seeing it, but it sure is old, Ryuma. My remark might offend someone, so I made sure to choose my words. That's a given. According to the records, this building was used to store the raw materials when the town was being built. In other words, it's even older than the town itself. The storehouses for raw materials are often expanded and relocated during construction, and the ones no longer in use are usually sold to the people. Arnold, after receiving Arnold-san's explanation, a lot of things suddenly started to make sense. The reason why this stone building was built so plainly with an emphasis on space and robustness was probably to make it easier to bring things in and out of it. There are 2 entrances and exits on the front and back of the building, all of which are big enough to accommodate a carriage. Moreover, the doors to those entrances and exits were thick as though the makers wanted to take care to prevent theft. The windows were small, and they felt like they were made just big enough to provide ventilation and lighting. There were high walls surrounding the building too, and there were even traces of a thick gate that made sure to separate the inside from the outside. But what's more is that it's so old it seems attempting even the simplest construction if done irresponsibly would cause the whole thing to crumble. But of course, as far as I'm concerned, it's just an abandoned building, not fit for kids to live in. Revel-san. I just want to make sure, but once the kids are ready and they leave and we're sure that there's no one left in the premises, we can start dismantling the building, right? Ryuma, the sooner you work, the sooner you'll be able to reconstruct those kids' house, after all. We'll take care of the kids while the house is being rebuilt, but it'll be a lot more reassuring to have it ready sooner. Revel, although his face was grim and his words were rough, he was thinking about the children. That's why he agreed to my proposal in the first place, and talked with the owners of this building, the people supporting the children, and the children themselves. My goal is the construction of a garbage processing plant and a factory, but he probably believes that cooperating with me would improve the living conditions of the people here. That's why I'm able to dismantle this house today. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll be sure to build it well, so as to not betray your trust and expectations. Ryuma, I'm counting on you. Not just me, but this whole crowd of people as well, I'm sure you're well aware. Revel, of course. Ryuma, and then speaking of the devil, it was at that moment that the kids started leaving the building one after another. All that's left now is to confirm a few things. Were you able to prepare the helpers I asked for? Ryuma, I secured about 30 people. They're waiting somewhere nearby, so I can call them anytime. Hi Yuzu, thank you very much. Ryuma, looks like we have enough for our first day. In that case. Serge-san and Rurones-san. That thing I asked you. Ryuma, the old clothes for the kids. We've purchased plenty. They're inside my carriage. We washed them just a while ago too. Serge, the cleaner slimes you lent us are inside this carriage. The children and the contractor, Lillian, are on board. I'll guide you. Rurones, perfect. Thank you for your help. Ryuma, what I'd asked the 3 maids was to prepare a full-body cleaning service via the cleaner slimes for the children. Once the kids have been cleaned, we will be distributing the old clothes to them to compensate them for the trouble we'll be causing them. They'll be getting a new house just before winter fully sets in. Personally, I don't think they're troubled at all, but... Well, I'll thank you for your concern anyhow. Revel, likewise. Now then, it's still a bit early, but shall we begin? Everything seems ready, so, Ryuma, right, let's. Rurunez, the children gathered by the entrance of the building ranged from a preschooler to a middle schooler's age. There were 50 of them all in all. Presently, the older kids were counting heads. I'll leave the kids to Revel-san, Surge-san, and your group, Rurunez-san. Ryuma, leave it to us. Revel, Surge, Rurunez, hey. Hayuzu, let's make sure there's no one left. Ryuma, I used my search magic and confirmed with Hayuzu-san's group that there was no one left inside the children's home. After making doubly sure that there was no one left, it was finally time to start demolishing the building. I'll call the workers then. Zeph, Zeph-san. Ryuma, yeah. Zeph, after you call the workers, please have them wait for a while. I discovered something that might be useful while playing with the slimes during my break, so I want to test it out a bit. The odds of success are pretty high, and if this works out, it'll be quite useful. Ryuma, alright. Zeph, as usual, you get really heated when talking about slimes, huh? Hayuzu, my bad, Ryuma, I did it again, but anyway, they agreed, so let's start the experiment. First, I got Hayuzu-san and the others to leave the premises too, then after confirming that there was no one left, I left. I'm sure it must be starting to get quite annoying hearing me drone endlessly about confirming that there's no one left in the premises, but safety is priority number one in construction work. After leaving the premises to myself, I opened my dimension home and took out a large jar I prepared. With this, preparations were finally complete. Hey, is our work not starting yet? Worker 1, what is that kid doing? Worker 2, I don't give a rat's ass. I just hope we can get started already. Worker 3, I could hear the unhappy voices of the workers from behind me, so, foo-foo. Since I have an audience today, I might as well put on a show. Ryuma, I put a lot of mana into the jar. Chapter 223.2, The Result of Playing Around, 2 halves, Chapter 223, The Result of Playing Around, 2 halves. Some of the crowd, looks like there were some people who could use magic among the crowd, as the crowd stirred and the word mana could be heard amidst their voices. This much should be enough, I think. Ryuma, I had to spend a quarter of my mana pool, but this should serve me well. In the next moment, the sand that filled the large jar rose up like a whirlwind. Whoa! Crowd, after shooting up higher than the building itself, the sand clad itself with the wind and took on the shape of a sphere, then it started spinning quickly midair. At this point, I brought down my raised right hand, and then the sand and the wind scattered, but very quickly gathered once more in midair before descending rapidly. While a sound akin to that of the wind and the grains of sand resounded, the wind and the sand quickly reached the ground from the roof. As a result, hey, what was that just now? Worker 3, I don't know, but I heard a J-A sound, and then a line was suddenly drawn on the wall. Worker 4, a line. Isn't that a crack? Worker 5, it looks pretty deep too. It must be fairly powerful to inflict that much damage on a stone wall. Worker 6, wrong. Worker 7, huh? What is? Worker 6, you can see inside the building all the way to the wall on the other side through the crack. Worker 7, what? Worker 6, I have beast blood running through my veins, so I'm confident in my eyes. There's no mistaking it. Worker 7, but that would mean, Worker 6, that kid's magic broke the stone wall. Worker 5, broke. More like he cut it. Worker 4, seriously. All of them, to be more precise, I didn't cut it but ground it instead. In the same way that a rocky mountain exposed to the rain and the winds for many years will transform into a magnificent valley, the cohesion of the particles can be weakened by earth magic, and the blowing wind and moving sand will grind the land and the stones, transforming them into sand. Or at least that's the visualization I used in this new sand spell of mine. Moreover, I've also assimilated the sand slimes into the sand I used earlier. As for what good that'll do, well, divide yourselves into 2 groups and cut the wall once more. Ryuma, the mountain of sand piled up on the ground split into 2 clumps and crawled on the ground. While ensuring proper spacing, 2 lines of sand were suddenly drawn on the wall, and in the next moment, a new space was created once again. The sand I was controlling with my sand magic has been assimilated by the sand slimes. In other words, the sand was sand, but at the same time it was also my sand slimes. The sand slimes could move on their own volition to some extent, and we are also able to understand each other through the Monster Tamer contract. Thanks to that, controlling the spell has become much easier. It sounds a bit strange when put into words, but basically, the target of my spell, the sand, is able to communicate with me and move on its own. Because of that, it's possible to execute something akin to a chantless spell invocation, and the mana consumption is also a lot lower compared to when I'm using similar spells the normal way. The skill of the assimilated sand slimes is also able to be used. Really, this method of using the sand slimes and my sand magic is full of benefits. Moreover, controlling the assimilated sand with my magic has also had an effect on the sand slimes. First, just as is the case with the magic-type slimes, by pouring mana into the sand slimes are able to absorb mana. And apparently they were even able to eat my magic, as they learned the skill erosion. By using the sand magic, moving at high speed becomes possible, the range of their movement expands, and it's also possible for them to use their spell at the cost of my mana. The skills and abilities of the sand slimes also seem to get stronger when I give them my mana. It's as though the sand slimes have taken the role of the mana staff, which is mean to reinforce one's spells, while I have taken on the role of the mana tank. It's as if we're making up for each other's weakness. The sand slimes are using mana to use their skills, or at least I think so anyway. I've never used a magic staff myself, so I can't be sure that my hypotheses are correct, but regardless. By using the sand slimes like this, something like this is possible. Go. Ryuma, after cutting the walls vertically, the sands that have split into 4 more each, and then cut the walls that already resembled a pillar. Like this, the surface of the stone wall was diced in less than 5 minutes, and a thunderous sound rumbled as the diced stone parts fell to the ground. Naturally, that would give rise to a cloud of dust or sand, but we don't want to trouble our audience, now do we? Please be sure to collect that sand too. Ryuma, I was in charge of maintaining the scope of the spell and the power, while the fine control was left to the sand slimes. That was the kind of image I had in mind as I gave more mana to the slimes. In the next moment, as though the sand was responding to my will, it scattered and transformed into a sandstorm within the premises of the building marked for demolishing. The sand born from the collapse of the dice stones were caught up in that, pulled away from the crowd. I went out of my way to increase the strength of the spell this much, so I might as well go all the way. Ryuma, the sandstorm converged. Standing 2 stories high, denser than ever, in the next few minutes, it ground away at the stone walls and the outer walls, revealing the wooden framework that supported the building. To be honest, this spell has a much harder time grinding wood than it does with walls, but if I increase the density and the speed of the spin, it's even possible to cut wood much less grind it. The wood appears to have rotten in some parts too, so I cut it into parts just big enough so that it couldn't be swept away by the wind, then I dug it out from the foundation. Success. Well, something like that. Ryuma, like that the entire building vanished, and now only a vast sandy area could be seen. All the people that gathered around the building could now be seen without any obstructions. And yet, despite such remarkable results, the surrounding buildings weren't affected in the slightest bit. A perfect result if I say so myself. While I was thinking that, I felt someone looking at me, so I turned around. Everyone else, most of the people were acquainted with me, but the people that were less acquainted were either shocked or in disbelief, while the people who were close to me just muttered, "Business as usual," or, "He's gone and done it again." Everyone looked alternatingly between me and the mountain of sand behind me. Chapter 224.1, The Result of Playing Around 2, 1/2, Chapter 224, The Result of Playing Around 2, 1/2, That was quite a show, Ryuma. Your countenance was looking good, so I thought you were finally able to get a good rest, but to think that the result of your break would be this. Ah, you don't have to explain. Or rather, don't explain the details here. We don't know who's listening. Hayuzu-san told me seriously after the 4 guards surrounded me. Camille, you're the magic guy here. Tell us your thoughts about what you saw. Hayuzu, all right. First of all, summoning a sandstorm of that size is still normal. I felt him using a lot of mana, so any advance made should be able to do something similar, but being able to turn an entire building into scrap with it is another story. Moreover, despite using such a large spell, he contained all of the effects within the premises of the lot. Finally, I don't know if he used chantless casting to invoke different spells, but it looked like he was instantly adapting to the situation and changing the scope and movement of the spell. With those 3 points, anyone who knows a bit about magic will immediately realize how difficult it was to do what he just did. And yet somehow Ryoma was somehow able to pull it off thanks to his new spell or new technique. Either way, what he just did should be considered as his house's magic. Camille, my house's magic. Ryoma, it's my first time hearing that term. From the way it's worded, it's probably referring to a magic passed down in one's family, but to be sure I asked him. You're not far off, but to be more precise, a house spell or house magic is the culmination of a magic researcher family passed on to only a few people within a house. Think of it as a special but difficult kind of magic. You could even call it a secret technique. A strong magic will become a strong weapon, and in turn become a source of income. That's why there are many people who want to learn of these special magic. Even if they don't commit any crimes, it would be problematic if they exposed the secret, right? There are a lot of secretive people and contrarians among the magic researchers, and the famous families are mostly nobles, so when matters relating to house magic are poorly handled, they could easily turn into a huge incident. That's why as soon as the term house spell pops up, it's considered taboo to ask any further. Or at least, that kind of tacit understanding is a thing. Anyway, it's mostly a thing among nobles, but dodging the question is usually the best way to deal with matters surrounding house magics. Camille, I see. Ryoma, if they still won't drop the topic, be sure to consult us immediately. Anyway, that's how you should deal with this issue. Camille, I understand. Ryoma, alright, let's leave this at that then. Hayuzu, after Camille-san advised me, Hayuzu-san immediately wrapped up the discussion and moved on to the next topic. The house has already been demolished by Ryoma's spell, so what's next? Ah, right. Ryoma, I know they were just telling me off for showing off too much, but there's actually one more thing I wanted to try. Just like the spell from before, I was messing around during my break, but I messed around a bit too much and ran out of mana, so there were some things that I couldn't try. Ryoma, isn't it fine? I mean, it's a bit too late now anyway after that. And if he's going to do something like that, then he might as well do it while we're around. Hayuzu, true. Rest of the guards, everyone agreed with Hayuzu-san and reluctantly gave me permission to go ahead with my experiment. Alright, let's give it a shot. I gave an order to the sand slimes and invoked my sand magic. The mountain of sand started moving as though it was being swept up by a squall, but it didn't do any complicated movements like earlier and instead simply gathered at a nearby corner at the end of the lot. Like that, a scene akin to an hourglass being turned upside down came to life. Before long the sand hourglass came to resemble a rectangular sand mountain that looked just like a giant tofu. Surprised voices could be heard, but it wasn't as bad as earlier. I didn't do anything complicated, though, so their surprise must be mostly because of confusion. I don't blame them. It's certainly hard to understand what's going on just by looking at it from the outside. But I'm contracted with the assimilated sand slimes, so I know exactly what's going on inside. As for what exactly was happening, well, it just happened to complete while I was thinking to myself. Whoa. Crowd, like an artist taking the veil off his unannounced work, I let the sand mountain collapse, giving rise to waves of sand that moved onto an empty lot, leaving behind a 2-story house. It was about a fifth of the entire lot with a large entrance and hall at the center, past which was a flight of stairs. To the sides of the hall was a shared toilet and several rooms. It had a relatively simple design. But of course, the onlookers couldn't tell that much just by looking at it from outside. Despite that, it would appear that a complete building suddenly popping out of the crumbling sand was a lot more shocking than when I demolished the building. Or maybe it's just a consequence of my seemingly simple actions, but regardless, the crowd was really stirred up. Why, you're kidding, onlooker 1, what spell is that? Isn't it too convenient? Onlooker 2, it certainly is convenient. Ryoma, this spell is a reversal of the demolishing process, where pillars and walls are connected by sand particles through the process of accumulating sand. It's basically an attempt at making the 3D printer a reality in this world through sand magic. By working together with the sand slimes, the degree of freedom and precision of the spell could also be greatly increased. When I was finally able to easily build complicated structures with it, I spent my time during break time making and breaking dolls with it. This time I used the same spell to build something big enough for people to live in. Building houses via 3D printers was supposedly also being researched back in Earth, so I figured that as long as I had enough mana and sand it should be possible to build a house. But Actually, it's not yet, Ryuma, when I was about to say something. Wow. Kids, it's our house. Kid 1, our new house. Kid 2, some of the children from the house I demolished were so happy that they immediately ran toward the newly built house. The maids and the older kids were shocked and couldn't react in time. Ah. Stop. Those kids. Ryuma, Chapter 224.2, The Result of Playing Around 2, February 2nd, Chapter 224, The Result of Playing Around 2, 2 halves. They finally reacted when I called out, but 2 of the kids were too fast. Those 2 must be from the Beastman tribe or something, so I had to make a move. Teleport. Got you. Can't you wait? Ryuma, fortunately, I succeeded in directly capturing them. I practiced my dimension magic a lot when I had to recover so much of the mud salamander corpses back at Fatma territory. The result of all that effort was showing now. Let go. Kid 1, that's our house. Kid 2, I want to see our house. Kid 1, why you need to wait, it's still dangerous. Ryuma, while I was trying to keep the 2 kids in check. What are you brats doing? Revel. 2 kids, Ryuma, didn't you promise to wait until the adults told you it was safe before entering since it's dangerous? Revel, the person in charge of managing the slums, Revel-san, arrived before anyone else and caught the 2 kids. The menacing look he wore made it so that the 2 kids couldn't argue. After securing the kids, he handed them back to the older kids. Seriously. Sorry that the kids got in your way. Revel, in the end, nothing happened, so it's fine. Ryuma, I see, still, that's some amazing magic you've got there. You can destroy and create stuff as you wish. Revel, it's still experimental, so I was just trying it out. Ryuma, although I did it because I thought it was possible, a structure that has been made through sand magic is essentially built with a compressed and hardened sandstone. Sandstones are easy to work with but they're fragile and don't last that long. They also absorb a lot of water, so it's possible for them to be damaged during winter. They're not a good material to build outer walls with. It's also my first time building something at this size, so it wouldn't be strange if I messed up somewhere. To be safe, I need to double-check it. That's why I need to build something sturdier for the children's home. That's also why we had the laborers come. Ryuma, there's one thing I'd like to confirm. Zeph, huh? Ryuma, when I turned out around, Zeph-san was there. Arnold-san, who was talking to some other people earlier, also approached. I heard that since most of the laborers we gathered today are experts at construction, you want to use them to ensure the safety of the building. Zeph, would it be fine? Ryuma, the work will just change a little at most. You've gone out of your way to build so much already, and the sooner those kids have a place to sleep, the better, right? Zeph, that's true. The kids who ran off earlier might have also been scared of losing their home. Revel-san, we were planning on building a garden for the kids to play at, but do you mind if we build it just within this structure? Like that you can just destroy it and change it into a garden once a proper house has been built. Ryuma, a garden would be luxurious. As long as the kids have someplace to sleep, it's all good. If they can live there, then they should just live there. Revel, I see. In that case, Zeph-san, can you talk to the laborers? Today, we'll be having them ensure the safety of this house. If it's safe enough, then they should take measurements for the windows and the doors. When that's done with, they need to build a wall around the lot. Ryuma, got it. Zeph, after that Zeph-san ran off. We'll go back to our guard duties too. Hayuzu, oh, yeah. Now that you mention it, there's more people trying to get a look at the house now too. Jill, see you later. Camille, like that Hayuzu-san, Jill-san, and Camille-san left to manage the crowds of onlookers. When they were all gone, Arnold-san from the government office approached me. Good work out there. Ryuma, you too, take Bayashi-sama. 5. Been watching you work all tis time, but it sure was different from what I was expecting. Arnold, ahaha, Ryuma, I'm sure he was expecting us to take a hammer out and build it normally. Even if he did consider the use of magic, he probably didn't expect us to rely on it so much. Actually, I also wouldn't have done this if I hadn't realized the potential of the sand slimes during my rest day and would have surely built it more orthodoxly. But since you were able to make so much progress in such a short time, shall we speed up our preparations for the land readjustment project? Arnold, right. It's too much for me to do everything myself, but with the help of the laborers, it shouldn't take too much time to demolish everything. We can also start rebuilding them immediately, so the construction time will be shortened by a lot. Also, while I said that this building needs to be checked for safety, I didn't build it thinking it would only last a day or two. I made it with the intention of building a temporary residence that people could use to take shelter from the rain or as a place to take refuge when needed. So please take that into consideration when tuning it. As for the rest, I supposed we can just see how things go and respond accordingly. Ryuma, I'm fine with that. It's good that we can settle our discussions so quickly. Arnold, please make sure to get the people's consent. Ryuma, but of course. Revel-san is cooperating too, so I'm sure the people will understand. Arnold, as he said that he smiled and turned to Revel-san. As long as the government office is doing a proper job, we won't complain needlessly either. Anyhow, I know you're someone I can discuss things with properly, so I'll work with you. Revel, thank you. It's my fortune to have built a relationship with the boss of this district. Thanks to you it's become a lot easier to hear the honest remarks of the people. Arnold, Revel, anyway, I should excuse myself now. I still have other work to do. If you ever see me at the Cat's Forehead Cafe please don't hesitate to say hi. Be careful. And please don't just eat cakes all the time and eat a proper meal, okay? The auntie at Cat's Forehead told me that you've been taking home even more cake than before. Ryuma, I'll consider it. Arnold-san wryly smiled and left. I don't know what you were talking about, but I don't think he's going to listen. Revel, indeed. Ryuma, later, Zeph-san told me that the house I made suited the climate around here and while it couldn't last for many years, it should be fine to live at temporarily. After that the laborers took measurements for the windows and the doors. As for the construction itself, I left it to the slimes, while the laborers built the wall with stones I prepared using my magic. Meanwhile, I started constructing the children's home for real at one of the empty spaces. I finished everything by the time sun had set. Chapter 225.1 Debriefing, 1/2, Z Chapter 225, Debriefing, 1/2. After the construction job ended, I went back to the store for one more job. It's great to have a lot allies, so just as I spoke about with Darson-san a few days ago, I'm going to be meeting with the people who left the meeting, but before that. Let's begin today's report. Ryuma, gathered at the office of my store were the 7 people dispatched by the Duke. We need to exchange information and discuss about the progress made today before Darson's group comes. That being said, we were all at the construction site this morning, and the guards were with me the whole time, so the only ones who weren't with us were the maids. Riviola-san from the Big Monkey Man tribe met my eyes. Would it be alright I started as the representative of the maids? Riviola, sure. Ryuma, after leaving the construction site, we purchased a plot of land from the Merchant Guild, and made preparations to establish the security company and hire personnel. We didn't experience any problems, but we need a signature from the Ryuma-sama, as the manager, as well as from Hayuzu-sama, and Jill-sama. Also, we intend to inform the various guild branches at Jimuru our intention to establish the security company and hire various personnel tomorrow. Riviola, thank you. Sounds like everything is going well. That's good to hear. Ryuma, yes. Also, we returned here in the afternoon, and during our time here various people contacted us. Revel-sama, the manager of the slums, said that the people who had put on hold their response regarding being moved have finally voiced their agreement. The owners of the children's home, who haven't replied until now, also apologized for their belated response and informed us of their agreement. Riviola, wonderful news. Ryuma, the people from the slums were cooperative, but naturally, there were still people who couldn't agree to our terms immediately. Moving is a big issue, after all, and there's also a chance that they might lose their home, so it's perfectly understandable why they'd worry and be unable to respond immediately. The owner of the children's homes also has to deal with children with no relatives. But if they've changed their minds, then looks like the magic show this morning convinced them. Ryuma, yes. I can't think of anything else that would have caused them to change their mind. When Camille-san was giving instructions after the demolition during the rebuilding, I thought to myself, maybe that's why Ryuma-sama is putting on a show. Riviola, I really did mean for it to be an experiment, but at the same time, I also wanted to appeal to the people that the job won't take that long. Also, while I'm still not that confident in my spells for rebuilding, I'm confident in being able to demolish the buildings quickly. And besides, I'm going to stand out anyway once I start spending a lot of money to start several businesses at the same time. I'm bound to attract some trouble, so I figure if people see me as a skilled mage, that can act as a deterrent. Above all, I have all of you here supporting me. Ryuma, next time please be more specific when informing us before you do one of your experiments. Riviola, I smiled and told them that I was counting on them, but all I got in return were wry smiles. Next. After the managers spoke among themselves, we were informed that the children from the children's home to be demolished next will be moved this evening to the temporary house built this morning, so the next children's home can be demolished anytime. Riviola, they're moving already. I don't know how many they are, but will there be enough space to accommodate everyone? Ryuma, that children's home is a storehouse just like the one this morning, but its floor has already completely deteriorated. Some of its walls and ceilings have already been torn off, so there are plenty of dangerous places inside. Because of that, they're already used to living in small spaces. Moreover, the children themselves are just happy to be able to live somewhere where they can get cover from the winds. Especially, since it's already that time of the year when the winds are harsh. Riviola, well, if they're all right with that then that's fine. Although I should probably compensate the children that moved for their nuisance tomorrow. Also, it's good that the next place can be demolished now. According to our original schedule, we're supposed to buy that land and then demolish the building, so the headquarters of the security company was originally meant to be built later. Ryuma, when Hayuzu-san heard that, he raised his voice. Oh. Does that mean we can get our headquarters soon? Hayuzu, that's the plan. I'll be using my sand magic to demolish and reconstruct the place. Ryuma, I plan on building a proper house later for the children, so I only built it with a rough outline and fixed it up a little, but the security company will require more precision on my part. I also plan on treating it with the sticky liquid of the sticky slime too to give it a waterproof coating, so it will be good to see how it compares with a temporary house that was built quickly. It should be a good reference to see how the application and type of coating affects the structures. Hayuzu-san, Jill-san, Zeph-san, Camille-san, please let me know if there are any facilities you need and if you have any preferences regarding the interior design of the headquarters. Ryuma, understood. Hayuzu, Jill, Zeph, Camille, the last message is a letter from the Duke's family. Ryuma-sama, you wanted a doctor that could be trusted, and originally only one doctor was meant to come, but now, the doctor is hoping to take 4 young apprentices with him. Do you mind? Riviola, Chapter 225.2, Debriefing, 2 halves, Chapter 225, Debriefing, 2 halves, not only are they not canceling their visit, they're even bringing more people. Ryuma, apparently, they're not coming just for you, Ryuma-sama. Supposedly, it was a suggestion from their master, Arifel-sama. Are you acquainted with him? Riviola, I know the man. He's a live-in elven doctor at the Duke's family. He helped me before when I was there. I consulted him about the mana recovery medicine to prescribe to my worker, Ox-san. Ryuma, that's probably the reason then. Apparently, Arifel-sama was full of praises for your knowledge, and he suggested for his apprentices to go too after the master consulted him. He said that while it was fine for his apprentices to study under him, it would be best if they studied from others from time to time. He also mentioned that the 4 apprentices have studied enough and that it was about time for them to start treating and examining others. Riviola, so, basically, those 4 are resident doctors. I don't know exactly what they can learn from me, but I do understand that they want to gather experience. We need to prepare for injuries at the security company anyway, so there's no reason to refuse. If anything, I welcome them. Ryuma, in that case, I'll let them know. Riviola, thank you. Ryuma, alright, that should be it for today's briefing. Ah. Oh, by the way, would it be a problem if I raised some goblins in the abandoned mine to the north? Ryuma, when I asked that, everyone glanced at each other, and then Rurones-san spoke. If you tame them, it should be fine, but why all of the sudden? Rurones, since I'm going to be teaching some apprentices, I figured I might as well take out some time to study, so I can actually teach them something decent. In my opinion, that's the least courtesy I should give to people who've gone out of their way to learn from me. Also, I've been thinking about delegating some of my work to free up my time, and after seeing everyone today, I'm once again reminded how convenient it is to have extra hands. For example, it's not hard to feed slimes every day, but when there's so many different types of slimes to feed, the time quickly adds up. Ryuma, when I said that, everyone was immediately able to understand. Come to think of it, how many slimes do you have now? From what I know, you should have more than 1,000. Hayuzu, wait, can't slimes of the same kind fuse? Jill, yes, if there's more than 100 of them. My slimes are much more varied now, and I'm also increasing their numbers because there's something I have on mind, but I don't have any specific numbers just yet. I'll have to calculate it later. The stone slimes and weed slimes reproduce really quickly every day too. Ryuma, the more I feed my slimes, the more I feel like a caretaker working at a zoo. Though I can't really speak for zoo caretakers since I've never been one, but I think it'd probably feel something like this. Or maybe not. Right, although it's your hobby, I'm sure the work gets really tiring when there's so many of them. Rurunez, while everyone was nodding to Rurunez-san's words, I brought the topic back to the goblins. I saw some goblin traces this morning before I left. It's likely they were lured by the scent of the potato field we planted a few days ago, so they'll probably come again. I know the abandoned mine was left to me to manage, and I'm supposed to be subjugating these monsters, but for the sake of the fields, Ryuma, you want to hire some laborers, huh? Just like the construction this morning. Jill, those goblins sure are lucky. I'm sure they much prefer labor work over extermination. Hayuzu, Jill-san and Hayuzu-san are right. I don't like time as much as I do slimes and rimmel birds, but it's not as though I have a hobby of inflicting pain on others. As long as they work for me, I'll fulfill their basic needs and even permit them rest. At the very least, I'll treat them as well as I treat the clever chicken who are giving me their eggs. If you're going that far, then couldn't you just hire people? Lillian-san suggested. Some of the results from my slime research can't be leaked carelessly, and having to keep a lid on that information isn't exactly easy with other people around, but if it's the goblins, then even if they do overhear some things, they won't tell people. Ryuma, that's true. My apologies. Lillian, oh, no, please. I appreciate your opinion. There are times when I make mistakes too, and I also think that I might have to hire people eventually. Ryuma, the variant of slimes increased so quickly after just one expedition. Depending on the results of the experiments from here on, their numbers might just explode. In any case, that's why I want to use the goblins as laborers. Perhaps I might be able to use them as a source of feed for the cleaner and scavenger slimes too. Ryuma, everyone talked among themselves just to be sure, and in the end, their conclusion was that there were a couple of things I had to keep in mind, but since it's me we're talking about, it's fine. Alright, in that case, I'll go catch those goblins when I see them next time. Ryuma, oh, right, Ryuma, there's something that's been on my mind. Hayuzu. What is it, Hayuzu-san? Ryuma, you've heard that some other nobles are meddling with this town, right? Hayuzu, yes. I don't know who or from where, though. Ryuma, right, so I was thinking it might be best if we talked to you about that too. Hayuzu, if you're willing to talk about it, then by all means. Ryuma, Hayuzu-san and I turned to the other 6 people in the room. Ryuma isn't someone unrelated anymore. What's more, he's even cooperating with us, so at the very least, we should share him some information. Jill, he was making a difficult face, but Jill-san properly explained the situation to me. It probably won't concern you, so there's no real need to remember this, but the people maneuvering behind the scenes are Baron Ransor, Baron Ruffred, Viscount Forgotten, Viscount Danietten, and Count Sandrick. Jill, 5 nobles, huh? Ryuma, yes. But Baron Ransor has no reason to be hostile to the Jamil family or to Reinhardt-sama, and is apparently being forced by the other 4 to cooperate with them. Jill, apparently, the Ransor household was once an insignificant noble family that ruled over a small territory with nothing to speak of. But in the last generation, they found a large vein of gold sleeping in one of their mountains, and suddenly found themselves in possession of a great amount of wealth. People think they're lucky, but that's not really true. The Ransor household didn't have the slightest idea how to develop a mine or protect it. They had no choice but to rely on the neighboring Forgotten household that possessed a small mine. Before they knew it, they found themselves in a situation where they had no choice but to rely on the other four families. The Ransor household might appear to be a lucky family that received a windfall of wealth, but in truth, they have to gift a large amount of wealth yearly to the four families. They're an investor, but at the same time, they're also an underling. A puppet that can only move according to the will of the four houses. Jill, he might be an enemy, but he sure is pitiful, that Baron Ransor. Ryuma, don't worry. Reinhardt-sama is working to separate him the four families. In other words, he intends to cut their source of funds. To that end, enough material has already been gathered. While there's no mistaking that Baron Ransor is one of the people responsible for this conspiracy, since he's not involved because he wants to, the Duke will forgive him as long as he pays reparations. As for not being able to manage the mine without the help of the other families, well, the Duke's household can take over that. Jill, I see. So the Duke is going to take over the role of the other four families. Reinhardt-san sure is cunning to think of stealing the rights to the gold mine. Ryuma, but of course. Regardless, a situation like this will still favor Baron Ransor more than the current situation. Jill, unfortunately, it was almost time for Darson-san and the others to arrive, so we had to cut our conversation here. Reinhardt-sama will decide this battle during the socializing at the end of the year. Once the enemy have lost their source of funding, they shouldn't be able to do much anymore, so it should be much more peaceful starting next year. We'll just have to endure until then. Jill, with that, we at least had a clear goal now. It's not much, but it's something to celebrate. Chapter 226.1, Mending Relationships, 1/3, Chapter 226.1, Mending Relationships, 1/3, Presently, the people who left the meeting early were gathered at the break room of the Bamboo Forest Laundromat. There were 15 people all in all, including the arms dealer, Darson-san, and my neighbors, Pauline-san and her husband. Jill-san and Hayuzu-san were also present on behalf of the security company. Our goal is to discuss the current state of Jimuru, as well as discuss the various means by which we can defend ourselves. Unfortunately, we weren't making much progress. As for why, it's because the people who weren't acquainted with me were too scared. The reason behind their fear was also none other than myself. I was too tense in the last meeting and ended up saying too much. Their fear today is a lingering effect from that. They're not looking down on me anymore, but this kind of atmosphere is bad too, and more importantly, they're not asking questions or giving their opinions. As such, I decided to go ahead and first propose the establishment of my security company. To calm them down, I decided to first put at ease their fears of nobles intervening, which was the reason why that shady meeting became such a mess in the first place. And that's the gist of it. Ryuma, to that end, I had Jill-san explain the details, but when they found out that they were sent directly by the Duke's family, they were surprised and couldn't respond quickly. Well, it doesn't really matter as long as they understood, but did they? Or so I was thinking to myself when. Excuse me. I'm sure you're all acquainted with me now, but I'm Darson from Tigger's Arms Store. Ryuma, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Darson, of course. Ryuma, first, in regards to the establishment of this security company of yours, I understand now that there's nothing to fear about nobles intervening, but are you serious? According to the explanations provided, there are 4 conditions needed to establish this company. First, the 2 people sent by the Duke will have to manage it. Second, the expenses for the employees and the management will all be covered by you. Third, the company will continue until the situation calms down. And fourth, once the problem has been resolved, you will offer all of the security personnel to the Duke. Hiring people, training them, giving them equipment, and feeding them until they're ready to stand on their own should cost a considerable sum. I don't know how many you intend to hire, but I'm sure you will be hiring quite a number. And yet despite spending so much, those 2 will be the ones in charge of everything, so you won't be able to do as you please. What's more is once the situation calms down, all of your investments will have to be given to the Duke. Frankly, I don't see one bit of profit in this to you. Darson, that's true. But I'm serious. Or rather, with the exception of the Duke dispatching 2 people to manage the security company, all of the conditions were proposed by me. Ryuma, when I said that, everyone made a face that said they couldn't understand what I was thinking. I'm sure that to businessmen such as themselves, it looks like I'm just trying to spend a lot of money for nothing. In the first place, I'm not really trying to turn over a profit with this security company. There are various reasons why, but one reason is because of the existence of competitors. Although they're not able to handle the situation right now, this town already has its own guards. There's also the Adventurers Guild, and there are also mercenaries that specialize in violent jobs. The security company I'm proposing is too close to these establishments and would essentially become something akin to a business rival. Moreover, there's a vast gulf in trustworthiness between a guild that has been around for a long time and a newly established company that's privately managed. I'm sure you all understand just how big of a disadvantage that is. Ryuma, on this point, many people nodded. Moreover, if I just wanted to build a security force, cultivating one security personnel from square one isn't the most efficient. It would be a lot more affordable to simply hire from the Adventurers Guild or the Mercenary Guild. It would be faster too. Ryuma, on this point too, everyone agreed. If so, you might be wondering why I want to establish a security company, to which my answer would be, because it's necessary. Even if it might cost a fortune, I believe it's a necessary step for us to protect our assets and our lives. There's a saying I heard once. The defenseless rich are no more than prey to armed bandits. If we were to be too stingy and end up being robbed, then wouldn't we have simply lost both the interest and the principal? I'm sure no one here wishes to lose their precious family or employees. At the very least, I don't. Moreover, while I might not be able to directly profit from the security company, I will still be able to turn over a profit elsewhere. In addition, although I haven't added any conditions in order to have my proposal approved as soon as possible, the Duke appears to be willing to compensate me once I hand over the security personnel to him. Ryuma, also, handing over the security personnel to the Duke is actually a way of keeping them employed. I mean, it's fine and all to keep them around when needed, but what happens when they've outlived their usefulness? I can't exactly just say, I'm done playing with you, and just throw them by the wayside, now can I? That would be too irresponsible and would put the employees in a bad spot. In that regard, the Duke and feudal lord, Reinhardt-san, should have much use for these security personnel, given that he's building a new town. It should also be reassuring to the security personnel to know that they will still have work once the situation has calmed down. Moreover, knowing that they might end up working for the Duke should also make the security company more enticing. Just that knowledge should be enough to spur some people to apply at the security company on their own volition. When I told the people gathered here that the relinquishing of the security personnel to the Duke would make it easier to recruit people, they finally understood where I was coming from. Chapter 226.2, Mending Relationships, 2/3, Chapter 226.2, Mending Relationships, 2/3. At this point, Darson-san spoke. Again. I see you've really put some thought into this. If so, then you likely aren't merely being reckless with your money. But even then, an endeavor like this should require a huge investment up front. If you're going to compensate for that by making security a commodity, then obviously it will cost money. How much do we have to pay to benefit from this security company? And what benefits will we gain by paying? Darson, we're still discussing with the experts of various guilds regarding a reasonable price for the services we could offer, so nothing has been decided yet. Besides, we're just about to start hiring and training people. So for the meantime, we're planning on splitting the people we've hired into groups, and then have them go do patrols around the town. This will also serve as an advertisement for our security company. At that time, our guards will drop by your stores to explain the services we can offer and hear out any opinions you might have regarding them. We're also planning on putting up signboards and posters with the warning, "This store is being watched," to serve as a deterrent to anyone up to no good. In the future, we're also planning on stationing guards at each store, but this will depend on the size of our workforce and their work hours. The fees will also change according to their experience and skill, so the price will have to be discussed later. That being said, as I've mentioned previously, I'm not planning on turning up a profit from this security company, so I intend to make the price reasonable. But of course, we can't lower our prices too much or we'll end up angering the guilds and mercenaries. Ryuma, it's a bit complicated, but regardless, it appears a clear price can't be given for the time being. Zeke, oops. The conversation was starting to get long-winded, so Zeke-san had to interject. It's fine if the price hasn't been decided just yet. That's still much better than telling us a lie or pulling out some random number. Darson, thank you very much. Ryuma, at this point, I don't have much left to talk about regarding the security company. No one else appears to have any questions, so we can move to the next topic. The next topic is regarding the measures we can take to defend ourselves and the methods we can implement to maintain the public order, but once again it seems no one wants to talk, so I'll have to start. For the meantime, I decided to share the policies my store is implementing. Increasing the number of guards. Discussing with the employees how to act in times of emergencies. Regular training on how to deal with crimes and how to flee. Providing defensive equipment, shields. Using weed slimes and stone slimes instead of an alarm. Something like that. If I could get everyone's cooperation, I would also like to draw a safe map like I did during my elementary school days. It would be a really big help if we could work together on it. Can I have a moment? Pauline: yes, Pauline-san. Ryuma: I understand increasing the security personnel and discussing with the employees what to do during an emergency, but what do you mean by shield? Pauline: please let me show it to you in person. Ryuma: as soon as I said that. We have one prepared here. Lillian: at Bamboo Forest, we always have a shield under a counter for use during emergencies. Rurunez: without even asking for it, the three maids suddenly appeared and brought with them the shield in question. The shield was the transparent sort that covered the whole body. It was designed after the ones used by cops and riot squads. It was made using the hardening liquid sheet of the sticky slime. A light but durable riot shield. While security will immediately mobilize in case of emergency, it was important to ensure the safety of non-combat personnel. Wow, this thing is light. Even a weak woman like me could easily carry it. You give it a try too. Pauline: as Pauline-san said that, she handed the shield to her husband, Zeke-san. It really is light. Zeke: mind if I tried it too? Store owner 1: please go ahead. Zeke: like that the shield was passed around, and everyone expressed their intent of procuring one. Before I knew it, the meeting had livened up. By the way, what was that safe map you were talking about earlier? Store owner 2: a safe map is a map that shows where crime is likely to occur. Locals might already know which parts of town are unsafe, but the environment is ever changing. For example, do you know of any places that used to flourish with people but because the popular store around that street closed, people suddenly stopped visiting? Ryuma: I do. There are several such stores indeed. Store owner 3: same. If I recall, there were stores that did well that aren't doing well now. Store owner 4: right. The goal of the safe map is to identify the areas that are dangerous now. Of course, any adult can tell that places rarely visited are dangerous, and caution will indeed have to be exercised then, but another goal of the safe map is to identify places of possible danger that could be seen in our everyday life. Ryuma: Chapter 226.3, Mending Relationships, 3/3, Chapter 226, Mending Relationships, 3/3, can you elaborate on that? Store owner 5: right. Do you know any alleyways with many boxes? Or stores where supplies or garbage are piled up in front of it? Or perhaps a place where a carriage has stopped. This carriage could have stopped only for some time, but if anyone knew about it, someone could use it for mischief. Anything that can obstruct prying eyes can be used for hiding, and if the things piled up are combustible, they can be used to start a fire. Now that you mention it, criminals do tend to make conditions favorable to them. Store owner 6: so this safe map of yours means to identify places like these and try to fix them. Bookstore representative: the number of people asking questions have increased. The representative from the bookstore I frequent has even started to participate. He's normally so lackadaisical, but look at him now. Exactly. And if possible, I'd also like for your children to participate in making this map too. Adults and children have different perspectives. After all, children have places they can enter or consider entering that adults would never even think about. Ryuma: I used Nikikuin's secret base and talked about what happened at Fatma territory. As someone with a child of my own, that's a really scary story. I'm sure there are hidden places in town too. Store owner 8: it would be best to consider places that children can hide in as places where one can hide children in. For example, boxes can be used to hide children without anyone knowing, bigger areas could be used to confine children in, and medicines could be used to knock someone out. In order to minimize danger, parents should know the places their children frequent, and also explain to them the danger of places like those previously mentioned. If you could encourage your children to heed caution too, that would be for the best. While we can't just keep children locked up inside just because the public order is bad, I believe it's unwise to simply let them move around without thought. Ryuma, when I said that, voices of agreement resounded. Hear, hear. Alas, that brat of mine keeps playing outside until the very last moment. Store owner 7, same. I'm glad to have help buying stuff, but he keeps using that road barely frequented by anyone. Store owner 8, at least your kids help. My kids are just, store owner 9, somehow, this meeting turned into a parents' competition on who has the worst kids. But, well, I wasn't one to listen either when I was a kid. Darson, when Darson-san said that, the adults all looked at each other. I'm sure everyone has one or two moments in their lives as a kid when they didn't listen to their parents. In other words, there's not much point telling kids what to do since they won't listen, huh? Well, I am a kid myself and I'm doing something like this here. Ryuma, when I broke the silence, this time everyone laughed. There were some who tried to keep themselves from laughing, but it was in vain. Did I say something strange? Ryuma, oh, not at all, Ryuma. It's just that when you're the one saying it, Hayuzu-san said something, but I didn't really get it, and then the rest of the people in the meeting started speaking as well. I beg your pardon, but don't you think it's really funny for a child such as yourself to talk about a child's heart? Store owner 9, you act so much like an adult, I've actually forgotten you were a child as well. Store owner 10, voices of agreement raised in response to those comments. In that moment, I could feel that the stiff atmosphere that had been permeating the air had finally left. After that, more questions around my proposals were brought forward. We ran out of time in the end, so we decided to adopt a simple policy for the time being, and then discuss the specifics at a later date. I saw most of the store owners off, then went back to break room, where Darson-san, Pauline-san, and Zeke-san were waiting. When they noticed me, they greeted me. Thank you for coming out here today. And thank you so much for all the help you've given me. Ryuma, what is it all of the sudden? Darson, today's meeting was a success, and when everyone went back home, they were all satisfied. What's more is that they even apologized to me about what happened in the last meeting. Ryuma, at that time, I was surrounded by unfriendly gazes all around and was really isolated. I didn't want to be led astray by some vague words, so I took on a firm attitude. I don't think I said anything wrong that day, but I was still too tense at the time and was even ready to. No. At that time, I had definitely given up on everybody and was ready to abandon all hopes of cooperating with them. That's why my words were so harsh. I didn't help you to make you lower your head. Darson, Ryuma-kun, you've always been thinking about other things as well on top of your store, right? Those feelings have reached everyone today. I think that's really all there is to it. Zeke, that's what Darson-san and Zeke-san says, but I believe a gulf had formed between me and those people because of the recent events. They were the ones who filled that gulf by proactively asking questions. If my feelings were able to reach them, then it was only because Zeke-san and the others mediated on my behalf. If not for them, I'm sure we wouldn't have even been able to talk. Well, it's true that it was a bit hard at first, but you haven't forgotten, have you? The people who came here today are those who left the meeting midway. They were already people who acknowledged you to some extent. Pauline, I think it's because of that, though. At that time, Ryuma looked just like a wounded monster trying to protect its cubs. Darson, is that so, Ryuma? We may have been the impetus for those guys to come here, but I believe if you just reached out to them many times, they would have eventually lent you an ear. Zeke, does that mean that they didn't see me as someone simply on edge but someone dangerous? I suppose I have some reflecting to do then. Regardless, although it was only some of the store owners, there's no mistaking that I successfully mended my relationship with them today. So from here on out, I'm going to do my best to form a good relationship that benefits both sides. Chapter 227.1, Laying the Groundwork, 1 of 4, Volume 3 Chapter 227, Laying the Groundwork, 1/4, the next day. When the sun was yet to rise, the weed slime suddenly alerted me, so I hurriedly left my room and rushed to the farmland. When I got there, I saw 4 goblins making a mess of my fields, so I decided to catch them. GG. Goblin 1, GYAH. Goblin 2, Goga. Goblin 3, GAAA. Goblin 4, I stopped their legs with the sticky liquid and hardening liquid of the sticky slime, then as they tumbled onto the ground, I hardened even their arms, leaving them in all fours. The only part of their body that they could still move was their head, and they used that very head to look at me menacingly. I'd much rather form a contract with them than exterminate them. Maybe they'll calm down if I give them food. I opened my item box and took out a handful of that mud salamander meat I got as a farewell gift from the Shikumu village. I brought the meat near the mouth of one of the goblins. Ga. Go, foo. Gi. Goblin 1, GG. Goblin 2, GI. GG. Goblin 3, GUAH. Goblin 4, the goblin made a threatening face at first, but when it smelled the aroma coming from the meat and realized it was food, it immediately started eating. When the other goblins saw that, they cried foul. Or at least, it seemed that way, so I fed them some meat too. After feeding them 4 times, they were calm enough, so I casted the contract spell on them. It seemed to have succeeded, but the goblins were too focused on eating the remaining meat to pay me attention. Can you hear me? Can you understand me? Ryuma, GG. Goblin 1, looks like the contract was established properly. I could feel that the goblin was surprised at suddenly being able to receive my thoughts. I didn't know how much we could understand each other, so I tried asking it why it came here. Want, food. Goblin 1, was, looking for. Goblin 2, lots, here. Goblin 3, take, everyone, can eat. Goblin 4, although they spoke in broken language, we were able to communicate without any problems. And then they suddenly remembered that they were still bound by my sticky liquids. At that, they suddenly got rowdy and demanded that I let them go. They tried to be menacing, but then their bodies shook, and then they tried to run away, only to remember again that they were still unable to move. I'd already expected this, but as I thought, they really aren't a threat. As such, I decided to start my hiring process. I tried explaining to them that I'm the owner of the farmlands here and that the feudal lord has given this plot of land for me to manage, but goblins, they didn't seem to understand. In other words, this place, here, my territory. Understand. Ryuma, they seem to understand. Here, food, mine. Understand. Ryuma, they understood this too. You entered my territory, food, stole. So, I kill you. Understand. Ryuma, I could feel the despair of the goblins through our contract as they shook their head. But, you haven't stolen anything yet. If you work here, I won't kill you. You work. I give you bed and food. All of you. Understand. Ryuma, when I said that, they turned to me in disbelief. Are you sure? They seemed to be asking if I was serious. Of course. Choose, die, or work. Ryuma, work. Goblins, good. Negotiations were successful. Apparently, the goblins can't understand overly complicated things. So it's best to use simple words and get straight to the point when talking to them. I asked if they had any other friends, and they did, so I had them lead me those friends of theirs, and I did the same thing to them. Like that, I ended up with 8 new goblin friends. The sky had already gotten bright, so for the meantime, I gave them one of the tunnels of the abandoned mine and some food, then ordered them to help me prepare for the morning. In the future, I intend to provide them an easier place to settle in, but this mine was once home to many goblins, so it should do just fine as their dwelling place for the time being. After everything was ready, I left for work. First up on today's list of work is demolishing the children's home and quickly building a place for the security company. After rendezvousing with Hayuzu-san's group of 7, I was to build the rooms according to their designs, but Hayuzu-san, Jill-san, this blueprint only has the partitions of the rooms in it. What about the exterior of the building? Ryuma, sorry, I haven't thought of that. I just made sure that all the rooms we needed would be there. Hayuzu, we just need something that can be used as our base, so can you just take care of it? Anything is fine, but it would be best if you could make it a bit dignified. Jill, like that the design of the building was left to me. And the result of a dignified building after much thinking was... Whoa. That's pretty good. Hi Yuzu, symmetrical and beautiful. Jill, it was a bit small since I had to make it fit the lot used for the children's home, but it was still big enough to serve as a noble's mansion. On this day, a building resembling the National Parliament of Japan appeared in Jimuru. I sent the sticky slimes in to add the finishing coat to the building, and with that, my first job for the day was done. I'll continue rebuilding the children's home. Please take care of the sticky slimes for me. Ryuma, Zeph-san and Camille-san accompanied me to the place I was working at yesterday. When we got there, I gave orders to the laborers, and then we worked together until noon. Chapter 227.2, Laying the Groundwork, 2/4, Chapter 227, Laying the Groundwork, 2/4, I ate with Zeph-san and Camille-san for lunch, then we went our way to meet someone. The place we headed to was a lawless area where even more miserable shacks and temporary housing could be seen. This place sure is a lot worse off than the others. Zeph, I heard we need to meet someone influential in order to build the garbage processing plant. What kind of person will we be meeting? Camille, popularly known as Trash Hag. She's been making a living for the past few decades picking trash in Jimuru, so if you need to talk about garbage, then she's the person you're looking for. She's also well acquainted with the children and the garbage collectors. She's quite prideful about garbage collection, however, so she can be a bit moody. I met her recently too, and, Ryuma, if it isn't the rich boy. Trash Hag, we turned to the voice that suddenly called out, and speak of the devil, the garbage grandmother was right there, carrying a jute bag over her bent back. Ah, good afternoon, garbage grandmother. Are you on the way back home from work? Ryuma, there was still some time until our appointment, so I was taking a walk. I can't believe you'd actually go all the way out here just to meet an eccentric old grandma like me. Trash Hag, as I've mentioned last time, it's a huge help to have the advice of a specialist when entering a new industry. Ryuma, are those two behind you related to your business as well? Trash Hag, right, I should introduce them. They're Camille-san and Zeph-san. They're helping me with my work. Ryuma, it's a pleasure to meet you. Camille, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, ma'am. Zeph, a pleasure indeed. Feel free to call me Trash Hag. Everyone around here calls me that. Trash Hag, when she told them that, they visibly became troubled. For normal people with some degree of propriety, calling an elderly person they're meeting for the first time, Trash Hag, would certainly make them hesitate. I understand exactly how they feel, unfortunately. She refuses to say her name no matter how much I asked. As such, I've taken to calling her garbage grandmother instead. Ryuma, I see. In that case, we'll refer to you as garbage grandmother too then. Zeph, like that we concluded our conversation there and moved to her house. In order to build a garbage processing plant, we would be needing the help of garbage collectors. What point was there in having a garbage processing plant if there was no one to bring the garbage to it? Hence, another problem was negotiating with the people currently working as garbage collectors. After all, we will essentially end up becoming enemies with them since we will be contesting their livelihood. I've considered hiring them, but I doubt all of them would respond positively, and sudden changes do make it more likely for sparks to flare up. Because of that, I've decided that my garbage processing plant and garbage collectors will only target the places that the slum people find difficult to reach. In the future, I do intend for my garbage processing plant to cover the whole town, but for now, it would be best not to get in each other's way and slowly build trust. As such, what kind of places would allow us to avoid the current garbage collectors? Ryuma, For starters, the western side of town, the craftsman district, is definitely out of reach for us. Amateurs have no business fiddling with the work of craftsmen, and some knowledge is needed in order to properly handle the chemicals they use. Because of that, the craftsmen take responsibility for their own garbage and have arrangements already made to deal with them. Trash Hag, in other words, industrial waste. It's probably fine, but I better make sure beforehand that we can dispose of them properly and have a safe way to transport them. The adults also don't frequent the eastern side of town, the residential district. Those parts are under the jurisdiction of their association, and matters regarding garbage are handled by them. It's a rule of ours not to poke our nose there. People don't like seeing poor people like us as is. If we start causing trouble just to gather garbage, our standing will get even worse. If it's just enduring some bad looks, the small children can go, but at most, all they can get are the small garbage on the wayside. They're not allowed to get the garbage gathered by the association. That's a taboo. Trash hag, I see. The people here often frequent the business district to the south. That district has plenty of inns and restaurants, so garbage is easy to come by. The store people would throw their garbage at one of the designated places, and we would come to pick those up. Lately, there have been people who would go to the store directly and wait with their cart at the back. It's quite a hassle, really. If they'd just asked like you, I would have happily told them, but because of them even we're getting caught in their mess. Trash hag, the slum people follow their rules to avoid being a nuisance to the town people as much as possible. They didn't ask for it, but I might as well do them some good and leak word of that through the merchant guild. After getting some information from the expert, garbage grandmother, I promised to drop by again, and then went back to my store to deal with some documents. There wasn't much work to do at the store since I'm at Jimuru, so there's no room for them to pile up, and on top of that, Karm-san is also working hard. Because of that, most of my job at the store is merely to drop by, check the documents, and sign them. Frankly, it's so easy it might as well be break time for me. In my spare time, I got some second-hand clothes for the kids, as well as some clothes that might fit the goblins. I also spoke with the employees who were in their break time. After some rest, evening came, and it was time for me to do my last job for the day. Chapter 227.3, Laying the Groundwork, 3/4, Chapter 227, Laying the Groundwork, 3/4, I changed to my only good suit, then I rendezvoused with Hayusa-san and Jill-san to visit the office of the guards. Their offices could be found in any one of the 4 gates. They also had places akin to a police box littered through the town. The place we're visiting was slightly bigger than all of those and could be said to be their headquarters. Sorry to keep you waiting. Captain of the guards, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Ryuma, within one of the rooms of the guards' headquarters, we met the person with the highest authority among the guards. Oh. If I recall correctly, you're the person who healed one of my subordinates. Captain of the guards, oh, you're from that time. Ryuma, the person that met with us was the same person I happened into on the day I came back, the same guard that explained to me about Jimuru's situation. Who would have thought that the highest authority among the guards would have been out on patrol himself? Ryuma, we were really lacking hands that day, you see. I didn't even name myself back then. My apologies. Manfred Demea, the captain of the guards, at your service. Manfred, I didn't name myself either. I'm Ryuma Takebayashi-kun, right? Manfred, you knew. Ryuma, my subordinates knew. I have guards who rely on the services of your laundromat. But I never expected that the rumored founder of the new security company would turn out to be you. Not to mention your age, but I suppose age doesn't really matter. But enough of that, let's get to business. Manfred, right, I'm sure he must be a busy man. We should conclude our matters here quickly. As you know, I hope to establish a security company to trade security and sell goods that improve security. Although merely temporary, this security company will still encroach into your domain, so for that I apologize, but for the safety of Jimuru's guards and people, I would like to cooperate with you. I understand it's audacious of me to ask so much, but I would be much obliged if we could work together. Ryuma, the worsening public order of the city is a matter of grave concern. As an individual and as the owner of a business in this city, the current situation is too unfavorable. That's why I want to build a security company, but at the same time, if I were to suddenly establish a security company, what would the guards who've been protecting this city all this time think? That's why I'm here tonight. There's no need to apologize. So long as you don't cause trouble, don't hurt people, and don't break the law, then there won't be any problems on our end. If you go through the merchant guild and act as a business, then all the more so. Manfred, as he said that, the captain of the guards, Manfred Demea, smiled. It's true that we guards pride ourselves in protecting Jimuru and its citizens, but that's all. As long as you through the guild, no one has any right to complain. That being said, I do appreciate you going out of your way to come here to communicate with us. So at the very least, I promise to let my men know of your visit here. Manfred, thank you very much. Ryuma, it's great that we were able to come to an understanding quickly. As I thought, this guy is really sincere. I believe we understand the current situation of Jimuru the best. We know full well that there are many places we are unable to cover, and that the citizens have started to worry because of that. The security company you're planning to start will surely help in wiping away their fears. There is nothing to be gained by fighting among ourselves. I believe the safety of citizens should be our priority. To that end, we will do everything that we can do. There's nothing I can do about the individual opinions of my guards regarding your men, but prioritizing such opinions would turn our pride into meaningless self-importance. As much as I'd like to hope that there are no such people among my men, I don't believe just hoping would be enough. Hence, I'll make sure to keep an eye out so that none of my men would try to do anything to disadvantage you. Manfred, from the bottom of my heart, truly, thank you. I will also do my best to ensure that my men will do their utmost to cooperate with your guards. Ryuma, I glanced at Hayuza-san and Jill-san, and the both of them nodded. With that, our cooperation has been decided, but exactly what kind of cooperation do you have in mind? Manfred, for now I have two ideas in mind. Joint training and information exchange. Ryuma, I have to train my security personnel from the ground up, so they're in much need of training. If the opportunity presents itself, I figure a joint training would serve as a good stimulus for both sides. As for the information exchange, it's because I intend to have my security personnel patrol. That will also serve as an advertisement for the company. Naturally, they can't just ignore the incidents that they happen upon, so the cooperation with the guards should allow us to be able to respond as fast as possible, exchange information quickly, and hand over arrested culprits quickly. We have plenty of fresh faces in our ranks too, so the joint training sounds good. Sharing information will be a huge help too. Manfred, we're a security company, so if possible, we would like to expand the scope of our activities as much as possible. Ryuma, in that case, Manfred. After that we spent much time discussing our cooperation. Of course, I listened to the requests of the guards' side as well. Chapter 227.4, Laying the Groundwork, 4/4, Chapter 227, Laying the Groundwork, 4/4, on the way back. There were no jobs left to do, so I was originally planning on going home directly, but I decided to drop by the Tamer Guild. It was evening already, so there were barely any people left in the Tamer Guild. The reception desk was also empty. But despite it almost being closing time, the receptionist girl didn't make an unhappy face and called out to me. Welcome. What may I do for you today? Receptionist, I'd like to procure some sprint rabbit meat. I'd like to get as much as I can, but how much would be convenient for you? I can use dimension magic, so please don't worry about the transportation. Also, I caught some goblins this morning and tamed them, so I'd be much obliged if I could receive some pointers on what to watch out for when raising them. Ryuma, understood. The sprint rabbit meat needs to be checked first, so please wait for a while. Receptionist, as she said that, she turned to the man that passed by behind her, and asked him to check the storeroom, then she turned back to me. As for the goblins, first, can you tell me what you intend to use them for? Receptionist, for some odd jobs. I'm managing the northern abandoned mines, so I was thinking of having them help with the farmlands and with carrying some luggage. Ryuma, let's start with their food then. Goblins are omnivores and can eat basically anything, so they'll eat anything you give them. There's nothing in particular that they're not allowed to eat, so as long as you use some common sense, you can feed them basically anything, even slightly old food. If there's one thing you need to be careful of, it would be feeding them too much. Receptionist, feeding them too much. Ryuma, yes. If you feed them too much, they'll multiply quickly. Receptionist, the reproductive strength of goblins is said to be their strong point. It's also the most dangerous part about them. Ryuma, exactly. So long as there's food and they're able to copulate, they can breed 3 times in a month. If you're not careful, a horde will be upon you before you know it. Also, this isn't common knowledge, but overfeeding goblins can also make it more likely for hobgoblins and other higher variants to appear. Receptionist, I see. So that's why large hordes of goblins are dangerous. Ryuma, of course, number in and of itself is a threat, but what makes a horde of goblin really dangerous is the fact that when there's more of them, it's easier to procure food, which in turn makes it easier for higher variant goblins to appear. I myself once participated in a large-scale goblin subjugation mission. At the time I was in charge of dealing with the goblins running away, but something like that was probably happening in the nests that the higher-ranked adventurers invaded. Oh. You participated in that mission during spring. Receptionist: yes, actually, I mainly work as an adventurer. Ryuma: is that so? If you were there, then I'm sure you must understand already, but goblins are really terrifying monsters when it comes to their reproductive strength. It's common for people to say things like, before I knew it, there was too many of them, or, I couldn't stop higher variants from appearing and an accident occurred. Should your tamed monsters end up hurting others, you will be penalized along with your monsters, so please be careful. Of course, your safety is a matter of concern as well. Receptionist: thank you. I'll keep it in mind. Ryuma: the receptionist girl couldn't hide her doubts from showing on her face, but apparently, hobgoblins are much bigger and stronger than normal goblins. Because of that, there are tamers who want to feed their goblins lots of food to tame a hobgoblin, thus causing there to be many accidents involving them. It's necessary to know one's limits and cut down the goblins when needed, but I can't even see the limits of my contracts just yet, and as long as I figure out how to talk with the goblins effectively, they'll probably be much easier to handle than the clever chickens. I threatened them at first, but they're simple-minded and honest, so dealing with them should be a lot easier on the mind than the clever chickens. Moreover, the clever chickens might look like they're all bark and no bite, but they're actually a lot stronger than the goblins. Besides, Kahaku is doing his best mediating, so there shouldn't be any problems. In fact, I'm sure he's working even harder when I'm not looking, so I should really be thanking him for his efforts. Unfortunately, if I give him special treatment, the other clever chickens will get annoying, so any attempt to thank him might just end up causing him more trouble. If anything, not doing anything special for him might actually be the best thing I can do for him. While I was thinking that to myself, the male employee from before came back and handed a small letter to the receptionist girl. Sorry to keep you waiting. We can provide as much as 50 sprint rabbits. Receptionist: I'll take 50 then. There's no need to butcher them. Ryuma: understood. We'll prepare them immediately. Receptionist: at that, one hairless rabbit after another that looked like a naked mole rat was brought before me. These rabbits were also bulging with muscles like bodybuilders. They were so big that a child would only be able to carry one of them at a time. They're rabbits, but they're not soft at all. On the contrary, they're really hard, and they don't look cute. Although, depending on the person, I suppose they could still be cute, but I don't know. Regardless, that's what a sprint rabbit looks like. 49, 50. And that's all of them. That will be 1,500 suits. Receptionist: I paid the amount she asked for. It was quite affordable, really. After all, 1,500 suits for 50 rabbits comes down to 30 suits per rabbit. That's about a third of a normal adult's daily living expense. Sprint rabbits reproduce even faster than goblins, you see. They're beast tamers' most reliable ally when it comes to raising carnivorous monster beasts. Receptionist: at this size and at this price, the costs of raising beasts can also be minimized. By the way, can humans eat these? I've never seen a butcher sell them. Ryuma: they're not poisonous, but you'd better not. Some financially burdened people have tried them before, but everyone always says that they're difficult to chew and can't be eaten. As you can see, they're full of muscles, so their meat will also be quite hard. I've heard that there are even some people who've broken their jaws trying to eat them. Receptionist: figures. At this price, some people would have naturally also thought about eating them. Still, I can't help my curiosity. Anyway, I threw those mountain of sprint rabbit corpses into my item box, and went on my way after thanking the receptionist girl. The goblins have just joined the ranks of my monsters, and I want to show to them that I intend to keep my promise this morning, so tonight, I'll let them feast as much meat and potatoes as they want. As for the higher goblin variants, I'll talk to them about it. Chapter 228.1, Mass Hiring, 1/2, Chapter 228, Mass Hiring, 1/2, on one morning, 1 week later. At long last, this day is finally here. I stood at the highest floor of the security company HQ that resembled the National Parliament building, and looked down toward the gate where the hasty laborers had already gathered. When doing something big, you need to make enough preparations, and that's why I've been running all over the place this past week. It was really busy. But now this day is here. Don't get me wrong, though, this isn't the end. If anything, everything is just beginning. Ryuma-sama, excuse me. Rurunez, what is it? Ryuma, the maid, Rurunez-san, was panicking a little when she approached me. The doctors from the Duke's family have arrived. They want to greet you and receive their orders. Rurunez, they're already here, huh? They're supposed to arrive this evening or tomorrow, but for some reason, they arrived ahead of schedule. I understand. Thank you, I'll go there now. Ryuma, this way please. Rurunez, the place she led me to was the newly constructed reception office. I had Serge-san take care of the furnishings, so it was well decorated. Within that room were 3 young men and 2 young women. They all stood up when I entered the room. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. You must have had a long journey. Ryuma, thank you for your kind consideration. I am the son and the disciple of Dr. Arifral, Mafral. These are my junior disciples, Mafral, Tint Cantelli. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Tint, Hector Moncada. Hector, Isabel Rosada. Isabel, Clarissa Roniati, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Clarissa, they all looked to be in the latter half of their 20s, but Mr. Mafral was an elf. He was probably much older than he looked. Handsome too. The rest of the 4 were humans, so they likely looked their age. Tint Cantelli was an invigorating young man, the sporty sort. In contrast, the other man, Hector Moncada, struck me as more of a gloomy researcher. I'll probably get along easier with him. As for the women, Isabel Rosada was a female doctor through and through, she looked like a capable woman. Clarissa Roniati, on the other hand, struck me as a gentle-mannered nurse. On behalf of my fellow disciples, thank you for providing us with a place to sharpen our skills. Mafral, as Mr. Mafral said that, the other doctors bowed as well. Nothing could be more reassuring than to have you with us. It is also a wonderful opportunity for myself to be able to learn from the pupils of Dr. Arifral. Ryuma, I replied as such, but when I raised my head, I noticed that something was off. For some reason, they seemed nervous. But why? Mr. Mafral's next words would clear my doubts. Takebayashi-sama, we've heard from His Grace that you're the disciple of Milia the Sage. Is it true? Ah, yes. I suppose I am technically the disciple of Milia-sama. Ryuma, it's been a while since I last took out my status board, but I took it out and showed them my title of Disciple of the Sage, and in the next moment, the nervousness I felt from them evidently changed into that of reverence. I'm sure they're trustworthy, and I'm sure Reinhardt-san is trying to make things easier for me, since I'm really just too young, so he told them about my title, but this is also uncomfortable. In its own way. There's no need to be so stiff. Please. Feel free to be casual. Ryuma, are you sure? Clarissa, that would actually be much better for me. It's my grandparents who are amazing, not me, and as far as I'm concerned, they are not my masters but my foster parents. And besides, even if I have studied under them, in the end, I'm still but a young, inexperienced junior. As I've said before, I believe there is much I can learn from you. So please, just be casual with me and call me Ryuma when you need me. Ryuma, all right then. In that case, please call me Tint. Tint-san it is then. Ryuma, his voice sure is loud, though, like those students from the sports clubs when they're doing their practice. Should I do the same for everyone? Ryuma, when I asked that, the other 4 nodded. It is indeed much better if we don't have to bother with formalities, Hector-san absent-mindedly muttered. I guess among important people, they really have to fuss over authorities and other annoying stuff like who is whose disciple. Oh, by the way, if it's all right with you, would you like to take a look at your workplace? After all, we'll have to make changes if you find anything problematic. Ryuma, all right. Hector, Mafral, Clarissa, Tint, Isabel, they seemed quite ready to work, so I took them along, and we headed for the area to the right side of this building from the front, the internal hospital of the security company, which will serve as their workplace during their stay here. In the first floor, there's a reception area for outpatients. There's also a waiting room, an examination room, a break room, an operating room, a room to prepare for operations, a laundry room, and a room to store medicines in. In the second floor are their individual rooms, and there's also a meeting room, and a sick room for the inpatients of the nurse center. Chapter 228.2, Mass Hiring, February 2nd, Chapter 228, Mass Hiring, February 2nd, after giving them a tour, I asked them what they thought of the place. So, how is it? I made sure to prepare as much facilities as I could, but I'm not sure if these will be enough. Ryuma, it's more than enough. In fact, it's a lot more than what we were expecting. Mafrel, from what I've seen of the medicine storage room, all the basic medicines and herbs seem to have already been prepared. There were even some rare herbs. Hector, with this much, I think we'll be able to treat anyone so long as they're not afflicted with some strange disease. Clarissa, the only things lacking are the medical instruments, and how many people do we have? Isabel, it will also depend on how many patients come and how many we'll be accepting. Tint, your main job will basically be to patch up the guards that get hurt during training or during official duties, as well as to give them health-related counseling when needed. The only patients who'll be hospitalized are those who've suffered grave wounds, so there shouldn't be many inpatients. There are sick rooms, but let's hope they never get used. At first, we'll just see how things go. If we have people and time to spare, we can explain that we're doctors in trainings and that we have a proper doctor in Mafrel-san leading us. If they agree, we can consider accepting them as outpatients. I believe this method will be the most conducive to a good study environment. But if it becomes too busy, it won't be possible to heal the patients properly, and that would be counterproductive, so I'll just leave it to Mafrel-san to decide when to accept patients. Ryuma, thank you so much for providing us such a wonderful place to study at. Mafrel, there's an application form for when you're lacking hands or materials, so just let me know whenever. By the way, we also have plans to improve the hospital environment, and are currently hiring. Ryuma, I'm sorry to interject, but Ruranez, Ruranez-san, who had erased her presence all this time, suddenly interjected. Ryuma-sama. It's almost time, Ruranez, time. Ah. Ryuma, I forgot. I'm sorry, everyone, I just remembered that I had an appointment to interview the new hires. Ryuma, I apologized to them, and they laughed, saying that they just happened to arrive too early. Speaking of which, the reason why they arrived earlier than schedule was because Mr. Mafrel possessed the weather forecast skill and realized that it would rain soon, so they hurried their carriage. Ryuma left the 5 doctors to Ruranez-san, and hurried to the lower house of the Parliament building, the center of the security company's activities. It is where the new hires would be expected to wait and also where they would be training. Today, the interview of the people that they spent a week gathering would be performed today. But before that, oh, my bad, sorry to keep you waiting. Ryuma, Ryuma, you're here. Hayuzu, don't sweat it. We've been told already. Jill, I entered the room while apologizing, and Hayuzu-san and Jill-san greeted me. Fei-san and Leland were also there. They came from the bamboo forest to support me. I've also hired some adventurers I could trust to help me with the education of the new hires. We're already more or less done with the interviews. Roche, it's a good opportunity, though, so why don't you leave them some encouraging words? Howard, the ones who said that were Roche-san and Howard-san. They participated as instructors in the beginner training of the Adventurers Guild. As adventurers, they're both half-retired and have taken on a supporting role to instruct the new adventurers. They're both members of the Adventurer Party, Guiding Light. The 3 beside them are also members of the same party. They are Lucas-san, Lucy-san, and Mimmel-san. I just got here, but I do have some words to leave you. First of all, thank you for cooperating with my security company project. Ryuma, hey, you're being too formal, and you're too standoffish. They're people from this town too, so it's only natural that they'd want to cooperate when asked. Jeff, the one who said that was Jeff-san. He was a B-rank adventurer who grew up in the slums of Jimuru. Indeed. It is an adventurer's duty to help the town that's taken care of him. It is also a kind of training. A Seijai, there are also less monsters because of the winter. It's a good opportunity to wrap up my research and analyze it, but that's only when the town is peaceful. Rapin, the A-rank samurai adventurer, a Seijai-san, and the monster researcher and mage, Rapin-san, were the ones who said that. As far as we're concerned, it's a huge help to have a job like this during this season. Warana, it's not as though we don't have any work nowadays, but there are definitely less jobs than usual. It's cold too. Mazelia, the weather is unpredictable too. It's likely for the ground to be unstable, so it's dangerous. Syria, we're not so lacking in funds that we have to keep working without rest, but it's still best to be able to move your body, nya. This is a great job to pass the winter, nya. Mia, Wariana-san, Mazelia-san, Syria-san, and Mia-san. The adventurer party of 4 beast girls were here too. Well, that's how it is. No one was forced to come here, so don't even think about thanking them. Gordon, everyone came here after hearing out your request, Ryuma-kun. Cher, the dwarf, Gordon-san, and the young but well-renowned Cher-kun, they are the people whom I've come to be acquainted with during my stay here. Today, they are my reliable allies who are lending me their aid. Looking back to the time when I first came here, I would never have thought that a time like this would come. Ah, of course, it's not good that the town is in such dire straits. Ryuma, I took some time and put together what I wanted to say. I'm sure you all know this by now, but until just spring of this year, I've been living alone in the forest. It was only because I met the Duke that I was able to leave the forest and come to this town. A lot of things happened since then, and I ended up settling down in this town, but even when I put up my laundromat, I still thought I would just close the store and go back to the forest if things were ever to take a sour turn. I was a challenger, but I didn't have any attachments to this town. But after becoming an adventurer and participating in many events in this town, after getting to know a lot of people from this town, before I knew it, I've come to love this town, and now, it's a precious place to me. Ryuma, at the very least, it makes me unhappy to see it in such poor shape. It makes me so unhappy in fact that I've even worried some people. But there's only so much I can do alone. Ryuma, even the preparations until now wouldn't have been possible with just me. Even if I tried to force my way through with money and authority, it's unlikely that things would have progressed this fast. The only reason I was able to get this far so quickly was because of everyone's cooperation. I have too much to thank everyone for, and I'll just end up repeating what happened earlier if I tried, so I'll just say this. Everyone, let's bring Jimuru back together. With our own hands. Ryuma, yeah. Everyone else, it was at this point of time, when various people of various positions, raised their voices as my comrade Thatter plan truly began to move. Chapter 229.1, The Changes of the Town and Cher's Worries, 1/2, Chapter 229, The Changes of the Town and Cher's Worries, 1/2, the next day. When I visited Jimuru early in the morning, it was clear that the atmosphere at town had begun to change. There were a lot of people going to and fro the main street as usual, but their faces were much brighter. Welcome. Store owner 1, low prices all around. Get some while you can. Street vendor 1, grilled skewers for just 5 suits. That's a special price you can get only now. Street vendor 2, even the voices coming from the stalls and stores were livelier than usual. When I passed by a shop at an alley. Good morning. Housewife 1, madam. It's been a while. Housewife 2, yes, it's been hard to come here recently. Housewife 1, indeed, for some reason, a lot of people suddenly appeared and started sleeping on the wayside. Housewife 2, exactly. It's sad that they can't find the job they came here for, but it's really troubling having them sleep on the streets. It's scary to approach too. Madam 1, yes, but fortunately, those people aren't around today, so I was able to drop by. Housewife 2, you too, madam. Me too. Housewife 3, come to think of it, I haven't seen any of them today. There's always been at least around one of them over there. Did they go somewhere? It would be really troubling if they came back, though. Housewife 1, the housewives gossiped about the missing homeless people among themselves. As I walked further along the street, I found more people talking about the same things. There were also people who said that the town's atmosphere has turned for the better because of that. The homeless laborers didn't have any bad intentions. They were helpless and had no other choice but to loiter in the streets. But while they may not have had any bad intentions, their presence still had a negative effect on their surroundings, which affected others. As for where those missing laborers are now, I brought them to a dorm yesterday. This morning they're supposed to be working at the security company or at the garbage processing plant or at the workshop we built with the Morgan Company. The laborers may have been the reason why Jimuru's public order has worsened, but most of them didn't come here to commit crime. Most of them were really just people looking for work. People are suited for different things too. For example, one might find himself generalizing the work of the security company as just the security company's work, but different positions require different skills. Guards would require stamina and combat ability, while clerks would need literacy and math skills. In my personal experience, people who found themselves in a difficult position in their livelihood will become anxious, start tunnel visioning, and start saying stuff like, any job will do, without any consideration for their abilities and aptitude. The interview yesterday was meant to filter just that. It wasn't meant to fail or pass people, instead it was meant to figure out what position suited which people the best. In total, the number of people we hired yesterday numbered to 546. I don't know how many laborers in need of a job there are in total, but that's 546 people who won't have to worry about where to sleep or what to eat. Which goes to mean that that's 546 less people likely to commit a crime or cause trouble because they're broke. At least, I hope so, anyway. Oops, Ryuma, after walking through the main street, while getting a good look at the city sights, I finally arrived at my destination, the headquarters of my security company. From the sound of the loud voices coming from the courtyard, it seems that the training of the guard candidates has already begun. I'm relieved to see that the town's atmosphere has finally started to improve. It makes me want to work harder too. Yeah, I should do what I can. Like that I headed to the hospital inside the security company. My purpose is to improve my understanding with the doctors, whom I will be relying on from now on, as well as discuss about medicine and other related research. Anne. Ryuma-kun. Can you tell us more about that serum of yours? Tint, please talk about the medicine slime first. Being able to purify body fluids possessing all sorts of medical effects is simply too convenient. With something like that, treatment in places without doctors or sufficient medicine would improve a lot. Isabel, personally, I'd love to hear more about those nutrients. Clarissa, alchemy. The real really is convenient. Refining medicine is a lot simpler with it, and it's even possible to extract medicinal components that were previously impossible. Perhaps, a new medicine isn't far off either. Hector, as an elven doctor, I thought I've studied plenty in the field of medicine already, but it seems there's still much for me to learn. It's really interesting. Mafrel, during their stay here, I'm their employer, but at the same time, I'm also going to be learning from them. Because of that, while we're in the hospital, Mafrel-san is a sensei, while the residents and I call each other by name. By establishing myself to be in a similar position as them, I was able to get them to open up. What I didn't expect, however, was how hungry they were for knowledge. They were introduced by Reinhardt-san, so I spoke to them about my slimes, alchemy, and even my research regarding serums. They were quick to pick up on the things I told them, and before I knew it, they were hounding me. They quietly listened when I was talking, but when I asked for any last questions, it turned out like this. 3 of them wanted to be the first to ask, while one of them seemed okay with any one of the questions and just looked on with a smile, and another just started getting lost in his own thoughts. I understand how they're feeling since I've done something similar myself, but what to do? And then I realized it was already noon. I'm sorry, but can we take a break first? It's lunchtime already. Ryuma, right. Let's reorganize our thoughts while eating. Mafrel, Dr. Mafrel was all praise for my suggestion, and the 4 residents calmly agreed too. We headed to the cafeteria together, but that's a lot of people, Ryuma. There were already 120 people in the cafeteria from the guard department. There were still some empty seats, but there weren't any tables that could accommodate all 6 of us together. Chapter 229.2 The Changes of the Town and Shares Worries, 2 halves, Chapter 229, The Changes of the Town and Shares Worries, 2 halves, Ryuma-kun. Share, Ryuma, when I turned to the direction of the voice, I saw Share-kun waving at us with one hand, while pointing to the seat next to him with his other hand. Looks like he noticed us looking for a table, and it just so happened that the people sitting next to him were about to leave. From how he's gesturing at us, it looks like he'll be securing the table for us. Looks like we've found ourselves a table. Let's go get our food. Ryuma, I thanked him with a gesture, and left with the others to get some food. So we can pick our food from the menu here, Clarissa, food is the fuel of all activities, so I got some people who used to work as cooks or at restaurants to man this place. Ryuma, of course, employees don't have to pay to eat here. Today's lunch A is a sandwich, while the B lunch is sausage with vegetable soup. It's likely that there are only 2 choices now to make it easier on the cooks, but it is the first day, so let's just see what happens in the following days. I was interested in the soup, so I went with lunch B. Everyone chose their food, and we went to the table that Sherkuin secured for us. Thank you, Sherkuin. Ryuma, don't mention it. By the way, who are these people? Sher, it's only natural he'd be curious, and it's not a secret or anything, so I went ahead and introduced him to the doctors. Sherkuin is a skilled adventurer trusted by the people. Ryuma, why you're exaggerating, Ryuma-kun. I'm not that amazing. Sherkuin was acting all humble, but I really did think highly of him. He's a really good kid. I know this sounds really arrogant coming from me when I'm physically younger, but he's really mature for his age. Besides, aren't you a lot better adventurer than me, Ryuma-kun? It hasn't even been a year since you registered and you've already caught up to me in rank. We're both D ranks, but even though he's saying something like that, I can't feel any jealousy or anger from him. It just feels like he's honestly acknowledging me, just like back when we first met. I'm glad he's so accepting of me, and at the same time, I think that's really amazing. I worked as an instructor for the new adventurers recently, and unfortunately, not everyone saw me favorably. There were even senior adventurers who started openly avoiding me after I displayed my abilities at the mock battle. I don't blame them, though. Adventurers might operate on a merit-based system, but it still doesn't feel good to have someone overtake you. As my senpais, I'm sure they didn't enjoy being overtaken by me. Someone who can look past that senpai-kohai relationship and honestly acknowledge a person's skills without being discouraged isn't easy to come by. Sure, ideally speaking, acknowledging one's abilities might be a given and something ought to be done, but humans are creatures ruled by their emotions, and it's not an easy thing to put that ideal into practice. I've personally been surpassed many times by my subordinates in my previous life. Really, there's no end to the number of people more skilled than me. I recall being frustrated a lot back then, but of course, I didn't let it show. I vaguely told that to Sherkuin, and Sherkuin scratched his cheeks. When you put it like that, it's really embarrassing. I'm not very talented, so all I can do is work diligently, and I do get jealous of other people too. Speaking of which, do you actually ever lose to anyone or get jealous of anyone? Just what does he think I am? I mean, you're strong and you know a lot of stuff, you're smart too. It's true that I'm strong and can put up a good fight with most people, but I'm actually average or bad at everything else. For example, when it comes to human relationships. Ryuma, in that regard, it took me almost 40 years to get to where I am today. But of course, given how I look, it's a bit too much to expect others to realize that. And I think knowledge and intelligence are two different things altogether. Knowledge would be the tool, while intelligence is how you use it. Ryuma, in that regard, there are a lot of people way better than me, and the only reason why I know so much is because compulsory education was a thing in my previous life. I even went to college. Also, fortunately or unfortunately, I had a lot of opportunities to experience many things. There were also a lot of people near me who taught me many things whenever I asked. And then, there was this convenient thing called the internet that fed me as much as my curiosity demanded. When you put all of that together, well, I just happened to be blessed with a good environment. Ryuma, I see. In that case, I should work harder then. The guild and the townspeople already acknowledge you, so I don't think there's any need to work harder, but... Well, if he's fired up, then so be it. I'll just cheer him on. Come to think of it, what things do you have a hard time with? Ryuma, we've known each other for a while now, but he's always struck me as an all-rounder who can do pretty much anything decently. Well, how do I put it? It seems I'm the type that finds it hard to put on muscle. That's why I'm not that confident in my physical strength or explosive strength. The guild master also told me to work more on my technique than on my strength. Apparently, the reason why the townspeople trust him so much is connected to that. When he was just starting out as an adventurer, he didn't have the stamina or skill that he had now, so he did all sorts of odd jobs throughout town to build his strength. The reason why he seems so flexible is probably because of that too, but if that's the case, then maybe I can help. Sorry to ask so much, but what kind of training have you been doing? And also, you need to get some protein, though I wonder if you can even get some, Ryuma. I've never heard anyone mention it, and I even tried asking the doctors just in case, and apparently, not one of them know about it. Is that protein a muscle-strengthening drug? From how you describe it, it sounds like it is. That's a misunderstanding. Protein is protein. It's an important material used by the body not just for muscles, but for internal organs, skin, hair, and even the nails. They can normally be found in food. It's not a drug that has side effects. So that protein stuff is one of those nutrients you were talking about. Clarissa, the one who said that was Clarissa-san, who was quite taken by the topic of nutrients. Yes. It wouldn't be wrong to think of it as such. Protein is one of the essential nutrients needed to build muscle and maintain health, but in order to maintain one's health and build even more muscles on top of that, a considerable amount of protein is required. If one were to try and procure that amount of protein just by eating, other unnecessary nutrients like fat will also be procured in the process, and that will naturally puff up one's belly, making it difficult to procure the necessary amount. That's where pharmaceutical technology comes in, and by extracting just the necessary protein, we are able to produce a protein supplement. Ryuma, remove the waste and leave only what's needed, huh? It's just like when packing up for a trip. Cher, looks like he understood it from an adventurer's perspective. By the way, protein also needs to be taken at the right time and be accompanied with the right training. In that way, the effects of protein can be maximized, and the body can build more muscle. When I explained that to him, that's amazing. But is it really okay to tell me that? Cher-kun is helping out with my work, and I think this will be quite useful in raising my guards. Maybe it's even possible to mix muscle training with healing magic. The more I talked, the more interested he became. I hear it's not good for children to put on too much muscle while growing up or it'll affect their growth, so if he's willing to cooperate with me as a test subject, I'd be really grateful. When I told him that, he offered me his right hand. I happily took it and gave him a firm handshake. Can I participate in that research too? Tint, it was the athletic resident, Tint-san, who said that. It's a huge help to have his support, but what are those flames burning within his eyes? When I asked him about them, as a child, I've always wanted to be a knight of the royal family. I fell off a horse while training one day and was injured, so I had no choice but to give up on it. Since then I've decided to become a doctor, so that there'd be less people who'll have to give up on their dreams because of an injury or illness. I know muscle training doesn't fall under treatments, but I'm very interested. Tent, no wonder his voice was always so loud. Come to think of it, he's also the one most interested in the serum, isn't he? I didn't think there'd be this kind of backstory behind it. I don't have any reasons to refuse, so, by all means, please, do help us. Your cooperation would be a huge help. Ryuma, thank you very much. Tint, like this I found myself a new research topic, a new test subject, and a new assistant. But. Excuse me, Ryuma-sama, but. The two of you are drawing attention. Mafrel, when I looked around me, it was just as Dr. Mafrel was saying. We were in the cafeteria, so naturally, there were a lot of people here, and because of that a lot of odd gazes had gathered onto us. Chapter 230.1, The Garbage Processing Plant and Wistkuin's First Love, 1/2, Chapter 230, The Garbage Processing Plant and Wistkuin's First Love, 1/2, the next day. This afternoon I'll be dropping by the garbage processing plant and the factories to check for any problems in their operation. I'll also be taking a look at the slimes holding post there. Especially since there will probably be some scavenger slimes that can split since I left them there yesterday. I'll have to retrieve those new slimes and form a contract with them. And so, I visited the garbage processing plant. When I got there, there were already a lot of employees bringing in garbage. I also noticed a familiar face watching from the wayside. Good morning, branch head Taylor. Ryuma. Ah, Ryuma-kun. Good morning. Taylor, is something the matter, branch head? Why are you standing here on your own? Ryuma, I suddenly found myself with some free time, so I thought I'd take a walk. I figured I might as well see how everyone is doing. Taylor, you did introduce us to some good drivers. Ryuma, with how big the city was, just garbage collectors alone wouldn't be able to efficiently collect garbage. To that end, carriages and monster carriages were necessary. By the way, monster carriages are carriages pulled by monsters controlled by monster tamers. It was branch head Taylor who introduced us to the monster tamers that could handle monster carriages. Apparently, the Tamer Guild was also having problems due to the large number of monster tamers looking for work. Jimuru has its mines, so there are a lot of jobs to transport ore and people, but even those have a limit. A lot of monster tamers have come to town looking for work. Because of that, all the available jobs were being saturated quickly. What's more was that most of the people were lured here because they were told stuff like, the Jamil family is descended from the founder of monster taming, so their territories employ a lot of monster taming, and, if you learn monster taming, you'll be able to do more jobs and have an easier time making money. There were even some who were told that the Tamer Guild would take care of them as long as they just learned how to form a contract with a monster. In other words, these people just learned monster taming to find work. They've never actually worked as monster tamers, and neither did they possess the heart of a monster tamer. A lot of new monster tamers like that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, the guild would have a hard time dealing with them. True enough, cases where monsters have rebelled against their tamers and gone wild have increased. There were even cases where people other than the tamers were hurt too. Fortunately, the branch head had taken measures beforehand, so the damages the troublesome monster tamers caused were minimized. Because of that, word of the guild's issues hasn't spread much. Despite that, the guild still had to take responsibility when people affiliated with them caused trouble. In the meetup a few days ago, the branch head was heard grumbling, saying, "I'm not asking for much. I'm not even going to ask them to take pride in being monster tamers. All I ask is that they have some awareness and responsibility when handling their monsters. It must be hard, branch head." And so, in order to avoid having these beginners damage the town or unrelated people, they sent a lot of them to me, a veteran who had plenty of time on his hands. Oh man, when a carriage carrying garbage passed by us, the man driving it nodded to us with a smile. Must be an acquaintance of the branch head since he returned the greeting. By the way, a lot of garbage is being transported, but it doesn't seem to stink, no. Taylor, we built the garbage processing plant in the middle of town, after all, so I took special care to make sure that it won't stink. Ryuma, it's normal for people to feel bad when they see or smell something filthy. This part of town may have once been part of the slums, but it's still best to be careful. Also, while the collection and transport of garbage may be an important job, it's a stinky job, so people have a tendency to look down on people who do them. As such, I've taken it upon myself to give the garbage processing plant as clean of an image as possible. To that end, I isolated the stench coming from the garbage collector carriages as much as possible. I also required the use of box-shaped carriages and covered wagons, so people won't have to see any of the garbage. The part of the carriage that holds the barrels and jute bags filled with garbage have been treated in a generous amount of the deodorant slime's odor-absorbing liquid to prevent the smell from leaking out. The workers are also required to wear their work clothes, and are even instructed how to groom themselves. The bamboo forest's deodorizing liquid is also being distributed to the workers. They are required to use it after work and before meeting people. Ryuma, yes, I received a report on that before. Right, so that's how you're keeping the smell in check. Taylor, on top of that, the garbage processing plant was built in a simple rectangular shape with no special features. The first floor is currently being used to collect the garbage and dispose of them. The garbage carriages are meant to go through a large door with their garbage, then once their load has been unloaded, they are to go through the opposite door and start collecting garbage once more. A one-way wind barrier has been erected on the entrance, exit, and windows of the processing area, so the smell from outside can't enter. The smell from inside won't leak out either. A wind magic tool is used for exhaust inside the processing area, but before the air is exhausted, the air goes through the filter slime's filter that's been treated with the deodorant slime's abilities to make the air as clean as possible before it is returned outside. Chapter 230.2, The Garbage Processing Plant and Wistkuin's First Love, 2 halves, Chapter 230, The Garbage Processing Plant and Wistkuin's First Love, 2 halves, you're even using magic tools just to get rid of the stench. Taylor, I'm acquainted with a skilled craftsman willing to work with me, so, Ryuma, I see. That's good. You should treasure your relationships. Anyway, I should be going. Everything seems to be going well, after all. Taylor, I'll send you off. Ryuma, a dorm has been built here for the employees of the garbage processing plant and the other employees. The view is also unobstructed, and the atmosphere is great too, but this place was still once part of the slums. The branch head is quite old, and he is also the branch head of a guild, so I think it would be best if someone accompanied him still. You don't have to, I'll be fine. I'm not the branch head of the Tamer Guild just for show, you know. Taylor, he said as he patted his chest over his coat. Q. Hamster. A super tiny creature that looked just like a hamster poked its head out of his coat's chest pocket. What a cute little guy. Ryuma, he's my familiar, Furneck. He's a kind of monster beast known as resonance mole. Resonance moles excel at sensing and finding enemies, and they can even communicate with other members of their species even from far away. He'll notice it if anyone dangerous approaches, and his friend at the guild will also inform everyone on our behalf. Taylor, wow, he's pretty amazing despite being so cute. Ryuma, he looked like a hamster, but it turns out he was a mole instead. He might be small, but he's really dependable. I have some other cards to play in case something happens, and I'll be going back through the road you built, so I'll be fine. Besides, unlike me, you have a lot of work to do, right? You better get those done. I'm sure they'll end up helping me out a lot indirectly too. Taylor, we had to fix the roads around the garbage processing plant to make it possible for the carriages to transport garbage in and out of the garbage processing plant. We even connected the roads here to the main roads, and there are a lot of carriages going to and fro, and I have my slimes on alert too, so. I understand. I'll stay here then. Please be careful. Ryuma, you too. Once everything's calmed down, let's go out for a cup of tea sometime. Taylor, as he said that, he left, and I headed inside the garbage processing plant. The employees used a rake-like tool to make the piles of garbage collapse, then they quietly spread it over the coarse wire mesh floor next to it. By doing that they were able to loosen the solidified garbage, separate them, and send them to the scavenger slimes waiting below in the basement. The bigger garbage that couldn't fall through the wire mesh would be taken away and brought to the department in charge of crushing things to be crushed, and then the crushed garbage would be brought back. This is done to ensure the safety of the scavenger slimes below and to make their absorption of the garbage more efficient. After all, the absorb skill of the slimes is most effective when used on a target that they can bring into their bodies. On top of that, it's also easier for them to absorb things that are softer. Looks like everything is going well. Ryuma, Zeph-san and Camille-san are in charge of this area, so I wanted to talk to them, but... Where are they? I noticed someone working at a corner of the area. Wistkoen. Ryuma, when I was starting this job, I called out to Burke, an adventurer friend of mine, and to Gazel, a friend I became acquainted with during the Adventurers Guild Beginner Instruction Program. Just as the expert garbage collector, the garbage grandmother, told me, nothing would be more reliable than to have people privy to the rules and the actual work accompany the workers. In that regard, the guys I mentioned were from the slums and were even garbage collectors themselves until just recently. They were more than qualified. So I asked them to do the job, and they happily agreed. Although in Wistkoen's case, I'd only heard from Burke that he'll be taking the job too and we hadn't actually met in person. He seems to have grown a good deal bigger since we last saw each other. Good morning. Ryuma, I did my best to avoid interrupting everyone during their work as I approached Wistkoen and called out to him. Ah, Ryuma-koen. Good morning. Wist, his voice sounded a lot heavier than I last remembered. So it really was you. Ryuma, why yeah. You couldn't tell. Wist, I thought it was you, but you've grown up so much so suddenly, for a moment, I wasn't so sure. Ryuma, I started growing up really quickly recently. Because of that I had to buy new equipment all of a sudden. Meanwhile, everyone else was fine just making some minor adjustment on theirs. Wist, I'm sure that must have been a serious blow financially. But since he's grown bigger, that means he's also a step closer to being an adult, and that means he can do even more things now. This place pays well depending on how much work one has done, so I hope he does his best. By the way, have you seen Zeph-san and Camille-san? Ryuma, they're probably in the office upstairs. The garbage grandma dropped by just a while ago, and they seem to have showed her in. Wist, I see, thank you. Sorry for disturbing you when you're in the middle of work. Ryuma, after saying that, I headed for the office in the second floor, but, Ryuma-koen. Wist. What's the matter? Ryuma, actually, Wist, I wonder what this is about. He called out to me so suddenly, but he's all shy again. Is it something hard to talk about? I'm curious, but first I need to calm him down. When he spoke again. T, there's a maid over at your place, right? T, that beautiful, whist, yeah. Ryuma, those words and his blushing face were more than enough to tell the story. Whist-kun might be timid, but he's a boy too. And he's in his puberty too. Come to think of it, on the day of the interview for Burke's group was meant to be only perfunctory, so I'd left it to the maids. That must be when he saw them. If it's not a problem, can you please tell me her name? Whist, just when I was wondering what he was going to ask, it turned out to be something really wholesome, her name. But which one? There's 3 of them, after all. I asked him which one he was referring to, and I am not sure how to put it, but the person with great style, or the woman. Whist-kun's face blushed an even deeper shade of red as he started talking about the maid's body. I'm not trying to embarrass him, really, but his descriptions aren't really helping. I don't know if he's talking about Lillian-san or Rurones-san. They both know how to dress, but if it's Rurones-san, then unfortunately, she's already married, so I don't think his love is going to be reciprocated, but it's the bulliest one among the 3. Whist, Burley. Could he be talking about? You mean Riviola-san? Ryuma, is that her name? That maid from the Big Monkey Man tribe. Whist, if it's the maid from the Big Monkey Man tribe, then there's no doubt about it. Come to think of it, you're from the Big Monkey Man tribe too, aren't you? Ryuma, the Big Monkey Man tribe was one of the beast tribes, and were known for their big stature and their well-developed muscles. Frankly speaking, it's easy for them to put on muscle. Riviola-san is so muscular in fact that it's easy for people from other races to mistake her for a man. She has a tough body, but I suppose she does have good style as well. Although that's less along the lines of being a woman and more along the lines of being a bodybuilder, but I digress. I'm so sorry, I know it was really rude of me, but when he mentioned beautiful, I subconsciously omitted her from the list. I need to do some reflecting. After that, because I was feeling guilty, I told Whist-kun about Riviola's good points and told him that she was a good person, and then I left. Chapter 231.1, on one particular evening, 1 of 4, Chapter 231, on one particular evening, January 4th, at a certain place in the town of Jimura was a bar that people kept entering despite the closing sign. On this day, 9 men visited it. They visited the store in groups of 3. One of them sat at the table at the center of the bar, while the remaining 2 sat in the table behind him. One after another, the people took their seats, and a dangerous atmosphere filled the store as the representatives of all 3 groups took the center table. Juan-san, can you explain to us what's going on? Representative 1, yeah, give us an explanation. Or what? Has our swindler, who's all talk, gone mute all of the sudden? Representative 2, you want an explanation? Fine, I'll admit that our work isn't going as planned, but isn't that the same for you? Wands, what was that? Representative 2, one of the people seated at the table of the representatives was Wands. He was the man who created the Association of Mid-Sized Stores of Jimuru and opened a meeting, where he fought a battle of words with Ryuma. That same Wands's provocative attitude caused one of the other representatives to become angry, while another one clicked his tongue. The people who accompanied them became nervous. But before things could escalate, the man, who clicked his tongue, stopped them. Stop it. There's no point arguing here. Representative 1, yes. Everything was going well for me up till the part where I gathered the merchants and opened the Association of Mid-Sized Stores of Jimuru, Wands. Hey, it was going well, so what happened? Representative 2, the angry man from before was still acting belligerently. Yes, it was going well, until then, anyway. I did my research, pulled people to my side beforehand, and the discussion was also going well, but then some stupid brat just had to mess it all up. Wands, hey, didn't this guy always have his nose up in the air? So he's actually like this. Representative 2, he liked how Wands cussed without so much as raising a brow. I'd had my suspicions, but it seems, Ryuma Takebayashi really is the problem. Our people are having problems with him too. I had my subordinates pretend to look for jobs and quarrel with his subordinates to make it hard for the real people looking for jobs, but, Representative 2, I tried that too. I tried getting people to commit crimes by taking advantage of how hard their life is, but that kid employing a lot of people seems to have given them hope. They're not as willing as before. And he did in fact hire 100 people. He even says there's going to be another round of employment soon. Just how much money does he have? Do laundromats make that much? Representative 1, ha, ha ha, no, that's not it. If you look at the conditions he promises, it's really good. There's a salary, of course, but on top of that, there's lodging, food, and even health care. His store definitely makes a lot of money, but that alone isn't enough. Of course, we're not the only ones who've noticed this. Word has it that the stupid brat's grandparents left him a lot of money. But it's too convenient to have a wealthy inheritance at this point in time, and even if it did exist, no one would use it like this. He'd either be a saint or an idiot who doesn't know the value of money. Evidently, he's working against us, so the Duke must be the one behind him. The money and the orders must be from him too. That stupid boy is nothing more than a bait and a puppet. Well, given his age, I suppose he's pretty smart to be able to play the role of a puppet. Juan's seemed to have calmed down while talking, as his expression and attitude returned to normal. It's much more believable to think that instead of blindly believing that the boy thought of everything and brought about this situation. The Duke's people are with him too. But enough of that, what are we going to do now? That security company is supposed to start doing rounds already. Won't your thieves have a hard time moving? Representative 1, they're already having a hard time. That security company is working with the guild. They're thoroughly targeting our targets and exposing a lot of our modus operandi. It looks like they have someone familiar with our work. Representative 2, I see. Actually, several of the empty houses in the slums that could be used as a hideout or to accommodate our secret deals have been demolished. The land readjustment has changed the air in the whole slums for the better too. Representative 1, so the land sharks are having problems too, huh? Then what about the swindlers? Can you give us some intel? If we know the route and schedule of the patrols, we can target the store's lacking hands and wait for the patrols to come, then give them a world of pain. We'll try to make it easier for the land sharks to do their job too. That's why we're cooperating, right? Representative 2, unfortunately, I couldn't get enough people. Some of the people became suspicious because of that boy, and now it takes me a lot of effort just to get a conversation going. I'll need to take things slowly and earn their trust first. Juan's silence filled the room. The one who caused it was Juan's, but he was also the first to break it. Let's continue our respective work for the time being. They're not the only ones backed by the nobles, after all. And there will probably still be people looking for jobs. There are just too many unneeded people in the city. Juan's, it doesn't look like there's anything else we can do. All we can do right now is take on jobs like before. We can't stop either. For people in our line of work, stopping means death. Even if we survive, we won't be able to live decently. Representative 1, the land shark is right. It's gotten harder for us to move, but we're not out of cards just yet. Representative 2, the men all wore grim faces. Chapter 231.2, on one particular evening, February 4th, Volume 3 Chapter 231, on one particular evening, February 4th, meanwhile. When it was past work hours and most of the employees had returned to their dormitories, the people sent by the Duke, the 4 guards, the maid, and the doctors, were gathered within one of the rooms of the security company. Serge-san, who just happened to drop by, was there too. To everyone's efforts. Cheers. Hayuzu, cheers. Everyone else, Hayuzu offered a toast, and everyone simultaneously said, cheers. Well, everyone except Jill, who made a difficult face and asked him a question. Hey, Hayuzu. Is this really something we should be doing when we're supposed to be giving a report? Jill, come on, Jill, don't be so stiff. Even if we are having some problems, everything's still within expectations. And the report is just a sort of confirmation, so we can just do it while drinking. Besides, didn't we tell Ryoma to lighten up? We wouldn't be very persuasive now if we're so tense, right? Hayuzu, that's true, Jill, if you keep making a face like that, Serge Dano will be troubled, you know. Hayuzu, and my apologies, wait a moment, didn't you drag Serge Dano here? Sigh, I really can't apologize enough for Hayuzu's behavior. Jill, please, there's nothing to apologize for at all. Hayuzu Dano only invited me so as to not make my trip here a waste. Serge, it puts me at ease when you put it that way. Jill, after their conversation wrapped up with Camille remembered something and asked Serge. Come to think of it, why are you here, Serge-san? Camille, a magic tool craftsman I'm friends with, has entrusted me with a package to hand over to Ryoma-sama. I agreed to deliver it since I figured I would also be able to talk about the factory's products. Serge, unfortunately, you just missed each other. Ryoma's been going back home early recently. Camille, now that you mention it, ever since he started raising those goblins, he's been wrapping up his work and going home earlier. Hayuzu, he has some new familiars, so it's only normal he'd want to go home earlier. Ryoma-sama needs to learn more about goblins, and familiars are living creatures too. I've heard that goblins have a tendency to become sick or throw a tantrum when they've yet to acclimate to their new environment too. Rurunez, that's true, but even if that wasn't the case, it's still a good thing for a workaholic like Ryoma to go home early. Hayuzu, when Hayuzu said that, everyone nodded, and when the atmosphere loosened up, Lillian asked. By the way, Serge-sama, since you wish to talk with Ryoma-sama, is the factory having problems? If it's something urgent, I could send my familiars. Lillian, thank you, but it's nothing urgent, so please don't worry. I just thought it would be good if I could speak to him about the future production schedule and top products, as well as the various products he ordered. Serge, it's good if there aren't any problems. But isn't the waterproof cloth your top product? Will you be making something new? Lillian, as you've surmised, the factory will mainly be producing waterproof cloths made from the sticky slimed sticky liquid that's been treated. But Ryoma-sama has indeed spoken of other products that take advantage of the slimes. Do you know that a part of my store was set on fire just recently? Serge, naturally, they did, and everyone but Serge nodded. Ryoma-sama was deeply concerned about that incident, and when we spoke, he suggested many things, from fire prevention policies to prevent fire from being a problem in the first place to a fire extinguisher to deal with the fire in case a fire were still to occur, to rescue methods in case someone were to be left behind a burning room, and even special equipment for the people performing the rescue operations. He kept coming up with one idea after another, but every one of them seemed worthy of consideration, so I was thinking of coming up with a prototype, and then depending on the results, sell them as actual products. Serge, come to think of it, there was something like that in the curriculum of the security company's training, wasn't there? The recruits are currently still at the foundation building process and are just building their strength, but in the future, they're supposed to undergo rescue training. He also suggested training those interested to become medics. Hayuzu, Serge-san's store being set on fire must have really been quite the shock for him. Rurunez, that young man has always been one to treasure others and take the initiative to start something, but that's also why we can't just leave him alone. You also can't help but be concerned whenever he says he wants to help. Zeph, everyone agreed with Zeph, but Hayuzu tilted his head and became thoughtful. Hayuzu, what's wrong? Rurunez. It's a bit late for me to be saying this, but I think Ryoma is doing quite well at this city. Hayuzu, isn't that why he's able to get other people's help on top of us and make his plans a reality? Rurunez, yeah. And he's well connected too. He's got his adventurer buddies to help him build his security company, but on top of them, he's also got the support of 3 guild masters, the head of the government office here, and the person in charge of the slums. Not to mention big merchants and influential people like Serge-san. Jill, he seems to know a lot of people from town too. There's those store owners, those slum kids that VE worked as garbage collectors, and apparently, he goes to church frequently too and leaves donations. Hayuzu, I haven't known him for long, but he's always struck me as a child who's thoughtful about others. Although there are times when he seems to be lacking common sense and has a somewhat strange perspective. Riviola, true, Hayuzu agreed with Riviola, but he seemed to be thinking about something else too. When Jill saw that, a worried expression appeared on his face, and he asked. What's the matter? It's not like you to worry so much. Feeling under the weather. Jill, nah, I just thought it was a bit strange. It hasn't been long since we first met, but he's really changed a lot. I mean, you guys remember, right? He was cooped up all alone by himself in the forest. Hayuzu, yeah. But he's gotten so used to life in the city, I've forgotten about it already. Jill, right. And as we were talking about earlier, he knows a lot of people too. When I think about how he's been doing recently, he's not just doing really well. In fact, it feels like You remember when he said he was bad with people? Well, I've started to feel like that might not actually the case. Hi Yuzu, Chapter 231.3, Volume 3 Chapter 231, on one particular evening, March 4th, Volume 3 Chapter 231, on one particular evening, March 4th, at this point, Mafrel, who hadn't spoken at all until now, finally spoke. I don't think he's bad with people either. We just arrived here, and yet he went out of his way to make sure that we felt welcomed. He didn't hesitate to divide the work among us either, and he also worked hard in his spare time to lay the groundwork for us. Mafrel, after being told that, the people participating all became thoughtful and thought back to Ryuma's actions. It was really busy, so I never paid much attention to it, but now that you mention it, you're right. Moreover, it's not like anyone told him to do that either. He just did it naturally on his own. Riviola, yes. Ryuma definitely isn't bad with people. Hi Yuzu, perhaps it's simply because that's what Ryuma-sama thinks. And perhaps it might also be because he has a low opinion of himself, while also having a tendency to ignore the burden he places on himself. Surge, I see. You might be right, Surge-san. Ryuma certainly has the tendency to do everything on his own, but it's not as though he would never rely on others. Hi Yuzu, it was curious whether Hayuzu felt relieved or his worries have simply been cleared, but his voice sounded refreshed as he drank a mouthful of liquor. Meanwhile, in the divine realm. It doesn't seem like there are any problems. Gain, yes. Those people working in the shadows of Jimuru still haven't given up, but the city has calmed down a lot compared to before. Ryuma has his friends with him too. Kyufo, by the way, what is Ryuma-kun doing right now? Rurusha, he just finished feeding his goblin and slime familiars, and is preparing his own supper. He appears to be running some experiments on preserved food too. Willie Eris looks like he took my advice and is properly studying farming. He's still just at the starting point, but it seems like he'll be able to raise some decent crops this time. Grimp, he started to brew liquor too, the local liquor of Fatma territory. He grew the ingredients himself, and is testing out various things to make it delicious. He tamed himself some goblins and has more hands now, so maybe it's a good thing after all that he started living at the mines. He needs to fix the place up a bit, but it's not bad for fermenting wine. Moreover, given Ryuma's disposition, I think we can expect him to come up with something good. Tekken, 6 gods were gathered together, watching Ryuma, his friends, and the town. They drank their favorite drinks, while casually sharing the information they had. Suddenly, 2 gods appeared within that space in the divine realm. Good job out there. Kyufo, Kirillel. Is it over? Gain. Not yet, but we've decided to pause the punishment temporarily since he's like this. Kirillel, Guha. As she said that, she threw the god in her arms. It was none other than Sararipita. Sararipita cried out in pain when he fell, but he didn't twitch even a little afterwards. See, couldn't you have let me down gentler? Sararipita, what stupid thing are you saying? Your punishment hasn't ended yet. Although there's no point punishing you when you're like this, you should still be grateful that you're even being allowed to rest at all. Kirillel, Sararipita complained in a faint voice, but it was immediately shot down. Kirillel, who had brought him here, looked around her and spoke a few words. Fernobaria isn't here. He was supposed to take over keeping watch, but he didn't come. Kirillel, so that guy went off on his own without contacting you. Gain, he's gone home already. In a real hurry too. Tekken, Why all of the sudden? Kirillel, Ryuma started using his magic with the slimes. I don't know if the slimes are just really compatible with magic or if there's a loophole somewhere, but the resulting synergy was really impressive. Kyufo, because of that Fernobaria just up and left, saying, I need to investigate this matter. Rurusha, well, magic is his domain, after all, and he's a really diligent kid. Willie Eris, Fine, whatever. How's the situation here? Kirillel, it's fine. It doesn't seem like Sararipita's interfered with the lower world. Gain, when he said that, the person in question spoke up. Were you guys suspecting even that? Sararipita, well, you did leave Ryuma with some prophetic words. To be safe, we had to make sure that you haven't tried anything with the lower world. Gain, there's no way I would do something like that. I just took a look at the situation of the town he came from and figured things would probably develop this way. Sararipida, you only have yourself to blame. People can't help but be suspicious with you since you're always acting so mischievous. Willie Eris, yeah, I get it. By the way, how is Ryoma-kun right now? Sararipida, I suppose it doesn't really matter, here. Gain raised his hand towards Sararipida's head, who was still lying on the ground. Ah. As I thought, he ended up like this. Sararipida, one flick of his hand was all he needed to share the information he had with Sararipida. You predicted this. So everything's going as you've planned. Willie Eris, even if I hadn't told him anything, there's a high chance things would have still ended up like this. At that time, the city was already starting to get rowdy, so he was bound to find out anyway once he got back, and he's still sure to see Serge's store after the fire. Besides, the one who told him that the nobles are responsible for this mess is Serge, not me. Sararipida, that's true. Rurusha, it's only natural to prepare for it if you know what's happening. After all, using some shady people to cause trouble in another noble's territory to try to lower his reputation is no different from a declaration of war. The lord of the territory, Reinhardt, seems to have chosen to avoid a direct confrontation, but even for gods like us, we would have to use our power to find out the future that his choice would lead to, and naturally, Ryoma has no way of knowing the future either. As such, the only option he has is to prepare. The only difference would be if he prepares quickly or slowly. Well, in times of emergencies, how fast you prepare can make a big difference, though. Sararipida, Chapter 231.4, On one particular evening, April 4th, Volume 3 Chapter 231, On one particular evening, April 4th, that manner of talking of yours that makes it seem like you've already seen through everything is really suspicious. Willie Eris, aren't you just not using your brain? Sararipida, stop it, you too. Rurusha, good grief, they're at it again, and they've just met. Sararipida isn't even moving. Tikan, we should change the topic. Grimp, the one who spoke next was the goddess of war, Kirillel. Ryoma seems to have started preparing all sort of things, and they aren't bad if you consider them as preparations for war. Just as this guy said, this issue could become the trigger to a war between nobles. Even if that noble doesn't want it, there's no guaranteeing that he'll be able to continue avoiding a military confrontation. If that were to happen, and while I'm sure that given Ryoma's personality he wouldn't force anyone, the soldiers he's cultivated in that security company of his could undoubtedly serve as a military force. Meanwhile, that research of his on preserved food will help out in logistics, while medical technology will definitely be of much use in the battlefield. Of course, those guards of his are no different from a mob compared to actual soldiers and mercenaries, but war isn't something that's fought only in the front lines. If they're properly trained, they could be used to transport goods in safer areas or be used for logistical support. Conscripts aren't rare in times of war either. Of course, if a war doesn't break out, then those guards could just be used for their original purpose, which is to secure the public order of the town, but it doesn't hurt either way. Kirillel, when Kirillel saw the image projected in front of her, she laughed and appraised Ryoma's preparations. Well, it's Ryoma-kun, after all. Sararipida, Again, you're talking as if you already knew everything beforehand. Kyufo, well, it's within my predictions. After all, the god of earth did give him his talents. Sararipida, You mean those criminal and murderous talents of his? Kyufo, even if that god is rotten, he's still higher ranked than us. A talent from him isn't just for show. Because of that, Ryoma is able to act on an instinctual level. He is able to sense and predict the movements of those aiming for him and his people just by inferring it from the mood and the situation. Part of it is because he's been continuously exposed to the malice of other people in his previous life, but if he were to train it well, he could refine it into an instinct-type skill. And I might have said that the talents for crime and murder have been buried deep within him, but you know, in the end, talents really are just tools. Having them can make your life easier, and not having them can make your life harder. But they're not absolutely necessary. And most importantly, it's entirely up to you how to use them. Humans don't live on talent alone, and talent alone isn't enough to determine the life of a person. Sararipida, the gods all agreed with him when he said that. Even Willie Eris, who was always quibbling with Sararipida, agreed. Yes, even a talent for crime if used properly can be used to save and protect others. And given how he's been acting recently, you could say he's been doing just that unconsciously. Willie Aris, it might be because of that pseudo-instinctual type skill born from talent and experience that he inadvertently chose the best way to prepare given his circumstances. Kyufo, moreover, the people around him aren't just there because of the divine protections that we gave him. Rurusha, indeed. It's true that Ryoma doesn't have Thetalan/RT and GT, for communication, it's non-existent, in fact, but he spent 39 years in his previous life doing his best to get along with others, and those efforts continue to this day. That's why there are a lot of people around Ryoma today and that they're helping him so much. Gain, in the first place, wasn't it all the God of Earth's doing that his relationships went so poorly in his previous life? During our occasional visits to Earth, I took a look at Ryoma-kun's former co-workers, and I noticed that most of them were the type who couldn't hold a proper conversation in the first place. Kyufo, if I had to stay with those guys around the clock, I would have just ended up beating them up. Tiken, it wouldn't be strange for someone to become really good with people if he could endure dealing with people like those. Grimp, exactly. Unfortunately, he's way too conscious of his inexperience when he was a child. He's had that wrong impression with him his whole life, though, so it can't be helped, but it would be great if this serves as a turning point for him to start realizing various things. But then again, he is still in his teens, and we're gods, so we have plenty of time. We should just leisurely watch over him. Sararipita, a peaceful atmosphere flowed between the gods, but... Sararipita, you're all healed up already, right? It's a bit too early for you to be leisurely. Kirillel, huh? I don't know what you're talking about. I still can't move, Sararipita, you need to fix that bad habit of yours of getting caught up in the moment. You've been talking all this time, right? Well, I can tell how you're doing from the tone of your voice. If you're that lively, then you should be able to continue with your punishment. Kirillel, wait. Ah, you don't have to carry me, Sararipita, don't worry. I'll bring you over just like I did when we came here. Kirillel, in the next moment, Sararipita was forcefully taken away by Kirillel. Good grief, it's really lively today, Gain. At that remark, the remaining gods shared a good laugh before resuming their watch of the lower world. Chapter 232.1 The Changing Days, 1 quarter, Chapter 232 The Changing Days, 1 quarter, the next day. Despite the dark cloudy sky and the stormy cold winds, I headed to the security company to check the messages left for me and see what work I had for the day. There, I was informed that Surge-san had left a package for me. This is the package. I've been told that it's the magic tool you ordered quite some time ago. Lillian, it was the maid, Lillian-san, who brought the package to me. Unfortunately, I've asked for so many magic tools lately, that the description was a bit too vague to figure out which magic tool it was. I had to open the package to find out. Inside was a pressure cooker that one could often find in Japan. Ah, they finally made it. Ryoma, this was something I asked the magic tool craftsman, Dynome-san, to make a long time ago. He told me it would take some time to make because there were too many new things he had to deal with, such as the sealing, the durability, the safety, etc. But at long last, it's finally here. Moreover, it couldn't have come at a better time. Aryuma, it's gotten really cold recently, and I've been really wanting to make some food with a pressure cooker. I'm glad Dynome-san was able to make it by this time of the year. Oh. Ryuma-sama, there's a letter at the bottom of the box. Lillian, thank you very much. Ryuma, is anything the matter? Lillian, apparently, he wants me to give him my impressions of the tool since it's his first time making it. He also wants more of that rubber ingredient that I gave him. He has a lot he wants to talk about, so he wants me to drop by when I'm free. There's nothing strange about his request, but his writing is unusually formal. Ryuma, Dynome-san mainly dealt with cooking utensils, but when it came to magic tools, he dealt with a lot of letters too. He's surprisingly a good writer, not that he's sloppy normally, mind you, but maybe he wants to meet up because he can't write anything related to the product itself due to confidentiality. It doesn't sound urgent, so I'll have to check my schedule, but dropping by in the near future sounds like a good idea. Ryuma, understood. I'll try to make time for it from my end as well. Lillian, thank you very much. Ryuma, next were two fairly thick bundles of documents. These are reports from the construction department and the government office. Lillian, I see, Ryuma, the construction department refers to the people working on the land readjustment project. The group is being led by the 30 people Zefsan gathered the day I first dismantled a children's home. While they were helping me with the reconstruction of the demolished children's homes, I taught them my construction method that's similar to the precast reinforced concrete construction method, and got them used to the process with an emphasis on assembly. Presently, they've been divided into 5 teams, and are serving as site supervisors and managers, leading the newly hired laborers to complete the land readjustment project. I'm sure the newly employed laborers also prefer being led by adults rather than by some kid like me. They'd have to be considerate in various ways if it were a kid leading them, after all. The construction department is doing well. Their current job is likely to complete as scheduled, so I should prepare their next work this afternoon. The government office is also doing well in inviting the homeless people and allocating housing. There are even some people who've requested housing, perhaps they should be prioritized. We have the place for it too. Ryuma, I wrote down a schedule on another sheet of paper. I'll send this proposal to the construction department and the government office, and once they give their approval, I'll use my magic to take care of the demolishing of the old buildings, the construction of the foundations, and the procurement of materials all in one go. By dividing the labor in this way, we're able to quickly progress through the land readjustment project and the reconstruction. The weather is only going to get colder from here on, and it's about time for there to be more rain and snow as well. It wouldn't be strange for people to die out there in the cold, so as much as possible, I'd like the workers to work even faster, of course, without pushing them too much. That should do it. I'll entrust this letter to you. There aren't any pressing matters, so I'll be dropping by the Adventurers Guild as scheduled. Ryuma, take care, Ryuma-sama. Lillian, I left the security company and into the cold streets of Jimuru to make my way to the Adventurers Guild. Recently, I've needed to run less errands. I'm dropping by the guild for a meeting today, but once that concludes, I'll be free again. There's that construction-related job that just came in later this afternoon, but I don't have any other plans. Most likely, I'll have barely any work again soon, and I'll be able to use an entire day for studying and training to better myself. That's plenty fun in and of itself, but it feels a little lonely too, as though a fun festival has come to an end. Maybe this is also a kind of workaholism. Oh, we're at the Adventurers Guild already. The moment I opened the door, what did you say, you bastard? Angry 1, what? You got a problem with me. Angry 2, you're so noisy, why don't you pipe down some, huh? Angry 3, you want to do it. Angry 5, let's do it. Angry 6, I was greeted by the angry yelling of 2 groups of men. Apparently, a group of vulgar men were arguing. Some receptionist girls and male guild staff members immediately came out to mediate between the 2 groups. One group was made up of humans, while the other group was made of some youngsters from a beastman tribe. They were all men. The staff desperately tried to quell the 2 groups, but it still looked like a fight was about to break out at any time. Don't cause trouble inside the guild, you dumbass. But then an angry heavy voice came out from the inner part of the guild. I couldn't see who it was because of all the people blocking my view, but I'm quite sure that voice could only belong to the guild master, Wogan-san. Chapter 232.2, The Changing Days, 2/3, Z. Chapter 232, The Changing Days, 2/3, UU. Angry 1, TCH, it's the former S rank. Angry 2, Angry 3, until just a while ago, the 2 groups argued among themselves without giving any regard for the guild staff trying to stop them, but as soon as Wogan-san called out, they became as meek as lambs. What happened to all that energy you had a while ago, huh? If you have something to say, then say it. Wogan, I don't really have anything. Angry 4, we were just having a little chat. Angry 5, the guild master's glare was quite effective, as the 2 groups started making excuses. They weren't reckless or brave enough to go against the guild master himself, but some tinge of dissatisfaction could still be seen on the youngsters' faces. They looked about as old as university students, so I'd wager a guess that they're in their 20s. Wogan heaved a sigh. You boys come here tomorrow at this time. As punishment, I'll have you do some odd jobs under supervision. Until you complete those jobs, you're prohibited from taking any other job. Wogan, he declared. What? We haven't even done anything yet. Angry 6, exactly. Don't just decide that on your own. Angry 7, naturally, the youngsters weren't happy with his decision. I see. If you're not happy with my arrangements, then you don't have to come tomorrow. But if you do that, you won't have to come anymore at all. Because by the authority of the guild master, I will be revoking your qualifications to be adventurers. And you can consider yourselves expelled from the guild. Wogan, the youngsters complained, but the guild master didn't flinch and expelled them. This is tyranny. Angry 8, yeah. Yeah. Angry 9, enough. My decision is final. You have until tomorrow to think about what you've done. If you still don't think my decision is fair, then you don't have to come to the guild anymore. For today, you boys should just obediently go home. Wogan, he gave them a scary look and concluded the conversation with a warning. When the youngsters got cold feet and backed off. Ah. Ryuma. You came. Wogan, the people blocking me were gone, so he was able to notice me, and called out to me with a smile. Naturally, given the course of events that took place just now, the people in the guild turned their attention to me. Good morning. I just got here. Ryuma, I see. Sorry, I know I called you and all, but can you wait for a bit? I need to clean up the documents in my room first. Wogan, he's the guild master, so I'm sure he has a lot of documents he can't show to outsiders. So I told him it was fine, and to just call me whenever he was ready, and then he went back in. The receptionists and the rest of the staff that came out went back to their respective positions as well. At this point, I thought the guild would go back to normal, and I would have to find something to kill time, but things took a different turn instead. What's up with the brat? Angry 1, no idea. Angry 2, since when did the Adventurers Guild become a playground for kids? Angry 3, the guild master said he called him, so maybe he's an adventurer. He's unarmed though. Angry 4, then maybe he messed up somehow, and because of that can't work anymore since he doesn't have any equipment left or something. Angry 5, wasn't the guild master smiling a bit too much for that? Angry 6, the delinquent adventurers that witnessed my exchange with the guild master started looking at me rudely and made some threatening remarks. They seemed close. Angry 7, and the kid is wearing some nice clothes too. Angry 8, maybe he got an easy job that pays a lot. You know, special privilege. Angry 9, favoritism, huh? I don't like the sound of that. Angry 10, meanwhile, here we are having our work taken from us for some random reason, yeah. Angry 11, because of that our rank won't go up at all. Angry 12, even the bad apples from the Beastman tribe have started to let their imaginations go wild and mutter rude accusations among themselves. This might actually turn into something really annoying. From the way they're acting, this might be related to what the guild master wants to talk about. Ryuma-kun, the guild master is ready. Malin. Thank you. Ryuma, Malin-san, the guild receptionist that often took care of me, called out to me, and I headed to the guild master's room. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wogan, it's fine, I did see the commotion. Ryuma, he signaled at me with his hand to take a seat, and I told him what happened earlier while I sat at the sofa. I see. TSK, those guys really aren't helping themselves. Wogan, I don't know if I've been marked, but they'll probably remember me at least. Did you call out to me and make me stand out on purpose? What were you thinking? Ryuma, if I wasn't imagining things, his smile back then wasn't just scary, it was quite the mischievous face too. You know why I called you here today, right? Wogan, it's about cleaning the town, right? Ryuma, putting together what I've been told beforehand. The climate in this region will soon fill our days with rain and snow. A job has been posted requesting that the drains built along the town streets be cleaned and inspected. A part of the delinquent adventurers will be made to help out in the cleaning job as part of their punishment. On the day of the job, the guild master along with some trusted people will supervise the delinquent adventurers. I've been asked to help supervise them too, and this meeting is taking place to brief me on the situation. That about sums up what I've been informed beforehand. A while ago, you told them to drop by tomorrow, so I'm guessing those quibbling adventurers are part of the delinquents participating. Ryuma, yes, but not just them. I'm sure you've heard already, but we have our share of issues with the influx of laborers as well. Wogan, there's really no end to the list of things to worry about, is there? What kind of people were those adventurers earlier? Ryuma, from time to time, among those guys who leave their hometown, you get some guys who don't understand how the world works. The earlier group is made up of those kind of people. People who think they're some big shot just because they were the best at their tiny village. Wogan, they did have a bad attitude. Are you saying they're all bark? Ryuma, well, they do have experience subjugating monsters from their village, they have potential too, so if they just stopped being so arrogant and trained themselves seriously, they could be quite decent, but unfortunately, the way they're going, that's nothing more than a pipe dream. Wogan, the guild master sighed. Ah, sorry, I started grumbling again. Wogan, it's fine. I can lend you an ear if you want. Ryuma, haha, let's go for a drink sometime then. Wogan, sure. Ryuma, a smile appeared on the guildmaster's exhausted face, but he quickly switched back to a serious expression. Going back to what we were talking about, I'll be participating in the job too, but only after tomorrow, and I've also hired other people to monitor them. The people participating are all like those guys. They're full of complaints, and breaking out into fights is normal for them. With someone like you keeping an eye on them, I'm sure a lot of them will try to get sneaky and pick a fight with someone. So, Ryuma, if anyone picks a fight with you on your back today or during work, feel free to beat them up. In fact, please beat them up. Wogan, Chapter 232.3, The Changing Days, 3/3, Chapter 232, The Changing Days, 3/3, what did he say? I mean, they'll get beaten up later anyway, so the only difference is whether they get beaten up now or later. I've already warned them many times. If that's still not enough to get through that thick skull of theirs, then breaking their nose is the next best medicine. Wogan, besides, if they were to quit being adventurers, they'll just end up being taken away by the guards, Wogan added in a mutter. He might have a scary face, but he's really considerate of others. Unfortunately, as the guild master, he can't afford to be lenient with them anymore. Still, despite not listening to him, he's still nice enough to give them another chance, though. It's normal to brush away the falling sparks. Just leave them to me. Ryuma, thanks. I'll be sure to treat you next time. Wogan, after that we checked the annual records to figure out which places would take the most time cleaning and which places should be prioritized to maximize the efficiency of the cleaning job. Given the annual records of the amount of rainfall and snowfall, it's probably best that we get this job over with as soon as possible. Ryuma, yeah, the rain and snow have really been pouring these past few years. Drains have been clogged due to all the garbage swept away, so there's more flooding too. It would be best if the inspections could conclude before it really starts pouring. We'll have to rely on you and your slimes. Wogan, just leave it to me. It's my specialty, and you've also been helping me out a lot lately. We'll be working together the day after tomorrow, right? Please take care of me then. Ryuma, and that concludes our meeting. Now, I'll just be on my way back, and, wait a sec. Wogan, or so I thought, but he asked me to wait before I could leave. Did he forget to say something? Do you have a weapon on you? I don't think you'd lose to them barehanded, but, Wogan, I see, he's talking about them possibly jumping me. We were only supposed to be talking today, so I came in my suit. I'm sure it must look like I'm unarmed to him. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Ryuma, as I said that, I reached for my belt, and grabbed the buckle, then pulled out the hidden iron slime. With a swing, the iron slime turned into a sharp katana. You hid something like that in your belt? Wogan, I've often played the pig many times back when I was in the forest. A small trick like this is nothing. And I'm sure you're aware, but just recently, there was a time when I was a little overcautious, and, Ryuma, in India, there's martial art called Kalarapayata that uses a traditional steel sword that's thin and flexible called urumi. In China, there's a thin sword too that they hide in their belts called a waistband sword. The pure iron body of the iron slime is soft and normally unsuited for cutlery. But because it's tenacious, it can recreate the urumi or the waist belt sword just fine when extended thin. Moreover, since it possesses the hardened skill, and I can also clad it in my ki, it functions as a katana just fine. It's a really convenient weapon and partner. Come to think of it, you were really tense before the people from the Duke came. Don't tell me even that bracelet on your left arm is a weapon. I thought you were just dressing up, but now that I think back to it, it was around that time when you started wearing it, right? Wogan, sharp, as expected. The arm bracelet Wogan-san was talking about is actually my wire slime. I had it wrapped around my arm as an iron rope, so that I can use it as a kusari fundo, a weapon used in feudal Japan, anytime. The decorative stone used in the bracelet is meant to serve as the weight. There are other uses for it too. It can serve as an armor when it's still in its iron bracelet form, and it can also be used in place of a rope to tie someone up. It's pretty flexible. Another convenient slime. Anything else? Wogan, nah, these two are the only ones that can become a weapon. For defense, I have my stab-proof shirt under this suit, and my pants are made of the same material. As for my shoes, they're safety shoes with hardening liquid sheets and iron plates inserted. Ryuma, we also plan to mass-produce some of these for the employees of the security company and to increase the safety of the people from the construction department and the garbage processing plant. In other words, despite appearances, you're actually fully geared. Wogan, as ashamed as I am to admit it, yes. I was really upset back then, you see. I'm calm now, but since I've already prepared these things, I figured I might as well use them. Can't let our guard down just yet, after all. Ryuma, I'm not worried about your equipment anymore, but now I'm starting to worry about something else altogether. Wogan, he seemed shocked, but he didn't pursue the topic anymore. After I left the guild, those guys brazenly tailed me as expected, so I led them to a quiet area, and punished them successfully. After I told them to make sure that they're there for the job tomorrow, I had them forcefully treated at the security company before releasing them. After that nothing else happened, and the day ended. 5 days later, the first snow finally fell in the town of Jimuru, announcing the true beginning of the winter. Chapter 233.1 On the morning of the first snow, 1/2. Chapter 233 On the morning of the first snow, 1/2. Awoken by the cold, I went outside to be greeted by a world dyed in silver. Well, this isn't really the time to be dropping lines from some famous book somewhere, though. Ryuma, this is my house. It's located north of Jimuru and is a few hours' walk. It's also an abandoned mine. Naturally, there's no one else here except me. Which also means that there's no one else here to take care of the snow other than me. I'd guesstimate the snow to be anywhere between 5 to 6 centimeters thick. It's not as bad as Hokkaido's streets when I visited it that one time for a business trip, but it's more than enough to be a hindrance. I need to get this over with quickly or I'll be late for my appointment. Ryuma, I didn't prepare it specifically for this situation, but I do have something prepared that might just help me here. With that in mind, I quickly went out to test it. 30 minutes later. Well, it worked. Ryuma, in a forest near Jimuru's northern gate was me, lying on the ground. It only works for places I've been to, but with this I'll be able to easily use long-distance teleportation. I do need to be careful after teleporting, but there's snow all over right now, so it doesn't really matter even if I fall. Ryuma, what I've done just now is one of things I've been thinking about for a while now, another way to use the weed slimes and the stone slimes. In a sense, it's similar to the combination sand magic spell I used with my sand slimes a few days ago, but it's not as complicated, and all I've really done was to leave a stone slime with a stone, for food, in the forest. The teleportation spells under the dimension magic tree are teleport, warp, and gate. Teleport being an beginner spell, warp, an intermediate spell, and gate being an advanced spell. Of course, I can't use that one just yet. But Tsubesu-san, an expert on dimension magic, had this to say. These are essentially the same spells. The only difference between them is the distance they cover and the amount of mana they consume, but the fundamentals are the same. Tsubesu, when Tsubesu-san taught me, the most I was able to learn was teleport, but I eventually managed to learn warp. Naturally, I figured I should be able to learn gate as well. Unfortunately, teleporting to a place I couldn't see was more difficult than I imagined. The beginner skill, teleport, would at most teleport me to a few meters, but the new skills demanded that I cover a distance multiples of 10s further. Even the warp skill already had me on my knees. I might have been relying on my eyes unconsciously, but I can't teleport to a place I can't see. I could probably do it if I just used the same concepts I use for teleport and poured enough mana to cover the distance, but I found that too dangerous, and so abandoned the idea. It wouldn't be funny if it turned out like that old game, and I ended up inside a stone. In the worst case, I could even die. My solution to this problem was to teleport near a slime that I've placed beforehand. Because of the familiar's contract, I can still share my thoughts with my familiars even when we're separated. And even when that's not possible, I can still feel the direction and distance they're in, so I figured I could rely on that to teleport. It's kind of like the fast travel feature in games, where you open up a map and pick a spot to fast travel to. Anyway, with this, I've successfully teleported to the forest next to the town and have greatly shortened my travel time. I'm sure there'll be a lot more uses for this in the future. The day is just starting, and we've already accomplished something meaningful. While I was thinking that, I headed for the northern gate. I have some free time now because of the teleportation, so I changed my plans a bit and dropped by the laundromat. Along the way, I saw people shoveling snow here and there. There was still a lot of time before we opened for business, but the employees were already gathered in front of the store. "Good morning, Ryuma," I called out to them, and they all greeted me simultaneously. Karm-san asked me why I came. "What brings you here so early, boss?" Karm-san asked in surprise, so I answered him. "The snow started falling, so I dropped by to see how you guys were doing. We've already spoken about what to do in case of snowfall, so it would have probably been fine just to leave it to you guys, but I still have some time, so I figured I'd drop by." Ryuma: Sorry, that's not what I meant. I mean, what time did you have to leave the mines to get here at this hour? Not to mention with all this snow." Karm: "Oh, right. I better tell him about the long-distance teleportation, or he'll misunderstand and think I left the house at a really early hour." That's good to hear. I thought for sure you pushed yourself too hard again." Karm: I'm pretty sure being able to use advanced spells at the boss's age is pushing it plenty. Yurdam-san has only been with us for a short time, so he still made a troubled face upon finding out what I'd done, but everyone else was already used to it and didn't bother asking for the details. His reaction sure takes me back. "Good morning, Zeke." "Hey, Ryuma." "Pauline." "Oh, it's our friendly neighbors." "Good morning. I see everyone is busy with the snow, huh?" Ryuma: "Gotta clear the road, or the customers won't come. It's dangerous too." Zeke: "My kids are really happy, but unfortunately, this time of the year is really hard." Pauline: "Zeke-san the butcher and Pauline-san the florist." As I approached this married couple while talking, I stopped, and then turned around. There, their son and daughter, Rick and Lenny, were playing with the freshly fallen snow. "Brr. It sure is cold, huh, Zeke?" Zeke-san. "In that case, I have a spell that might help." "Sunlight." Ryuma: As I visualized the spell and chanted its name, a ball of light appeared several meters up high. Under the light of the ball, warmth immediately filled me. It's been a while since I last used it, but it looks like I was able to cast it successfully. "Oh, that's warm." Zeke: It's a spell that uses the sun as its image and combines the light and fire attributes. Ryuma: The spell, light, will do if a light source is all that's needed, but just like LEDs, it can't produce much heat. Sunlight is a spell that I came up with after trying to recreate the warmth of the sun's light. Alone, it can provide warmth akin to being bathed by the sun in a good day, but if I combine it with a windbreak barrier and a heat insulation barrier, the warmth of the light can fill an area, and serve as a replacement for heating within the winter forest. I'll set up a couple of these, so people can rest in them. Please feel free to use them. Too much cold really isn't good for the body. Ryuma, Chapter 233.2, On the Morning of the First Snow, 2 halves, Chapter 233, On the Morning of the First Snow, 2 halves. Actually, I have another spell called Halogen Heater that's better for heating, but it could end in scalds or a fire if poorly handled, so it's better not to use it. Even in the forest, I can make do with just sunlight or a fire unless it's really cold, so I'm sure this'll be enough. I've also made some hand warmers, so I distributed it to the people here too. It's a trial product, so please feel free to use it. I'd be much obliged too if you could give me your input later. Ryuma, thank you very much, Maria. Fingers and toes do tend to get cold, after all. It's nice to have something to warm them. Fina, from their reactions, the homemade hand warmers seem to be a hit with the women. The 3 girls working away from home, Fina-san, Jane-san, Maria-san, the chef, Shelma-san, and Leland talked among themselves where they should store it. Compared to them, the men didn't make much of a fuss and just stored the hand warmer in their chest pocket. I still have a lot of convenient tools on me, and I'm also testing out a lot of products, There are also still plenty of uses for the slimes that I have in mind, so if you're troubled by anything at all, please call out to me. It's a huge help for me too to have my ideas tested out. Ryuma, you can prevent some snow from accumulating with salt, but considering the days to come, it might be a good idea to synthesize some antifreeze and snow-melting agents through my alchemy. Gotta be careful with salt damage, but it'll probably fine if it's just in town, right? Although there won't be any telling how the drainage will affect the environment. In that case, maybe alcohol will be safer. It is used as the main ingredient of antifreeze for car windshields, so it should be more than good enough to melt frost. I could source the raw material from the drunk slime's alcohol or from failed liquor products. Alternatively, if the temperature isn't cold enough for refreezing to be an issue, hot water could get the job done too. After all, I can get hot water by combining fire and water spells, and if I add the wind attribute on top of those two, I could get a hot steam going too. Or maybe, since I'm using magic anyway, maybe it would be more efficient to just lower the freezing point of snow to melt it. There's also the option of turning snow into a lump of ice and removing it from the ground. If I recall correctly, Hokkaido has a snow-melting device that uses well water and river water. Maybe I could use that as reference to make some kind of tool. I can't remodel the town drains for that purpose, but with the slime's help, I might be able to use it for that. There are slimes that evolved just recently too, since I've more or less figured out how to make them evolve. I have more free time on my hands too, and I can now also raise the goblins while performing my experiments without any problems. Because of that, I've been able to discover many things, and my research is progressing smoothly as well. Boss, you look like you're having fun, but do you really have the time for all this? Aren't you supposed to be somewhere else today? Dolce, ah. Ryuma, oh, right. I have to check up on the others too. I'm sorry I can't help them, but I need to excuse myself. I told them that and was about to leave, but before I could, Ox-san called out to me. Master. Ox, Fei-san was beside him too. I might only be skilled in the sword, but if there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to call out to me. I am your slave, after all. I know you don't intend to treat me as one, but I owe you much for letting me wield a sword once more. Ox, I'm sure everyone's already told you not to push yourself, but even without you, boss, the store will function just fine with us. Still, it would be really troubling for us if you were really to disappear. The store still needs you, boss. So if anything happens, call us, okay? Faye, as they said that, the rest of the employees behind them nodded too. That's what I was intending from the start. Looks like I really can entrust the laundromat to them. As for the other things, thank you. In that case, I'll be sure to ask you to help me with my training and with testing my experiments too. Ryuma, my trusted subordinate, saw me off, and I left for my next destination. After I'd visited various parts of the town and the sun had risen, I finally made my way to the Adventurers Guild. Ryuma, I dropped by various places, such as the security company, the garbage processing plant, the construction site, but I was just cheered on by the people I met there. I guess a store managed by a kid really is strange, after all. As it turns out, I'm really famous among the customers of the laundromat, especially among the married ones. After coming back from Fatma territory, I've been doing a lot of eye-catching things, so my reputation in Jimuru has really risen. Recently, people I don't know at all have been calling out to me. There were a lot of people who saw me cleaning the drainage and thanked me for my work. They also checked on me to make sure that the delinquent adventurers working with me weren't bullying me. Are they bullying you? I'm worried about you, they would say. I'm grateful for their concern, but honestly, bringing up the delinquent adventurers just depresses me. As for why? Good morning. Ryuma. Delinquents, L line up. Delinquent 1, good morning, Aniki. Delinquents, why yeah. I'm not your Aniki, though, Ryuma. Before I knew it, my relationship with them had taken a strange turn. Now I look like some Yakuza. Wonderful. Chapter 234.1, Accompanying the Delinquent Adventurers, 1/3, Chapter 234, Accompanying the Delinquent Adventurers, 1/3, I just greeted them a little, but before I knew it, 12 delinquent adventurers that had been waiting in front of the Adventurers Guild were all lined up in a row in front of me. They bowed simultaneously and greeted me. If they do something like that in town, they're bound to gather attention. I finally couldn't stand all the gazes, so I told them to raise their heads, and then hurriedly took them away to Darson's store. Good morning. Ryuma, you came. Come in. Darson, as expected, Darson-san was also shoveling snow in front of his store, but upon seeing us, he stabbed the tool in his hand into the snow and invited us inside. Do you mind if we take a look at the store goods? Ryuma, not at all. Look as much as you'd like. Darson, thank you. All right, you heard the men, go ahead and choose a weapon you like. Just be sure to handle the items carefully. Ryuma, Asu. Delinquent adventurers, and quietly. Ryuma, just leave it to us, Aniki. Delinquent adventurers, they replied in a quiet voice. This is probably that kind of stuff, huh? While I was thinking that to myself, Darson-san called out to me from the counter. Ryuma, are these people the rumored delinquent adventurers that have gotten popular lately? Wogan told me about them, but they seem to be doing pretty well, aren't they? Darson, you think? Well, they're not rebelling at least. Ryuma, you managed to get a group of rebellious adventurers to stop being rebellious. That's plenty. And aren't they calling you Aniki? Darson, they're only behaving because they're scared. And they're calling me Aniki, because they think I'm older than them. You know how there are races that look like kids despite actually being old. Ryuma, well, I can understand. You don't really act your age, after all. Sometimes you act just like an old man. Darson, what? Ryuma, that can't be. I'm only 11. That's a reference joke, by the way, a pretty old one, so I guess that kind of speaks for itself. Well, I am aware that I'm mentally old, so I guess I don't really feel like denying it. But why are you giving weapons to these guys? You're paying for everything, right? Darson, because the very day I was left in charge of them, I broke all their weapons, that's why. Ryuma, that day I brought them somewhere no one could see us, then just as the guild master told me to, I gave them the most thorough reality check I could give. I provoked them quite a bit too. Ryuma, at first, we fought barehanded, but they were a lot more stubborn than expected and refused to accept their defeat. They kept coming up with excuses, saying stuff like, that still wasn't my full strength, so I healed them, and crushed their excuses one after another. In the process, I had to let them use their weapons. Because of that I ended up breaking all of their weapons. Those were their personal belongings and something they need to do their job. Also, even if they were the ones who picked a fight with me, I was still the one who provoked them to use their weapons and broke them, so I figured I should at least compensate them. Ryuma, did you really have to come by it with them, though? I think most would have just given them the money. Darson, there was something bothering me too. Ryuma, something bothering you. Darson, I feel like the weapons they were using didn't really suit them. For example, Ryuma, when I saw one of the delinquent adventurers finish choosing a two-handed sword, I called out to him. Benno-san. Ryuma, yes, Aniki. What is it? Benno, that two-handed sword resembles the weapon you used last time, huh? Ryuma, yes. I figured using something that resembled my last weapon would be best. Benno, can you try assuming stance for a bit? You don't have to swing. Ryuma, he didn't really understand what I was trying to do, but he obediently wielded the two-handed sword in front of him. But because of the weight of the sword, the tip of the sword was swaying a little. During our recent battle, it even seemed like he was being pulled by the weight of his weapon. I see. His stature doesn't match the weapon. I would recommend that you either use a lighter two-handed sword or a long sword that can be used with two hands. A blunt weapon of the same weight works too. If you really want to use that weapon, you should train your body first. Darson, you heard the man. Ryuma, is that true? Benno, Darson is a specialist when it comes to weapons. Moreover, he's also your senpai. He used to be S rank, you know. He used to work with the current guild master, Wogan-san, too. Ryuma, when I said that, even the other delinquent adventurers, who were eavesdropping, were shocked. Looks like they really had no idea. That's an old story already. But that doesn't mean I'm talking out of my ass either. No matter how big or small, in the end, a sword is a weapon meant to cut, and you can't cut anything if the blade can't get deep enough. Well, that's about all I can really say to new adventurers. Darson, is there a special reason why you're so hung up about two-handed swords? Ryuma, not really. I'm just using one since there was a two-handed sword covered in dust back at my parents' barn. Benno, if you don't need your weapon to be a two-handed sword, then I recommend using this opportunity to pick a different weapon. Of course, I won't force the matter. This is related to your life, after all. Also, you should receive some training from the guild. The weapon you pick and the way you use it will greatly affect the outcome of your battles. Darson, Uasu. Benno, Chapter 234.2, Accompanying the Delinquent Adventurers, 2/3, Chapter 234, Accompanying the Delinquent Adventurers, 2/3, upon receiving the former S-rank adventurer, Darson's, advice, he examined the shop's lineup for one-handed swords and swords that could be used with just one hand or with both hands. He also took a look at the shop's warhammers. Excuse me, Aniki, actually, I do best with weapons that can cut, and have made do with a knife so far, but can I get your opinion too? Delinquent adventurer, one of the people watching us asked a question. I gave him some pointers of my own, but I also asked Darson for his insight. Like that one delinquent adventurer after another came to get our advice, and before I knew it, we'd helped pick out a weapon for all of them. With this, everyone has decided what weapon to buy. Ryuma, Asu. Delinquent adventurers, Darson-san, the bill please. Ryuma, sure thing. Give me a sec. Darson, after quickly settling the bill, our trip here was finally concluded. At the same time, though, all 12 delinquent adventurers suddenly had a glum expression on their faces. Hey, what are you all looking so glum for all of the sudden? Darson, it's probably because we're about to have ourselves a training session to try out their new weapons. Ryuma, it's important to familiarize yourself with a new weapon after purchasing it, so we'll be going to the security company to borrow a vacant training area. There, I'll have them practice with a metal slime that's transformed into the exact same weapon that they bought, so they won't have to hold back out of fear of breaking their newly purchased weapon. As for their wounds, we have healing magic, and there's a hospital in the security company, so we'll be able to treat any wounds immediately. Above all, don't worry, guys, this training won't be as harsh as when we were fighting last time, so there's no need to be so scared. Ryuma, delinquent adventurers, if anything, this is the perfect situation for you to muster that fighting spirit you showed before. There's no death to fear, and you're all adventurers, right? You can't be losing your nerve after just losing a few times. Ryuma, yes. Aniki, delinquent adventurers, You know the outcome last time was sort of a given. I might look like this, but I've been training a lot longer than you think, and I had a master teaching me properly too. And besides, aren't you frustrated after losing to a kid like me? Ryuma. Oh, of course, we're frustrated. Delinquent adventurer, in that case, you better come at me with the intent to kill. Ryuma, yes. Delinquent adventurers, I can't hear you. Ryuma, yes. Delinquent adventurers, good, and so, we'll be off now. Thank you very much for helping us today. Come on, you guys say it too. Ryuma, thank you very much. Delinquent adventurers, why yeah. Good luck. Darson, they looked half-hearted, so I tried encouraging them, but did I fail? It kind of feels like they're just being forced to be encouraged, but anyway, like that we left Darson's store. Huh, he's surprisingly good at straightening up guys like those, isn't he? Darson, I heard him mutter from behind me. I guess I really do look like a Yakuza. That's kind of worrying. When it was almost afternoon. Delinquent adventurers, heaps of corpses could be seen all over the courtyard of the security company. Hey, get a hold of yourself, Ryuma, are you still alive? Ryuma, hey, Ryuma, the 12 delinquents were all lying on the ground, unable to stand up. But they weren't dead, no, their bodies and minds have merely been driven to exhaustion. I stopped my attacks right before I was about to hit them, so no wounds have been inflicted, and it's not as bad as last time. Therefore, nothing I said earlier was a lie. You were able to move a lot more than you thought you could, right? The way your body is right now is your true limit for now. Please be sure to remember that feeling. If you end up in that state while fighting or while you're outside of town, you can consider yourself dead. Since you can't move at all, even a normal kid will be able to easily finish you off. You won't be able to run either if you encounter a wild animal. As such, please be sure to finish off your opponent or flee to a safe place before you reach that state. Ryuma, understood. Delinquent adventurers, good. If they can still answer, then everything should be a-okay. This sure takes me back. Back in the days, my dad would kick me or hit me with a wooden sword, but I think he still held back. Well, he did push me until I lost consciousness, though. Compared to that, this kind of training can still be considered soft. But at this rate we'll end up interfering with the security company's training in the afternoon. Because of that I used a healing magic I learned from Mr. Mafrel. Energy charge. Ryuma, Delinquent adventurer, how do you feel? Feeling better. Ryuma, Yuasu. Delinquent adventurer, good, looks like it was a success. This spell is able to recover stamina, but in my opinion, it's better to think of it as a spell that converts mana to stamina. It's a more advanced variant of the basic healing spell, heal, that I've used countless times. Just recently, Mr. Mafrel told me that healing spells are often used to heal wounds, but they actually have the side effect of also recovering stamina. Energy charge is a spell that specifically sacrifices the ability to seal wounds to specialize in recovering a person's stamina. Because of that it's useless for treating wounds, but it's an invaluable tool when it comes to recovering the strength of a weakened patient or to prolong a patient's life. Normal healing spells also don't have any effect on diseases, but recovering a person's stamina can help in treating diseases and alleviating symptoms. Chapter 234.3, Accompanying the Delinquent Adventurers, 3/3, Chapter 234, Accompanying the Delinquent Adventurers, 3/3, the way I'm using it now isn't really what the spell was originally designed for, but these guys did their best, so just a little bit should be fine. I casted the spell on the delinquent adventurers one after another, and eventually, they were all able to stand up and walk on their own. Now then, although you haven't been wounded deeply, you do have some scratches from tumbling around, so please go to the hospital to receive treatment. I'll prepare your lunch during that time, so gather at the cafeteria once your treatment is over. Ryuma, yes, Aniki. Delinquent adventurers, they're just like those students from sports club after their club activities. Well, they are still in their teens, and that's high school age. They looked like college students at first, but that's only because they have better physique compared to their peers. Young strong boys like them need to eat properly after an intense workout. I saw them off to the security company's hospital, then hurried off to the cafeteria. After the security company employees finished their lunch, I borrowed the kitchen and went to cooking. Some cooks approached me out of curiosity, so I had them help out. Apparently, they were curious about my recipe and my new cooking tool, the pressure cooker. They helped me out despite it being their break time. As we prepared the food, the hungry boys eventually came to the cafeteria, and we served them lunch. Uoo. Delinquent Adventurer 1, wow, that's a lot of food. Delinquent Adventurer 2, can we really eat all of this? Delinquent Adventurer 3, yes. You all did your best today, so eat as much as you want. Ryuma, today's menu includes 1. Bread 2. Vegetable and sausage soup 3. Boiled root vegetables 4. Pumpkin boiled in soy sauce 5. Sprint rabbit stew. The bread and the soup are leftovers from today's employee lunch. The boiled food I picked out for their nutrients and satiety factor. The sprint rabbit stew is an experiment to see if the pressure cooker can soften the meat. When I told them to eat as much as they want, they all reached out for the food and filled their plates with the contents of the pot that just as quickly vanished into their bellies. After calming down a bit, they started chatting among themselves. This boiled potato tastes a bit different, but I think I've eaten it at my village before. Delinquent Adventurer 1, oh, that. It does take me back. Delinquent Adventurer 2, pumpkins. We had these at our farm. Delinquent Adventurer 3, I can't believe I can eat so much bread here. Wheat was usually turned into porridge back at my village. Delinquent Adventurer 4, we do that at ours too, but don't most farmer villages do that? Delinquent Adventurer 5, turning wheat into flour takes effort and money, after all. And even when we make some, it's usually the hard kind to make it last longer. Delinquent Adventurer 6, soft bread was a luxury back at our village too. We could only get it when it was occasionally sold in town. Delinquent Adventurer 7, speaking of luxuries, having meat like this during winter is definitely a luxury. Delinquent Adventurer 8, yeah, normally you only get sausages or salt pickled meat or pickles during winter. Delinquent Adventurer 9, true, true. Delinquent Adventurers, speaking of which, where are you guys from? What specialties and cuisines do your villages have? Ryuma, my village is normal. We usually eat wheat porridge or boiled potatoes. Delinquent Adventurer 10, our village, or rather our entire region specializes in potatoes, so our local cuisine revolves around potato noodles. It's nothing amazing enough to be called a local specialty, though. It's just that wheat is expensive, so we mix them with potato starch. Delinquent Adventurer 11, noodles that use potatoes. Curious, I asked for more details, and it turns out they mix potato starch with wheat flour to create something akin to Hokkaido's gozetsu udon. As we talked about their village's local specialties, I started eating too. I can't move an inch, Delinquent Adventurers, in the blink of an eye, most of the food we prepared had vanished. This was despite me having just eaten one person's worth of food. You sure ate a lot. Delinquent Adventurer 1, it was so good, I ate too much. Delinquent Adventurer 2, it's been a while since I ate so much. Delinquent Adventurer 3, the boys rubbed their bulging bellies and laughed. I'm glad you enjoyed it. If you'd like, I can invite you again sometime. Ryuma, seriously. Delinquent Adventurer 4, I told them it would be mostly experimental recipes and leftovers, but they didn't mind at all and were really elated. Looks like they've been having a hard time in their own way too. I'm sure you must all be having a hard time, what with you having to come here all the way from your village. I'm sure the change in environment is taking a toll on you. Ryuma, exactly. Aniki. Delinquent Adventurer 5, I was really excited until I left the village. Delinquent Adventurer 6, ever since I left my town, nothing has been going well. Delinquent Adventurer 7, they calmed down a lot after eating, so the conversation took a glum turn. It was different from their usual aura that was always so full of thorns. They were honest now. Having to leave your family and your hometown to live all by yourself is sure to change your life. That's true whether it's on Earth or here in this world. They might have come here on their own volition, but the difference between a village and a city is still too big. At farmer villages, people who can't read aren't unusual, and they only have to use money a few times a year. Most times you either barter or simply help each other out. Apparently, they studied the bare minimum to be able to read and write before leaving the village, but they're not good at it. They're bad at calculating money too. They're not particularly bad at using money, but they're not good at it either. Due to their lack of experience and the way they used their money, their lives gradually became worse. The gap between dream and reality stimulated the confidence and pride that they built up in their hometown. As their attitude worsened, the locals became colder. Afraid of being isolated from others, they naturally flocked together. And with the moral support from their numbers, they sought to protect their pride by rebelling against those around them. A vicious cycle. You never blamed us, though, Aniki. Delinquent Adventurer 8. I'm pretty sure I scolded you plenty. Ryuma, it's true that you said a lot and you even beat us up, but that's not what I meant. Delinquent Adventurer 8, what you mean is that he's not preachy like those guys from the guild, right? Delinquent Adventurer 9, yeah. Exactly. Delinquent Adventurer 8, Well, that's because I'm not good enough to be preaching to others. Ryuma, I've troubled others myself plenty of times, after all. And besides, the guild master and the others have given you more than an earful already, right? Ryuma, Well, yeah. Delinquent Adventurer 9, that's why there's no need for me to say anything more. Besides, you all understand exactly what you're doing wrong anyway. Ryuma, they might be rebellious on the surface, but beneath that, they're a simple and honest folk. Because of that, they're easy to understand. When I asked them if they were aware of what they were doing, they all turned their eyes away from me and became silent. That was all the proof I needed to know that they were aware of their own actions. Someone who was really unaware of his own faults won't understand it even if you point it out. A person like that will just look at you oddly. Or maybe he'll be understanding on the surface and look like he's reflecting, but deep inside, he won't doubt that he's correct. I'm not that confident in my ability to judge others, but I've met people like that in my previous life. I've kept in touch with them for years and have seen how they act. That's why I'm really glad that these guys are different. Although they're stubborn and cause a lot of trouble for those around them, as long as they're aware of what they're doing, then they should also know gratitude. They're a lot better compared to my previous subordinates. Of course, if you do something bad where I can see, I'll deal with you with force, but if you have any concerns, I'm willing to lend an ear as long as it's something I can help with. In the end, though, the ones who'll have to act are you guys. Sermons don't seem to work on you, but I honestly hope that you'll be able to do your best and start over. It takes courage to acknowledge your faults and better yourself, but I believe you can still start over. Ryuma, start over, Delinquent Adventurer 10, I turned to the adventurer that reacted when I said that. Apparently, he'd intended to just mutter to himself, but even the others were looking at him now, so he spoke reluctantly. We've caused so much trouble for others already, do you really think we can still start over? Delinquent Adventurer 10, yes. It might not be possible to lose the trust you've lost immediately, and even if you better yourself, people will still look at you harshly, but it's a whole nother story whether you break or not. A person that's truly hopeless won't feel anything even when they commit evil. I don't know if it's innate or something they simply got used to, but if you reflect over your actions and feel some regrets, no matter how small, about what you've done, then I believe you can still come back. And if there's a place you can return to, I believe you should come back with all of your strength. Ryuma, of course, it's best to do no wrong from the start, but if you've already done it, then instead of doing wrong again and again, it's obviously better to stop. When I told them that bluntly, silence filled the cafeteria. Their bellies seemed to have calmed down already. In that case, Aniki, we'll be going now. Delinquent Adventurer 10, we've settled all of our business, so the delinquent adventurers would be going their way now. I saw them off until the gate of the security company. Yes. Take care on your way back. Also, be sure to rest plenty, you might have been treated with magic, but you still pushed yourselves really hard. See you tomorrow. Ryuma, Asu. Delinquent Adventurers, Aniki, thank you for the weapons, the food, and the bruises. Delinquent Adventurer 1, bruises. Delinquent Adventurers, ha ha ha. I'm warning you just to be sure, but don't use your weapons for evil. Or else, Ryuma, I have that much responsibility as the person who bought them those weapons. If they were to use those weapons to hurt an innocent person, I'll be sure to snap the criminal's neck. Ryuma, we absolutely won't use it for evil. Delinquent Adventurers, I was joking. I'm sure you won't do anything bad. Ryuma, oh, you were joking. Delinquent Adventurer 1, that was a pretty scary joke. Delinquent Adventurer 2, it didn't sound like a joke, though. Delinquent Adventurer 3, like that, amidst dry laughters, the delinquent adventurers left. I should drop by the church. Ryuma, it's been really busy since I came back from Fatma territory, so I haven't been able to show my face lately. I think it's about time I showed my face. I don't have anything planned today anyway, so I can only go. What should we talk about today? The stories have really been piling up. Ryuma, I walked to the church as I pondered that to myself. Chapter 235.1, Sararipita's Punishment and Ryuma's Calling, 1/2, Chapter 235, Sararipita's Punishment and Ryuma's Calling, 1/2, Ryuma, when I visited the church and offered a prayer in the chapel, I felt myself being summoned into the divine realm as usual, but when I opened my eyes, all the 9 gods I was acquainted with were there. Usually, there would only be 2 or 3 of them around, but now there's so many of them. I wonder if something happened. You came. Willie Eris and Grimp-sama. You're here too. Thank you so much for saving me recently. Ryuma, it was the right thing to do. Grimp, we couldn't just turn a blind eye to what Sararipita was doing, after all. We even made sure to gather together and mete out a suitable punishment for him. Willie Eris, so that's why everyone's here and Sararipita is the only one looking like that. Ryuma, I wasn't sure whether to point it out or not, so I've been ignoring him, but currently, Sararipita is lying face down on the pure white floor of the divine realm. Ryuma-kun, save me, Sararipita, he's conscious enough to ask me for help, but his body isn't moving. Just what kind of punishment did they give him? Willie Eris explained with a fed-up voice. He's just exaggerating, you don't have to pay him any attention. Willie Eris, really? Ryuma, the god of magic, Fernobaria, was the one to enlighten me. Sararipita's punishment is to have a portion of his divine power sealed. We left him enough power to allow him to fulfill his part in managing the world, but most of it has been sealed away. The sealing itself can't hurt him, so the reason he looks like a worm right now is purely because he's weak. You were inside a giant water sphere when you met this guy, right? Fernobaria, yes. Ryuma, before being sealed, he spent most of his time inside that. He rules over water, so it only makes sense that that's the place most comfortable for him. It's also the place where he can exhibit his power the most. It's a barrier of sort. It's strong even for gods like us, but on the other hand, he can't use his real power without it. Fernobaria, ah. Ryuma, so basically, he's the sort that's unbeatable under a condition. Yes, something like that. However, there are some of us who believe that he's getting off too lightly with just having his powers sealed, therefore, we've decided to have him undergo the elite soldier training of various countries in the lower world while in a weakened state and under the watch of the goddess of war, Kirillel. The pain and suffering he goes through during training shall also be his punishment. In other words, the pain he's feeling now is nothing more than simple muscle pain. Moreover, our bodies are different from humans, so no matter how much he trains, it won't benefit him. Fernobaria, going through elite-level training without any benefits. That's harsh. If that's how I'm seeing it, it must be even worse for someone like Sararipida who looks so weak. To give you an idea of how fragile he is, Sararipida is so weak that after just 3 minutes of walking outside of his barrier he'll start complaining. Fernobaria, aren't you too weak? Ryuma, I inadvertently ended up calling out to the god lying face down on the ground. Apparently, he was conscious enough to reply. That's because there's no need to walk inside the water. And I can go wherever I want just by manipulating the flows. My body is just pointlessly heavy on land because I can't float. What kind of dumbass would make something as stupid as gravity anyway? Sararipida, as you can see, Ryuma-kun, he's well enough to complain, so you don't have to mind him. Also, the one who created this world's gravity was me. So, mind you, I heard your complaints loud and clear, Sararipida. Gain, Sararipida kind of replied to me, but it was more of him grumbling rather than actually answering my question. Because of that the other gods, especially Gain, glared at him. What do you think the god in question did? Yua save me, Ryuma-kun, Sararipida, he started messing around and even crawled to my feet. Come on, you know I can't butt in a matter involving the rule of the gods. Ryuma, that's true, but how about giving your opinion as the victim? Sararipida, in that case, I don't really mind, but, Ryuma-kun, I know Thisthingi's technically a god, but you really don't have to be so concerned about him. Willie Eris, perhaps, and I'm not really that concerned about him, but while I certainly felt like I was in danger at the time, I wasn't really angry. Rather than hate, what I felt then was disgust or confusion. And I don't think he was planning on killing me anyway. When I think back to it, if he really wanted to kill me, I wouldn't have been able to resist. In the end, I came out fine, and he's already been punished enough, so I won't demand any more than that. Ryuma, you're serious? Willie Eris, well, I do have less respect for him than others. Ryuma, in the first place, with Sararipida's personality, I'm sure he had no malice whatsoever. He might have poked his nose where it didn't belong, but he didn't mean ill. There are plenty of busybodies back in my world too, not to mention, I myself am guilty of being one many times. If I bothered over every single one of those instances, there wouldn't be an end to it. Foo as expected of the men I believe in. Truly worthy of my trust. Sararipida, TCH. It's because of that damn triumphant face of yours that it's so hard to believe you've really reflected over your actions. Willie Eris, Chapter 235.2, Sararipida's Punishment and Ryuma's Calling, 2 halves, Chapter 235, Sararipida's Punishment and Ryuma's Calling, 2 halves, calm down, Willie Eris. Grimp, I have my misgivings about his attitude too, but don't you think it's a bit late to be fussing over his attitude now? Just as Ryuma says, there won't be an end to it if we fuss over everything. Tekken, I know. I'm the one who wanted to hear Ryuma-kun's opinion anyway, and he agreed with our methods, so let's put this topic to rest. Willie Eris, Sararipida and Willie Eris really don't get along, do they? Or maybe they get along so well they can quarrel with each other. Regardless, Willie Eris doesn't look happy. Despite that though, after being scolded by 2 gods and hearing my thoughts, she decided to respect my opinion and stop pursuing the matter. 4. Some reason, though, Sararipida was looking at me with a face that seemed to say, don't worry. You helped me out, so I'll keep quiet this time, while smiling and clinging to me. He looks so much like a girl, but he's a guy, right? Stop clinging already. It's annoying. Ryuma, wait, let me cling a bit more or I really won't be able to stand up. Sararipita, he's so weak right now I could easily brush him aside. He really has gotten weak. Speaking of which, I remember hearing about deep-sea fishes not having many high-density tissues like bones because it's easier for softer bodies to handle the high pressure in the deep sea. Or at least that's what I think I heard about the football fish once upon a time, but I'm not sure anymore. I'd appreciate it if you didn't lump me with those deep-sea fish. Sararipita, so he says, but honestly, there's not much difference between him and the fish that wash ashore. Haha. All the gods except Sararipita. I was just thinking that to myself, but everyone suddenly started laughing. Apparently, everyone was reading my thoughts. I'm sorry. I just really wanted to know how you truly felt about Sararipita, you see. Gain, it's fine. I've known since a long time ago that you guys can read minds. Ryuma, there's no point lying since they can just read my mind anyway, so when I talk here, I just talk as honestly as I can. They've also given me permission to speak without formal speech, so I'm able to talk to them naturally too. And because they can read my mind, there's no need to be afraid of them misunderstanding me because of my poor communication skills. Surprisingly, having your mind read actually isn't so bad, though, I'm sure there are people who wouldn't like having their thoughts read. Didn't something like this happen before? Deja vu. I'm glad you see it that way. Gain, I've had enough of that topic. I want to hear your stories, Ryuma-kun. Rurusha has been quiet up till now. Kyufo waved his hand and a luxurious table big enough for a large family or a feast suddenly appeared with enough tatami chairs for everyone. After everyone was seated, I started talking about my life after coming back to Jimuru. Those delinquent adventurers seem to be doing well. Gain, so they called you Aniki. Kyufo, whether it's in the human world or in this world, that part is always the focus. I wish they'd stop, though. I mean I'm not even in the right age. Ryuma, isn't it fine? It's not like they're mocking you or anything. If anything, that just shows how much they respect your strength. Kirillel, it's fine if they just see me as someone they can depend on when they're struggling, but back in my previous life, people often mistook me to be working with the Yakuza, and it always ended up causing a lot of problem for my work and other stuff, so I can't say I'm fond of them calling me Aniki. Ryuma, so that's what you meant. But you know you might actually be really suited for that line of work. Kirillel, Ryuma, since it's a god like Kirillel saying that, then it's probably true, but that just makes it even more complicated, so I can't help myself but remain dubious. I turned to the other gods, but everyone just wryly smiled. Would have been nice if they shook their heads instead. Well, no matter the job, the person at the top needs to have the skills or the history to go with it, right? Just like how weak people can't become adventurers. Tiken, you're good at taking care of others, and you do it so naturally too. That's an important trait to have for someone in the position of bringing people together. Rurusha, I'm sure having subordinates of your own back in your previous world and having to guide them must have played a big role in that. It's not about being good at it. Just having the experience, even if that experience is full of failures, makes a big difference. Gain, true. Ryuma, perhaps, it's just as Tiken, Rurusha, and Gain says. As far as I'm concerned, it would be even better if you had a subordinate who could compensate for the charisma or leadership part. Ryuma-kun, you're good at watching over others, but you're lacking when it comes to those parts. Sararipita was seated beside me with his body laid down on the table. Only his head moved as he told me that. I agree with him. In fact, that's exactly how I'm operating my business right now. At the laundromat, my assistant manager, Karm-san, is supporting me. The other departments are being taken care of by the people sent by the Duke. Delegating the work has made my life much easier, and now I have plenty of free time for my studies and research. Everything is going so well. It's really nothing like how things were back in my previous world. And since I'm able to produce so much results with this method, I'm sure it's the right way to do my business. At the very least, it's a lot better than how I ran things back in my previous world. Actually, you really should have chosen your jobs at your previous world more carefully. Even if you're going to be working under someone, at the very least, you should have chosen a job that allowed you to look after others, like a school teacher, for example. Sararipita: yeah, my subordinates told me that many times before. Ryuma: something along the lines of how I would make a great PE teacher or how I'd look great wearing a jersey while wielding a wooden sword. There were also those who thought I'd do great as a guidance counselor or as a head teacher. Basically, their image of me was that of those over-the-top PE teachers from long ago. Oh, there was also that one time when someone suggested I become a kindergarten teacher. Then they started making jokes about me being in charge of that perverted kindergarten protagonist from that one anime. A job that looks after kids isn't bad too. Kumicho: Yakuza boss, right? Sararipita: the word you're looking for is Incho, kindergarten teacher. Why do you even know that? Can you not just so casually pick at my memories? Ryuma: unlike the others, I can look into your heart without any reserve while talking. I've also looked into the depths of your soul once before, so I have a good understanding of you. It's a bit late to be worrying about it. Sararipita: the way he's so brazen about it pisses me off, but if I get mad, I'll feel like I've lost, so I'll just leave him alone. Anyway, since I can do my current job at my own discretion, I'm sure that must mean that my way of doing things now suits me. Ryuma: indeed. Gain: all the gods wore an expression of approval. It's great to be able to get the opinion of the gods. I should keep them in mind when I continue my work later. Chapter 236.1 Volume 3 Chapter 236, Snow Countermeasures and a New Field for Slime Research, 1/2. As I continued chatting with the gods, the topic of the conversation moved from the fields to the climate. This year's winter seems to be harsher and longer than usual, so I asked them about it. Abnormal weather. Fernobaria: it's just the usual, really. Ryuma-kun: do you remember why you came to this world? Kyufo: to bring Earth's mana here, right? Ryuma: yes. In order to supplement the lack of mana in this world, we brought you into this world along with a great amount of mana, and now the whole world is active. To make an analogy, it would be akin to a human suffering from malnutrition being able to eat normally and start recovering. Kyufo: there are various factors to the environment and climate of the world, and they're constantly changing while maintaining equilibrium. Just think of it as though the range of fluctuation for these factors has gotten slightly bigger. Fernobaria: thanks to Kyufo and Fernobaria-sama's explanations, I was able to understand. So it turns out this year's harsher winter is actually a good thing for the world. The only problem is the so-called slight climate change. As that slight is only slight from a god's perspective. We humans will have to prepare. It's a little harsh for humans, I suppose. Kirillel: I don't think there'll be any problems as long as they prepare for winter, though. Rurusha: Kirillel and Rurusha were sitting nearby, and when I heard their conversation, I thought to myself, just as I thought. I've always wanted to say this, but the information I got before coming to this world was a little off. Ryuma: the three gods that brought me to this world wore an apologetic look. But I'm not mad or anything, though. After all, that gap in information is what led to me becoming involved with the Duke's family. Ryuma: besides, even among humans, there are differences in cultures between nations. And even those of the nation, when separated by as little as 10 years, can have a so-called generational gap. It's only natural that there'd be a gap in the way humans and gods see things. It's good that you understand that. Gain: living for so long changes one's perception of time too. Rurusha: at this point, I don't even feel the difference between decades and centuries. Kyufo: I don't think I'll ever be able to relate, but anyhow, it seems this year's winter really will be stronger than usual. We'll have to prepare. This will also open up a new job I have in mind. As I thought that to myself, Sararipita grinned broadly. Are you going to start something new again? Sararipita: for the meantime, I'm thinking of coming up with a way to prevent snow from accumulating. Snowfall once isn't a problem, but if it continues, the snow will eventually pile up and make it harder for people to move around. This will naturally also affect the flow of goods. I can make do with my magic and slimes if it's just the snow around my store and my neighbors, but that won't be enough if I want to help the whole town. Moreover, if the snow is going to be harsh every year from here on out, then it would be best to come up with a countermeasure as early as now. Ryuma: exactly what do you have in mind? Sararipita: I'm thinking of throwing people at the problem. There are still a lot of laborers, after all. To make things more efficient, I'm also thinking of trying out some snow shovels and icebreakers from Earth. There are some things I can use from my slime research too, but, Ryuma, oh. That's not like you. Normally, you'd be a lot more talkative when it comes to your slimes. Willie Eris, I knew the humans saw me that way, but I didn't know the gods did too. There are some research results that could prove useful in removing snow, but caution needs to be exercised when applying them. Ryuma, caution. Did you make a bomb or something? Kyufo said that in jest, but he's actually close. Seriously? You really made one? Kyufo, well, I didn't make a bomb. But I accidentally made something similar to gunpowder. Ryuma, I never heard anything about that. Kyufo, well, I haven't talked about it yet. Ryuma, I have too many things I want to talk about, so I'd ended up postponing it. If you want to hear about it, I'll explain. Ryuma, rather than wanting to hear about it, Kyufo, Ryuma, your eyes are already sparkling. Tiken, apparently, the look on my face was so enthusiastic that Tiken just had to point it out. Okay, I'll restrain myself a little. Ryuma, anyway, as the story goes, the start of this whole thing was when I made the acid detergent, when I took on that job to clean the hot spring back at Fatma territory. The acid detergent is created by mixing the acid of the acid slime and the sticky liquid of the sticky slime. That's all it was, really, but coming up with the acid detergent made me realize that until then I haven't really combined the liquids of different types of slimes. It's always only been liquids from the same type of slime. There's just too many slime evolutions, and there's just so many ways you could make use of a single slime variant, so the thought of mixing liquids from different slimes just completely slipped my mind. Looking back on it, I can't help but wonder why I couldn't try out something so simple. I really should have tried mixing liquids from different slimes sooner, but I digress. Anyway, as I was saying, the acid detergent I made was created by mixing the acid and the sticky liquid, and upon creating the solution, a trace of fine powder settled at the bottom of the solution's container. This is that fine powder. Ryuma, interesting. Tiken, moo. Kyufo, Chapter 236.2, Snow Countermeasures and a New Field for Slime Research, 2/3, Volume 3 Chapter 236, Snow Countermeasures and a New Field for Slime Research, 2/3, that's the resulting product after I combined the acid slime's acid and the sticky slime's sticky liquid. A super water repellent powder. It's filled with the mana of the slimes and is combustible, so caution needs to be exercised when using it. I believe the same substance that allows the sticky liquid to make my waterproof cloths waterproof is also present in it. So you can get something like this by mixing the liquids of the slimes, huh? Tiken, it appears that the mana within the two liquids reacted against each other and caused the change. Fernobaria, the reaction of the god of technology, Tiken, and the god of knowledge, Fernobaria, was good. But given their reaction, I can't help but wonder if they know something about it. This is a bit off topic, but is this thing strange to the gods? Identify couldn't give it a name too. Ryuma, it's not particularly strange, but, well, I suppose seeing one in this form is strange. Tiken, well, it's certainly strange for humans. The simplest way I can put it is that it has a similar trait to that of magic potions and magic stones. If I were to explain any more, it will take too much time, so just make do with that. Fernobaria, it seems this is a much more complicated matter than I'd assumed. In that case, I'll just have to patiently research it for myself. Ryuma, that's a good attitude to have. As the god of knowledge, I encourage it. Fernobaria, we veered off topic there for a bit, but we didn't spend too long before getting back on track. Anyway, something like this came out, so I became even more curious, and I tried mixing the liquids of the other slimes too. Ryuma, I figured that would be the case. Kyufo, I could just imagine you happily experimenting. Rurusha, Kyufo and Rurusha nodded. The problem is what came next. As I mixed various slime liquids in pursuit of a way to deal with the piling snow, my experiments led me to produce a black-colored powder. It looked just like charcoal that's been thoroughly crushed, but it didn't have any hint of luster to it. The powder was made from the fertilizer of the scavenger slime and the deodorizing liquid of the deodorant slime. At first, I suspected it might release a poisonous gas, so I tried mixing it outside to be safe, but then it suddenly boiled and then blew up. What's more is that it caught flames when it scattered. Kind of like a Molotov or an incendiary grenade. It really took me by surprise. Ryuma, you're laughing after something like that happened. Kirillel, it's good that you didn't get hurt. Grimp, don't worry, I have a shield and a place to evacuate to in times of emergency. Ryuma, as the sayings go. Failure is inherent in research, art is an explosion. Etc. So I always make sure to have plenty of safety measures in place. Anyway, I continued investigating the black-colored powder, and from that I discovered that it had the property of efficiently absorbing light and generating heat. Ryuma, I tried mixing the black powder with a glass of water, then left it in the light. And before long, steam began to rise from the muddy solution after just a few seconds. How long before steam appears depends on the strength of the light, but with daylight, it takes at most 10 seconds. I left the solution to completely evaporate under the light, and within 3 minutes, the remaining black powder that settled at the bottom of the vessel caught fire. Since it could release considerable heat just by being exposed to light, I figured I should be able to use it to remove the snow. Ryuma, scattering the black powder over the snow should melt the snow, right? The only problem is that there's a chance that a fire might break out if there are any leftover powder after the water from the snow has completely evaporated. Given that, scattering crushed charcoal is still much safer. They're not as effective as the black-colored powder, but they should be quite effective when coupled with magic, while still being safe. But on the other hand, if I could just implement sufficient safety measures, then the black-colored powder would be much more effective. Do you have any in mind? Rurusha, right. I don't think you really need to rush it for this year, but if you want to make it to the next snowy day, well, you don't have much time. Williaris, Rurusha and Williaris were right, of course. I have a plan to prevent the fire. Incandescent light bulbs were used a lot in my previous world, particularly in my childhood. Ryuma, incandescent light bulbs emit light and generate heat by passing electricity through a light-emitting part called a filament. Carbon is used for this filament. After many improvements, at one point in time, carbonized bamboo became the choice of material to make this filament. Electricity is passed through carbonized bamboo, and heat and electricity are generated. But the bigger question is why the filament doesn't burn up. The reason behind that is the vacuum. You need 3 things to start a fire: oxygen, heat, and fuel. Incandescent light bulbs create a vacuum inside the light bulb to block the oxygen needed to burn an object. As a result, it is possible to emit high temperature and light without starting a fire even when electricity passes through. I see. So you intend to do something similar to that incandescent light bulb and cut off the oxygen. I take it you already have an idea what material you'll use for that. Rurusha, 1, Tikan's other godhood, other than the god of wine, was originally translated as the god of art and craftsman, but god of technology and craftsman seems to make more sense here, so it's now been changed. There is also a separate god for fine arts, so this probably should have been changed earlier. Chapter 236.3, Snow Countermeasures and a New Field for Slime Research, 3/3, Chapter 236, Snow Countermeasures and a New Field for Slime Research, 3/3, yes, my choice of material is the Sticky Slime's hardening liquid sheet. It's highly resistant to heat and transparent, so light can pass through it. Black powder doesn't generate heat in a space where light is blocked by dark magic, so I should be able to mix the slime's hardening liquid sheet with the black-colored powder. The only problem is that there's a chance that filling the hardening liquid sheet with black-colored powder will cause another transformation that results in a new product altogether. Ryuma, I don't think you'll have a problem there. This water-repellent powder of yours is in a stable state already. That black-colored powder of yours should also be in a similarly stable state, so just putting it in and mixing it shouldn't cause a reaction. That being said, there is this thing that's really similar to this powder of yours. If this actually turned out to be that thing, well, I don't know what would happen. It makes one curious, though. Tikan, I don't know what kind of thing that similar thing Tikan is talking about is, but he thoroughly inspected the vial of water-repellent powder with eyes brimming with interest. You can take it with you if you want. I can just make another one again when I get back, so I don't mind. Ryuma, Tikan did give me a sake cup last time. I know he just ended up giving it to me because of the flow and wasn't really intending to from the start, but still. I can consider this as me paying him back for that time. Oh, really? In that case, I won't hold back. Tikan, as he said that, the vial on his palm disappeared. Well, I'm happy that he's happy. Ah, right. Ryuma, Is there still something more? Tikan, the black-colored powder is useful for dealing with the snow, but there's another powder. And this powder, just as Kyufo was making jokes about bombs a while ago, is essentially gunpowder. Ryuma, so that's different from the black-colored powder from before. Tikan, it's colored black too, but, Ryuma, it reacts to light, so it's difficult to handle, but, wait. If I look at it another way, since it ignites only when exposed to light, then couldn't I make a bomb that reacts to light? As long as I find a way to prevent the bomb from accidentally detonating, I should be able to come up with something like a time bomb. Ryuma-kun, you're thinking about making bombs already. Why don't you explain that powder of yours first? Kyufo, oops, sorry, Kyufo. This problematic gunpowder-like substance is made by combining the acid slime's acid and the fluff slime's fluff. It produces a fierce flame when lit just like cotton. Ryuma, it's similar to nitrate cotton and nitrocellulose, which can be found in earth, and I've used those myself when performing magic tricks at parties. By the way, nitrocellulose is also known as single-base powder, and is used in the production of handgun ammunition. Ryuma, if that's the case, then it's not just like gunpowder, it is gunpowder. Tikan, it's also really inexpensive to make, isn't it? Kyufo, the ingredients come from my slimes, after all, and I have a lot of them. They're easy to make too, so they're really good from a cost-performance perspective. Ryuma, a lot of other worlders wanted guns of their own. But they all struggled with the cost and manufacturing processes of gunpowder. Some gave up too. Who would have thought that a method like this would allow one to produce gunpowder? Gain, I wasn't intentionally trying to make it either. I also don't know much about guns or about military stuff, so frankly, I don't really know what to do with it. Ryuma, really? Rurusha, Tabuchi-kun is the one familiar with that sort of stuff. That's a good subordinate of mine, by the way. I only know about that nitrate cotton and nitrocellulose stuff because I heard it from him. He told me a lot of other stuff too, but the information is just too scattered. Revolvers are about the most I know when it comes to guns. And even that is because of an old anime I used to watch. A hitman and a thief's friend used it there. So, yeah, I don't really know anything about the latest guns. Ryuma, I have had the opportunity to shoot guns before in some of my business trips overseas, but nothing too serious, so at most, they're just some topics for conversations. I can use guns, yeah, but I don't know. Maybe they just don't suit me or they just don't feel right. If I really had to use a projectile weapon, I'd still much prefer a bow. That's why if I were to make something related to firearms, the only ones I might really be able to make are gunpowder, round bombs, the famous dynamite, and a musket. Yeah, that's about it, I think. But even then, I really just have a smattering of knowledge. I've never actually made those things. Never used them either. Personally, I'd much rather turn my attention to more peaceful endeavors like mining my mine and using the explosions to help with that. Researching firearms is fine too when I have time, but it's dangerous, and I guess keeping it a secret is best after all. I suppose I can consult with Reinhardt-san and the others, or more like, I'll just leave the decision to them. Ryuma, sounds good. Gain, Kyufo, and Rurusha were happy with my decision, but for some reason, when I said that, I feel like I just saw a really troubled Reinhardt-san. I must be imagining things. Chapter 237.1, Advantages and Disadvantages of Slime Magic, 1/4, Chapter 237, Advantages and Disadvantages of Slime Magic, 1/4, It seems the more I study slimes, the more secrets I have to keep. Ryuma, but I guess that just goes to show how valuable slimes are. And besides, anything can be dangerous if you use it the wrong way. While I was thinking that to myself, Kirillel asked Fernoberia a question. Speaking of secrets. Fernoberia. Didn't you say you had something to talk about with Ryuma? Kirillel, really? Ryuma, yes, you used a sand spell with your slimes recently. There are a few things I'd like to say regarding it. Fernoberia, although we just finished dealing with Sararipita's issue, it's actually rare for this guy to show up with so many people around. He's really bad at dealing with people, you see. So he has something so important to talk about that he'd showed up here despite being bad with people. If he'd mentioned it earlier, then we would have been able to talk about it first before I started going on about my slimes. Don't worry about it. I like how you study things that interest you. The way you bring together the things you've learned and pass it on to others is essential for the development of knowledge. Fernoberia, thank you very much. Ryuma, so, what did he want to talk about regarding my slime spells? Maybe, before anything else, I want you to know I don't want you to stop using that spell. There are a few things I'd warn you about, but if anything, I'd actually prefer it if you proactively used it. Kyufo talked about why he brought you here to this world, right? I'll skip the specifics, but that slime magic of yours has a good influence on the world's mana. Fernoberia. Ryuma, of course, it's nothing more than a smidgen, but as you Japanese like to put it, when piled up, even trash can become a mountain. Piling up little things like that is necessary in order to solve a bigger problem. Can't look down on it, just because it only makes a small difference. Fernoberia, who would have thought that spell would have an effect like that? So on a personal level, casting magic means consuming mana, but from a wider perspective, the mana is being restored instead. If you're curious about the specifics, you should research it yourself. It's related to the nature of slimes. Fernoberia. Really? Ryuma, when I said that, Fernoberia nodded as though it was a given. Apparently, it wasn't that he didn't want to explain, he wanted to leave me something to research. He knows that I'm interested in slimes and enjoy researching them, so he's holding himself back. Moreover, as the god of knowledge, he prefers that I study on my own and come up with my own answer. Now, as for the things I want to warn you about, there are 3. These are regarding the effects and special characteristics of the slime magic, as well as their influence on the slimes. Regarding the effect, I'm sure you know already, but using your spells in conjunction with your slimes increases their power and precision. If you combine your abundant mana pool as an otherworlder with several slimes, in the future, you might even be able to bring about an effect similar to the calamity spells that once shook the world. Fernoberia, calamity spells. That's my first time hearing about that. Sounds dangerous. Ryuma, it's just a combination of normal elemental spells. But it was an otherworlder who used it. What's more, it's the ancestor of the Duke's family you're deeply involved with. Fernoberia, did that otherworlder specialize in magic? Ryuma, yes. This otherworlder combined the knowledge of science with magic to give birth to powerful magic. It was a time full of wars, so the otherworlder just casted the magic wherever he was told to, causing great damage. Before long, people came to call his spells, calamity spells, with much fear. Normal people can't use it, and even otherworlders can't unless they specialize in magic. But you and your slime should be able to use it in the future if you keep growing. It would be great if you could use your slime magic a lot, but do consider the time and place when using it. Using it to demolish a building like you did a few days ago is good. Fernoberia, thank you for informing me. Ryuma, Fernoberia nodded, and then moved on to the next topic. Next, let's talk about the special characteristics of your newfound slime magic. Your slime magic puts a greater emphasis on your understanding with your slimes over magical talent. It requires excellent compatibility with slimes. If one is not compatible enough with slimes, not only will the slime magic fail, there is also a chance for the spell to go berserk. Of course, you're highly compatible with slimes, so you have no problem casting the spell, but people with worse aptitude will find it difficult to learn, and people with terrible aptitude simply can't learn it. It's a picky technique, so be sure to choose well who you teach it to. Fernoberia, I understand. Ryuma, next, Fernoberia spoke about the side effects on the slimes when using the magic. It was the part that Ryuma was most curious about. The more you use your slime magic, the more the slime's assimilate skill will level up. Once the assimilate skill reaches level 10, the slimes will become able to perfectly assimilate themselves with their target, that is to say that they will return to nature. Fernoberia, does that mean that they die? Ryuma, from a human perspective perhaps, but from my perspective, no. There's no denying, however, that you will be parting with them. Fernoberia, honestly, that's pretty heavy. The heaviest out of everything he said. Apparently, the price for great power is the lifespan of the slimes. Everything else could be dealt with so long as I avoided other people or paid attention to my surroundings, so I was intending on using the slime magic in secret to help fix the mana of the world, but while I said it would be best if you used it proactively, I won't force you to. You decide when to use it. Fernoberia, thank you very much. Ryuma, the life of a single slime and his feelings couldn't possibly be more important than the fate of the world. The gods could force him to do their bidding, but they chose to respect his wishes instead. I'm surprised to find out about the shortening of the slime's lifespan, but at the same time, I'm grateful to Furnoberia-sama for not forcing me to use slime magic. Chapter 237.2, Advantages and Disadvantages of Slime Magic, 2/4. Chapter 237.2, Advantages and Disadvantages of Slime Magic, 2/4. Ryuma, the other gods looked at me oddly. Their eyes darted to and fro between me and Furnoberia-sama. What's the matter? Ryuma, it's good and all that you're so understanding, but Furnoberia really should do a better job explaining. Kirillel, the atmosphere's gotten so heavy because you're so stingy with information. Tikan, I get that you don't want to explain everything, but Ryuma-kun is being really understanding here, so can you do a better job explaining? Willie Eris, Ryuma-kun is really generous. I know it's strange coming from someone such as myself who had to be forgiven by him, but I also think you should do a better job explaining. Sararipida, Kirillel, Tikan, Willie Eris, and Sararipida said. It was rare for Willie Eris and Sararipida to agree on something. Ryuma-kun, Furnoberia isn't lying, but your slimes won't die after just a few times of casting that spell, so you don't have to worry about it that much. Gain, yeah. Besides, dealing with the mana problem is our job. If you don't want to use slime magic, then just don't. We don't mind, really. Rurusha, but more importantly, do you remember how your slimes felt after you used slime magic? Kyufo, Gain, Rurusha, and Kyufo said. Now that I think about it, that slime magic was something I came up with for fun. I'm not so sure, but I think the slimes enjoyed it too. So in other words, it had a good effect on the slimes. Ryuma, yes. At the very least, the slimes weren't in pain when you used the spell. Furnoberia can vouch for this. He told me the same thing, after all. Kyufo, I turned to Furnoberia-sama, and he nodded unhappily. Just a little, though, in fact it's hard to tell since his face is so stoic. I understand that going into the details will take away the fun from Ryuma's research, but I think you've singled out the bad parts a little too much. Gain, is that how it is? In that case, I'll put aside this problem for the time being, and only use the slime magic when necessary. In the meantime, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for the slime's assimilate skill and continue my research. Eventually, I'll figure out on my own what exactly it is that Furnoberia-sama is keeping from me. I don't know how many decades it'll take me, but I'll do my best. It's just a vague direction, not even something that can be called a plan, but I shared it with everyone anyway. That's a good attitude to have, Ryuma. You just keep at it like that. You still have plenty of time. Grimp-sama said, and everyone agreed. Like that this topic came to a close. But I can't believe it, that Furnoberia, Ku. Sararipida, someone suddenly laughed. Furnoberia reacted to that, and he wasn't happy. What do you want to say? Furnoberia, oh, it's nothing, really. It's just that it's my first time seeing you be so considerate about someone. Not to mention, you actually like Ryuma-kun enough that you don't mind him dropping the sama when he calls you, and yet you never mention it. This is that, isn't it? That thing from Japan. What do you call it? Ah, yes, tsundere. Sararipida, I haven't the foggiest clue what you're talking about. I simply think highly of his attitude. His attitude to proactively study the power he's been given instead of just using it. It's not just Ryuma, really, I would praise anyone who held such an attitude. In fact, that was the case for that otherworlder who used the calamity spells. Perhaps, he could have chosen how to use it better, but there's no denying the effort and ingenuity that went into it. That's why I think highly of Furnoberia. I'm sorry to say this, but the market has no demand for male tsunderas. Sararipida, damn it. Listen to me. Don't just move the conversation on your own. Furnoberia, but to Furnoberia-sama's dismay, Sararipida just kept on laughing. Well, it's not just Furnoberia, actually. Everyone is really different when you're around, Ryuma. Sararipida, when Sararipida said that, everyone became quiet. What does he mean by that? Did something happen? Is this something I should even be asking about? It's fine. You're not unrelated at all, I mean, you're the reason why. Sararipida, I'm the reason. Ryuma, when I asked that, Sararipida turned to me without getting up and replied with a smile. No one told you. Normally, humans can't come up here. That's true even for otherworlders. People who frequent church might acquire the oracle skill, but even then, at most, they'll be able to hear our voice. Sararipida, that I heard about a long time ago. Something about me being really eccentric among the already eccentric otherworlders. That's right, although we still have to be the ones to summon you here, the fact of the matter is that you're actually able to come here in your soul form and talk with us. Since the beginning of this world, that's a feat that no one has been able to do. That's why me, and everyone else here, we don't actually have much experience talking with others. Especially since we don't even actually have to talk among ourselves. We can just send information and images to each other with a thought. Because of that, it's rare for us to have misunderstandings, just like when Fernobaria spoke with you earlier. Also, the oracle skill is just us talking to the humans, so it can't be called a conversation at all. Ryuma, so does that mean? Just like with Fernobaria-sama earlier, the information I've gotten from Gain and the others might not have been passed on to me properly. Ryuma, yeah, although there's also the difference in our respective understanding as God and man, there's definitely a communication issue too. There are some things that are obvious to us, but completely alien to you, right? We have to be careful about those when talking to you. The way we communicate with you is so different from how we are with each other. Because of that, it's so fun seeing everyone interact with you. Sararipida, Chapter 237.3, Advantages and Disadvantages of Slime Magic, 3/4, Chapter 237, Advantages and Disadvantages of Slime Magic, 3/4. Sararipida laughed as he said that, but what about him? Me. I might act a little different with you, but I'm usually fair. Do you think I'm the sort to show any concern or reservation whether it's a god or human in front of me? Sararipida, that was a stupid question. Ryuma, this guy surely doesn't know the word reservation. When I thought that to myself, everyone nodded. Hey, that's uncalled for. I try to get along with you guys, you know. Sararipida, I get it, so please get off me. You're heavy, I mean, okay, you're not heavy at all. Ryuma, you're too light. Abnormally so. But it's still annoying. It's a little annoying having Sararipida point it out like that, but it's true we act different than usual. Gain, yes. When you think about it, the reason we gather so frequently is because of Ryuma-kun. When was the last time the 9 of us gathered like this? Rurusha, when the world was just born, we gathered like this, I think. Kyufo, there was a time when the world was small. It kept growing bigger and bigger until it developed into this. Willie Eris, we can just send each other whatever information we need, so we gradually went our separate ways. Tikan, and even when we do gather, we only gather when it's necessary, and only with the necessary people, so not everyone. Kirillel, whether we met each other or not depended on necessity. Fernobaria, even when we do meet, we never drank or talked like this. Grimp, the gods earnestly nodded. It probably feels like working from home where there's no need to meet others. Though I probably shouldn't put the power of the gods on the same level as technology. Nah, it's actually pretty close. Just that in our case, the unit of time is in centuries, and sometimes even millennia. That's especially true for a certain god. In fact, there are gods I can't remember when I last met them. That's why I'm actually grateful to you, Ryuma-kun. Because of you we started gathering together again like this. Gain, it wasn't intentional on my part, but nonetheless, I'm glad that you're happy. Ryuma, everyone's laughing so gently, so I'm really happy. So do you guys still have something to tell me? Ryuma, to be honest, though, I can still talk about my slimes. As in something important like what you said earlier. Ryuma, nothing on the same level as that warning about your spell. I have a lot to say when it comes to farming, but there's no point if you can't apply it right now, so just try to learn what I've told you first. So, yeah, there's nothing left for me to say. Grimp-sama turned to the others. If there's no one else, then I'll speak. Sararipida, a voice said from beside me. Well, I guess I can lend an ear. Ryuma, you don't have to be that wary of me. What I'm about to tell you is something I've already spoken about with Kirillel. Sararipida, with me. What are you talking about, Sararipita? Kirillel, that Ryumakuen should work on his intuition. We talked about it. Remember? Sararipita, intuition. Come to think of it, I guess we did. While you were doing your punishment training. I thought you were just buying time to rest. Kirillel, apparently, they really did talk about it beforehand. But still, what exactly do they mean about intuition? I mean, look, you're the logical type, right? Sararipita, I guess. I don't really know. Ryuma, it's not really a bad thing. But you know, everything is a question of time and place. For example, when telling something to others, you need a logical and coherent explanation. But depending on the situation, sometimes it's more important to act first. Kirillel, that makes sense. People have things they're good at and bad at, but balance is important. It just so happens that I'm leaning more toward logic than intuition. But originally, you're the type that does things by feeling, the type that excels in intuition. Sararipita and I agree on this. Kirillel, really? Ryuma, yes. It might have been because of the environment in your past life that you started leaning so much on theory. But in this world, there are a lot of things that rely on an expert's experience or feelings. Earth has made much progress in the way of its technology, so they put a lot of emphasis on data and reasoning, right? In a world like that, it's only a given that you'll have to lean on logic. Especially for someone like you, who's conscious about your inadequacy in communicating with others. You're conscious about it, so you try to do something about it. But because of that you became unable to take advantage of your strong points. Sararipita, even if you tell me that. Ryuma, I'm not really feeling it. You said something about failing before, right? Sararipita, yeah, because of the atmosphere in town being bad and the atmosphere during the meeting being similar to a company I worked at in my past life, I lost control. Ryuma, that's it. If you were able to properly control that feeling, you wouldn't have run out on your own like that. Sararipita, you're talking about that time. But I just felt bad during that time. Ryuma, why? Because you weren't being logical. Sararipita stood up and gestured as though to say, you really don't understand, huh? If I react to him, I'll lose. Gotta keep my cool. Look, I don't get it, so explain. Ryuma, Chapter 237.4, Advantages and Disadvantages of Slime Magic, 4/4, Chapter 237.4, Advantages and Disadvantages of Slime Magic, 4/4, can't be helped. Intuition and feeling might be confusing to understand, but I'm not just saying random things to try and confuse you. Humans learn. In fact, this isn't limited just to humans. Most living creatures learn. Let's say there's a dog and an owner. If the owner hits the dog with a stick every day for no reason, what do you think the dog will do? Sararipita, get mad at the owner, run, or maybe fight back. I think those would be the most common reactions. At the very least, the dog won't like his owner. Why? Sararipita, well, it hurts to get hit, and you might get injured too. Even a dog wouldn't like that. Ryuma, exactly. Even a dog can learn that getting hit hurts, and thus learn that his owner is an existence that brings him pain. Once the dog learns pain, he will either try to flee from the source of pain or try to remove it. Either way, the dog will try to avoid pain or danger. This isn't an ability but an instinct. A living creature's self-defense instinct, that is. Even technical experts put a lot of importance to the intuition they've cultivated through their years of experience, right, Tikan? Sararipita, well, yeah. First-rate blacksmiths know to pay attention to and carefully balance the temperature of the furnace, the color of the fire, and the time it takes to heat the metal. What's more is that they take note of the temperature and humidity of the day too. It's not something they just do with their head, it's something they learn with their body. You can't make light of that. Tikan, and Ryumakuen has inherited his memories and experience from his past life. After saying this much, you understand already, right? Sararipita, after saying all that, Sararipita lied down on the table again. Now that he mentions it, I guess I'm just like the dog he was talking about during that time. I sense danger, so I move to expel the source. I get what Tikan means by not making light of it too. Sararipita, Sararipita, were you always so observant of people? Ryuma, what? That's what stood out to you after everything I said. I'm a god, you know. Sararipida, just like that smug face of his crumbled. I mean, you looked like a really overbearing guy last time, so to be honest it's really shocking. Ryuma, eh? Sararipida, but I get what you're saying. Ryuma, that's good then. Bad memories and fear are also part of one's experience. If it shackles and tortures you, then it might be considered trauma, but if you use it well, it can become a powerful weapon too. That's why you should work on improving your intuition and feeling. You might have lost control at that time, but the fact that you were able to sense the kind of situation you were in just goes to show that you're suited to being an intuitive type. Sararipida, all right. I'll try to make something of it. Ryuma, after saying that, my surroundings started to glow. Oh, it's almost time already. Gain, I forgot about the time limit. Still, we sure talked a long time this time. Kyufo, 9 of us summoned him this time, after all. Rurusha, looks like the length of time you can stay here depends on how many of us are present. Gain, since it's such a good opportunity for us to gather, maybe we should gather together like this every now and then. Willie Eris, while everyone started talking like that, by the way, Ryuma-kun, will you be going home immediately today? Sararipida suddenly asked that. You mean once I get back to the church? That's the plan since I have nothing else planned for the day. I figure might as well go back and study what's going on between the slimes and the slime magic, Ryuma, what? Sararipida, I don't have any plans, but I just realized it might be a good idea to drop by the children's home. Ryuma, by children's home, you mean that, right? That thing you rebuilt. Sararipida, yeah, that one. I asked the kids living there to do a simple job for me. They'll probably be fine, but I better take a look. Ryuma, it'll probably be fine. Sararipida. Ryuma, he was the one who asked, and yet he's not interested at all. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Rather than not being interested, the night 3 days before the end of the year. Sararipida, huh? Ryuma, if you're alone in those minds of yours, you might just be able to get rid of your doubts. Sararipida, that's, Ryuma, as the light grew brighter, it was time for me to go back. Looks like it's goodbye for now. Sararipida, oops, it's time already. Ryuma, till next time. Sararipida, after Sararipida said that, everyone else bid me farewell, and then the light swallowed me. Ryuma, by the time I noticed it, I was back in the chapel. Ryuma, if you're alone in those minds of yours 3 days before the end of the year, you might just be able to rid yourself of your doubts. Apparently, Sararipida was looking for an opening to pass me a message without anyone noticing. What does he mean by doubts? What exactly is he trying to do? There's a lot I don't understand, but for the meantime, there's one thing I understand. Sararipida is scheming something again. What a persistent jerk. Let's go home. Ryuma, as I thought that to myself, I stood up and left the church, but then. Excuse me, take Bayashi-san. Can you spare a moment? None. Yes. It's all right. What is it? Ryuma, actually I would like to talk about the soup kitchen project. None, the church nun called out to me and consulted me about the soup kitchen project. Chapter 238.1, Ryuma the medical resident, 1/4, Chapter 238.1, Ryuma the medical resident, 1/4, after getting back home. So far I think I'm about done with all my chores. Taking care of the slimes, checking my research plans, feeding the goblins and having supper, taking a bath. Next I should, Ryuma, it was already evening, but I still had some time, so I used the time until bedtime to think about the relationship between slimes and magic. When an idea came to mind, I called out to a mud slime that was living in a waterside I prepared in the corner of the room to try it out. When I got its attention, I used the shared perception skill to connect its senses to mine. Ryuma, shared perception is one of the spells under the branch of monster taming, and it is often used to gather information. Most of the time, I use it to share sight, but other senses such as hearing, touch, and taste can be shared too. However, the slimes don't have any sensory organs, so it's not possible to use shared perception with them. Or at least that's what Reinhardt-san and the others told me when they taught me shared perception. True enough, none of the five senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste can be felt when I connected myself to the slime. At the very least, I couldn't pick up any such signals. But I already knew this. What I wanted to try out was something else. What I wanted to do was to connect the slime's mana perception to me, that is to say, I wanted to connect its ability to sense mana to me. Mana perception is essential in order to be able to use magic. There are individual differences between mages, but regardless, all mages can sense mana. Because of that, the existence of a mana sensory organ definitely exists. You could call it a sixth sense of sort. After the many experiments, hypotheses, and results I've had with researching slimes, it is my personal belief that mana was involved in every aspect. That's why I wanted to connect to the slime's mana perception. I only felt a faint resistance after connecting to the slime, but immediately after. Ryuma, a great impact crashed into me as vast amounts of information poured through our connection. I couldn't understand the flood of information at all. Stopping the flow of information was the most I could do. My body temperature quickly rose, nausea set in, I felt like throwing up, and my head even started to ache. It was a feeling of weariness just like those times when I overworked myself in previous life. In the past, I had to push myself to work even when my body was in poor condition. But now, there's no need for me to push myself, and there's no one to scold me for resting either. So I ended the shared perception skill and cut off the stream of information. Though I was finally able to catch my breath after ending the skill, I was still exhausted. This demands caution and a proper investigation, Ryuma. By the time the sun was out, my body had already recovered. Today I will be studying and working at the hospital, so I teleported to town and made my way to the hospital. After changing into the white gown specially prepared for me in the dressing room, I went to the waiting room of the medical office. Dr. Mafrel and the 5 doctors from the Duke's family were already there. Good morning. Ryuma, good morning. I'll be in your care today as well. Mafrel, the morning meeting began, and we confirmed our work for the day. After we reported about our respective work and studies, there was still some time left, so I asked about my symptoms last night just to be safe. It's an important time right now, after all. Although it was only for a moment, my body still ended up in a fairly bad state, so I figured the doctors here might be aware of similar symptoms and causes. As a result, there doesn't seem to be any problems with your body for the time being. The cause is surely mental strain and exhaustion. It sounds like you overworked your head. Mafrel, by mental strain, I guess he means stress, and as for exhaustion, that's probably the mental fatigue. Yes. There's no need for medication. If I really had to prescribe something, it would be rest, but if you don't feel anything wrong with you, then just act as you usually do. I am curious about the source of the symptoms, however. You said you connected with your slimes and a vast amount of information flooded into your head. From what I understand, in the case of an inexperienced practitioner, the senses of the monster and the practitioner will mix, causing nausea. Mafrel, what Dr. Mafrel is talking about is that feeling of nausea you get when the camera lens is blurred. I've had it happen to me too when I was training my shared perception for the first time. But that's something else altogether, Doctor. If I were to put what happened to me in perspective, it was as if I was made to read a lot of documents in a short span of time, Ryuma. In that case, I don't know. I serve the Jamil house, so I do have a smattering of knowledge when it comes to monster taming, but it's out of my expertise. Mafrel, in that case, I'll consult with Branch Head Taylor later since we have an appointment. Ryuma, yes, that would be for the best. Mafrel, while we were talking like that. Maybe. No, surely it couldn't be. Clarissa. Did you figure out something? Ryuma, one of the residents, Clarissa-san, muttered something, so I asked her for her thoughts. From what you were saying, it sounded like Evil Eye. It's a story I heard about when I was a child. Clarissa, that sounds like something straight out of fantasy. Chapter 238.2, Ryuma the Medical Resident, 2/4, Chapter 238.2, Ryuma the Medical Resident, 2/4, Clarissa-san, what's the Evil Eye? Ryuma, you've never heard of it. There's a renowned adventurer's anecdote regarding it, there are fairy tales too. Ah, I suppose it might be called something else depending on the region and race. An elf like Dr. Mafrel would know it as Spirit Eye. Clarissa, I'm sorry, but I don't know much about fairy tales and legends. Ryuma, oh, really? Clarissa, that's a surprise seeing how much you know about medicine. Hector, you always give off the image of knowing anything complicated, not just medicine, but surprisingly you actually don't know about a common fairy tale. Tint, ha ha ha, Ryuma, I got my knowledge from the gods, after all. It's been such a huge help. Especially, recently. In that case, if I were to give a simple explanation, the possessor of the evil eye can see a different world from normal people. However, the price for using it or failing to manage it can be a severe headache or the consciousness of the possessor being swallowed whole. Clarissa, I see. Ryuma, I guess it does sound kind of similar to my situation. But if you can use the evil eye properly, it will give you great power. The headache sounds cruel though. Isabel, that's not all. There are plenty of cases where the head is smashed with a dull weapon or the brain being fried too. Tint, it's said that most people born with the evil eye choose to commit suicide. Hector, what a ghastly story. Ryuma, yes, that's why I said it just sounds similar. After all, if it were really the same thing, I doubt we'd be able to talk like this. Clarissa, that's true. The 4 residents and I laughed. Now then, it's almost time. Let's do our best today as well. Mafrel, yes. Everyone else, when Dr. Mafrel said that, everyone cheered, and we all went to our respective posts. As for me, I went to the medicine room. Shall we go? Ryuma, let's go. Hector, accompanying me, was one of the residents, Hector-san. This gloomy guy knows a lot about medicine. And poison. In other words, he's an antidote specialist. He's the one usually in charge of the medicine used to treat the patients at this hospital as well as the prescriptions. Working under him is one way for me to gain experience and study. By the way, he's also the researcher type. Because of that, he's the person I talk to the most among the residents. I also get along with him best. Ah, by the way, Ryuma-kun. About that storage room for medicine we were talking about earlier. Hector, he's talking about something we spoke about during the briefing earlier. Apparently, Hector-san and the others also think that the winter will become worse this year, so they're worried about the effects on the patients. Because of that, they want to store as much medicinal herbs as possible. List down what you need and I'll do my best to procure them. Ah, by the way, I got back those herbs we gave to those kids yesterday. Ryuma, those kids? Ah, you mean those kids whose house you rebuilt? Hector, the amount of medicine needed at a hospital is on a whole another league compared to what an individual would need. After all, in order to concoct a large amount of medicine, you need a lot of ingredients and manpower. On top of that, medicinal ingredients vary in quality too. Some can be handled even by amateurs as long as simple instructions are given. So to help provide a side job to the kids of the children's home, I asked them if they would be willing to help us make some simple medicine, and they were more than happy to agree. They did say they wanted to do some safe jobs that they could do even as kids to earn money, so I'm sure they thought helping out was a good opportunity. Can they be used immediately? Hector, I just gave the herbs a cursory glance last night, but I didn't see anything wrong with them. I'll take it out now. Ryuma, please take it all out. I want to examine it. Hector, I opened my item box and took out all of the processed herbs. These look fine. They processed them properly. Hector, the difficulty of a job and doing it properly are two different things, after all. They strike me as the sort of kids to take their job seriously, so I'm thinking of continuing to get their help. Ryuma, Hector-san inspected the box of processed herbs one after another. He would open them, look inside, and then smile. Looks like he acknowledges the kids' work. Shall we start? Ryuma, yes. Hector, there are plenty of times when the topic would suddenly change or when we'll both go quiet. For the meantime, we sorted out the processed herbs, and then we went to work. We didn't say a word while working. Any mistake in handling or the dosage would turn medicine into poison, after all. So we both focused on our respective work, and kept the talk to a minimum. Like that, I carefully concocted the medicine the hospital needed. Before long, I was completely immersed in my work. Phew. Ryuma-kun. Hector, yes, what is it? Ryuma, let's take a break. In Hector-san's hands were 2 cups of steaming hot beverage. Ah. It's been 3 hours already, Ryuma. Apparently, he waited for me to reach a point in my work where I can take a break and prepare to drink. I noticed the time just a while ago. Usually, I'm the one being called. Honestly, it's surprising to see that there's someone who gets immersed in his work even more than me. By the way, are you okay with this drink? Hector, this is Ryuma, Chapter 238.3, Ryuma the Medical Resident, 3/4, Chapter 238.3, Ryuma the Medical Resident, 3/4, it's that stuff you're always drinking. I paid attention to the amount of leaves and hot water you used, so I shouldn't be mistaken. I've been curious about it for a while now, but it's a kind of herbal tea, right? Roasted Dante flower root, dried yomugi, and if I'm not mistaken, Gilcoda leaf was added. 2. Hector, as expected, you know your stuff. Ryuma, it looks like he was able to figure out the 3 ingredients I used just from looking at my herbal tea, or rather, my dandelion coffee. What are the effects? Hector, there's a lot. It serves as a nourishing tonic, promotes blood circulation, prevents anemia, helps stabilizes one's mind, expels toxins, strengthens the stomach, etc. Ryuma, yomugi does have a lot of effect and is even known as a panacea within reach. Hector, want a taste? Ryuma, you sure? Hector, I mean his eyes are practically glued onto my cup, so it's kind of hard not to realize what he wants. I'm sure I'd be acting the same way if someone brought an unknown slime in front of me. We exchanged cups and I got Hector-san's black tea. Unfortunately, I don't think I could call his black tea delicious even as flattery. Oh, yeah. Hector. Ryuma, just when I thought he was focused on the dandelion coffee, he suddenly turned to me. It's a bit late to be saying this, but I'm surprised you're able to get so many herbs this late into the winter. Hector, that's because I started cultivating my own yomugi as well as various other herbs. The slimes help out a lot too. Ryuma, I thought you'd say that, but personally, I was thinking it would be more realistic to replace medicine with the medicine slime's medicinal liquid than to keep concocting medicine from herbs. Is there a slime that makes herbs? Hector, I just realized it recently actually, but I think the weed slime might be capable of that. Ryuma, weed slime, in other words, a slime of weed. But there aren't grasses that go as weed in this world. That yomugi mentioned earlier is treated as a herb. And yet it possesses powerful reproduction abilities, so it tends to grow in empty lots on its own, so it can be considered to be a weed as well. In other words, weeds are just grasses or herbs that can become an annoyance to humans. And the weed slime feeds on all types of grasses. It doesn't discriminate between grasses. It doesn't matter if it's medicinal or poisonous, the weed slime can eat anything as long as it's a grass. It's basically the grass version of the metal slime that can eat anything as long as it's metal. That's why weed slimes can also be used to grow herbs if its ability to mimic herbs is used. As for why they haven't been able to grow any until I realized it, it's probably because my orders confused them. I sent the weed slimes my own image of weed, so they couldn't produce any grass that could be used for anything useful. Having the wrong impression is really a scary thing. You can't even tell that you're under a wrong impression until you realize it. It's definitely something I need to reflect on as a researcher. By the way, the weed slime feeds on water, sunlight, and the scavenger slime's fertilizer. Due to the garbage processing plant, we can acquire a large amount of fertilizers every day, so it should be possible to produce a vast amount of herbs once we start the process. In fact, we've already started a little. Ryuma, I know that the weed slimes can produce medicinal herbs and poisonous herbs. But if they can evolve into medicinal herb slimes and poisonous herb slimes, then that's even better. That's why among the many weed slimes, I picked out those interested in poison-type mana on top of the wood-type mana that all weed slimes liked, and am currently waiting for them to evolve. To be honest with you, I never had any interest in slimes before coming here, but now I know that you really can't look down on those little critters. Hector, I'm just glad to know that you've acknowledged the beauty and ability of slimes. Ryuma, actually, I discovered one more thing recently after researching the liquid of the slimes, but if I talk about that, we'll exceed our break time, so I'll put it off for another day. After our short break ended, we went back to work, and after losing myself in my work again, I completed my quota for the day. Hector-san. Everything is ready. Ryuma, thank you. I can take care of the rest. Hector, in that case, I'll move on to my next job. Ryuma, and so, I went to my next job. My next job was to examine and treat patients who visit the hospital. In other words, practical training. The patients in this hospital are mostly laborers from other departments. A lot of them had to cover a lot of distance just to get to Jimuru and didn't live good lives in their hometown. Among these people are people who couldn't adapt to the new environment and people whose living circumstances weren't good, leading to a deterioration in their health. Perhaps because they were finally able to relax after finding employment, the consequences of all their built-up fatigue only flared up recently. These people were brought to the hospital to receive treatment as part of the welfare program and to serve as training material for the residents. Good work out there. Ryuma, oh, you're here. Good timing. Dr. Mafrel, I entered the examination room from the back, and Dr. Mafrel was waiting there. The other 3 residents were already here and were already in the middle of examining their respective patients. Seeing the nurses restlessly go to and fro the examination room, there might be a lot of patients today. The guards just came. Dr. Mafrel, that's my department, isn't it? I'll get ready immediately. Ryuma, Chapter 238.4, Ryuma the Medical Resident, 4/4, Chapter 238.4, Ryuma the Medical Resident, 4/4, Dr. Mafrel's teaching method is practical. He considers our desired future path and comes up with a curriculum that fits it. For example, in my case, my goal is to maintain health and increase my survival rate as an adventurer. To that end, I don't need to be able to deal with all sorts of symptoms and conditions. Of course, covering a lot of knowledge, mastering all sorts of techniques, and being able to deal with any kind of symptom isn't a bad thing. But piling up so much knowledge requires a considerable amount of time, unreasonable even. That's a level that only someone who's decided to dedicate his whole life to medicine could cover. My goal is just to maintain my health and improve my survival rates as an adventurer, so I don't need all that knowledge. Becoming an excellent physician and whatnot, that stuff should be left to actual doctors or rather people whose main profession is being a doctor. That's why I manage my and my colleagues' lives, take measures in cases of emergencies, and extend lives while under the supervision of a doctor with superior knowledge and technique. That's the kind of knowledge and techniques I'm learning. And among all that, thank you for taking care of me. Amos-san. Didn't you come last week too? I'm glad to know you're enthusiastic about your role to protect the people and I'm glad to be able to practice my skills as well, but aren't you pushing yourself too much? Ryuma, sigh, the captain told me that too. But I had to protect a kid this time, so I was desperate, Amos, and because of that your arm is now in a sling. Ryuma, it was beaten by a squared timber. Amos, do you have any other wounds? Like on your head for example? Ryuma, I was able to protect my head. As for my back, it was hit too, but I think it's fine. Amos, I should take a look just to be safe. Please turn your back to me. Ryuma, the biggest focus are these sort of treatments. The sort that you would find during times of war. I guess you could call it combat casualty care. Anyway, that's my specialty. On top of gathering experience and studying the necessary spells and medicinal ingredients, as well as how to use the medical tools and apply them, the guards that risk their bodies to protect the peace of the town are an important resource to me too. They're also a good experience for the other residents. Although the guards have been promised better conditions and treatment, I'm still grateful that they're letting a beginner like me treat them. So I have to make sure to do my best when examining and treating them so as to not betray that trust. Based off of my examination on Amos-san's wound and the other factors, the treatment I should give his back is heel. As for his broken arm, I believe that a high heel should bring it back to shape. There are bruises on your back, but there aren't any problems with your spine. I'll use healing magic. Is that okay? Ryuma, I'll leave it to you, Dr. Little. Amos, before I knew it, the patients that come here have started to call me Dr. Little. I thought they'd just refer to me as a normal young doctor, but everyone here was young. The 4 residents were all in their 20s, and while Dr. Mafrel's real age was much older than his appearance suggested, he still looked young on the eyes. That's why they came to call me Dr. Little to differentiate between me and them. Dr. Mafrel gave me the go sign when I mentioned my treatment method, so I went ahead and casted the healing spell on my patient. Ryuma, Dr. Mafrel also gave me some pointers when using healing magic. In the past, I just visualized the wound healing whenever I used healing magic, but as it turns out, the way professionals did it, they would focus specifically on what they needed to before using healing magic. And that requires being aware of the mana body. Every living creature has another body beyond the physical body, and that body is what we refer to as the mana body, a body constructed from mana. This mana body is the same mana inside the body that one becomes aware of when casting spells, but apparently, it's a crucial point when using healing magic. According to Dr. Maffrel, the mana body is packed with information of a person's flesh, so when using healing magic, it's important to sense the mana body of the target, read the complete information, and then visualize an image that attempts to get as close to the normal values as possible. Of course, that's easier said than done. Although I'm able to sense the mana body of my target while focusing, until now all I've really been able to feel is a lump of mana in some vague human form, and I haven't been able to read any information at all. But why is that? I do think I'm doing pretty good today, though. I still can't read the information, but I can sense the mana body much better today than any of my previous attempts. As I focused on the body and mana body of my patient, and homed into the affected part, the bruise, I felt a sense of discomfort. It was faint, but it felt as though there was a gap of sort. Maybe this is what the doctor was talking about. Heal, Ryuma. In the process of healing the bruise, I visualized the image and casted healing magic. In the next moment, the bruise immediately vanished and the affected part returned to the normal color of the skin. I thought I would have to use healing magic twice, but I did it in just one try. Has my healing magic become more effective? After examining the patient again, I confirmed that nothing was amiss. I moved on to his broken arm and casted high heal on it. I thought I would need to cast the spell thrice, but I only needed to cast the spell twice. Wow. I'm feeling great. Thank you so much, Dr. Little. Amos, take care of yourself now, Ryuma. I saw Amos-san off and turned to Dr. Maffrel. Looks like you've started to get a knack for sensing mana bodies. Dr. Maffrel smiled. Was that what I felt earlier? Ryuma, I couldn't possibly know what you felt, but based on the results, I suppose that's the case. Being able to sense the mana body and read the information will largely affect your skill in using healing magic. The spell you used on Amos-san was clearly much more effective than your healing magic before. But you're only at the starting point. Once you've become proficient in reading mana bodies, you'll be able to connect severed limbs and even be able to instantly see through the abnormalities of a body. Dr. Maffrel, what? So I can become some kind of human CT or a human X-ray. But of course, you'll need a lot of effort and time to reach that level. I myself have lived as long as a human's lifetime, and yet I still haven't reached that level. That's why instead of chasing after something like that, it's more important for you to not forget the feeling you learned just now. Go ahead and start treating your next patient. But of course, it would be best if your next patient will need healing magic. I'll pick one out for you, so please wait for a bit. Dr. Maffrel, as Dr. Maffrel said that, he left the examination room and secured a patient from the guards that needed healing magic. Like that I used my healing magic on the patients over and over. Dr. Maffrel is usually calm and appropriate in his teachings, but with how practical his approach is to teaching, he might actually be the type to drive his students hard. Chapter 239.1, Disquieting Movements and an Emergency Meeting, 1/2, Chapter 239, Disquieting Movements and an Emergency Meeting, 1/2. By the time it was afternoon, there were much fewer patients, so we residents started taking turns attending to the patients, and used the free time to study and exchange opinions. As for what we discussed, the sports-minded Tint-san was interested in protein and training, while Hector-san, who specialized in medicine and poison, was interested in the topic of safer anesthetics and analgesics. As for Clarissa-san, she held a strong interest in nutritional supplements, so her inquiries mostly revolved around nutrients. They all cooperated with me according to their respective specialties. Thank you again for all the help. Ryuma, it's fine. It's interesting to us too. But enough of that, let's talk about that makeup remover we were talking about the other day. Isabel, the one who started this exchange of opinions, was actually the beautiful Dr. Isabel-san. She's helping me out with cosmetology, the topic I fared worst with. When I visited the Duke's family last time, I created a bath bomb and a sugar scrub, and because of that, the madam has started to hold expectations of me developing cosmetics. There's no pressure or anything, but I'd still like to do my best to improve my studies in that direction. Isabel-san is a woman herself and she has an abundance of medical knowledge, so her help is indispensable. Occasionally, an emergency case would pop up, but most of our time at the hospital was peaceful. Since the hospital isn't struggling with its finances, it's good that it's not too busy. And then, evening came. While I was preparing to go home, the maid, Lillian-san, came. Ryuma-sama. Can I have a moment? Lillian, there was nothing else left to do but to go home, so I told her, sure, and she brought me to the meeting room. Inside were the people in charge of the security company, Hayuzu-san and Jill-san. The people in charge of the garbage processing plant, Zeph-san and Camille-san. As well as the people who've been supporting me all this time, Lillian-san, of course, and Ruroune-san and Raviola-san as well. This was the usual lineup of the people dispatched from the Duke's family. Leland-san. Ryuma, good evening, boss. Leland, but on top of them, Leland-san from the laundromat was here too. There weren't really any problems with her being here, but it was strange that she was the only person not from the Duke's family here, and what's more is that I think this is the first time she's been here. For the meantime, I decided to take a seat and listen to what they had to say. The first one to speak was the leader in training, Hayuzu-san. Ryuma, since you're here, we can begin. We'll dispense with formalities and get straight to the point. The investigation regarding that incident is already 80% done. Hayuzu, about that incident, huh? 80%. We're just one step away from concluding our investigation. We would like to continue, but in the course of our investigation, we found someone acting strange. So I wanted to discuss how to deal with him. Hayuzu, who is it? Ryuma, one of your laundromat's new guards, Yurdim. Hayuzu, oh, him. Since Leland-san is here, I take it that you've already made progress with your investigations. Ryuma, yes. Leland, so let me guess, at first you just wanted to confirm something at the start, right? But then it turned into something serious. Ryuma, yes, at first it was just Dad's intuition. We didn't have any evidence, but you see, that guy really liked to leave the store when there was no work to be done. Leland, but he's doing his job properly, right? Maybe he just wants to get some fresh air during break time. I know that's what I'd do, maybe he's the same. Doesn't really sound that suspicious to me. Ryuma, that's true, but I hear Leland-san here and her dad used to work in the underworld. They must have a sense for this sort of stuff. Jill, when Jill-san said that, Leland-san nodded. I was curious, so I followed him when he went out one day. I told him I wanted to go together with him and show him around town, and he was really happy. Leland, I can imagine that. Ryuma, Yurdim-san did always strike me as the frivolous sort when it came to women. But thanks to that he's really friendly while working as a guard, and the children and housewives that visit the store are all praises for him. So, I'm guessing he's guilty. Ryuma, as Leland-san nodded, she turned to Ruroune-san. In her hands were several sheets of paper. His activates were probably written on those. At first, it seemed as though we really were just walking around town, but recently, it's become apparent that he's scouting the area. Moreover, the scope of his patrols always revolved around places you're related with, Ryuma-sama. He visited the hospital under the pretense of injuring himself when he fell, and he even inquired if he could visit the security company since he was interested in the training. We have testimonies from the employees. Ruroune, we know that he's visited the garbage processing plant, and we know that he's also dropped by the vicinity of the children's home according to the account of the children. Lillian, he loiters around the former slums you demolished, and he's spoken with the construction workers there too during their break. Zeph, the land readjustment project may be going well, but it's still not normal for someone to frolic a place that once used to be the slums without any reason. Camille, lastly, and this just happened recently, Faisama saw him leave once while being suspiciously vigilant of his surroundings. When Faisama followed him secretly, he saw him contact a man in some alley, and handed over something that looked like a letter to him. Raviola, after Ruroune-san spoke, Camille-san and Zeph-san provided more information. Raviola-san's opinion that he wasn't acting normal was sound too. Moreover, the scene of him handing over a letter. Ruroune-san. With all that information, it appears that he really is poking around on someone's behalf. Ryuma, yes, we're more or less certain about it at this point. But according to Leland-san his work is too sloppy, and anyone in their line of work could easily see through him. He hasn't received training and is basically an amateur. Rurunez, is that true? I turned to Leland-san. Yes, I spoke with my dad too, so there's no mistaking it. He's merely receiving some kind of compensation and giving out information. Leland, I see. Ryuma, to be honest, it hasn't been long since I met Yurtam-san. He has things he hasn't told me about, and I have things I've been keeping from him too. I don't know if he's a pro or not, but it doesn't change the fact that his actions might cause problems for us. But when I think about how he's acted so far, he's never really struck me as the sort of guy to betray someone despite his poor personality. But then again, I'm not confident in my ability to judge people either, so. And what's more, Fei-san and Leland-san insist that he's a spy. This line of work falls under their specialty, so their opinion means a lot. If so, then I doubt they're mistaken. They're not infallible, but the odds are low. There's enough evidence and I trust them too. There's no doubting their abilities either. So the problem now is how to deal with him, huh? Ryuma, part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.